Section 32 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Gillian Henry. Section 32. The Story of Ali KHAUJEH, a Merchant of Baghdad. In the reign of the Caliph Harun al-Rashid, there lived at Baghdad a merchant whose name was Ali KHAUJEH, who was neither one of the richest nor poorest of his line. He was a bachelor, and lived in the house which had been his father's, independent and content with the profit he made by his trade. But happening to dream for 3 successive nights that a venerable old man came to him, and, with a severe look, reprimanded him for not having made a pilgrimage to Mecca, he was much troubled. As a good Mussulman, he knew he was obliged to undertake a pilgrimage, but as he had a house, shop, and goods, he had always believed that they might stand for a sufficient reason to excuse him, endeavouring by his charity and other good works to atone for that neglect. After this dream, however, his conscience was so much pricked that the fear lest any misfortune should befall him made him resolve not to defer it any longer, and to be able to go that year he sold off his household goods, his shop, and with it the greatest part of his merchandise, reserving only some articles which he thought might turn to a better account at Mecca, and meeting with a tenant for his house, let that also. His affairs being thus disposed, he was ready to depart when the Baghdad caravan set out for Mecca. The only thing he had to do was to lodge in some place of security a sum of 1,000 pieces of gold, which would have been troublesome to carry with him, with the money he had set apart to defray his expenses on the road and for other purposes. To this end he made choice of a jar of a suitable size, put the 1,000 pieces of gold into it, and covered them over with olives. When he had closed the mouth of the jar, he carried it to a merchant, a particular friend of his, and said to him, "You know, brother, that in a few days I mean to depart with the caravan on my pilgrimage to Mecca. I beg the favour of you to take charge of a jar of olives, and keep it for me till I return." The merchant promised him he would, and in an obliging manner said, "Here, take the key of my warehouse, and set your jar where you please. I promise you shall find it there when you return." On the day the caravan was to set out, Ali KHAUJEH joined it, with a camel loaded with what goods he had thought fit to carry, which also served him to ride on. He arrived safe at Mecca, where he visited with other pilgrims the temple so much celebrated and frequented by the faithful of all nations every year, who came from all parts of the world, and observed religiously the ceremonies prescribed them. When he had acquitted himself of the duties of his pilgrimage, he exposed the merchandise he had brought with him for sale or barter, as might be most profitable. 2 merchants passing by, and seeing Ali KHAUJEH's goods, thought them so choice that they stopped some time to look at, though they had no occasion for them. And when they had satisfied their curiosity, one of them said to the other as they were going away, "If this merchant knew to what profit these goods would turn at Cairo, he would carry them thither, and not sell them here, though this is a good mart." Ali KHAUJEH heard these words, and as he had often heard talk of the beauties of Egypt, he was resolved to take the opportunity of seeing them by performing a journey thither. Therefore, after having packed up his goods again, instead of returning to Baghdad, he set out for Egypt with the caravan of Cairo. When he came thither, he found his account in his journey, and in a few days sold all his goods to a greater advantage than he had hoped for. With the money he bought others, with an intent to go to Damascus, and while he waited for the opportunity of a caravan which was to depart in 6 weeks, visited all the curiosities of Cairo, also the pyramids, and sailing up the Nile, viewed the famous towns on each side of that river. As the Damascus caravan took Jerusalem in their way, our Baghdad merchant had the opportunity of visiting the temple regarded by the Mussulmans to be the most holy after that of Mecca, whence this city takes its name of Biel al-Muqaddus, or Most Sacred Mansion. Ali Khaujeh found Damascus so delicious a place, being environed by verdant meadows, pleasantly watered, and delightful gardens, that it exceeded the descriptions given of it in the journals of travellers. Here he made a long abode, but nevertheless did not forget his native Baghdad, for which place he at length set out, and arrived at Aleppo, where he made some stay, and from thence, after having passed the Euphrates, he bent his course to Mosul, with an intention in his return to come by a shorter way down the Tigris. When Ali Khaujeh came to Mosul, some Persian merchants with whom he had travelled from Aleppo, and with whom he had contracted a great friendship, had obtained so great an influence over him by their civilities and agreeable conversation, that they easily persuaded him not to leave them till he should have visited Shiraz, from whence he might easily return to Baghdad with a considerable profit. They led him through the towns of Sultania, Ray, Qom, Kashkan, Ispahan, and from thence to Shiraz, from whence he had the complaisance to bear them company to Hindustan, and then returned with them again to Shiraz, insomuch that, including the stay made in every town, he was 7 years absent from Baghdad, whither he then resolved to return. All this time his friend, with whom he had left his jar of olives, neither thought of him nor them. But at the time when he was on the road with a caravan from Shiraz, one evening, as this merchant was supping with his family, the discourse happened to fall upon olives, and his wife was desirous to eat some, saying she had not tasted any for a long time. "Now you speak of olives," said the merchant, "you put me in mind of a jar which Ali Khaujeh left with me 7 years ago, when he went to Mecca, and put it himself in my warehouse, to be kept for him against he returned. What is become of him I know not, though when the caravan came back, they told me he was gone for Egypt. Certainly he must be dead, since he has not returned in all this time, and we may eat the olives, if they prove good. Give me a plate and a candle, I will go and fetch some of them, and we will taste them." "For God's sake, husband," said the wife, "do not commit so base an action. You know that nothing is more sacred than what is committed to one's care and trust. You say Ali Khaujeh has left Mecca, and is not returned, but you have been told that he is gone into Egypt, and how do you know but that he may be gone farther? As you have no intelligence of his death, he may return tomorrow for anything you can tell, and what a disgrace would it be to you and your family if he should come and you not restore him his jar in the same condition he left it. I declare I have no desire for the olives, and will not taste them, for when I mentioned them it was only by way of conversation. Besides, do you think that they can be good after they have been kept so long? They must be all mouldy and spoiled, and if Ali Khaujeh should return, as I have a strong persuasion he will, and should find they had been opened, what will he think of your honour? I beg of you to let them alone." The wife had not argued so long with her husband, but that she read his obstinacy in his face. In short, he never regarded what she said, but got up, took a candle and a plate, and went into the warehouse. "Well, husband," said the wife again, "remember I have no hand in this business, and that you cannot lay anything to my charge if you should have cause to repent of your conduit." The merchant's ears were deaf to these remonstrances of his wife, and he persisted in his design. When he came into the warehouse, he opened the jar and found the olives mouldy; but to see if they were all so to the bottom, he turned some of them upon the plate, and by shaking the jar, some of the gold tumbled out. At the sight of the gold, the merchant, who was naturally covetous, looked into the jar, perceived that he had shaken out almost all the olives, and what remained was gold coin. He immediately put the olives into the jar again, covered it up, and returned to his wife. "Indeed, wife," said he, "you were in the right to say that the olives were all mouldy, for I found them so, and have made up the jar just as Ali Khaujeh left it, so that he will not perceive that they have been touched if he should return." "You had better have taken my advice," said the wife, "and not have meddled with them. God grant no mischief happens in consequence." The merchant was not more affected with his wife's last words than he had been by her former, but spent almost the whole night in thinking how he might appropriate Ali Khaujeh's gold to his own use, and keep possession of it in case he should return and ask him for the jar. The next morning he went and bought some olives of that year, took out the old with the gold, and filled the jar with the new, covered it up, and put it in the place where Ali Khaujeh had left it. About a month after the merchant had committed this unworthy action, Ali Khaujeh arrived at Baghdad, and as he had let his house, alighted at a khan, choosing to stay there till he had announced his arrival to his tenant, and given him time to provide himself with another residence. The next morning Ali Khaujeh went to pay a visit to the merchant his friend, who received him in the most obliging manner, and expressed great joy at his return after so many years' absence, telling him that he had begun to lose all hopes of ever seeing him again. After the usual compliments on both sides on such a meeting, Ali Khaujeh desired the merchant to return him the jar of olives which he had left with him, and to excuse the liberty he had taken in giving him so much trouble. "My dear friend," replied the merchant, "you are not to blame to make these apologies. Your vessel has been no inconvenience to me. On such an occasion I should have made as free with you. There is the key of my warehouse. Go and fetch your jar. You will find it in the place where you left it." Ali Khaujeh went into the merchant's warehouse, took his jar, and after having returned him the key with thanks for the favour he had done him, returned with it to the khan where he lodged. But on opening the jar, and putting his hand down as low as the pieces of gold had lain, was greatly surprised to find none. At first he thought he might perhaps be mistaken, and, to discover the truth, poured out all the olives into his travelling kitchen utensils, but without so much as finding one single piece of money. His astonishment was so great that he stood for some time motionless. Then, lifting up his hands and eyes to heaven, he exclaimed, "Is it possible that a man whom I took for my friend should be guilty of such baseness?" Ali Khaujeh, alarmed at the apprehension of so considerable a loss, returned immediately to the merchant. "My good friend," said he, "be not surprised to see me come back so soon. I own the jar of olives to be the same I placed in your warehouse, but with the olives I put into it 1,000 pieces of gold, which I do not find. Perhaps you might have occasion for them, and have employed them in trade. If so, they are at your service till it may be convenient for you to return them. Only put me out of my pain, and give me an acknowledgment, after which you may pay me at your own convenience." The merchant, who had expected that Ali Khaujeh would come with such a complaint, had meditated an answer. "Friend Ali Khaujeh," said he, "when you brought your jar to me, did I touch it? Did not I give you the key of my warehouse? Did not you carry it there yourself? And did not you find it in the same place, covered in the same manner as when you left it? And if you had put gold in it, you must have found it. You told me it contained olives, and I believed you. This is all I know of the matter. You may disbelieve me if you please, but I never touched them." Ali Khaujeh used all the mild methods he could think of to oblige the merchant to restore his property. "I love peace and quietness," said he to him, "and shall be sorry to come to those extremities which will bring the greatest disgrace upon you. Consider that merchants as we are ought to abandon all interest to preserve a good reputation. Once again I tell you, I shall be greatly concerned if your obstinacy oblige me to force you to do me justice, for I would rather almost lose what is my right than have recourse to law." "Ali Khaujeh," replied the merchant, "you agree that you left a jar of olives with me, and now you have taken it away, you come and ask me for 1,000 pieces of gold. Did you ever tell me that such a sum was in the jar? I did not even know that they were olives, for you never showed them to me. I wonder you do not ask me for diamonds and pearls instead of gold. Be gone about your business, and do not raise a mob about my warehouse," for some persons had already collected. These words were pronounced in such great heat and passion as not only made those who stood about the warehouse already stay longer and create a greater mob, but the neighbouring merchants came out of their shops to learn what the dispute was between Ali Khaujeh and the merchant, and endeavoured to reconcile them. But when Ali Khaujeh had informed them of his grievance, they asked the merchant what he had to say. The merchant owned that he had kept the jar for Ali Khaujeh in his warehouse, but denied that ever he had meddled with it, swore that he knew it contained olives only because Ali Khaujeh told him so, and requested them all to bear witness of the insult and affront offered him. "You bring it upon yourself," said Ali Khaujeh, taking him by the arm; "but since you use me so basely, I cite you to the law of God. Let us see whether you will have the assurance to say the same thing before the CAUZEE." The merchant could not refuse the summons which every Mussulman is bound to observe, or be declared a rebel against religion, but said, "With all my heart, we shall soon see who is in the wrong." Ali Khaujeh carried the merchant before the magistrate, where he accused him of having by breach of trust defrauded him of 1,000 pieces of gold, which he had left with him. The CAUZEE demanded if he had any witnesses, to which he replied that he had not taken that precaution, because he had believed the person he trusted his money with to be his friend, and always took him for an honest man. The merchant made the same defence he had done before the merchants his neighbours, offering to make oath that he never had the money he was accused of, and that he did not so much as know that there was such a sum, upon which the CAUZEE took his oath and dismissed him acquitted for want of evidence. Ali Khaujeh, extremely mortified to find that he must sit down with so considerable a loss, protested against the sentence, declaring to the CAUZEE that he would appeal to the caliph, who would do him justice; which protestation the magistrate regarded as the effect of the common resentment of those who lose their cause, and thought he had done his duty in acquitting a person who had been accused without witnesses. While the merchant returned home triumphing over Ali Khaujeh and overjoyed at his good fortune, the latter went and drew up a petition, and the next day, observing the time when the caliph came from noontide prayers, placed himself in the street he was to pass through, and holding out his hand with the petition, an officer appointed for that purpose, who always goes before the caliph, came and took it to present it. As Ali Khaujeh knew that it was the caliph's custom to read the petitions at his return to the palace, he went into the court and waited till the officer who had taken the petition came out of the caliph's apartment, who told him that the caliph had appointed an hour to hear him next day, and then asking him where the merchant lived, he said to notify to him to attend at the same time. The same evening the caliph, accompanied by the grand vizier Jaaffier and Mesrour, the chief of the eunuchs, went disguised through the town, as it was his custom occasionally to do, when, on passing through a street, the caliph heard a noise, and, mending his pace, came to a gateway which led into a little court, in which he perceived 10 or 12 children playing by moonlight. The caliph, who was curious to know at what play the children were engaged, sat down on a stone bench just by, and heard one of the liveliest of the children say, "Let us play at the CAUZEE. I will be the magistrate. Bring Ali Khaujeh and the merchant who cheated him of the 1,000 pieces of gold before me." These words of the child put the caliph in mind of the petition Ali Khaujeh had given him that day, and made him redouble his attention to see the issue of the trial. As the affair of Ali Khaujeh and the merchant had made a great noise in Baghdad, it had not escaped the children, who all accepted the proposition with joy, and agreed on the part each was to act. Not one of them refused him who made the proposal to be CAUZEE, and when he had taken his seat, which he did with all the seeming gravity of a judge, another, as an officer of the court, presented 2 boys before him, one as Ali Khaujeh, and the other as the merchant against whom he complained. The pretended CAUZEE Then directing his discourse to the feigned Ali Khaujeh, asked him what he had to lay to that merchant's charge. Ali Khaujeh, after a low obeisance, informed the young cauzee of the fact, related every particular, and afterwards begged that he would use his authority, that he might not lose so considerable a sum of money. The feigned cauzee, turning about to the merchant, then asked him why he did not return the money which Ali Khaujeh demanded of him. The feigned merchant alleged the same reasons as the real merchant had done before the cauzee himself, and offered to confirm by oath that what he had said was truth. "Not so fast," replied the pretended cauzee. "Before you come to your oath, I should be glad to see the jar of olives. Ali Khaujeh," said he, addressing himself to the boy who acted that part, "have you brought the jar?" "No," replied he. "Then go and fetch it immediately," said the other. The pretended Ali Khaujeh went immediately, and returning, feigned to set the jar before the cauzee, telling him that it was the same he had left with the accused person, and received from him again. But to omit no part of the formality, the supposed cauzee asked the merchant if it was the same, and as by his silence he seemed not to deny it, he ordered it to be opened. He that represented Ali Khaujeh seemed to take off the cover, and the pretended cauzee made as if he looked into it. "They are fine olives," said he, "let me taste them," and then pretending to eat some, added, "They are excellent, but," continued he, "I cannot think that olives will keep 7 years and be so good, therefore send for some olive merchants, and let me hear what is their opinion." 2 boys as olive merchants then presented themselves. "Are you olive merchants?" said the sham cauzee. "Tell me how long olives will keep fit to eat." "Sir," replied the 2 merchants, "let us take what care we can, they will hardly be worth anything the 3rd year, for then they have neither taste nor colour." "If it be so," answered the cauzee, "look into that jar, and tell me how long it is since those olives were put into it." The 2 merchants pretended to examine and to taste the olives, and told the cauzee they were new and good. "You are mistaken," said the young cauzee. "Ali Khaujeh says he put them into the jar 7 years ago." "Sir," replied the merchants, "we can assure you they are of this year's growth, and we will maintain there is not a merchant in Baghdad but will say the same." The feigned merchant who was accused would have objected against the evidence of the olive merchants, but the pretended cauzee would not suffer him. "Hold your tongue," said he, "you are a rogue, let him be impaled." The children then concluded their play, clapping their hands with great joy, and seizing the feigned criminal to carry him to execution. Words cannot express how much the caliph Haroon al Rusheed admired the sagacity and sense of the boy who had passed so just a sentence, in an affair which was to be pleaded before himself the next day. He withdrew, and rising off the bench, asked the grand vizier, who heard all that had passed, what he thought of it. "Indeed, commander of the true believers," answered the grand vizier Jaaffier, "I am surprised to find so much sagacity in one so young." "But," answered the caliph, "do you know one thing? I am to pronounce sentence in this very cause to morrow. The true Ali Khaujeh presented his petition to me today, and do you think," continued he, "that I can give a better sentence?" "I think not," answered the vizier, "if the case is as the children presented it." "Take notice then of this house," said the caliph, "and bring the boy to me to morrow, that he may try this cause in my presence, and also order the cauzee, who acquitted the merchant, to attend, to learn his duty from a child. Take care likewise to bid Ali Khaujeh bring his jar of olives with him, and let 2 olive merchants attend." After this charge he pursued his rounds, without meeting with anything worth his attention. The next day the vizier went to the house where the caliph had been a witness of the children's play, and asked for the master; but he being abroad, his wife appeared thickly veiled. He asked her if she had any children, to which she answered she had 3, and called them. "My brave boys," said the vizier, "which of you was the cauzee when you played together last night?" The eldest made answer it was he, but not knowing why he asked the question, coloured. "Come along with me, my lad," said the grand vizier, "the commander of the faithful wants to see you." The mother was alarmed when she saw the grand vizier would take her son with him, and asked upon what account the caliph wanted him. The grand vizier encouraged her, and promised that he should return again in less than an hour's time, when she would know it from himself. "If it be so, sir," said the mother, "give me leave to dress him first, that he may be fit to appear before the commander of the faithful," which the vizier readily complied with. As soon as the child was dressed, the vizier carried him away and presented him to the caliph, at the time he had appointed to hear Ali Khaujeh and the merchant. The caliph, who saw that the boy was much abashed, in order to encourage him, said, "Come to me, child, and tell me if it was you that determined the affair between Ali Khaujeh and the merchant who had cheated him of his money. I saw and heard the decision, and am very well pleased with you." The boy answered modestly that it was he. "Well, my son," replied the caliph, "come and sit down by me, and you shall see the true Ali Khaujeh and the true merchant." The caliph then took him by the hand, seated him on the throne by him, and asked for the 2 parties. When they were introduced, they prostrated themselves before the throne, bowing their heads quite down to the carpet that covered it. Afterwards the caliph said to them, "Plead each of you your causes before this child, who will hear and do you justice, and if he should be at a loss, I will assist him." Ali Khaujeh and the merchant pleaded one after the other, but when the merchant proposed his oath as before, the child said, "It is too soon. It is proper that we should see the jar of olives." At these words Ali Khaujeh presented the jar, placed it at the caliph's feet, and opened it. The caliph looked at the olives, took one, and tasted it, giving another to the boy. Afterwards the merchants were called, who examined the olives, and reported that they were good, and of that year. The boy told them that Ali Khaujeh affirmed that it was 7 years since he had put them up, when they returned the same answer as the children who had represented them the night before. Though the wretch who was accused saw plainly that these merchants' opinion must convict him, yet he would say something in his own justification. But the child, instead of ordering him to be impaled, looked at the caliph and said, "Commander of the faithful, this is no jesting matter. It is your majesty that must condemn him to death, and not I, though I did it yesterday in play." The caliph, fully satisfied of the merchant's villainy, delivered him into the hands of the ministers of justice to be impaled. The sentence was executed upon him, after he had confessed where he had concealed the 1,000 pieces of gold, which were restored to Ali Khaujeh. The monarch, most just and equitable, then turning to the cauzee, bade him learn of that child to acquit himself more exactly of his duty, and embracing the boy, sent him home with a purse of 100 pieces of gold, as a token of his liberality and admiration of his acuteness. End of Section 32. End of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 3, translated by Jonathan Scott.
Section 1 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Danya, Hamilton, Ontario. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 1. The Story of the Enchanted Horse, Part 1. The Newroz, or the New Day, which is the first of the year and spring, is observed as a solemn festival throughout all Persia, which has been continued from the time of idolatry, and our Prophet's religion, pure as it is and true as we hold it, has not been able to abolish that heathenish custom, and the superstitious ceremonies which are observed, not only in the great cities, but celebrated with extraordinary rejoicings in every little town, village, and hamlet. But the rejoicings are the most splendid at the court, for the variety of new and surprising spectacles, insomuch that strangers are invited from the neighboring states and the most remote parts by the rewards and liberality of the sovereign towards those who are the most excellent in their invention and contrivance. In short, nothing in the rest of the world can compare with the magnificence of this festival. One of these festival days, after the most ingenious artists of the country had repaired to Shiraz, where the court then resided, had entertained the king and all the court with their productions, and had been bountifully and liberally rewarded according to their merit and to their satisfaction by the monarch. When the assembly was just breaking up, a Hindu appeared at the foot of the throne with an artificial horse, richly caparisoned, and so naturally imitated that at first sight he was taken for a living animal. The Hindu prostrated himself before the throne, and pointing to the horse, said to the emperor, "Though I present myself last to your majesty, yet I can assure you that nothing shown today is so wonderful as this horse, on which I beg your majesty would be pleased to cast his eyes." "I see nothing more in the horse," said the emperor, "than the natural resemblance the workman has given him, which the skill of another workman may possibly execute as well or better." "Sir," replied the Hindu, "it is not for his outward form and appearance that I recommend my horse to your majesty's examination as wonderful, but the use to which I can apply him, in which, when I have communicated the secret to them, any other persons may make of him. Whenever I mount him, be it where it may, if I wish to transport myself through the air to the most distant part of the world, I can do it in a very short time. This, sir, is the wonder of my horse, a wonder which nobody ever heard speak of, and which I offer to show your majesty, if you command me." The Emperor of Persia, who was fond of everything that was curious, and notwithstanding the many prodigies of art he had seen, had never beheld or heard of anything that came to this, told the Hindu that nothing but the experience of what he asserted could possibly convince him, and that he was ready to see him perform what he had promised. The Hindu instantly put his foot into the stirrup, mounted his horse with admirable agility, and when he had fixed himself in the saddle, asked the emperor whither he pleased to command him. About 3 leagues from Shiraz there was a lofty mountain discernible from the large square before the palace, where the emperor, his court, and a great concourse of people then were. "Do you see that mountain?" said the emperor, pointing to it. "It is not a great distance from hence, but it is far enough to judge of the speed you can make in going and returning. But because it is not possible for the eye to follow you so far, as a proof that you have been there, I expect that you will bring me a branch of palm tree that grows at the bottom of the hill." The Emperor of Persia had no sooner declared his will than the Hindu turned a peg, which was in the hollow of the horse's neck, just by the pommel of the saddle, and in an instant the horse rose off the ground and carried his rider into the air with the rapidity of lightning to such a height that those who had the strongest sight could not discern him, to the admiration of the emperor and all of the spectators. Within less than a quarter of an hour they saw him returning with the palm branch in his hand, but before he descended he took 2 or 3 turns in the air over the spot amid the acclamations of all the people, then alighted on the spot whence he had set off, without receiving the least shock from the horse to disorder him. He dismounted, and going up to the throne, prostrated himself and laid the branch of the palm tree at the feet of the emperor. The emperor, who had viewed with no less admiration than astonishment this unheard-of sight which the Hindu had exhibited, conceived a great desire to have the horse, and as he persuaded himself that he should not find a difficult matter to treat with the Hindu for whatever sum of money he should value it at, began to regard it as the most valuable thing in his treasury. "Judging of thy horse by his appearance," said he to the Hindu, "I did not think him so much worth my consideration. As you have shown me his merits, I am obliged to you for undeceiving me, and to prove to you how much I esteem it, I will purchase him of you, if he is to be sold." "Sir," replied the Hindu, "I never doubted that your Majesty, who has the character of the most liberal prince on earth, would set a just value on my work as soon as I had shown you on what account he is worthy your attention. I also foresaw that you would not only admire and commend it, but would desire to have it. Though I know his intrinsic value, and that my continuing master of him would render my name immortal in the world, yet I am not so fond of fame but I can resign him, to gratify your Majesty. However, in making this declaration I have another to add, without which I cannot resolve to part with him, and perhaps you may not approve of it." "Your Majesty will not be displeased," continued the Hindu, "if I tell you that I did not buy this horse, but obtained him of the inventor by giving him my only daughter's hand in marriage, and promising at the same time never to sell him, but if I parted with him to exchange him for something that I should value beyond all else." The Hindu was proceeding when at the word exchange, the Emperor of Persia interrupted him. "I am willing," said he, "to give you whatever you may ask in exchange. You know my kingdom is large and contains many great, rich, and populous cities. I will give you the choice of which you like best, in full sovereignty, for life." This exchange seemed royal and noble to the whole court, but was much below what the Hindu had proposed to himself, who had raised his thoughts much higher. "I am infinitely obliged to your Majesty for the offer you make me," answered he, "and cannot thank you enough for your generosity. Yet I must beg of you not to be displeased if I have the presumption to tell you that I cannot resign my horse but by receiving the hand of the princess, your daughter, as my wife. This is the only price at which I can part with my property." The courtiers about the Emperor of Persia could not forbear laughing aloud at this extravagant demand of the Hindu. But the prince, Firoz Shah, the eldest son of the emperor and presumptive heir to the throne, could not hear it without indignation. The emperor was of a very different opinion, and thought he might sacrifice the princess of Persia to the Hindu to satisfy his curiosity. He remained, however, undetermined, considering what he should do. Prince Firoz Shah, who saw his father hesitated what answer to make, began to fear lest he should comply with the Hindu's demand, and regarded it as not only injurious to the royal dignity and to his sister, but also to himself. Therefore, to anticipate his father, he said, "Sir, I hope your Majesty will forgive me for daring to ask. If it is possible your Majesty should hesitate about a denial to so insolent a demand from such an insignificant fellow and so scandalous a juggler, or give him reason to flatter himself a moment with being allied to one of the most powerful monarchs in the world. I beg of you to consider what you owe to yourself, to your own blood, and the high rank of your ancestors." "Son," replied the Emperor of Persia, "I much approve of your remonstrance, and am sensible of your zeal for preserving the luster of your birth. But you do not consider sufficiently the excellence of this horse, nor that the Hindu, if I should refuse him, may make the offer somewhere else where this nice point of honor may be waived. I shall be in the utmost despair if another prince should boast of having exceeded me in generosity, and deprived me of the glory of possessing what I esteem as the most singular and wonderful thing in the world. I will not say I consent to grant him what he asked. Perhaps he has not well considered his exorbitant demand, and putting my daughter, the princess, out of the question, I may make another agreement with him that will answer his purposes well. But before I conclude the bargain with him, I should be glad that you would examine the horse, try him yourself, and give me your opinion." As it is natural for us to flatter ourselves in what we desire, the Hindu fancied from what he had heard that the emperor was not entirely averse to his alliance, and that the prince might become favorable to him. Therefore, he expressed much joy, ran before the prince to help him mount, and showed him how to guide and manage the horse. The prince mounted without the Hindus assisting him, and no sooner had he got his feet in both stirrups, but without staying for the artist's advice, he turned the peg he had seen him use, when instantly the horse darted into the air, quick as an arrow shot out of a bow, by the most adroit archer, and in a few moments the emperor, his father, and the numerous assembly lost sight of him. Neither horse nor prince were to be seen. The Hindu, alarmed at what had happened, prostrated himself before the throne and said, "Your Majesty must have remarked that the prince was so hasty that he would not permit me to give him the necessary instructions to govern my horse. From what he saw me do, he was ambitious of showing that he wanted not my advice. He was too eager to show his address, but knows not the way which I was going to show him, to turn the horse and make him descend at the wish of his rider. Therefore the favor I ask of your Majesty is not to make me accountable for what accidents may befall him. You are too just to impute to me any misfortune that may attend him." This address of the Hindu much surprised and afflicted the emperor, who saw the danger his son was to be in as inevitable, if, as the Hindu said, there was a secret to bring him back different from that which carried him away, and asked in a passion why he did not call him the moment he ascended. "Sir," answered the Hindu, "your Majesty saw as well as I with what rapidity the horse flew away. The surprise I was then in, and still am in, deprived me of the use of my speech. But if I could have spoken, he was gone too far to hear me. If he had heard me, he knew not the secret to bring him back, which through his impatience he would not stay to learn. But, sir," added he, "there is room to hope that the prince, when he finds himself at a loss, will perceive another peg, and as soon as he turns that, the horse will cease to rise and descend to the ground, when he may return him to what place he pleases by guiding him with the bridle." Notwithstanding all these arguments of the Hindu, which carried great appearance of probability, the Emperor of Persia was much alarmed at the evident danger of his son. "I suppose," replied he, "it is very uncertain whether my son may perceive the other peg, and make right use of it. May not the horse, instead of lighting on the ground, fall upon some rock, or tumble into the sea with him?" "Sir," replied the Hindu, "I can deliver your Majesty from this apprehension by assuring you that the horse crosses seas without ever falling into them, and always carries his rider wherever he may wish to go. and your majesty may assure yourself that if the prince does but find out the other peg I mentioned, the horse will carry him where he pleases. It is not to be supposed that he will stop anywhere but where he can find assistance and make himself known." "Be as it may," replied the Emperor of Persia, "as I cannot depend upon the assurance you give me, your head shall answer for my son's life, if he does not return safe in 3 days' time, or I should hear that he is alive." He then ordered his officers to secure the Hindu and keep him close prisoner, after which he retired to his palace in affliction that the festival of Nowroz should have proved so inauspicious. In the meantime, the prince was carried through the air with prodigious velocity, and in less than an hour's time had ascended so high that he could not distinguish anything on the earth, but mountains and plains seemed confounded together. It was then that he began to think of returning, and conceived he might do this by turning the same peg the contrary way, and pulling the bridle at the same time. But when he found that the horse still rose with the same swiftness, his alarm was great. He turned the peg several times one way, the other, but all in vain. It was then that he grew sensible of his fault in not having learnt the necessary precautions to guide the horse before he mounted. He immediately apprehended the great danger he was in, but that apprehension did not deprive him of his reason. He examined the horse's head and neck with attention, and perceived behind the right ear another peg, smaller than the other. He turned that peg, and presently perceived that he descended in the same oblique manner as he had mounted, but not so swiftly. Night had overshadowed that part of the earth over which the prince was, when he found out and turned the small peg, and as the horse descended, he by degrees lost sight of the sun, till it grew quite dark, insomuch that, instead of choosing what place he would go to, he was forced to let the bridle lie upon the horse's neck, and wait patiently till he alighted, though not without the dread lest it should be in the desert, a river, or the sea. At last the horse stopped upon some solid substance about midnight, and the prince dismounted very faint and hungry, having eaten nothing since the morning when he came out of the palace with his father to assist at the festival. He found himself to be on the terrace of a magnificent palace, surrounded with a balustrade of white marble, breast high, and groping about, reached a staircase, which led down into an apartment, the door of which was half open. Few but the Prince Firoz Shah would have ventured to descend those stairs, dark as it was, and in the danger he exposed himself to from friends or foe. But no consideration could stop him. "I do not come," he said to himself, "to do anybody harm, and certainly whoever meets or sees me first and finds that I have no arms in my hands will not attempt anything against my life before they hear what I have to say for myself." After this reflection, he opened the door wider without making any noise, went softly down the stairs that he might not awaken anybody, and when he came to a landing place on the staircase, found the door of a great hall that had a light in it, open. The prince stopped at the door, and listening, heard no other noise than the snoring of some people who were very fast asleep. He advanced a little into the room, and by the light of a lamp saw that those persons were black eunuchs with naked sabres laid by them, which was enough to inform him that this was the guard chamber of some sultan or princess, which latter it proved to be. In the next room to this the princess lay, as appeared by the light, the door being open through a silk curtain which drew before the doorway, whither the Prince Firoz Shah advanced on tiptoe, without waking the eunuchs. He drew aside the curtain, went in, and, without staying to observe the magnificence of the chamber, gave his attention to something of greater importance. He saw many beds, only one of them on a sofa, the rest on the floor. The princess slept in the first, and her women in the others. This distinction was enough to direct the prince. He crept softly towards the bed, without waking either the princess or her women, and beheld a beauty so extraordinary that he was charmed and inflamed with love at first sight. "Oh, heavens!" said he to himself, "has my fate brought me hither to deprive me of my liberty, which hitherto I have always preserved? How can I avoid certain slavery when those eyes shall open, since, without doubt, they complete the lustre of this assemblage of charms? I must quickly resolve, since I cannot stir without being my own murderer, for so has necessity ordained." After these reflections on his situation and on the princess's beauty, he fell on his knees and, twitching gently the princess's sleeve, pulled it towards him. The princess opened her eyes, and seeing a handsome man on his knees, was in great surprise, yet seemed to show no signs of fear. The prince availed himself of this favorable moment, bowed his head to the ground, and rising said, "Beautiful princess, by the most extraordinary and wonderful adventure, you see at your feet a suppliant prince, son of the Emperor of Persia, who was yesterday morning in his court at the celebration of a solemn festival, but you see is now in a strange country, in danger of his life, if you have not the goodness and generosity to afford him your assistance and protection. These I implore, adorable princess, with confidence that you will not refuse me. I have the more ground to persuade myself, as so much beauty and majesty cannot entertain inhumanity." The personage to whom Prince Feroz Shah so happily addressed himself was the Princess of Bengal, eldest daughter of the Rajah of that kingdom, who had built this palace at a small distance from his capital, whither she went to take the benefit of the country air. After she had heard the prince with all the candor he could desire, she replied with equal goodness, "Prince, you are not in a barbarous country. Take courage. Hospitality, humanity, and politeness are to be met within the kingdom of Bengal, as well as in that of Persia. It is not merely I who grant you the protection you ask. You not only have found it in my palace, but will meet it throughout the whole kingdom. You may believe me and depend on what I say." The Prince of Persia would have thanked the princess for her civility, and had already bowed down his head to return the compliment, but she would not give him leave to speak. "Notwithstanding, I desire," said she, "to know by what miracle you have come hither from the capital of Persia in so short a time, and by what enchantment have you been able to penetrate so far as to come to my apartment and to have evaded the vigilance of my guards? Yet, as it is impossible but you must want some refreshment, and, regarding you as a welcome guest, I will waive my curiosity, and give orders to my women to regale you, and show you an apartment, that you may rest yourself after your fatigue, and be better able to satisfy my curiosity." The princess's women, who awoke at the first words which the prince addressed to the princess, were in the utmost surprise to see a man at the princess's feet. They could not conceive how he had got hither without waking them or the eunuchs. They no sooner comprehended the princess's intentions than they were ready to obey her commands. They each took a wax candle, of which there were great numbers lighted up in the room, and after the prince had respectfully taken leave, went before and conducted him into a handsome chamber, where, while some were preparing the bed, others went into the kitchen, and notwithstanding it was so unreasonable an hour, they did not make Prince Feroz Shah wait long, but brought him presently a collation, and when he had eaten as much as he chose, removed the trays and left him to taste the sweets of repose. In the meantime, the Princess of Bengal was so struck with the charms, wit, politeness, and other good qualities, which she had discovered in her short interview with the prince, that she could not sleep, but when her women came into her room again, asked them if they had taken care of him, if he wanted anything, and particularly what they thought of him. The women, after they had satisfied her as to the first queries, answered to the last. We would not know what you think of him, but for our parts we are of opinion you would be very happy if your father would marry you to so amiable a youth, for there is not a prince in all the kingdom of Bengal to be compared to him, nor can we hear that any of the neighbouring princes are worthy of you. This flattering compliment was not displeasing to the Princess of Bengal, but as she had no mind to declare her sentiments, she imposed silence, telling them that they talked without reflection, bidding them to return to rest and let her sleep. End of section 1. Recording by Danya. Section 2 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Danya Malhotra, Hamilton, Ontario. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 2. The Story of the Enchanted Horse, Part 2. The next day, the princess took more pains in dressing and adjusting herself at the glass than she had ever done before. She never tired her women's patience so much, by making them do and undo the same thing several times. She adorned her head, neck, arms, and waist with the finest and largest diamonds she possessed. The habit she put on was one of the richest stuffs of the Indies, of a most beautiful color, and made only for kings, princes, and princesses. After she had consulted her glass, and asked her women, one after another, if anything was wanting in her attire, she sent to know if the Prince of Persia was awake, and as she had never doubted but that, if he was up and dressed, he would ask leave to come and pay his respects to her. She charged the messenger to tell him she would make him the visit, and she had her reason for this. The Prince of Persia, who by the night's rest had recovered the fatigue he had undergone the day before, had just dressed himself when he received the Princess of Bengal's compliments by one of her women. Without giving the lady who brought the message leave to communicate it, he asked her if it was proper for him then to go and pay his respects to the princess, and when the lady had acquitted herself of her errand, he replied, "It shall be as the princess thinks fit. I came here to be solely at her pleasure." As soon as the princess understood that the Prince of Persia waited for her, she immediately went to pay him a visit. After mutual compliments, the prince asking pardon for having waked the princess out of a profound sleep, and the princess inquiring after his health and how he had rested, the princess sat down on a sofa, as did the prince, though at some distance out of respect. The princess then resuming the conversation said, "I would have received you, prince, in the chamber in which you found me last night, but as the chief of my eunuchs has the liberty of entering it, and never comes further without my leave from my impatience to hear the surprising adventure which procured me the happiness of seeing you, I chose to come hither, that we may not be interrupted. Therefore, I beg of you to give me the satisfaction which will highly oblige me." Prince Feroz Shah, to gratify the Princess of Bengal, began with describing the festival of the Nowroz, and mentioned the shows which had amazed the court of Persia and the people of Shiraz. Afterwards he came to the enchanted horse, the description of which, with the account of the wonders which the Hindu had performed before so august an assembly, convinced the princess that nothing of that kind could be imagined more surprising in the world. "You may think, charming princess," continued the Prince of Persia, "that the Emperor, my father, who cares not what he gives for anything that is rare and curious, would be very desirous to purchase such a curiosity." He asked the Hindu what he would have for him, who made an extravagant reply, telling him that he had not bought him but taken him in exchange for his only daughter, and could not part with him but on the like condition, which was to have his consent to marry the princess my sister. The crowd of courtiers who stood about the Emperor my father, hearing the extravagance of this proposal, laughed loudly. I for my part conceived such great indignation that I could not disguise it, and the more because I saw that my father was doubtful what answer he should give. In short, I believe he would have granted him what he asked, if I had not represented to him how injurious it would be to his honor. Yet my remonstrance could not bring him entirely to quit his decision of sacrificing the princess, my sister, to so despicable a person. He fancied he should bring me over to his opinion if once I could comprehend it, as he imagined he did, the singular worth of this horse. With this view, he would have me mount and make a trial of him myself. To please my father, I mounted the horse, and as soon as I was upon his back, put my hand on a peg, as I had seen the Hindu do before, to make the horse mount into the air, without stopping to take instructions of the owner for his guidance or descent. The instant I touched the peg, the horse ascended as swift as an arrow shot out of a bow, and I was presently at such a distance from the earth that I could not distinguish any object. From the swiftness of the motion I was for some time unapprehensive of the danger to which I was exposed. When I grew sensible of it, I endeavored to turn the peg the contrary way, but the experiment would not answer my expectation, for still the horse rose and carried me a greater distance from the earth. At last I perceived another peg, which I turned, and then I grew sensible that the horse descended towards the earth, and presently found myself so surrounded with darkness that it was impossible for me to guide the machine. In this condition I laid the bridle on his neck and trusted myself to the will of God to dispose of my fate. At length the horse stopped, I got off his back, and examining whereabouts I might be, perceived myself on the terrace of this palace, and found the door of the staircase half open. I came softly down the stairs, and seeing a door open, put my head into the room, perceived some eunuchs asleep, and great light in an adjoining chamber. The necessity I was under, notwithstanding the inevitable danger to which I should be exposed if the eunuchs had waked, inspired me with the boldness, or rather rashness, to cross that room to get to the other. It is needless, added the prince, to tell you the rest, since you are not unacquainted with all that passed afterwards. But I am obliged in duty to thank you for your goodness and generosity, and to beg of you to let me know how I may show my gratitude. According to the law of nations, I am already your slave, and cannot make you an offer of my person. There only remains my heart. But alas, princess, what do I say? My heart is no longer my own. Your charms have forced it from me, but in such a manner that I will never ask for it again, but yield it up. Give me leave, therefore, to declare you mistress both of my heart and inclination. These last words of the prince were pronounced with such an air and tone that the Princess of Bengal never doubted of the effects she had expected from her charms. Neither did she seem to resent the precipitate declaration of the Prince of Persia. Her blushes served but to heighten her beauty, and render her more amiable in his eyes. As soon as she had recovered herself, she replied, "Prince, you have given me sensible pleasure by telling me your wonderful adventure, but on the other hand, I can hardly forbear shuddering when I think on the height you were in the air, and though I have the good fortune to see you here safe and well, I was in pain till you came to that part where the horse fortunately descended upon the terrace of my palace. The same thing might have happened in 1,000 other places. I am glad that chance has given me the preference to the whole world, and of the opportunity of letting you know that it could not have conducted you to any place where you could have been received with greater pleasure. But, Prince, continued she, I should think myself offended if I believed that the thought of you mentioned of being my slave was serious, and that it did not proceed from your politeness rather than from the sincerity of sentiment, for by the reception I gave you yesterday you might assure yourself you are here as much at liberty as in the midst of the court of Persia. As to your heart, added the princess in a tone which showed nothing less than a refusal, as I am persuaded that you have not lived so long without disposing of it, and that you could not fail of making a choice of a princess who deserves it, I should be sorry to give you an occasion to be guilty of infidelity to her. Prince Firouz Shah would have protested that when he left Persia he was master of his own heart, but at that instant one of the princess's ladies in waiting came to tell her that a collation was served up. This interruption delivered the prince and princess from an explanation which would have been equally embarrassing to both, and of which they stood in need. The Princess of Bengal was fully convinced of the Prince of Persia's sincerity, and the prince, though the princess had not explained herself, judged nevertheless from some words she had let fall that he had no reason to complain. As the lady held the door open, the Princess of Bengal said to the prince, rising off her seat, as he did also from his, I am not used to eat so early, but as I fancied you might have had but an indifferent supper last night, I ordered breakfast to be got ready sooner than ordinary. After this compliment she led him into a magnificent hall, where a cloth was laid covered with great plenty of choice and excellent viands, and as soon as they were seated many beautiful slaves of the princess, richly dressed, began a most agreeable concert of vocal and instrumental music, which lasted the whole time of eating. This concert was so sweet and well managed that it did not in the least interrupt the prince and princess's conversation. The prince served the princess with the choicest of everything, and strove to outdo her in civility, both by words and actions, which she returned with many new compliments, and in this reciprocal commerce of civilities and attentions, love made a greater progress in both than a concerted interview would have promoted. When they rose, the princess conducted the prince into a large and magnificent saloon, embellished with paintings in blue and gold and richly furnished. They were both sat down in a balcony, which afforded a most agreeable prospect into the palace garden, which Prince Firouz Shah admired for the vast variety of flowers, shrubs, and trees, which are full as beautiful as those of Persia, but quite different. Here, taking the opportunity of entering into conversation with the princess, he said, I always believed, madam, that no part of the world but Persia afforded such stately palaces and beautiful gardens, but now I see that other great monarchs know as well how to build mansions suitable to their power and greatness, and if there is a difference in the manner of building, there is none in the degree of grandeur and magnificence. Prince, replied the Princess of Bengal, as I have no idea of the palaces of Persia, I cannot judge of the comparison you have made of mine, but however sincere you seem to be, I can hardly think it just, but rather inclined to believe it a compliment. I will not despise my palace before you. You have too good an eye, too good a taste, not to form a sound judgment. But I assure you, I think it very indifferent when I compare it with my king, my father's, which far exceeds it for grandeur, beauty, and richness. You shall tell me yourself what you think of it when you have seen it, for since a chance has brought you so nigh to the capital of this kingdom, I do not doubt but you will see it, and make my father a visit, that he may pay you all the honor due to a prince of your rank and merit. The princess flattered herself that by exciting in the Prince of Persia a curiosity to see the capital of Bengal and to visit her father, the king, seeing him so handsome, wise, and accomplished a prince, might perhaps resolve to propose an alliance with him, by offering her to him as a wife. And as she was well persuaded she was not indifferent to the prince, and that he would be pleased with the proposal, she hoped to attain to the utmost of her wishes, and preserve all the decorum becoming a princess who would appear resigned to the will of her king and father. But the Prince of Persia did not return her an answer according to her expectation. "Princess," he replied, "the preference which you give the King of Bengal's palace to your own is enough to induce me to believe it much exceeds it. And as to the proposal of my going and paying my respects to the king your father, I should not only do myself a pleasure, but an honor. But judge, Princess, yourself. Would you advise me to present myself before so great a monarch like an adventurer, without attendants and a train suitable to my rank?" "Prince," replied the princess, "let not that give you any pain. If you will but go, you shall want no money to have what train and attendants you please. I will furnish you. And we have traders here of all nations in great numbers, and you may make choice of as many as you please to form your household." Prince Firoz Shah penetrated the Princess of Bengal's intention, and this sensible mark of her love still augmented his passion, which, notwithstanding its violence, made him not forget his duty. Without any hesitation he replied, "Princess, I should most willingly accept of the obliging offer you make me, for which I cannot sufficiently show my gratitude, if the uneasiness my father must feel on account of my absence did not prevent me. I should be unworthy of the tenderness he has always had for me, if I should not return as soon as possible to calm his fears. I know him so well, that while I have the happiness of enjoying the conversation of so lovely a princess, I am persuaded he is plunged into the deepest grief, and has lost all hopes of seeing me again. I trust you will do me the justice to believe that I cannot, without ingratitude, and being guilty of a crime, dispense with going to restore to him that life which a too long deferred return may have endangered already. After this, Princess," continued the Prince of Persia, "if you will permit me, and think me worthy to aspire to the happiness of becoming your husband, as my father has always declared that he would never constrain me in my choice, I should find it no difficult matter to get leave to return, not as a stranger, but as a prince, to contract an alliance with your father by our marriage, and I am persuaded that the Emperor will be overjoyed when I tell him with what generosity you received me, though a stranger in distress." The Princess of Bengal was too reasonable, after what the Prince of Persia had said, to persist any longer in persuading him to pay a visit to the Rajah of Bengal, or to ask anything of him contrary to his duty and honor. But she was much alarmed to find he thought of so sudden a departure, fearing that if he took his leave of her so soon, instead of remembering his promise, he would forget when he ceased to see her. To divert him from his purpose, she said to him, "Prince, my intention of proposing a visit to my father was not to oppose so just a duty as that you mention, and which I did not foresee, but I cannot approve of your going so soon as you propose. At least grant me the favor I ask of a little longer acquaintance, and since I have had the happiness to have you alight in the kingdom of Bengal, rather than in the midst of a desert, or on the top of some steep craggy rock from which it would have been impossible for you to descend, I desire you will stay long enough to enable me to give you a better account at the court of Persia of what you may see here." The sole end the prince had in this request was, that the Prince of Persia by a longer stay might become insensibly more passionately enamored of her charms, hoping thereby that his ardent desire of returning would diminish, and then he might be brought to appear in public and pay a visit to the Rajah of Bengal. The Prince of Persia could not well refuse her the favor she asked, after the kind reception she had given him, and therefore politely complied with her request, and the princess's thoughts were directed to render his stay agreeable by all the amusements she could devise. Nothing went forward for several days but concerts of music, accompanied with magnificent feasts and collations in the gardens, or hunting parties in the vicinity of the palace, which abounded with all sorts of game, stags, hinds, and fallow deer, and other beasts peculiar to the kingdom of Bengal, which the princess could pursue without danger. After the chase the prince and princess met in some beautiful spot where a carpet was spread and cushions laid for their accommodation. There, resting themselves after their violent exercise, they conversed on various subjects. The princess took pains to turn the conversation on the grandeur, power, riches, and government of Persia, that from the prince's replies she might have an opportunity to talk of the kingdom of Bengal and its advantages, and engage him to resolve to make a longer stay there. But she was disappointed in her expectations. The Prince of Persia, without the least exaggeration, gave so advantageous an account of the extent of the kingdom of Persia, its magnificence and riches, its military force, its commerce by sea and land with the most remote parts of the world, some of which were unknown even to him, the vast number of large cities it contained, almost as populous as that which the emperor had chosen for his residence, where he had palaces furnished ready to receive him at all seasons of the year, so that he had his choice always to enjoy a perpetual spring. That before he had concluded, the princess found the kingdom of Bengal to be very much inferior to that of Persia in a great many respects. When he had finished his relation, he begged of her to entertain him with a description of Bengal. The princess, after much entreaty, gave Prince Firoz Shah that satisfaction, but by lessening a great many advantages the kingdom of Bengal was well known to have over that of Persia, she betrayed the disposition she felt to accompany him, so that he believed she would consent at the first proposition he should make. But he thought it would not be proper to make it till he had showed her so much deference as to stay with her long enough to make the blame fall on herself, in case she wished to detain him from the returning to his father. 2 whole months the Prince of Persia abandoned himself entirely to the will of the Princess of Bengal, yielding to all the amusements she contrived for him, for she neglected nothing to divert him, as if she thought he had nothing else to do but to pass his whole life with her in this manner. But he now declared seriously he could not stay longer, and begged of her to give him leave to return to his father, repeating again the promise he had made to her to come back soon in a style worthy of her and himself, and to demand her in marriage of the Rajah of Bengal. "And, princess," observed the Prince of Persia, "that you may not suspect the truth of what I say, and that by my asking this permission you may not rank me among those false lovers who forget the object of their affection as soon as absent from them, to show that my passion is real and not feigned, and that life cannot be pleasant to me when absent from so lovely a princess, whose love to me I cannot doubt is mutual. I would presume, were I not afraid you would be offended at my request, to ask the favor of taking you along with me." As the prince saw that the princess blushed at these words, without any mark of anger he proceeded and said, "Princess, as for my father's consent and the reception he will give you, I venture to assure you he will receive you with pleasure into his alliance, and as for the Rajah of Bengal, after all the love and tender regard he has always expressed for you, he must be the reverse of what you have described him, an enemy to your repose and happiness, if he should not receive in a friendly manner the embassy which my father will send to him for his approbation of our marriage." The princess returned no answer to this address of the Prince of Persia, but her silence and eyes cast down were sufficient to inform him that she had no reluctance to accompany him into Persia. The only difficulty she felt was that the prince knew not well enough how to govern the horse, and she was apprehensive of being involved with him in the same difficulty as when he first made the experiment. But the prince soon removed her fear, by assuring her she might trust herself with him, for that, after the experience he acquired, he defied the Hindu himself to manage him better. She thought therefore only of concerting measures to get off with him so secretly that nobody belonging to the palace should have the least suspicion of their design. End of Section 2. Recording by Danya Malhotra, Hamilton, Ontario.
Section 3 of the Arabian Nights, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bhavesh Agrawal. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 3. The Story of the Enchanted Horse, Part 3. The next morning, a little before daybreak, when all the attendants were asleep, they went upon the terrace of the palace. The prince turned the horse towards Persia, and placed him where the princess could easily get up behind him, which she had no sooner done, and was well settled with her arms about his waist for her better security, than he turned the peg, when the horse mounted into the air, and making his usual haste under the guidance of the prince, in 2 hours' time the prince discovered the capital of Persia. He would not alight at the great square from whence he had set out, nor in the palace, but directed his course towards a pleasure house at a little distance from the capital. He led the princess into a handsome apartment, where he told her that to do her all the honor that was due to her, he would go and inform his father of their arrival, and return to her immediately. He ordered the housekeeper of the palace, who was then present, to provide the princess with whatever she had occasion for. After the prince had taken his leave of the princess, he ordered a horse to be saddled, which he mounted, after sending back the housekeeper to the princess, with orders to provide her refreshments immediately, and then set forwards for the palace. As he passed through the streets, he was received with acclamations by the people, who were overjoyed to see him again. The emperor, his father, was giving audience, when he appeared before him in the midst of his council. He received him with ecstasy, and embracing him with tears of joy and tenderness, asked him what was become of the Hindu's horse. This question gave the prince an opportunity of describing the embarrassment and danger he was in when the horse ascended into the air, and how he had arrived at last at the Princess of Bengal's palace, the kind reception he had met with there, and that the motive which had induced him to stay so long with her was the affection she had shown him. Also, that after promising to marry her, he had persuaded her to accompany him to Persia. "But, sir," added the prince, "I felt assured that you would not refuse your consent, and have brought her with me on the enchanted horse, to a palace where your majesty often goes for your pleasure, and have left her there till I could return and assure her that my promise was not in vain." After these words, the prince prostrated himself before the emperor to obtain his consent, when his father raised him up, embraced him a second time, and said to him, "Son, I not only consent to your marriage with the Princess of Bengal, but I will go and meet her myself, and thank her for the obligation I, in particular, have to her, and will bring her to my palace and celebrate your nuptials this day." The emperor now gave orders for his court to make preparations for the princess's entry, that the rejoicings should be announced by the royal band of military music, and that the Hindu should be fetched out of prison and brought before him. When the Hindu was conducted before the emperor, he said to him, "I secured thy person, that thy life, though not a sufficient victim to my rage and grief, might answer for that of the prince, my son, whom, however, thanks to God, I have found again. Go, take your horse, and never let me see your face more." As the Hindu had learned of those who brought him out of prison that Prince Firoz Shah was returned with the princess, and was also informed of the place where he had alighted and left her, and that the emperor was making preparations to go and bring her to his palace, as soon as he got out of the presence, he bethought himself of being revenged upon the emperor and the prince. Without losing any time, he went directly to the palace, and addressing himself to the keeper, told him he came from the Prince of Persia for the Princess of Bengal, and to conduct her behind him through the air to the emperor, who waited in the great square of his palace, to gratify the whole court and city of Shiraz with that wonderful sight. The palace keeper, who who knew the Hindu and that the emperor had imprisoned him, gave the more credit to what he said, because he saw that he was at liberty. He presented him to the Princess of Bengal, who no sooner understood that he came from the Prince of Persia than she consented to what the prince, as she thought, had desired of her. The Hindu, overjoyed at his success and the ease with which he had accomplished his villainy, mounted his horse, took the princess behind him with the assistance of the keeper, turned the peg, and instantly the horse mounted into the air. At the same time, the Emperor of Persia, attended by his court, was on the road to the palace where the Princess of Bengal had been left, and the Prince of Persia was advanced before to prepare the princess to receive his father, when the Hindu, to brave them both and revenge himself for the ill treatment he had received, appeared over their heads with his prize. When the Emperor of Persia saw the ravisher, he stopped. His surprise and affliction were the more sensible, because it was not in his power to punish so high an affront. He loaded him with 1,000 imprecations, as did also all the courtiers, who were witnesses of so signal a piece of insolence and unparalleled artifice and treachery. The Hindu, little moved with their curses, which just reached his ears, continued his way, while the emperor, extremely mortified at so great an insult, but more so that he could not punish the author, returned to his palace in rage and vexation. But what was Prince Firoz Shah's grief at beholding the Hindu hurrying away the Princess of Bengal, whom he loved so passionately that he could not live without her. At a spectacle so little expected, he was confounded, and before he could deliberate with himself what measures to pursue, the horse was out of sight. He could not resolve how to act, whether he should return to his father's palace, and shut himself in his apartment, to give himself entirely up to his affliction, without attempting to pursue the ravisher. But as his generosity, love, courage would not suffer this, he continued on his way to the palace where he left his princess. When he arrived, the palace keeper, who was by this time convinced of his fatal credulity, in believing the artful Hindu, threw himself at his feet with tears in his eyes, accused himself of the crime which unintentionally he had committed, and condemned himself to die by his hand. "Rise," said the prince to him. "I do not impute the loss of my princess to thee, but to my own want of precaution. But not to lose time, fetch me a dervish's habit, and take care you do not give the least hint that it is for me." Not far from this palace there stood a convent of dervishes, the superior of which was the palace keeper's particular friend. He went to his chief, and telling him that a considerable officer at court and a man of worth, to whom he had been very much obliged and wished to favor by giving him an opportunity to withdraw from some sudden displeasure of the emperor, readily obtained a complete dervish's habit, and carried it to Prince Firoz Shah. The prince immediately pulled off his own dress, put it on, and being so disguised, and provided with a box of jewels, which he had brought as a present to the princess, left the palace, uncertain which way to go, but resolved not to return till he had found out his princess and brought her back again, or perish in the attempt. But to return to the Hindu. He governed his enchanted horse so well that he arrived early next morning in a wood near the capital of the kingdom of Kashmir. Being hungry, and concluding the princess was so also, he alighted in that wood in an open part of it, and left the princess on a grassy spot close to a rivulet of clear fresh water. During the Hindu's absence, the Princess of Bengal, who knew that she was in the power of a base ravisher, whose violence she dreaded, thought of escaping from him and seeking out for some sanctuary. But as she had eaten scarcely anything on her arrival at the palace, was so faint that she could not execute her design, but was forced to abandon it and stay where she was, without any other resource than her courage and a firm resolution rather to suffer death than be unfaithful to the Prince of Persia. When the Hindu arrived, she did not wait to be entreated, but ate with him, and recovered herself enough to answer with courage to the insolent language he now began to hold to her. After many threats, as she saw that the Hindu was preparing to use violence, she rose up to make resistance, and by her cries and shrieks drew towards him a company of horsemen, which happened to be the Sultan of Kashmir and his attendants, who, as they were returning from hunting, happily for the Princess of Bengal, passed through that part of the wood and ran to her assistance at the noise she made. The Sultan addressed himself to the Hindu, demanded who he was, and wherefore he ill-treated the lady. The Hindu, with great impudence, replied, that she was his wife, and what had anyone to do with his quarrel with her? The princess, who neither knew the rank nor quality of the person who came so seasonably to her relief, told the Hindu he was a liar, and said to the Sultan, "My lord, whoever you are whom heaven has sent to my assistance, have compassion on a princess, and give no credit to that impostor. Heaven forbid that I should be the wife of so vile and despicable a Hindu, a wicked magician who has forced me away from the Prince of Persia, to whom I was going to be united, and has brought me hither on the enchanted horse you behold there." The Princess of Bengal had no occasion to say more to persuade the Sultan of Kashmir that what she told him was the truth. Her beauty, majestic air, and tears spoke sufficiently for her. Justly enraged at the insolence of the Hindu, he ordered his guards to surround him and strike off his head, which sentence was immediately executed. The princess, thus delivered from the persecution of the Hindu, fell into another no less afflicting. The Sultan conducted her to his palace, where he lodged her in the most magnificent apartment, next to his own, commanded a great number of women slaves to attend her, and ordered a guard of eunuchs. He led her himself into the apartment he had assigned her, where, without giving her time to thank him for the great obligation she had received, he said to her, "As I am certain, princess, that you must want rest, I will take my leave of you till tomorrow, when you will be better able to relate to me the circumstances of this strange adventure," and then left her. The Princess of Bengal's joy was inexpressible at finding herself delivered from the violence of the Hindu, of whom she could not think without horror. She flattered herself that the Sultan of Kashmir would complete his generosity by sending her back to the Prince of Persia, when she would have told him her story and asked that favor of him. But she was much deceived in these hopes, for her deliverer had resolved to marry her himself the next day, and for that end he had ordered rejoicings to be made by daybreak, by beating drums, sounding trumpets, and other instruments expressive of joy, which not only echoed through the palace but throughout the whole city. The Princess of Bengal was awakened by these tumultuous concerts, but attributed them to a very different cause from the true one. When the Sultan of Kashmir, who had given orders that he should be informed when the princess was ready to receive a visit, came to wait upon her, after he had inquired after her health, he acquainted her that all those rejoicings were to render their nuptials the more solemn, and at the same time desired her assent to the union. This declaration put her into such agitation that she fainted away. The women slaves who were present ran to her assistance, and the Sultan did all he could to bring her to herself, though it was a long time before they succeeded. But when she recovered, rather than break the promise she made to Prince Firoz Shah, by consenting to marry the Sultan of Kashmir, who had proclaimed their nuptials before he had asked consent, she resolved to feign madness. She began to utter the most extravagant expressions before the Sultan, and even rose off her seat as if to attack him, insomuch that he was greatly alarmed and afflicted that he had made such a proposal so unseasonably. When he found that her frenzy rather increased than abated, he left her with her women, charging them to never leave her alone, but to take great care of her. He sent often that day to inquire how she did, but received no other answer than that she was rather worse than better. At night she seemed more indisposed than she had been all day, insomuch that the Sultan deferred the happiness he had promised himself. The Princess of Bengal continued to talk wildly, and shew other marks of a disordered mind, next day and the following, so that the Sultan was induced to send for all the physicians belonging to his court, to consult them upon her disease, and to ask if they could cure her. The physicians all agreed that there were several sorts and degrees of this disorder, some curable and others not, and told the Sultan that they could not judge of the Princess of Bengal's unless they might see her, upon which the Sultan ordered the eunuchs to introduce them into the princess's chamber, one after another, according to their rank. The princess, who foresaw what would happen, and feared that if she let the physicians feel her pulse, the least experienced of them would soon know that she was in good health, and that her madness was only feigned, flew into such a well-dissembled rage and passion that she appeared ready to injure those who came near her, so none of them durst approach her. Some, who pretended to be more skilful than the rest, and boasted of judging of diseases only by sight, ordered her some potions, which she made the less difficulty to take, well knowing she could be sick or well at pleasure, and that they could do her no harm. When the Sultan of Kashmir saw that his court physicians could not cure her, he called in the most celebrated and experienced of the city, who had no better success. Afterwards, he sent for the most famous in the kingdom, who met with no better reception than the others from the princess, and what they prescribed had no effect. Afterwards, he dispatched expresses to the courts of neighboring sultans, with the princess's case, to be distributed amongst the most famous physicians, with the promise of a munificent reward to any of them who should come and effect her cure. Various physicians arrived from all parts and tried their skill, but none could boast of better success than their predecessors, or of restoring the princess's faculties, since it was a case that did not depend on medicine, but on the will of the princess herself. During this interval, Firoz Shah, disguised in the habit of a dervish, travelled through many provinces and towns, involved in grief, and endured excessive fatigue, not knowing which way to direct his course, or whether he might not be pursuing the very opposite road from what he ought, in order to hear the tidings he was in search of. He made diligent inquiry after her at every place he came to, till at last, passing through a city of Hindustan, he heard the people talk much of a princess of Bengal, who ran mad on the day of the intended celebrations of her nuptials with the Sultan of Kashmir. At the name of the Princess of Bengal, and supposing that there could exist no other Princess of Bengal than her upon whose account he had undertaken his travels, he hastened towards the kingdom of Kashmir, and upon his arrival at the capital took up his lodging at a khan, where the same day he was informed of the story of the princess, and the fate of the Hindu magician, which he had so richly deserved. From the circumstances, the prince was convinced that she was the beloved object he had sought so long. Being informed of all these particulars, he provided himself against the next day with a physician's habit, and having let his beard grow during his travels, he passed the more easily for the character he assumed, went to the palace, impatient to behold his beloved, where he presented himself to the chief of the officers, and observed modestly that perhaps it might be looked upon as a rash undertaking to attempt the cure of the princess after so many had failed, but that he hoped some specifics from which he had experienced success might effect the desired relief. The chief of the officers told him that he was welcome, that the Sultan would receive him with pleasure, and that if he should have the good fortune to restore the princess to her former health, he might expect a considerable reward from his master's liberality. "Stay a moment," added he, "I will come to you again immediately." Some time had elapsed since any physician had offered himself, and the Sultan of Kashmir, with a great grief, had begun to lose all hope of ever seeing the princess restored to health, that he might marry, and shew how much he loved her. He ordered the officer to introduce the physician he had announced. The Prince of Persia was presented, when the Sultan, without wasting time in superfluous discord, after having told him the Princess of Bengal could not bear the sight of a physician without falling into most violent transports, which increased her malady, conducted him into a closet, from whence, through a lattice, he might see her without being observed. There Firoz Shah beheld his lovely princess, sitting melancholy, with tears in her eyes, and singing an air in which she deplored her unhappy fate, which had deprived her, perhaps for ever, of the object she loved so tenderly. The prince was sensibly affected at the melancholy condition in which he found his dear princess, but he wanted no other signs to comprehend that her disorder was feigned, or that it was for love of him that she was under so grievous an affliction. When he came out of the closet, he told the Sultan that he had discovered the nature of the princess's complaint, and that she was not incurable, but added withal that he must speak with her in private and alone, as notwithstanding her violent agitation at the sight of physicians, he hoped she would hear and receive him favourably. The Sultan ordered the princess's chamber door to be opened, and Firoz Shah went in. As soon as the princess saw him, taking him by his habit to be a physician, she rose up in a rage, threatening him, and giving him the most abusive language. He made directly towards her, and when he was nigh enough for her to hear him, for he did not wish to be heard by anyone else, said to her in a low voice, "Princess, I am not a physician, but the Prince of Persia, and am come to procure you your liberty." The princess, who knew the sound of the voice, and the upper features of his face, notwithstanding he had let his beard grow so long, grew calm at once, and a secret joy and pleasure overspread her face, the effect of seeing the person so much desired so unexpectedly. Her agreeable surprise deprived her for some time of the use of speech, and gave Firoz Shah time to tell her as briefly as possible how despair had seized him when he saw the Hindu carry her away, the resolution he afterwards had taken to leave everything to find her out, and to never return home till he had regained her out of the hands of the perfidious wretch, and by what good fortune, at last, after a long and fatiguing journey, he had the satisfaction to find her in the palace of the Sultan of Kashmir. He then desired the princess to inform him of all that happened to her, from the time she was taken away till that moment when he had the happiness to converse with her, telling her that it was of the greatest importance to know this, that he might take the most proper measures to deliver her from the tyranny of the Sultan of Kashmir. The princess informed him how she was delivered from the Hindu's violence by the Sultan, as he was returning from hunting, how she was alarmed the next day by a declaration he had made of his precipitate design to marry her, without even the ceremony of asking her consent, that this violent and tyrannical conduct put her into a swoon, after which she thought she had no other way than what she had taken, to preserve herself for a prince to whom she had given her heart and faith, or die rather than marry the Sultan, whom she neither loved nor could ever love. The Prince of Persia then asked her if she knew what became of the horse after the death of the Hindu magician, to which she answered that she knew not what orders the Sultan had given, but supposed after the account she had given him of it, he would take care of it as a curiosity. As Firoz Shah never doubted but that the Sultan had the horse, he communicated to the princess his design of making use of it to convey them both into Persia, and after they had consulted together on the measure they should take, they agreed that the princess should dress herself the next day and receive the Sultan civilly, but without speaking to him. The Sultan of Kashmir was overjoyed when the Prince of Persia stated to him what effect his first visit had had towards the cure of the princess. On the following day, when the princess received him in such a good manner as persuaded him her cure was far advanced, he regarded him as the greatest physician in the world, and seeing her in this state, contented himself with telling her how rejoiced he was at her being likely soon to recover her health. He exhorted her to follow the directions of so skilful a physician, in order to complete what he had so well begun, and then retired without waiting for her answer. The Prince of Persia, who attended the Sultan of Kashmir out of the princess's chamber, as he accompanied him, asked if, without failing in due respect, he might inquire how the Princess of Bengal came into the dominions of Kashmir thus alone, since her own country was far distant. This he said on purpose to introduce some conversation about the enchanted horse, and to know what was to become of it. The Sultan, who could not penetrate into the prince's motive, concealed nothing from him, but informed him of what the princess had related when he had delivered her from the Hindu magician, adding that he had ordered the enchanted horse to be kept safe in his treasury as a great curiosity, though he knew not the use of it. "Sir," replied the pretended physician, "the information which your majesty has given your devoted slave offers me a means of curing the princess. As she was brought hither on this horse, and the horse is enchanted, she hath contracted something of the enchantment, which can be dissipated only by a certain incense which I am acquainted with. If your majesty would entertain yourself, your court, and the people of your capital with the most surprising sight that ever was beheld, let the horse be brought into the great square before the palace, and leave the rest to me. I promise to show you and all that assembly, in a few moments' time, the Princess of Bengal completely restored in body and mind. But the better to effect what I propose, it will be requisite that the princess should be dressed as magnificently as possible, and adorned with the most valuable jewels your majesty may possess. The Sultan would have undertaken much more difficult things to have arrived at the enjoyment of his desires, which he expected soon to accomplish. The next day, the enchanted horse was, by his order, taken out of the treasury and placed early in the great square before the palace. A report was spread through the town that there was something extraordinary to be seen, and crowds of people flocked thither from all parts, insomuch that the Sultan's guards were placed to prevent disorder, and to keep space round the horse. The Sultan of Kashmir, surrounded by all his nobles and ministers of state, was placed on a scaffold erected on purpose. The Princess of Bengal, attended by a number of ladies whom the Sultan had assigned her, went up to the enchanted horse, and the women helped her to mount. When she was fixed in the saddle, and had the bridle in her hand, the pretended physician placed round the horse at a proper distance many vessels of lighted charcoal, which he had ordered to be brought, and going round them with a solemn pace, cast in a strong and grateful perfume. Then, collected in himself, with downcast eyes, and his hands upon his breast, he ran 3 times about the horse, making as if he pronounced some mystical words. The moment the pot sent forth a dark cloud of pleasant smell, which so surrounded the princess that neither she nor the horse could be discerned. Watching his opportunity, the prince jumped nimbly up behind her, and reaching his hand to the peg, turned it, and just as the horse rose with them into the air, he pronounced these words, which the Sultan heard distinctly: "Sultan of Kashmir, when you would marry princesses who implore your protection, learn first to obtain their consent." Thus the prince delivered the Princess of Bengal, and carried her the same day to the capital of Persia, where he alighted in the square of the palace before the emperor his father's apartment, who deferred the solemnization of the marriage no longer than till he could make the preparations necessary to render the ceremony pompous and magnificent, and evince the interest he took in it. After the days appointed for the rejoicings were over, the emperor of Persia's first care was to name and appoint an ambassador to go to the Raja of Bengal with an account of what had passed, and to demand his approbation and ratification of the alliance contracted by this marriage, which the Raja of Bengal took as an honor, and granted with great pleasure and satisfaction. End of Section 3. Recording by Bhavesh Agrawal.
Section 4 of the Arabian Nights Entertainment, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wejian. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 4. The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peri Banu, Part 1. There was a sultan who had peaceably filled the throne of India many years, and had the satisfaction in his old age to have 3 sons, the worthy imitators of his virtues, who, with the princess his niece, were the ornaments of his court. The eldest of the princes was called Hussein, the second Ali, the youngest Ahmed, and the princess his niece Nouronnière. The princess Nouronnière was the daughter of the younger brother of the sultan, to whom in his lifetime he had allowed a considerable revenue, but that prince had not been married long before he had died, and left the princess very young. The sultan, in consideration of the brotherly love and friendship that had always subsisted between them, besides a great attachment to his person, took upon himself the care of his daughter's education, and brought her up in his palace with the 3 princes, where her singular beauty and personal accomplishments, joined to a lively wit and irreproachable virtue, distinguished her among all the princesses of her time. The sultan, her uncle, proposed to marry her when she arrived at a proper age, and by that means to contract an alliance with some neighboring prince, and was thinking seriously on the subject, when he perceived that the 3 princes, his sons, loved her passionately. This gave him much concern, though his grief did not proceed from a consideration that their passion prevented his forming the alliance he designed, but the difficulty he foresaw to make them agree, and that the 2 youngest should consent to yield her up to the eldest brother. He spoke to each of them apart, and remonstrated the impossibility of one princess being the wife of 3 persons, and the troubles they would create if they persisted in their attachment. He did all that he could to persuade them to abide by a declaration of the princess in favor of one of them, or to desist from their pretensions, to think of other matches which he left them free liberty to choose, and suffer her to be married to a foreign attachment. But as he found them obstinate, he sent for them all together and said, "My children, since I have not been able to dissuade you from aspiring to marry the princess your cousin, and as I have no inclination to use my authority, I give her to one in preference to his brothers. I trust I have thought of an expedient which will please you all, and preserve harmony among you, if you will but hear me, and follow my advice. I think it would not be amiss if you were to travel separately into different countries, so that you might not meet each other. And as you know, I am very curious, and delight in everything that is rare and singular. I promise my niece in marriage to him who shall bring me the most extraordinary rarity. Chance may lead you to form your own judgment of the singularity of the thing which you bring, by the comparison you make of them, so that you will have no difficulty to do yourself justice by yielding the preference to him who has deserved it. And for the expense of travelling, I will give each of you the sum suited to your rank, and for the purchase of the rarity you shall search after, which shall not be laid out in equipage and attendance, as much display by discovering who you are would not only deprive you of the liberty to acquaint yourself of your judge, but prevent your observing those things which may merit your attention, and may be most useful to you." As the 3 princes were always submissive and obedient to the Sultan's will, and each flattered himself fortune might prove favorable to him and give him possession of the Princess Nouronier, they all consented to the proposal. The Sultan gave them the money he promised, and that very day they issued orders for the preparations for their travels, and took leave of their father, that they might be ready to set out early next morning. They all went out at the same gate of the city, each dressed like a merchant, attended by a trusty officer, habited as a slave, and well mounted and equipped. They proceeded the first day's journey together, and slept at a caravansary where the road divided into 3 different tracks. At night, when they were at supper together, they all agreed to travel for a year, to make their present lodging their rendezvous, and that the first who came should wait for the rest, that as they had all 3 taken leave together of the Sultan, they might return in company. The next morning, by break of day, after they had embraced and wished each other reciprocally good success, they mounted their horses and took each a different road. Prince Hussein, the eldest brother, who had heard wonders of the extent, power, riches, and splendor of the kingdom of Bisnagar, bent his course towards the Indian coast, and after 3 months traveling, joining himself to different caravans, sometimes over deserts and barren mountains, and sometimes through populous and fertile countries, arrived at Bisnagar, the capital of the kingdom of that name, and the residence of its Maharaja. He lodged at a khan appointed for foreign merchants, and having learnt that there were 4 principal divisions where merchants of all sorts kept their shops, in the midst of which stood the castle, or rather the Maharaja's palace, on a large extent of ground, as the center of the city, surrounded by 3 courts, and each gate distant 2 leagues from the other, he went to one of these quarters the next day. Prince Hussein could not view this quarter without admiration. It was large, divided into several streets, all vaulted and shaded from the sun, but yet very light. The shops were of all the same size and proportion, and all who dealt with the same sort of goods, as well as all the artists of the same profession, lived in one street. The number of shops, stocked with all kinds of merchandises, such as the finest linens from several parts of India, some painted in the most lively colors and representing men, landscapes, trees, and flowers, silks and brocades from Persia, China, and other places, porcelain from Japan and China, foot carpets of all sizes, surprised him so much that he knew not how to believe his eyes. But when he came to the shops of the goldsmiths and jewelers, for those two trades were exercised by the same merchants, he was in a kind of ecstasy at beholding such prodigious quantities of wrought gold and silver, and was dazzled by the luster of the pearls, diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and other precious stones exposed to sale. But if he was amazed at seeing so many treasures in one place, he was much more surprised when he came to judge the wealth of the whole kingdom, by considering that, except the Brahmins and the ministers of the idols, who profess a life retired from worldly vanity, there was not an Indian, man or woman, through the extent of the kingdom, but wore necklaces, bracelets, and ornaments about their legs and feet, made of pearls and precious stones, which appeared with a great luster, as they were blacks, which color admirably set off their brilliancy. Another object which Prince Hussein particularly admired was the great number of flower sellers who crowded the streets. For the Indians are such great lovers of flowers that not one will stir without a nosegay of them in his hand, or a garland of them on his head. And the merchants kept them in pots in their shops, so that the air of the whole quarter, however extensive, is perfectly perfumed. After Prince Hussein had passed through that quarter, street by street, his thoughts fully employed on the riches he had seen, he was much fatigued, which a merchant perceiving, civilly invited him to sit down in his shop. He accepted his offer, but had not been seated long before he saw a crier pass with a piece of carpeting on his arm, about 6 feet square, and crying it at 30 purses. The prince called to the crier and asked to see the carpeting, which seemed to him to be valued at an exorbitant price, not only for the size of it, but the meanness of the materials. When he had examined it well, he told the crier that he could not comprehend how so small a piece of carpeting, and of so indifferent an appearance, could be set at so high a price. The crier, who took him for a merchant, replied, "Sir, if the price seems too extravagant to you, your amazement will be greater when I tell you I have orders to raise it to 40 purses and not part with it under." "Certainly," answered Prince Hussein, "it must have something very extraordinary in it, which I know nothing of." "You have guessed right, sir," replied the crier, "and will own it when you come to know that whoever sits on this piece of carpeting may be transported in an instant wherever he desires to be, without being stopped by an obstacle." At this account, the Prince of the Indies, considering that his principal motive for his tour was to carry the Sultan, his father, home some singular rarity, thought that he could not meet with any which would afford him more satisfaction. "If the carpeting," he said to the crier, "has the virtue you attribute to it, I shall not think 40 purses too much, but shall make you a present besides." "Sir," replied the crier, "I have told you the truth, and it will be an easy matter to convince you of it as soon as you have made the bargain of 40 purses, on condition I show you the experiment. But I suppose you have not so much with you, and to receive them I must go with you to the khan where you lodge. With the leave of the master of the shop, we will go to the back warehouse, where I will spread the carpeting, and when we have both sat down, and you have formed the wish to be transported into your apartment at the khan, if we are not conveyed thither, it shall be no bargain, and you shall be at your liberty. As for your present, as I am paid for my trouble by the seller, I shall receive it as a favor, and feel much obligated by your liberality." On this assurance of the crier, the prince accepted the conditions, and concluded the bargain. Then, having obtained the master's leave, he went into the back shop, where they both sat down on the carpeting, and as soon as the prince had formed his wish to be transported into his apartment at the khan, he in an instant found himself and the crier there. As he wanted not more convincing proof of the virtue of the carpeting, he counted to the crier 40 purses of gold, and gave him 20 pieces for himself. In this manner Prince Hussein became the possessor of the carpeting, and was overjoyed that at his arrival at Bisnagar he had found so rare a curiosity, which he never doubted must of course gain him the possession of Nouronnier. In short, he thought it impossible for the princes, his younger brothers, to meet with anything to be compared with it. It was in his power, by sitting on this carpeting, to be at the place of rendezvous that very day, but as he would be obligated to wait there for his brothers as they had agreed, and as he was desirous of seeing the Maharaja of Bisnagar and his court, and to inform himself of the strength, laws, custom, and religion of the kingdom, he chose to make a longer abode in the capital, and to spend some months in satisfying his curiosity. It was the custom of the Maharaja of Bisnagar to give all foreign merchants access to his person once a week, so that, in his assumed character, Prince Hussein saw him often. And as this prince was of an engaging presence, sensible and accomplished, he distinguished himself among the merchants, and was preferred before them all by the Maharaja, who addressed to himself to be informed of the person of the Sultan of the Indies, and of the government, strength, and riches of his dominions. The rest of his time the prince employed in viewing what was most remarkable in and about the city, and among the objects which were most worthy of admiration, he visited a temple remarkable for being built all of brass. It was 10 cubits square and 15 high, but its greatest ornament was an idol of the height of a man, of massive gold. Its eyes were 2 rubies, set so artificially that it seemed to look at those who viewed it, on which side soever they turned. Besides this, there was another not less curious in the environs of the city, in the midst of the lawn about 10 acres, which was like a delicious garden full of roses and the choicest flowers, surrounded by a low wall, breast high, to keep out the cattle. In the midst of this lawn was raised a terrace, a man's height, and covered with such beautiful cement that the whole pavement seemed to be but one single stone, most highly polished. A temple was erected in the middle of the terrace, having a spire raising about 50 cubits high from the building, which might be seen for several leagues round. The temple was 30 cubits long and 20 broad, built of red marble, highly polished. The inside of the spire was adorned with 3 compartments of fine paintings, and there was not a part in the whole edifice but what was embellished with paintings or relievos and gaudy idols from top to bottom. Every night and morning there were superstitious ceremonies performed in the temple, which were always succeeded by sports, concerts of music, dancing, singing, and feasts. The Brahmins of the temple and the inhabitants of the suburb had nothing to subsist on but the offerings of pilgrims, who came in crowds from the most distant parts of the kingdom to perform their vows. Prince Hussein was also spectator of a solemn festival, which was celebrated every year at the court of Bisnagar, at which all the governors of provinces, commanders of fortified places, all heads and magistrates of towns, and Brahmins most celebrated for their learning were usually present, and some lived so far off that they were 4 months in coming. This assembly, composed of such innumerable multitudes of Hindus encamped in variously colored tents, on a plain of vast extent, was a splendid sight as far as the eye could reach. In the center of this plain was a square of great length and breadth, closed on one side by a large scaffolding of 9 stories, supported by 40 pillars, raised for the Maharaja and his court, and those strangers who he admitted to audience once a week. Within, it was adorned and furnished magnificently with rich carpets and cushions, and on the outside were painted landscapes wherein all sorts of beasts, birds, insects, even flies and gnats were drawn very naturally. Other scaffolds of at least 4 or 5 stories, and painted almost all with the same fanciful brilliancy, formed the other 3 sides. But what was more particular in these scaffolds, they could turn, and make them change their font so as to present different decorations to the eye every hour. On each side of the square, at some little distance from each other, were ranged 1,000 elephants, sumptuously caparisoned, each having upon its back a square wooden stage, finely gilt, upon which were musicians and buffoons. The trunks, ears, and bodies of these elephants were painted with cinnabar and other colors representing grotesque figures. But what Prince Hussein most of all admired, as a proof of the industry, address, and inventive genius of the Hindus, was to see the largest of these elephants stand with his 4 feet on a post fixed to the earth, and standing out of it above 2 feet, playing and beating time with its trunk to the music. Besides this, he admired another elephant as large as the former, placed upon a plank, laid across a strong beam about 10 feet high, with a significantly heavy weight at the other end, which balanced him, while he kept time by the motions of his body and trunk with the music, as well as the other elephant. The Hindus, after having fastened on the counterpose, had drawn the other end of the board down to the ground and made the elephant get upon it. Prince Hussein might have had a longer stay in the kingdom and court of Bisnagar, where he would have been agreeably diverted by a great variety of other wonders till the last day of the year, whereon he and his brothers had appointed to meet, but he was so well satisfied with what he had seen, and his thoughts ran so much upon the object of his love, that after such success in meeting with his carpet, reflecting on the beauty and charms of the Princess Nouronnier, increased every day the violence of his passion, and he fancied he should be the more easy and happy the nearer he was to her. After he had satisfied the master of the Khan for his apartment, he told him the hour when he might come for the key, without mentioning how he would travel. He shut the door, put the key on the outside, and spreading the carpet, he and the officer he had brought with him sat down upon it, and as soon as he had formed his wish, were transported to the caravanserai at which he and his brothers were to meet, and where he passed for a merchant till their arrival. Prince Ali, the second brother, who had designed to travel into Persia, in conformity with the intentions of the Sultan of the Indies, took that road, having 3 days after he parted with his brothers joined a caravan, and in 4 months arrived at Shiraz, which was then the capital of the Empire of Persia, and having in the way contracted a friendship with some merchants, passed for a jeweler, and lodged in the same khan as them. The next morning, while the merchants opened their bales and merchandises, Prince Ali, who travelled only for his pleasure, had brought nothing but necessaries with him. After he had dressed himself, took a walk into the quarter of the town where they sold precious stones, gold and silver works, brocades, silks, fine linens, and other choice and valuable articles, and which was at Shiraz called the Byzantine. It was a spacious and well-built street, arched over, within the arcades of which were shops. Prince Ali soon rambled through the Byzantine, and with admiration judged of the riches of the palace by the prodigious quantities of the most precious merchandises exposed to view. But among the criers who passed backwards and forwards with several sorts of goods, offering to sell them, he was not a little surprised to see one who held in his hand an ivory tube of about a foot in length, and about an inch thick, which he cried at 40 purses. At first he thought the crier mad, and to inform himself went to the shop and said to the merchant who stood at the door, "Pray, sir, is not that man," pointing to the crier, who cried the ivory tube at 40 purses, "mad? If he is not, I am much deceived." "Indeed, sir," answered the merchant, "he was in his right senses yesterday, and I can assure you he is one of the ablest criers we have, and the most employed of any, as being to be confided in when anything valuable is to be sold. And if he cries the ivory tube at 40 purses, it must be worth as much, or more, on some account or another which does not appear. He will come by presently, when we call for him, and you shall satisfy yourself. In the meantime sit down on my sofa, and rest yourself." Prince Ali accepted the merchant's obliging offer, and presently afterwards the crier arrived. The merchant called him by his name, and pointed to the prince and said to him, "Tell that gentleman, who asked me if you were in your right senses, what you mean by crying that ivory tube, which seems not to be worth much, at 40 purses. I should indeed be much amazed myself, if I did not know you were a sensible man." The crier, addressing himself to Prince Ali, said, "Sir, you are not the only person that takes me for a madman on account of this tube. You shall judge yourself whether I am or no, when I have told you its property, and I hope you will value it at as high a price as those I have showed it to already, and who had as bad an opinion of me as you have." "First, sir," pursued the crier, presenting the ivory tube to the prince, "observe that this tube is furnished with glass at both ends. By looking through one of them, you will see whatever object you wish to behold." "I am," said the prince, "ready to make you all proper reparation for the reflection I cast upon you, if you can make the truth of what you advance appear." And, as he had the ivory tube in his hand, after he had looked at the two glasses, he said, "Show me at which of these ends I must look, and I may be satisfied." The crier presently showed him, and he looked through, wishing at the same time to see the Sultan, his father, whom he immediately beheld in perfect health, sitting on his throne in the midst of his council. Next, as there was nothing in the world so dear to him after the Sultan as the Princess Neronier, he wished to see her, and instantly beheld her laughing and in a gay humour with her women about her. Prince Ali wanted no other proof to persuade him that the tube was the most valuable article not only in the city of Shiraz, but in all the world, and believed that if he should neglect to purchase it, he should never meet with an equally wonderful curiosity. He said to the crier, "I am very sorry that I have entertained so erroneous an opinion of you, but hope to make amends by buying this tube, for I should be sorry if anybody else had it. So tell me the lowest price the owner has fixed, and don't give yourself any further trouble to hawk about it, but go with me, and I will pay you the money." The crier assured him, with an oath, that his last orders were to take no less than 40 purses, and if he disputed the truth of what he said, he would carry him to his employer. The prince believed him, took him to the khan where he lodged, told him out the money, and received the tube. Prince Ali was overjoyed at the purchase, and persuaded himself that, as his brothers would not be able to meet with anything so rare and admirable, the Princess Neronier must be the recompense of his fatigue and travels. He thought now of only visiting the court of Persia incognito, and seeing whatever was curious in and about Shiraz, till the caravan with which he came might be ready to return to the Indies. He satisfied his curiosity, and when the caravan took its departure, the prince joined the former party of merchants, his friends, and arrived happily without any accident or trouble, further than the length of the journey, and fatigued of travel, at the place of rendezvous, where he found Prince Hussein, and both waited for Prince Ahmed. Section 5 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Wedgie-Ann. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 5. The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peri Banu. Prince Ahmed took the road of Samarkand, and the day after his arrival went, as his brothers had done, into the Byzantine, where he had not walked long before he heard a crier who had an artificial apple in his hand cry it at 35 purses. He stopped the crier and said to him, "Let me see that apple, and tell me what virtue or extraordinary property it possesses to be valued at so high a rate." "Sir," replied the crier, giving it into his hand, "if you look at the mere outside of this apple, it is not very remarkable, But if you consider its properties and the great use and benefit it is of to mankind, you will say it is invaluable, and that he who possesses it is master of a great treasure. It cures all sick persons of the most mortal diseases, whether fever, pleurisy, plague, or other malignant distempers. For even if the patient is dying, it will recover him immediately, and restore him to perfect health, and this merely by the patient's smelling to it. If one may believe you, replied Prince Ahmed, the virtues of this apple are wonderful, and it is indeed invaluable. But what ground has a purchaser to be persuaded that there is no exaggeration in the high praises you bestow on it? Sir, replied the crier, the truth is known by the whole city of Samarkand. But without going any further, ask all these merchants you see here, and hear what they say. You will find several of them will tell you they had not been alive this day had they not made use of this excellent remedy. And that you may better comprehend what it is, I must tell you, it is the fruit of the study and experience of a celebrated philosopher in this city, who applied himself all his lifetime to the knowledge of the virtues of plants and minerals, and at last attained to this composition by which he performed such surprising cures, and will never be forgotten. But he died suddenly himself, before he could apply his own solvent remedy, and left his wife and a great many young children behind in very indifferent circumstances, who, to support her family and to provide for her children, has resolved to selling it. While the crier was detailing to Prince Ahmed the virtues of the artificial apple, many persons came about them and confirmed what he declared, and one amongst the rest said that he had a friend dangerously ill whose life was despaired of, which was a favorable opportunity to show the experiment. Upon which Prince Ahmed told the crier he would give him 40 purses for the apple if it cured the sick person by smelling to it. The crier, who had orders to sell it at that price, said to Prince Ahmed, "Come, sir, let us go and make the experiment, and the apple shall be yours. And I say this with the greater confidence that it is an undoubted fact that it will always have the same effect, as it already has had whenever it has been applied to save from death so many persons whose lives were despaired of." In short, the experiment succeeded, and the prince, after he had counted out to the crier 40 purses, and had received the apple from him, waited with the greatest impatience for the departure of a caravan for the Indies. In the meantime he saw all that was curious at and about Samarkand, and principally the valley of Sod, which is reckoned by the Arabians one of the 4 paradises of this world, for the beauty of its fields, gardens, and palaces, and for its fertility and fruit of all sorts, and all the other pleasures enjoyed there in the fine season. Ahmed joined himself to the first caravan that set out for the Indies, and, notwithstanding the inevitable inconveniences of so long a journey, arrived in perfect health at the caravansary where the Princes Hussein and Ali waited for him. Ali, who had arrived some time before Ahmed, asked Hussein how long he had been there, who told him 3 months. To which he replied, "Then certainly you haven't been very far." "I will tell you nothing now," said Prince Hussein, "of where I have been, but only assure you I was above 3 months travelling to the place I went to." "But then," replied Prince Ali, "you made a short stay there." "Indeed, brother," said Prince Hussein, "you are mistaken. I resided at one place above 4 months, and might have stayed longer." "Unless you flew back," returned Ali again. "I cannot comprehend how you have been 3 months here, as you would make me believe." "I tell you the truth," added Hussein, "and it is a riddle which I shall not explain to you till our brother Ahmed joins us, when I will let you know of the rarity I have purchased in my travels. I know not what you've got, but believe it to be some trifle, because I do not perceive that your baggage is increased." "And pray what have you brought?" demanded Prince Ali, for I can see nothing but an ordinary piece of carpeting with which you cover your sofa. And therefore I think I may return your raillery. And as you seem to make what you have brought a secret, you cannot take it amiss that I do the same with respect to what I have procured. I consider the rarity I have purchased, replied Hussein, to excel all others whatever, and should not make any difficulty to show it to you, and make you allow that it is so, and at the same time tell you how I came by it, without being in the least apprehensive what you have got is to be preferred to it. But it is proper that we should wait till our brother Ahmed arrives, when we may communicate our good fortune to each other. Prince Ali would not enter into a dispute with Prince Hussein on the preference he gave to his rarity, but was persuaded that if his perspective glass was not preferable, it was impossible it should be inferior to it, and therefore agreed to stay till Prince Ahmed arrived to produce his purchase. When Prince Ahmed joined his brothers, they embraced with tenderness, and complimented each other on the happiness of meeting together at the same place they had set out from. Hussein, as the eldest brother, then assumed the discourse, and said to them, "Brothers, we shall have time enough hereafter to entertain ourselves with the particulars of our travel. Let us come to that which is of the greatest importance of us to know. And as I do not doubt you remember the principal motive which engaged us to travel, let us not conceal from each other the curiosities we have brought, but show them, that we may do ourselves justice beforehand, and judge to which of us the Sultan, our father, may give the preference. To set the example," continued Hussein, "I will tell you that the rarity which I have brought from the kingdom of Bisnagar is the carpeting on which I sit, which looks but ordinary, and makes no show, but when I have declared its virtues, you will be struck with admiration, and confess you have never heard of anything like it. Whoever sits on it, as we do, and desires to be transported to any place, be it ever so far distant, he is immediately carried thither. I made the experiment myself, before I paid 40 purses, which I almost readily gave for it, and when I fully satisfied my curiosity at the court of Bisnagar, I wished to return here. I made use of no other conveyance than this wonderful carpet for myself and servant. Who can tell you how long we were on our journey? I will show you both the experiment whenever you please. I expect now that you should tell me whether what you have brought is to be compared to this carpet." Here Prince Hussein finished his commendation of the excellency of his carpet, and Prince Ali, addressing himself to him, said, "I must own, brother, that your carpet is one of the most surprising curiosities, if it has, as I do not doubt, the properties you speak of. But you must allow that there might be other rarities. I will not say more, but at least as wonderful in another way. And to convince you there are, here is an ivory tube, which appears to the eye no more a prodigy than your carpet. It cost me as much, and I am very well satisfied with my purchase as you can be with yours. And you will be so, just as to own that I have not been imposed upon, when you shall know by experience that by looking at one end you see whatever object you wish to behold. I will not have you take my word," added Prince Ali, presenting the tube to him. "Take it. Make trial of it yourself." Hussein took the ivory tube from Prince Ali, and put at the end to his eye which Ali directed, with an intention to see the Princess Nouronier, when Ali and Prince Ahmed, who kept their eyes fixed upon him, were extremely surprised to see his countenance change in such a manner as expressed extraordinary alarm and affliction. Prince Hussein did not give them time to ask what was the matter, but cried out, "Alas, princes, to what purpose have we undertaken such long and fatiguing journeys, but with the hopes of being recompensed by the possession of the charming Nouronier, when in a few moments that lovely princess will breathe her last? I saw her on her bed, surrounded by women and eunuchs, all in tears, who seemed to expect her death. Take the tube, Behold yourself, the miserable state she's in, and mingle your tears with mine." Prince Ali took the tube out of Hussein's hand, and after he had seen the same object with sensible grief, presented it to Ahmed, who took it to behold the melancholy sight which so much concerned them all. When Prince Ahmed had taken the tube out of Ali's hands, and saw that the Princess Nouronier's end was so near, he addressed himself to his two brothers and said, "Princes, the Princess Nouronier, equally the object of our vows, is indeed just at death's door. But provided we make haste and lose no time, we may preserve her alive." He then took the artificial apple out of his bosom, and showing it to his brothers, resumed, "This apple cost me as much and more than either the carpet or tube. The opportunity which now presents itself to show you its wonderful property makes me not regret the 40 purses I gave for it. But not to keep you longer in suspense, it has this virtue. If a sick person smells to it, though in the last agonies, it will restore him to perfect health immediately. I have made the experiment, and can show you its wonderful effect on the person of Princess Nouronier, if we hasten to assist her." "If that be all," replied Prince Hussein, "we cannot make more dispatch than by transporting ourselves instantly into her chamber by means of my carpet. Come, lose no time, sit down, it is large enough to hold us all. But first, let us give orders to our servants to set out immediately and join us at the palace." As soon as the order was given, the princes Ali and Ahmed sat down by Hussein, and as their interest was the same, they framed the same wish and were transported instantaneously into the Princess Nouronier's chamber. The presence of the 3 princes, who were so little expected, alarmed the princesses, women, and eunuchs, who could not comprehend by what enchantment 3 men should be among them, for they did not know them at first, and the eunuchs were ready to fall upon them as people who had gotten to a part of the palace where they were not allowed to come. But they presently found their mistake. Prince Ahmed no sooner saw himself in Nouronier's chamber, and perceived the princess dying, but he rose off the carpet, as did also the other 2 princes, went to the bedside, and put the apple to her nostrils. The princess instantly opened her eyes, and turned her head from one side to another, looking at the persons who stood about her. She then rose up in the bed, and asked to be dressed, with the same freedom and recollection as if she had awakened out of a sound sleep. Her women presently informed her, in a manner that showed their joy, that she was obliged to the 3 princes, her cousins, and particularly to Prince Ahmed, for the sudden recovery of her health. She immediately expressed her joy at seeing them, and thanked them all together, but afterwards Prince Ahmed in particular. As she desired to dress, the princes contented themselves with telling her how great a pleasure it was to them to have come soon enough to contribute each in any degree towards relieving her from the imminent danger she was in, and what ardent prayers they had offered for the continuance of her life, after which they retired. While the princess was dressing, the princes went to throw themselves at the Sultan, their father's feet, but when they came to him, they found he had been previously informed of their unexpected arrival by the chief of the princess's eunuchs, and by what means the princess had been so suddenly cured. The Sultan received and embraced them with the greatest joy, both for their return and the wonderful recovery of the princess his niece, whom he loved as if she had been his own daughter, and who had been given over by the physicians. After the usual compliments, the princes presented each the rarity which he had brought. Prince Hussein his carpet, Prince Ali his ivory tube, and Prince Ahmed the artificial apple. And after each had commended his present, as he put it into the Sultan's hands, they begged of him to pronounce their fate, and declare to which of them he would give the Princess Nouronier, according to his promise. The Sultan of the Indies, having kindly heard all that the princes had to say in favor of their rarities, without interrupting them, and being well informed of what had happened in relation to the Princess Nouronier's cure, remained some time silent, considering what answer he should make. At last he broke silence, and said to them in terms of full wisdom, "I would declare for one of you, my children, if I could do it with justice, but consider whether I can. It is true, Ahmed, the princess my niece is obliged to your artificial apple for her cure, but let me ask you, whether you could have been so serviceable to her if you had not known by Ali's tube the danger she was in, and if Hussein's carpet had not brought you here so soon. Your tube, Ali, informed you and your brothers that you were likely to lose the princess your cousin, and so far she is greatly obliged to you. You must also grant that the knowledge of her illness would have been of no service without the artificial apple and the carpet. And as for you, Hussein, the princess would be very ungrateful if she did not show her sense of value of your carpet, which is so necessary a means towards effecting her cure. But consider, it would have been of little use if you had not been acquainted with her illness by Ali's tube, or if Ahmed had not applied his artificial apple. Therefore, as neither the carpet, the ivory tube, nor the artificial apple has the least preference to the other articles, but as, on the contrary, their value has been perfectly equal, I cannot grant the princess to any one of you. And the only fruit you have reaped from your travels is the glory of having equally contributed to restore her health. As this is the case, added the Sultan, you see that I must have recourse to other means to determine me with certainty in the choice I ought to make. And as there is time enough between this and night, I will do it today. Go and procure each of you a bow and arrow. Repair the plain where the horses are exercised. I will soon join you, and will give the Princess Nouronier to him who shoots the furthest. I do not, however, forget to thank you all in general, and each in particular, for the present you have brought me. I have many rarities in my collection already, but nothing that comes up to the miraculous properties of the carpet, the ivory tube, and the artificial apple, which shall have the first place among them, and shall be preserved carefully, not only for curiosity, but for service upon proper occasions. The three princes had nothing to object to the decision of the Sultan. When they were dismissed his presence, they each provided themselves with a bow and arrow, which they delivered to one of their officers, and went to the plain appointed, followed by a great concourse of people. The Sultan did not make them wait long for him. As soon as he arrived, Prince Hussein, as the eldest, took his bow and arrow and shot first. Prince Ali shot next, and much beyond him, Prince Ahmed last of all. But it so happened that nobody could see where his arrow fell, and notwithstanding all the search made by himself and all the spectators, it was not to be found. Though it was believed that he had shot the furthest, and had therefore deserved the Princess Nouronier, it was, however, necessary that his arrow should be found, to make the matter more evident and certain. But notwithstanding his remonstrances, the Sultan determined in favor of Prince Ali, and gave orders for the preparations to be made for the solemnization of the nuptials, which were celebrated a few days after with great magnificence. Prince Hussein would not honor the feast with his presence. His passion for the Princess Nouronier was so sincere and ardent that he could scarcely support with patience the mortification of seeing her in the arms of Prince Ali, who, he said, did not deserve her better nor love her more than himself. In short, his grief was so violent and insupportable that he left the court and renounced all right of succession to the crown to turn dervish, and put himself under the discipline of a famous chief who had gained great reputation for his exemplary life, and had taken up his abode and that of his disciples, whose number was great, in an agreeable solitude. Prince Ahmed, urged by the same motive, did not assist at Prince Ali and the Princess Nouronier's nuptials any more than his brother Hussein, Yet he did not renounce the world as he had done. But as he could not imagine what could have become of his arrow, he resolved to search for it, that he might not have anything to reproach himself with. With this intent, he went to the place where the Princes Hussein's and Ali's were gathered up, and proceeding straight forward from thence, looked carefully on both sides as he advanced. He went so far that at last he began to think his labor was in vain, yet he could not help proceeding until he came to some steep, craggy rocks, which would have obliged him to return, had he been ever so desirous to continue his course. End of Section 5. Recording by Wejian.
Section 6 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tindra. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 6, The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peri Banau, Part 3. As he approached these rocks, he perceived an arrow, which he took up, looked earnestly at it, and was in the greatest astonishment to find it was the same he had shot. "Certainly," said he to himself, "neither I, nor any man living, could shoot an arrow so far." And finding it laid flat, not sticking into the ground, he judged that it had rebounded from the rock. "There must be some mystery in this," said he to himself again, "and it may be to my advantage. Perhaps fortune, to make amends for depriving me of what I thought the greatest happiness of my life, may have reserved a greater blessing for my comfort." As these rocks were full of sharp points and indentures between them, the prince, meditating, entered into one of the cavities, and looking about beheld an iron door which seemed to have no lock. He feared it was fastened, but pushing against it, it opened, and discovered an easy descent, which he walked down with his arrow in his hand. At first he thought he was going into a dark place, but presently a light quite different from that which he had quitted succeeded, and entering into a spacious square, he, to his surprise, beheld a magnificent palace, the admirable structure of which he had not time to look at, for at the same instant a lady of majestic air, and of a beauty to which the richness of her habit and the jewels which adorned her person added no advantage, advanced, attended by a troop of ladies, or whom it was difficult to distinguish which was the mistress, as all were so magnificently dressed. As soon as Ahmed perceived the lady, he hastened to pay his respects, and the lady, seeing him coming, prevented him. Addressing him first, she said, "Come near, Prince Ahmed, you are welcome." It was with no small surprise that the prince heard himself named in a palace he had never heard of, though so nigh to his father's capital, and he could not comprehend how he should be known to a lady who was a stranger to him. At last he returned the lady's compliment by throwing himself at her feet, and rising up, said to her, "Lady, I return you 1,000 thanks for the assurance you give me of welcome to a place where I had reason to believe my imprudent curiosity had made me penetrate too far. But may I, without being guilty of rudeness, presume to inquire by what adventure you know me, and how you who live in the same neighborhood should be so little known by me?" "Prince," said the lady, "let us go into the hall. There I will gratify you in your request more commodiously for us both." After these words, the lady led Prince Ahmed into the hall, the noble structure of which, displaying the gold and azure which embellished the dome, and the inestimable riches of the furniture, appeared so great a novelty to him, that he could not forbear his admiration, but exclaimed that he had never beheld its equal. "I can assure you," replied the lady, "that this is but a small part of my palace, as you will judge when you have seen all the apartments." She then sat down on a sofa, and when the prince at her entreaty had seated himself by her, she continued, "You are surprised, you say, that I know you, and am not known by you, but you will be no longer surprised when I inform you who I am. You cannot be ignorant, as the Koran informs you, that the world is inhabited by genii as well as man. I am the daughter of one of the most powerful and distinguished of these genii, and my name is Peri Benau. Therefore you ought not to wonder that I know you, the Sultan your father, the princes your brothers, and the Princess Nuranahar. I am no stranger to your loves or your travels, of which I could tell you all the circumstances, since it was I myself who exposed to sale the artificial apple which you bought at Samarkand, the carpet which Prince Hussein purchased at Bisnagar, and the tube which Prince Ali brought from Shiraz. This is sufficient to let you know that I am not unacquainted with everything that relates to you. I have to add that you seemed worthy to me of a more happy fate than that of possessing the Princess Nuranahar, and that you might attain to it. I was present when you drew your arrow, and foresaw it would not go beyond Prince Hussein's. I seized it in the air, and gave it the necessary motion to strike against the rocks near which you found it. It is in your power to avail yourself of the favorable opportunity which presents itself to make you happy." As the fairy Peri Benau pronounced the last words with a different tone, and looked at the same time tenderly at the prince, with downcast eyes and a modest blush upon her cheeks, it was not difficult for him to comprehend what happiness she meant. He reflected that the Princess Nuranahar could never be his, saw that Peri Benau excelled her infinitely in beauty and accomplishments, and, as far as he could conjecture by the magnificence of the palace, in immense riches. He blessed the moment that he thought of seeking after his arrow a second time, and yielding to his inclination, which drew him towards the new object which had fired his heart, he then replied, "Should I all my life have the happiness of being your slave, and the admirer of the many charms which ravish my soul, I should think myself the happiest of men. Pardon the presumption which inspires me to ask this favor, and do not refuse to admit into your court a prince who is entirely devoted to you." "Prince," answered the fairy, "as I have been long my own mistress, and have no dependence on a parent's consent, it is not as a slave that I would admit you into my court, but as master of my person and all that belongs to me, by pledging your faith to me and taking me as your wife. I hope you will not think it indecorous that I anticipate you in this proposal. I am, as I said, mistress of my will, and must add that the same customs are not observed among the fairies as with humankind, in whom it would not have been decent to have made such advances. But it is what we do, and we suppose we confer obligation by the practice." Ahmed made no answer to this declaration, but was so penetrated with gratitude that he thought he could not express it better than by prostration to kiss the hem of her garment, which she would not give him time to do, but presented her hand, which he kissed 1,000 times, and kept fast locked in his. "Well, Prince Ahmed," said she, "will you pledge your faith to me, as I do mine to you?" "Yes, madam," replied the prince in an ecstasy of joy. "What can I do more fortunate for myself, or with greater pleasure? Yes, my sultaness, I give it to you with my heart without the least reserve." "Then," answered the fairy, "you are my husband, and I am your wife. Our fairy marriages are contracted with no other ceremonies, and yet are more firm and indissoluble than those among men, with all their formalities. But as I suppose," pursued she, "that you have eaten nothing to-day, a slight repast shall be served up for you while preparations are making for our nuptial feast this evening, and then I will show you the apartments of my palace." Some of the fairy's women who came into the hall with them, and guessed her intentions, went immediately out, and returned with some excellent viands and wines. When Ahmed had refreshed himself, the fairy led him through all the apartments, where he saw diamonds, rubies, emeralds, and all sorts of fine jewels, intermixed with pearls, agate, jasper, and porphyry, and all kinds of the most precious marbles, not to mention the richness of the furniture, which was inestimable, the whole disposed in such elegant profusion that the prince acknowledged there could not be anything in the world equal to it. "Prince," said the fairy, "if you admire my humble abode so much, what would you say to the palaces of the chiefs of our genii, which are much more beautiful, spacious, and magnificent? I could also show you my garden, but we will leave that till another time. Night draws near, and it will be time to go to supper." The next hall, which the fairy led the prince into, where the cloth was laid for the feast, was the only apartment he had not seen, and it was not in the least inferior to the others. At his entrance he admired the infinite number of wax candles perfumed with amber, the multitude of which, instead of being confused, were placed with so just a symmetry as to form an agreeable and pleasant light. A large buffet was set out with all sorts of gold plate so finely wrought that the workmanship was much more valuable than the weight of the gold. Several bands of beautiful women richly dressed and whose voices were ravishing began a concert, accompanied by the most harmonious instruments he had ever heard. When they were seated, the fairy took care to help Prince Ahmed to the most delicious meats, which she named as she invited him to eat of them, and which the prince had never heard of but found so exquisite that he commended them in the highest terms, saying that the entertainment which she gave him far surpassed those among men. He found also the same excellence in the wines, which neither he nor the fairy tasted till the dessert was served up, which consisted of the choicest sweetmeats and fruits. After the dessert, the fairy Peri Banau and Prince Ahmed rose and repaired to a sofa, with cushions of fine silk, curiously embroidered with all sorts of large flowers, laid at their backs. Presently, after a great number of genii and fairies danced before them to the chamber where the nuptial bed was prepared, and when they came to the entrance, divided themselves into 2 rows to let them pass, after which they made obeisance and retired. The nuptial festivity was renewed the next day, or rather, every day following the celebration was a continued feast, which the fairy Peri Banau knew how to diversify by new delicacies, new concerts, new dances, new shows, and new diversions, which were all so gratifying to his senses that Ahmed, if he had lived 1,000 years among men, could not have experienced equal enjoyment. The fairy's intention was not only to give the prince convincing proofs of the sincerity of her love by so many attentions, but to let him see that as he had no pretensions at his father's court, he could meet with nothing comparable to the happiness he enjoyed with her, independently of her beauty and attractions, and to attach him entirely to herself. In this attempt she succeeded so well that Ahmed's passion was not in the least diminished by possession, but increased so much that if he had been so inclined it was not in his power to forbear loving her. At the end of 6 months, Prince Ahmed, who always loved and honored the Sultan his father, felt a great desire to know how he was, and as that desire could not be satisfied without his absenting himself, he mentioned his wish to the fairy, and requested she would give him leave to visit the Sultan. This request alarmed the fairy, and made her fear it was only an excuse to leave her. She said to him, "What disgust can I have given you to ask me this permission? Is it possible you should have forgotten that you have pledged your faith to me? Or have you ceased to love one who is so passionately fond of you? Are not the proofs I have repeatedly given you of my affection sufficient?" "My queen," replied the prince, "I am perfectly convinced of your love, and should be unworthy of it if I did not testify my gratitude by reciprocal affection. If you are offended at the permission I solicit, I entreat you to forgive me, and I will make all the reparation in my power. I did not make the request with any intention of displeasing you, but from a motive of respect towards my father, whom I wish to free from the affliction in which my so long absence must have overwhelmed him, and which must be the greater, as, I have reason to presume, he believes that I am dead. But since you do not consent that I should go and afford him that comfort, I will deny myself the pleasure, as there is nothing to which I would not submit to please you." Ahmed did not dissemble, for he loved her at heart as much as he had assured her by this declaration, and the fairy expressed her satisfaction, but as he could not absolutely abandon his design, he frequently took an opportunity to speak to her of the great qualifications of the Sultan his father, and above all of his particular tenderness toward himself, in hopes he might at length be able to move her. As the prince had supposed, the Sultan of the Indies, in the midst of the rejoicings on account of the nuptials of Prince Ali and the Princess Nuranihar, was sensibly afflicted at the absence of the other 2 princes his sons, though it was not long before he was informed of the resolution Husain had taken to forsake the world and the place he had chosen for his retreat. As a good father, whose happiness consists in seeing his children about him, especially when they are deserving of his tenderness, he would have been better pleased had he stayed at his court, near his person, But as he could not disapprove of his choice of the state of perfection which he had entered, he supported his absence more patiently. He made the most diligent search after Ahmed, and dispatched couriers to all the provinces of his dominions, with orders to the governors to stop him and oblige him to return to court. But all the pains he took had not the desired success, and his affliction, instead of diminishing, increased. He would make it the subject of his conversation with his Grand Vizier, and would say to him, "Vizier, thou knowest I always loved Ahmed the most of all my sons, and thou art not insensible of the means I have in vain used to find him out. My grief is so heavy, I shall sink under it, if thou hast not compassion on me. If thou hast any regard for the preservation of my life, I conjure thee to assist and advise me." The Grand Vizier, no less attached to the person of the Sultan than zealous to acquit himself well of the administration of the affairs of state, considering how to give his sovereign some ease, recollected a sorceress, of whom he had heard wonders, and proposed to send for and consult her. The Sultan consented, and the Grand Vizier, upon her arrival, introduced her into the presence. The Sultan said to the sorceress, "The affliction I have been in since the marriage of my son Prince Ali to the Princess Nuranahar, my niece, on account of the absence of Prince Ahmed, is so well known and so public that thou canst be no stranger to it. By thy art and skill canst thou tell me what is become of him? If he be alive, where he is, what he is doing, and if I may hope ever to see him again?" To this the sorceress replied, "It is impossible, sir, for me, however skilful in my profession, to answer immediately the questions your majesty asks, but if you allow me till tomorrow, I will endeavour to satisfy you." The Sultan granted her the time, and permitted her to retire, with a promise to recompense her munificently, if her answer proved agreeable to his hopes. The sorceress returned the next day, and the Grand Vizier presented her a second time to the Sultan. "Sir," said she, "notwithstanding all the diligence I have used in applying the rules of my art to obey your majesty in what you desire to know, I have not been able to discover anything more than that Prince Ahmed is alive. This is certain, and you may depend upon it, but as to where he is, I cannot discover." The Sultan of the Indies was obliged to remain satisfied with this answer, which left him in the same uneasiness as before as to the prince's situation. To return to Prince Ahmed. He so often entertained the fairy Peri Benau with talking about his father, though without speaking any more of his desire to visit him, that she fully comprehended what he meant, and perceiving the restraint he put upon himself, and his fear of displeasing her after her first refusal, she inferred, from the repeated proofs he had given her, that his love for her was sincere, and judging by herself of the injustice she committed in opposing a son's tenderness for his father, and endeavouring to make him renounce that natural affection, she resolved to grant him the permission which she knew he so ardently desired. One day she said to him, "Prince, the request you made to be allowed to go and see the Sultan your father gave me apprehension that it was only a pretext to conceal inconstancy, and that was the sole motive of my refusal. But now, as I am fully convinced by your actions and words that I can depend on your honour and the fidelity of your love, I change my resolution, and grant you the permission you seek, on condition that you will first swear to me that your absence shall not be long. You ought not to be uneasy at this condition, as if I asked it out of distrust. I impose it only because I know that it will give you no concern, convinced, as I have already told you I am, of the sincerity of your love." Prince Ahmed would have thrown himself at the fairy's feet to show his gratitude, but she prevented him. "My Sultaness," said he, "I am sensible of the great favour you grant me, but want words to express my thanks. Supply this defect, I conjure you, by your own feelings, and be persuaded I think much more. You may believe that the oath will give me no uneasiness, and I take it more willingly, since it is not possible for me to live without you. I go, but the haste I will make to return shall show you that it is not the fear of being forsworn, but my inclination, which is to live with you forever, that urges me. And if with your consent I now and then deprive myself of your society, I shall always avoid the pain a too long absence would occasion me." "Prince," replied Peri Banou, delighted with his sentiments, "go when you please, but do not take it amiss that I give you some advice how you shall conduct yourself. First, I do not think it proper for you to inform your father of our marriage, neither of my quality nor the place of our residence. Beg of him to be satisfied with knowing that you are happy, that you want nothing from him, and let him know that the sole end of your visit is to make him easy respecting your fate." Peri Banou then appointed 20 horsemen, well mounted and equipped, to attend him. When all was ready, Prince Ahmed took his leave of the fairy, embraced her, and renewed his promise to return soon. A charger, which was most richly caparisoned, and as beautiful a creature as any in the Sultan of the Indies stables, was brought to him, which he mounted with extraordinary grace, which gave great pleasure to the fairy, and after he had bidden her adieu, he set forward on his journey. As it was no great distance to his father's capital, Prince Ahmed soon arrived there. The people, rejoiced to see him again, received him with acclamations, and followed him in crowds to the palace. The Sultan received and embraced him with great joy, complaining at the same time, with a fatherly tenderness, of the affliction his long absence had occasioned, which, he said, was the more distressing, as fortune having decided in favour of Prince Ali his brother, he was afraid he might have committed some act of despair. "Sir," replied Prince Ahmed, "I leave it to your majesty to consider, if after having lost the Princess Nuranihar, who was the only object of my desires, I could bear to be a witness of Ali's happiness. If I had been capable of such unworthy apathy, what would the court and city have thought of my love, or what your majesty? Love is a passion we cannot suppress at our will. While it lasts, it rules and governs us in spite of our boasted reason. Your majesty knows that when I shot my arrow, the most extraordinary accident that ever befell mortal happened to me, for surely it was such, that in so large and level a plain as that where the horses are exercised, it should not be possible to find my arrow. I lost your decision in my favour, which was as much due to my love as to that of the princes my brothers. Though thus vanquished by the caprice of fate, I lost no time in vain complaints, but to satisfy my perplexed mind upon what I could not comprehend, I left my attendants and returned alone to look for my arrow. I sought all about the place where Hussein's and Ali's arrows were found, and where I imagined mine must have fallen, but all my labour was in vain. I was not discouraged, but continued my search in a direct line, and after this manner had gone above a league, without being able to meet with anything like an arrow, when I reflected that it was not possible that mine should have flown so far. I stopped, and asked myself whether I was in my right senses, to flatter myself with having had strength to shoot an arrow so much farther than any of the strongest archers in the world were able to do. After I had argued thus with myself, I was ready to abandon my enterprise, but when on the point of putting my resolution in execution, I found myself drawn forward against my will, and after having gone 4 leagues, to that part of the plain where it is bounded by rocks, I perceived an arrow. I ran, took it up, and knew it to be the same which I had shot. Far from thinking your majesty had done me any injustice in declaring for my brother Ali, I interpreted what had happened to me quite otherwise, and never doubted there was a mystery in it to my advantage, the discovery of which I ought not to neglect, and which I found out without going from the spot. But as to this mystery, I beg your majesty will not be offended if I remain silent, and that you will be satisfied to know from my own mouth that I am happy and content with my fate. In the midst of my happiness, the only thing that troubled me, or was capable of disturbing me, was the uneasiness I feared your majesty would experience on account of my leaving the court, and your not knowing what was become of me. I thought it my duty to satisfy you in this point. This was the only motive which brought me hither. The only favour I ask of your majesty is to give me leave to come occasionally to pay you my duty, and inquire after your health." "Son," answered the Sultan of the Indies, I cannot refuse you the permission you ask, but I should much rather you would resolve to stay with me. At least tell me where I may hear of you, if you should fail to come, or when I may think your presence necessary." "Sir," replied the prince, "what your majesty requires is part of the mystery I spoke of. I beg of you to allow me to remain silent on this head, for I shall come so frequently where my duty calls, that I am afraid I shall sooner be thought troublesome than be accused of negligence when my presence may be necessary." The Sultan of the Indies pressed Ahmed no more, but said to him, "Son, I wish to penetrate no farther into your secrets, but leave you at your liberty. I can only tell you that you could not have done me greater pleasure than by your presence, having restored to me the joy I have not felt for a long time, and that you shall always be welcome when you can come, without interrupting your business or your pleasure." Prince Ahmed stayed but 3 days at his father's court, and on the 4th returned to the fairy Peri Banau, who received him with the greater joy, as she did not expect him so soon. His expedition made her condemn herself for suspecting his want of fidelity. She never dissembled, but frankly owned her weakness to the prince, and asked his pardon. So perfect was the union of the two lovers that they had but one will. A month after Prince Ahmed's return from visiting his father, as the fairy had observed that since the time when he gave her an account of his journey, and his conversation with his father, in which he asked his permission to come and see him from time to time, he had never spoken of the Sultan, whereas before he was frequently mentioning him, she thought he forbore on her account, and therefore took an opportunity to say to him one day, "Tell me, Prince, have you forgotten the Sultan your father? Do not you remember the promise you made to pay your duty to him occasionally? I have not forgotten what you told me at your return, and put you in mind of it, that you may acquit yourself of your promise when you may feel inclined." "Madam," replied Ahmed, with equal animation, "as I know I am not guilty of the forgetfulness you lay to my charge, I rather choose to be thus reproached, however undeservedly, than expose myself to a refusal, by manifesting a desire for what it might have given you pain to grant." "Prince," said the fairy, "I would not have you in this affair have so much consideration for me, since it is a month since you have seen the Sultan your father. I think you should not be longer in renewing your visits. Pay him one tomorrow, and after that go and visit once a month without speaking to me or waiting for my permission. I readily consent to such an arrangement." End of Section 6. Recording by Tindra.
Section 7 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tasha Hobbs Peterson. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 7. The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peri Banau, Part 4. Prince Ahmed went the next morning with the same attendants as before, but much more magnificently mounted, equipped, and dressed, and was received by the Sultan with the same joy and satisfaction. For several months he constantly paid him visits, and always in a richer and more brilliant equipage. At last the Sultan's favourites, who judged of Prince Ahmed's power by the splendour of his appearance, abused the privilege the Sultan accorded them of speaking to him with freedom, to make him jealous of his son. They represented that it was but common prudence to discover where the prince had retired, and how he could afford to live so magnificently, since he had no revenue assigned for his expenses, that he seemed to come to court only to insult him, by affecting to shew that he wanted nothing from his father to enable him to live like a prince, and that it was to be feared he might court the people's favour and dethrone him. The Sultan of the Indies was so far from thinking that Prince Ahmed could be capable of so wicked a design, that he said to them in displeasure,
You are mistaken. My son loves me, and I am the more assured of his tenderness and fidelity, as I have given him no reason to be disgusted." At these words one of the favourites took an opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, in the opinion of the most sensible people, could not have taken a better method than you did with the 3 princes, respecting their marriage with the Princess Nouronihar. But who knows whether Prince Ahmed has submitted to his fate with the same resignation as Prince Husain? May not he imagine that he alone deserved her, and that your Majesty, by leaving the match to be decided by chance, has done him injustice? Your Majesty may say," added the malicious favourite, "that Prince Ahmed has manifested no appearance of dissatisfaction, that our fears are vain, that we are too easily alarmed, and are to blame in suggesting to you suspicions of this kind, which may perhaps be unfounded, against a prince of your blood. But, sir," pursued the favourite, "it may be also that these suspicions are well grounded. Your Majesty must be sensible that in so nice and important an affair you cannot be too much on your guard, and should take the safest course. Consider, it is the prince's interest to dissemble, amuse, and deceive you, and the danger is the greater, as he resides not far from your capital, and if your Majesty give but the same attention that we do, you may observe that every time he comes his attendants are different, their habits new, and their arms clean and bright, as if just come from the maker's hands, and their horses look as if they had only been walked out. These are sufficient proofs that Prince Ahmed does not travel far, so that we should think ourselves wanting in our duty did we not make our humble remonstrances, in order that, for your own preservation and the good of your people, your Majesty may take such measures as you shall think advisable." When the favourite had concluded these insinuations, the Sultan said, "I do not believe my son Ahmed is so wicked as you would persuade me he is. However, I am obliged to you for your advice, and do not doubt that it proceeds from good intention and loyalty to my person." The Sultan of the Indies said this, that his favourites might not know the impressions their observations had made on his mind. He was, however, so much alarmed by them, that he resolved to have Prince Ahmed watched unknown to his Grand Vizier. For this end he sent for the sorceress, who was introduced by a private door into his closet. "You told me the truth," said he, "when you assured me my son Ahmed was alive, for which I am obliged to you. You must do me another kindness. I have seen him since, and he comes to my court every month, but I cannot learn from him where he resides, and do not wish to force his secret from him, but believe you are capable of satisfying my curiosity, without letting him or any of my court know anything of the discovery. You know that he is at this time with me, and usually departs without taking leave of me or any of my court. Place yourself immediately upon the road, and watch him so as to find out where he retires, and bring me information." The sorceress left the Sultan, and knowing the place where Prince Ahmed had found his arrow, went immediately thither, and concealed herself near the rocks so as not to be seen. The next morning Prince Ahmed set out by daybreak, without taking leave either of the Sultan or any of his court, according to custom. The sorceress, seeing him coming, followed him with her eyes, till suddenly she lost sight of him and his attendants. The steepness of the rocks formed an insurmountable barrier to men, whether on horseback or on foot, so that the sorceress judged that the prince retired either into some cavern or some subterraneous place, the abode of genies or fairies. When she thought the prince and his attendants must have far advanced into whatever concealment they inhabited, she came out of the place where she had hidden herself, and explored the hollow way where she had lost sight of them. She entered it, and proceeding to the spot where it terminated after many windings, looked carefully on all sides, but notwithstanding all her acuteness, she could perceive no opening, nor the iron gate which Prince Ahmed had discovered, for this door was to be seen by or opened to none but men, and only to those whose presence was agreeable to the fairy Peri Banu, but not at all to women. The sorceress, who saw it was in vain for her to search any farther, was obliged to be satisfied with the insufficient discovery she had made, and returned to communicate it to the Sultan. When she had told him what she had explored, she added, "Your Majesty may easily understand, after what I have had the honour to tell you, that it will be no difficult matter to obtain you the satisfaction you desire concerning Prince Ahmed's conduct. To do this, I only ask time, that you will have patience and give me leave to act, without inquiring what measures I design to take." The Sultan was pleased with the conduct of the sorceress, and said to her, "Do as you think fit. I will wait patiently the event of your promises." And to encourage her, he presented her with a diamond of great value, telling her it was only an earnest of the ample recompense she should receive when she should have performed the important service which he left to her management. As Prince Ahmed, after he had obtained the fairy Peri Banu's leave, never failed once a month to visit his father, the sorceress, knowing the time, went a day or two before to the foot of the rock where she had lost sight of him and his attendants, and waited there to execute the project she had formed. The next morning Prince Ahmed went out as usual at the iron gate, with the same attendants as before, passed the sorceress, and seeing her lie with her head on the rock, complaining as if she was in great pain, he pitied her, turned his horse, and asked what he could do to relieve her. The artful sorceress, without lifting up her head, looked at the prince in such a manner as to increase his compassion, and answered in broken accents and sighs, as if she could hardly breathe, that she was going to the city, but in the way was taken with so violent a fever that her strength failed her, and she was forced to stop and lie down where he saw her, far from any habitation, and without any hopes of assistance. "Good woman," replied the prince, "you are not so far from help as you imagine. I will assist you, and convey you where you shall not only have all possible care taken of you, but where you will find a speedy cure. Rise, and let one of my people take you behind him." At these words the sorceress, who pretended sickness only to explore where the prince resided, and his situation, did not refuse the charitable offer, and to shew her acceptance rather by her actions than her words, made many affected efforts to rise, pretending that the violence of her illness prevented her. At the same time, two of the prince's attendants, alighting, helped her up and placed her behind another. They mounted their horses again, and followed the prince, who turned back to the iron gate, which was opened by one of his retinue. When he came into the outward court of the fairy's palace, without dismounting himself, he sent to tell her he wanted to speak with her. The fairy came with all imaginable haste, not knowing what had made Prince Ahmed return so soon, who, not giving her time to ask, said, "My princess, I desire you would have compassion on this good woman," pointing to the sorceress, who was taken off the horse by two of his retinue. "I found her in the condition you see her, and promised her the assistance she requires. I recommend her to your care, and am persuaded that you, from inclination as well as my request, will not abandon her." The fairy, who had her eyes fixed on the pretended sick woman all the time the prince was speaking, ordered two of her women to take her from the men who supported her, conduct her into an apartment of the palace, and take as much care of her as they would of herself. Whilst the two women were executing the fairy's commands, she went up to Prince Ahmed, and whispering him in the ear, said, "Prince, I commend your compassion, which is worthy of you and your birth. I take great pleasure in gratifying your good intention. But permit me to tell you I am afraid it will be but ill rewarded. This woman is not so sick as she pretends to be. and I am much mistaken if she is not sent hither on purpose to occasion you great trouble. But do not be concerned, let what will be devised against you. Be persuaded that I will deliver you out of all the snares that shall be laid for you. Go and pursue your journey." This address of the fairies did not in the least alarm Prince Ahmed. "My princess," said he, "as I do not remember I ever did, or designed to do any body injury, I cannot believe any one can have a thought of injuring me. But if they have, I shall not forbear doing good whenever I have an opportunity." So saying, he took leave of the fairy and set forward again for his father's capital, where he soon arrived, and was received as usual by the Sultan, who constrained himself as much as possible to disguise the anxiety arising from the suspicions suggested by his favourites. In the meantime, the two women to whom Peri Banu had given her orders conveyed the sorceress into an elegant apartment, richly furnished. They first set her down upon a sofa, with her back supported by a cushion of gold brocade, while they made a bed on the same sofa, the quilt of which was finely embroidered with silk, the sheets of the finest linen, and the coverlid cloth of gold. When they had put her into bed, for the old sorceress pretended that her fever was so violent she could not help herself in the least, one of the women went out, and returned soon with a china cup in her hand, full of a certain liqueur, which she presented to the sorceress, while the other helped her to sit up. "Drink this," said the attendant. "It is the water of the Fountain of Lions, and a sovereign remedy against fevers. You will find the effect of it in less than an hour's time." The sorceress, the better to dissemble, took it, after a great deal of entreaty, as if she did it with reluctance. When she was laid down again, the two women covered her up. "Lie quiet," said she who brought her the china cup, "and get a little sleep if you can. We will leave you, and hope to find you perfectly recovered when we return an hour hence." The sorceress, who came not to act a sick part long, but to discover Prince Ahmed's retreat, being fully satisfied in what she wanted to know, would willingly have declared that the potion had then had its effect, so great was her desire to return to the Sultan, to inform him of the success of her commission. But as she had been told the potion did not operate immediately, she was forced to wait the women's return. The two women came again at the time they had mentioned, and found the sorceress seated on the sofa, who, when she saw them open the door of the apartment, cried out, "Oh, the admirable potion! It has wrought its cure much sooner than you told me it would, and I have waited with impatience to desire you to conduct me to your charitable mistress, to thank her for her kindness, for which I shall always feel obliged. But being thus cured as by a miracle, I would not lose time, but prosecute my journey." The two women, who were fairies as well as their mistress, after they had told the sorceress how glad they were that she was cured so soon, walked before her, and conducted her through several apartments, all more superb than that wherein she had lain, into a large hall, the most richly and magnificently furnished of all the palace. Peri Banu was seated in this hall, upon a throne of massive gold enriched with diamonds, rubies, and pearls of an extraordinary size, and attended on each hand by a great number of beautiful fairies, all richly dressed. At the sight of so much splendor, the sorceress was not only dazzled, but so struck, that after she had prostrated herself before the throne, she could not open her lips to thank the fairy, as she had proposed. However, Peri Banu saved her the trouble, and said, "Good woman, I am glad I had the opportunity to oblige you, and that you are able to pursue your journey. I will not detain you, but perhaps you may not be displeased to see my palace. Follow my women, and they will shew it to you." The old sorceress, who had not power nor courage to say a word, prostrated herself a second time, with her head on the carpet that covered the foot of the throne, took her leave, and was conducted by the two fairies through the same apartments which were shewn to Prince Ahmed at his first arrival. and at sight of their uncommon magnificence she made frequent exclamations. But what surprised her most of all was that the two fairies told her that all she saw and so much admired was a mere sketch of their mistress's grandeur and riches, for that in the extent of her dominions she had so many palaces that they could not tell the number of them, all of different plans and architecture, but equally magnificent. In speaking of many other particulars, they led her at last to the iron gate at which Prince Ahmed had brought her in, and after she had taken her leave of them and thanked them for their trouble, they opened it and wished her a good journey. After the sorceress had gone a little way, she turned to observe the door, that she might know it again, but all in vain, for as was before observed, it was invisible to her and all other women. Except in this circumstance, she was very well satisfied with her success, and posted away to the Sultan. When she came to the capital, she went by many byways to the private door of the palace. The Sultan, being informed of her arrival, sent for her into his apartment, and perceiving a melancholy hang upon her countenance, thought she had not succeeded, and said to her, "By your looks I guess that your journey has been to no purpose, and that you have not made the discovery I expected from your diligence." "Sir," replied the sorceress, "your majesty must give me leave to represent that you ought not to judge by my looks whether or no I have acquitted myself well in the execution of the commands you were pleased to honour me with, but by the faithful report I shall make you of all that has happened to me, and by which you will find that I have not neglected any thing that could render me worthy of your approbation. The melancholy you observe proceeds from another cause than the want of success, which I hope your majesty will have ample reason to be satisfied with. I do not tell you the cause. The relation I shall give will inform you." The sorceress now related to the Sultan of the Indies how, pretending to be sick, Prince Ahmed, compassionating her, had her carried into a subterraneous abode, and presented and recommended her to a fairy of incomparable beauty, desiring her by her care to restore her health. She then told him with how much condescension the fairy had immediately ordered 2 women to take care of her, and not to leave her till she was recovered, which great condescension, said she, could proceed from no other female, but from a wife to a husband. Afterwards the old sorceress failed not to dwell on her surprise at the front of the palace, which she said had not its equal for magnificence in the world. She gave a particular account of the care they took of her, after they had led her into an apartment, of the potion they made her drink, and of the quickness of her cure, which she had pretended as well as her sickness, though she doubted not the virtue of the draught. The majesty of the fairy, seated on a throne, brilliant with jewels, the value of which exceeded all the riches of the kingdom of the Indies, and all the other treasures beyond computation contained in that vast palace. Here the sorceress, finishing the relation of the success of her commission, and continuing her discourse, said, "What does your majesty think of these unheard-of riches of the fairy? Perhaps you will say you are struck with admiration, and rejoice at the good fortune of Prince Ahmed, your son, who enjoys them in common with the fairy. For my part, sir, I beg of your majesty to forgive me if I take the liberty to say that I think otherwise, and that I shudder when I consider the misfortunes which may happen to you from his present situation. And this is the cause of the melancholy, which I could not so well dissemble, but that you soon perceived it. I would believe that Prince Ahmed, by his own good disposition, is incapable of undertaking anything against your majesty, but who can answer that the fairy, by her attractions and caresses, and the influence she has over him, may not inspire him with the unnatural design of dethroning your majesty, and seizing the crown of the Indies? This is what your majesty ought to consider as of the utmost importance." Though the Sultan of the Indies was persuaded that Prince Ahmed's natural disposition was good, yet he could not help being moved at the representations of the old sorceress, and said, "I thank you for the pains you have taken, and your wholesome caution, I am so sensible of its great importance that I shall take advice upon it." He was consulting with his favourites when he was told of the sorceress's arrival. He ordered her to follow him to them. He acquainted them with what he had learnt, communicated to them the reason he had to fear the fairy's influence over the prince, and asked them what measures they thought most proper to be taken to prevent so great a misfortune as might possibly happen. One of the favourites, taking upon himself to speak for the rest, said, "Your Majesty knows who must be the author of this mischief. In order to prevent it, now he is in your court, and in your power, you ought not to hesitate to put him under arrest. I will not say take away his life, for that would make too much noise, but make him a close prisoner." This advice all the other favourites unanimously applauded. The sorceress, who thought it too violent, asked the Sultan leave to speak, which being granted, she said, "I am persuaded it is the zeal of your counsellors for your Majesty's interest that makes them propose arresting Prince Ahmed. But they will not take it amiss if I offer to you and their consideration that if you arrest the prince you must also detain his retinue. But they are all genies. Do they think it will be so easy to surprise, seize, and secure their persons? Will they not disappear, by the property they possess of rendering themselves invisible, and transport themselves instantly to the fairy, and give her an account of the insult offered her husband? And can it be supposed she will let it go unrevenged? Would it not be better if, by any other means which might not make so great a noise, the Sultan could secure himself against any ill designs Prince Ahmed may have, and not involve his Majesty's honour? If his Majesty has any confidence in my advice, as genies and fairies can do things impracticable to men, he will rather trust Prince Ahmed's honour, and engage him by means of the fairy to procure certain advantages, by flattering his ambition, and at the same time narrowly watching him. For example, every time your Majesty takes the field, you are obliged to be at great expense, not only in pavilions and tents for yourself and the army, but likewise in mules and camels, and other beasts of burden to carry their baggage. Request the prince to procure you a tent, which can be carried in a man's hand, but so large as to shelter your whole army. I need say no more to your Majesty. If the prince brings such a tent, you may make other demands of the same nature, so that at last he may sink under the difficulties and the impossibility of executing them, however fertile in means and inventions the fairy, who has enticed him from you by her enchantments, may be, so that in time he will be ashamed to appear, and will be forced to pass the rest of his life with the fairy, excluded from any commerce with this world, when your Majesty will have nothing to fear from him, and cannot be reproached with so detestable an action as the shedding of a son's blood, or confining him for life in a prison." When the sorceress had finished her speech, the Sultan asked his favourites if they had anything better to propose, and finding them all silent, determined to follow her advice, as the most reasonable and most agreeable to his mild manner of government. End of Section 7.
Section 8 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christopher Walters. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 8. The Story of Prince Ahmed and the Fairy Peri Banu. Part 5. The next day, when the prince came into his father's presence, who was talking with his favourites, and had sat down by him after a conversation on different subjects, the Sultan, addressing himself to Prince Ahmed, said, "Son, when you came and dispelled those clouds of melancholy which your long absence had brought upon me, you made the place you had chosen for your retreat a mastery. I was satisfied with seeing you again, and knowing that you were content with your condition, sought not to penetrate into your secret, which I found you did not wish I should. I know not what reason you had thus to treat a father, whom ever was and still continues anxious for your happiness. I now know your good fortune. I rejoice with you, and much approve of your conduct in marrying a fairy so worthy of your love, and so rich and powerful as I am informed she is. Powerful as I am, it was not possible for me to have procured for you so great a match. Now you are raised to so high a rank as to be envied by all but a father. I not only desire to preserve the good understanding which has hitherto subsisted between us, but request that you will use your influence with your wife, to obtain her assistance when I may want it. I will therefore make a trial of your interest this day. You are not insensible at what a great expense, not to say trouble, to my generals, officers, and myself, every time I take the field they provide tents, mules, camels, and other beasts of burden to carry them. If you consider the pleasure you would do me, I am persuaded you could easily procure from the fairy a pavilion that might be carried in a man's hand, and which would extend over my whole army, especially when you let her know it is for me. Though it may be a difficult thing to procure, she will not refuse you. All the world knows fairies are capable of executing most extraordinary undertakings.
Prince Ahmed never expected that the Sultan his father would have made a demand like this, which appeared to him so difficult, not to say impossible. Though he knew not absolutely how great the power of genii and fairies was, he doubted whether it extended so far as to furnish such a tent as his father desired. Moreover, he had never asked anything of the fairy Peri Banu, but was satisfied with the continual proofs she had given him of her passion, and had neglected nothing to persuade her that his heart perfectly corresponded without any views beyond maintaining himself in her good graces. He was therefore in the greatest embarrassment what answer to make. At last he replied, "If, sir, I have concealed from your majesty what has happened to me, and what course I took after finding my arrow, the reason was that I thought it of no great importance to you to be informed of such circumstances. And though I know not how this mystery has been revealed to you, I cannot deny but your information is correct. I have married the fairy you speak of. I love her, and am persuaded she loves me in return. I can say nothing as to the influence your majesty believes I have over her. It is what I have not yet proved, nor thought of trying, but could wish you would dispense with my making the experiment, and let me enjoy the happiness of loving and being beloved, with all that disinterestedness I had proposed to myself. However, the demand of a father is a command upon every child, who, like me, thinks it is his duty to obey him in everything. And though it is with the greatest reluctance, I will not fail to ask my wife the favor your majesty desires, but cannot promise you to obtain it. And if I should not have the honor to come again to pay you my respects, it will be the sign that I have not been able to succeed in my request. But beforehand, I desire you to forgive me, and consider that you yourself have reduced me to this extremity."
"Son," replied the Sultan of the Indies, "I should be sorry that what I ask should oblige you to deprive me of the gratification of seeing you as usual. I find you do not know the power a husband has over a wife, and yours would show that her love to you was very slight if, with the power she possesses as a fairy, she should refuse so trifling a request as that I have begged you to make. Lay aside your fears, which proceed from your believing yourself not to be loved so well as you love her. Go, only ask her. You will find the fairy loves you better than you imagine, and remember that people, for want of requesting, often lose great advantages. Think with yourself, that as you love her, you could refuse her nothing. Therefore, if she loves you, she will not deny your requests."
All these representations of the Sultan of the Indies could not satisfy Prince Ahmed, who would rather he had asked anything else than, as he supposed, one must expose him to the hazard of displeasing his beloved Peri Banu, and so great was his vexation that he left the court 2 days sooner than he used to. When he returned, the fairy, to whom he always before had appeared with a gay countenance, asked him the cause of the alteration she perceived in his looks, and finding that instead of answering he inquired after her health to avoid satisfying her, she said to him, "I will answer your question when you have answered mine." The prince declined a long time, protesting that nothing was the matter with him. But the more he denied, the more she pressed him, and said, "I cannot bear to see you thus. Tell me what makes you uneasy, that I may remove the cause, whatever it may be.
for it must be very extraordinary if it is out of my power, unless it be the death of the Sultan your father. In that case, time, with all that I will contribute on my part, can alone comfort you."
Prince Ahmed could not long withstand the pressing instances of the fairy. "Madam," said he, "God prolong the Sultan my father's life, and bless him to the end of his days. I left him alive and in perfect health, therefore that is not the cause of the melancholy you perceive in me. The Sultan, however, is the occasion of it, and I am the more concerned because he has imposed upon me the disagreeable necessity of importuning you. You know the care I have at your desire taken to conceal from him the happiness I have enjoyed in living with you, and of having received the pledge of your faith after having pledged my love to you. How he has been informed of it I cannot tell."
Here the fairy interrupted Prince Ahmed and said,
"But I know. Remember what I told you of the woman who made you believe she was sick, on whom you took so much compassion. It is she who has acquainted your father with what you have taken so much care to hide from him. I told you that she was no more sick than you or I, and she has made it appear so, for, in short, after the 2 women whom I charged to take care of her had given her the water sovereign against all fevers, but which, however, she had no occasion for, she pretended that it had cured her, and was brought to take her leave of me, that she might go the sooner to give an account of the success of her undertaking. She was in so much haste that she would have gone away without seeing my palace if I had not, by bidding my 2 women show it to her, given her to understand that it was worth her seeing. But proceed and tell me what is the necessity your father has imposed on you to be so importunate, which, be persuaded, however, you can never be to your affectionate wife."
"Madam," pursued Prince Ahmed, "you have observed that hitherto I have been content with your love, and have never asked you any other favor. For what, after the possession of so amiable a wife, can I desire more? I know how great your power is, but I have taken care not to make proof of it to please myself. Consider, then, I conjure you, that it is not myself but the Sultan my father who, indiscreetly, as I think, asks of you a pavilion large enough to shelter him, his court, and army from the violence of the weather when he takes the field, and which a man may carry in his hand. Once more, remember, it is not I, but the Sultan my father who asks this favor."
"Prince," replied the fairy, smiling, "I am so sorry that so trifling a matter should disturb and make you so uneasy as you appear. I see plainly 2 things have contributed towards it. One is the law you have imposed on yourself, to be content with loving me, being loved by me, and deny yourself the liberty of soliciting the least favor that might try my power. The other, I do not doubt, whatever you may say, was that you thought that what your father asked was out of my power. As to the first, I commend you, and shall love you the better, if possible, for it. And for the second, I must tell you that what the Sultan your father requests is a trifle, as upon occasion I can do him more important service. Therefore be easy in your mind, and persuaded that far from thinking myself importuned, I shall always take real pleasure in performing whatever you can desire."
Peri Banu then sent for her treasurer, to whom, when she came, she said,
"Noor Jahan,
which was her name,
bring me the largest pavilion in my treasury."
Noor Jahan returned presently with a pavilion, which could not only be held, but concealed in the palm of the hand, when it was closed, and presented it to her mistress, who gave it Prince Ahmed to look at. When Prince Ahmed saw the pavilion which the fairy called the largest in her treasury, he fancied she had a mind to banter him, and his surprise soon appeared in his countenance, which Peri Banu perceiving, she burst out a-laughing.
"What, Prince,"
cried she,
"do you think I jest with you? You will see that I am in earnest. Noor Jahan,"
said she to her treasurer, taking the tent out of Prince Ahmed's hands,
"go and set it up, that he may judge whether the Sultan his father will think it large enough."
The treasurer went out immediately with it from the palace, and carried it to such a distance that, when she had set it up, one end reached to the palace. The prince, so far from thinking it small, found it large enough to shelter 2 armies as numerous as that of the Sultan his father, and then said to Peri Banu, "I ask my princess 1,000 pardons for my incredulity. After what I have seen, I believe there is nothing impossible to you."
"You see," said the fairy, "that the pavilion is larger than your father may have occasion for, but you are to observe that it has one property that becomes larger or smaller according to the extent of the army it is to cover, without applying any hands to it."
The treasurer took down the tent again, reduced it to its first size, brought it and put it into the prince's hands. He took it, and without staying longer than till the next day, mounted his horse, and went with the usual attendance to the Sultan his father. The Sultan, who was persuaded that such a tent as he had asked for was beyond all possibility, was in great surprise at the prince's speedy return. He took the tent, but after he had admired its smallness, his amazement was so great that he could not recover himself when he had set it up in the great plain before mentioned, and found it large enough to shelter an army twice as large as he could bring into the field. Regarding this excess in its dimension as what might be troublesome in the use, Prince Ahmed told him that its size would always be proportionable to his army. To outward appearance, the Sultan expressed great obligation to the prince for so noble a present, desiring him to return his thanks to the fairy, and to show what a value he had set upon it, ordered it to be carefully laid up in his treasury. But within himself he felt greater jealousy than his flatterers and the sorceress had suggested to him, considering that, by the fairy's assistance, the prince his son might perform things infinitely above his own power, notwithstanding his greatness and riches. Therefore, more intent upon his ruin, he went to consult the sorceress again, who advised him to engage the prince to bring him some of the water of the Fountain of Lions. In the evening, when the Sultan was surrounded as usual by all his court, and the prince came to pay his respects among the rest, he addressed himself to him in these words: "Son, I have already expressed to you how much I am obliged for the present of the tent you have procured me, which I esteem the most valuable curiosity in my treasury. But you must do one thing more, which will be no less agreeable to me. I am informed that the fairy, your spouse, makes use of a certain water, called the water of the Fountain of Lions, which cures all sorts of fevers, even the most dangerous. And as I am perfectly well persuaded my health is dear to you, I do not doubt that you will ask her for a bottle of that water, and bring it to me, as a sovereign remedy, which I may use as I have occasion. Do me this important service, and complete the duty of a good son towards a tender father." Prince Ahmed, who believed that the Sultan his father would have been satisfied with so singular and useful a tent as that which he had brought, and that he would not have imposed any new task upon him which might hazard the fairy's displeasure, was thunderstruck at this new request, notwithstanding the assurance she had given him of granting him whatever lay in her power. After a long silence, he said, "I beg of your majesty to be assured that there is nothing I would not undertake to procure which may contribute to the prolonging of your life, but I could wish it might not be by the means of my wife. For this reason I dare not promise to bring the water. All I can do is to assure you I will request it of her, but it will be with as great reluctance as I asked for the tent." The next morning Prince Ahmed returned to the fairy Peri Banu, and related to her sincerely and faithfully all that had passed at his father's court, from the giving of the tent, which he told her he received with the utmost gratitude, to the new request he had charged him to make. He added, "But, my princess, I only tell you this as a plain account of what passed between me and my father. I leave you to your own pleasure whether you will gratify or reject this his new desire. It shall be as you please."
"No, no," replied the fairy. "I am glad that the Sultan of the Indies knows that you are not indifferent to me. I will satisfy him, and whatever advice the sorceress may give him, for I see that he hearkens to her counsel, he shall find no fault with you or me. There is much wickedness in this demand, as you will understand by what I am going to tell you. The Fountain of Lions is situated in the middle of a court of a great castle, the entrance into which is guarded by 4 fierce lions, 2 of which sleep alternately, while the other 2 are awake. But let not that frighten you. I will supply you with the means to pass by them without danger."
The fairy Peri Banu was at that time at work with her needle, and as she had by her several clues of thread, she took up one, and presenting it to Prince Ahmed, said,
"First, take this clue of thread. I will tell you presently the use of it. In the second place, you must have 2 horses. One you must ride yourself, and the other you must lead, which must be loaded with a sheep cut into 4 quarters, that must be killed today. In the third place, you must be provided with a bottle, which I will give you, to bring the water in. Set out early tomorrow morning, and when you have passed the iron gate, throw before you the clue of thread, which will roll till it reaches the gates of the castle. Follow it, and when it stops, as the gates will be open, you will see the 4 lions. The 2 that are awake will, by their roaring, wake the other 2. Be not alarmed, but throw each of them a quarter of the sheep, and then clap spurs to your horse, and ride to the fountain. Fill your bottle without alighting, and return with the same expedition. The lions will be so busy eating, they will let you pass unmolested."
Prince Ahmed set out the next morning at the time appointed him by the fairy, and followed her directions punctually. When he arrived at the gates of the castle, he distributed the quarters of the sheep among the 4 lions, and passing through the midst of them with intrepidity, got to the fountain, filled his bottle, and returned safe. When he had got a little distance from the castle gates, he turned about, and perceiving 2 of the lions coming after him, drew his sabre, and prepared himself for defence. But as he went forwards, he saw one of them turn out of the road at some distance, and showed by his head and tail that he did not come to do him any harm, but only to go before him, and that the other stayed behind to follow. He therefore put his sword again into its scabbard. Guarded in this manner, he arrived at the capital of the Indies, but the lions never left him till they had conducted him to the gates of the Sultan's palace, after which they returned the way they had come, though not without alarming the populace, who fled or hid themselves to avoid them, notwithstanding they walked gently, and showed no signs of fierceness. A number of officers came to attend the prince while he dismounted, and conduct him to the Sultan's apartment, who was at that time conversing with his favourites. He approached the throne, laid the bottle at the Sultan's feet, kissed the rich carpet which covered the footstool, and rising, said, "I have brought you, sir, the salutary water which your majesty so much desired to store up among other rarities in your treasury, but at the same time wish you such health as never to have occasion to make use of it." After the prince had concluded his compliment, the Sultan placed him on his right hand, and said, "Son, I am much obliged to you for this valuable present, as also for the great danger you have exposed yourself to on my account, which I have been informed of by the sorceress who knows the Fountain of Lions. But do me the pleasure," continued he, "to inform me by what address, or rather by what incredible power, you have been preserved." "Sir," replied Prince Ahmed, "I have no share in the compliment your majesty is pleased to make me. All the honor is due to the fairy, my spouse, and I take no other merit than that of having followed her advice." Then he informed the Sultan what that advice was, by the relation of his expedition, and how he had conducted himself. When he had done, the Sultan, who showed outwardly all the demonstrations of joy, but secretly became more and more jealous, retired into an inward apartment, whence he sent for the sorceress. The sorceress, on her arrival, saved the Sultan the trouble of telling her of the success of Prince Ahmed's journey, which she had heard before she came, and therefore was prepared with a new request. This she communicated to the Sultan, who declared it the next day to the prince in the midst of all his courtiers in these words: "Son, I have one thing yet to ask of you, after which I shall expect nothing more from your obedience, nor your interest with your wife. This request is, to bring me a man not above 1.5 feet high, whose beard is 30 feet long, who carries upon his shoulders a bar of iron of 500 weight, which he uses as a quarterstaff, and who can speak." Prince Ahmed, who did not believe that there was such a man in the world as his father had described, would gladly have excused himself, but the Sultan persisted in his demand, and told him the fairy could do more incredible things. Next day the prince returned to the subterraneous kingdom of Peri Banu, to whom he related his father's new demand, which he said he looked upon to be a thing more impossible than the 2 first. "For," added he, "I cannot imagine that there is or can be such a man in the world. Without doubt he has a mind to try whether I am silly enough to search, or if there is such a man, he seeks my ruin. In short, how can we suppose that I should lay hold of a man so small, armed as he describes? What arms can I use to reduce him to submission? If there are any means, I beg you will tell me how I may come off with honor this time also." "Do not alarm yourself, Prince," replied the fairy. "You ran a risk in fetching the water of the Fountain of the Lions for your father, but there is no danger in finding this man. It is my brother Shaibar, who is so far from being like me, though we both had the same father, that he is of so violent a nature that nothing can prevent his giving bloody marks of his resentment for a slight offence. Yet, on the other hand, is so liberal as to oblige anyone in whatever they desire. He is made exactly as the Sultan your father has described him, and has no other arms than a bar of iron of 500 pounds weight, without which he never stirs, and which makes him respected. I will send for him, and you shall judge the truth of what I tell you, but prepare yourself not to be alarmed at his extraordinary figure." "What? My queen," replied Prince Ahmed, "do you say Shaibar is your brother? Let him be ever so ugly or deformed, I shall be so far from being frightened as his appearance that I shall love and honor him, and consider him as my nearest relation." The fairy ordered a gold chafing dish to be set with a fire in it under the porch of her palace, with a box of the same metal. Out of the latter she took some incense, and threw it into the fire, when there arose a thick cloud of smoke. Some moments after, the fairy said to Prince Ahmed,
"Prince, there comes my brother. Do you see him?"
The prince immediately perceived Schaibar, who was but 1.5 feet high, coming gravely with his heavy bar on his shoulder, his beard 30 feet long, which supported itself before him, and a pair of thick moustaches in proportion, tucked up to his ears, and almost covering his face. His eyes were very small, like a pig's, and deep sunk in his head, which was of an enormous size, and on which he wore a pointed cap. Besides all this, he had a hump behind and before. If Prince Ahmed had not known that Schaibar was Peri Banu's brother, he would not have been able to behold him without fear. But knowing who he was, he waited for him with the fairy, and received him without the least concern. Schaibar, as he came forward, looked at the prince with an eye that would have chilled his soul in his body, and asked Peri Banu, when he first accosted her, who that man was. To which she replied,
"He is my husband, brother. His name is Ahmed. He is a son of the Sultan of the Indies. The reason why I did not invite you to my wedding was I was unwilling to divert you from the expedition you were engaged in, and from which I heard with pleasure you returned victorious. On his account, I have taken the liberty now to call for you."
At these words, Schaibar, looking at Prince Ahmed with a favorable eye, which, however, diminished neither his fierceness nor savage look, said,
"Is there anything, sister, where I can serve him? He has only to speak. It is enough for me that he is your husband, to engage me to do for him whatever he desires."
"The Sultan, his father,"
replied Peri Banu,
"has a curiosity to see you, and I desire he may be your guide to the Sultan's court."
"He needs but lead the way. I will follow him,"
replied Schaibar.
"Brother,"
resumed Peri Banu,
"it is too late to go today, therefore stay till tomorrow morning. And in the meantime, as it is fit you should know all that has passed between the Sultan of the Indies and Prince Ahmed since our marriage, I will inform you this evening."
The next morning, after Schaibar had been informed of all that was proper for him to know, he set out with Prince Ahmed, who was to present him to the Sultan. When they arrived at the gates of the capital, the people, as soon as they saw Schaibar, ran and hid themselves in their shops and houses, shutting their doors, while others, taking to their heels, communicated their fear to all they met, who stayed not to look behind them, insomuch that Schaibar and the Prince Ahmed, as they went along, found all the streets and squares desolate, till they came to the palace, where the porters, instead of preventing Schaibar from entering, ran away too, so that the prince and he advanced without any obstacle to the council hall, where the Sultan was seated on his throne and giving audience. Here, likewise, the officers, at the approach of Schaibar, abandoned their posts, and gave them free admittance. Schaibar, carrying his head erect, went fiercely up to the throne, without waiting to be presented by Prince Ahmed, and accosted the Sultan of the Indies in these words.
"You have asked for me," said he. "See, here I am. What would you have with me?"
The Sultan, instead of answering, clapped his hands before his eyes, and turned away his head to avoid the sight of so terrible an object. Schaibar was so provoked at this uncivil and rude reception, after he had given him the trouble to come so far, that he instantly lifted up his iron bar, saying,
"Speak, then."
Let it fall on his head, and killed him, before Prince Ahmed could intercede on his behalf. All that he could do was to prevent his killing the Grand Vizier, who sat not far from him on his right hand, representing to him that he had always given the Sultan his father good advice.
"These are they, then,"
said Schaibar,
"who gave him bad."
And as he pronounced these words, he killed all the other viziers on the right and left, flatterers and favorites of the Sultan, who were Prince Ahmed's enemies. Every time he struck, he crushed some one or other, and none escaped but those who, not rendered motionless by fear, saved themselves by flight. When this terrible execution was over, Schaibar came out of the council hall into the courtyard with the iron bar upon his shoulder, and looking at the Grand Vizier, who owed his life to Prince Ahmed, said,
"I know there is here a certain sorceress, who is a greater enemy of the prince my brother-in-law than all those base favorites I have chastised. Let her be brought to me immediately."
The Grand Vizier instantly sent for her, and as soon as she was brought, Schaibar, knocking her down with his iron bar, said,
"Take the reward of thy pernicious counsel, and learn to feign sickness again."
He left her dead on the spot. After this, he said,
"This is not yet enough. I will treat the whole city in the same manner if they do not immediately acknowledge Prince Ahmed, my brother-in-law, as Sultan of the Indies."
Then all who were present made the air ring with the repeated acclamations of, "Long life to Sultan Ahmed!" And immediately after, he was proclaimed through the whole metropolis. Shaibar caused him to be clothed in the royal vestments, installed him on the throne, and after he had made all swear homage and fidelity, returned to his sister Peri Banu, whom he brought with great pomp, and made her to be owned Sultaness of the Indies. As for Prince Ali and Princess Nouronihar, as they had no concern in the conspiracy, Prince Ahmed assigned them a considerable province, with its capital, where they spent the rest of their lives. Afterwards he sent an officer to Hossein, to acquaint him with the change, and make him an offer of any province he might choose. But that prince thought himself so happy in his solitude that he desired the officer to return to his brother thanks for the kindness he designed him, assuring him of his submission, but that the only favour he desired was to be indulged with leave to live retired in the place he had chosen for his retreat. End of Section 8.
Section 9 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 9. The Story of the Sisters Who Envied Their Younger Sister. Part 1. There was an emperor of Persia named Khusru Shah, who when he first came to his crown, in order to obtain a knowledge of affairs, took great pleasure in night adventures, attended by a trusty minister. He often walked in disguise through the city, and met with many adventures. After the ceremonies of his father's funeral rites and his own inauguration were over, the new sultan, as well from inclination as duty, went out one evening attended by his grand vizier, disguised like himself, to observe what was transacting in the city. As he was passing through a street in that part of the town inhabited only by the meaner sort, he heard some people talking very loud, and going close to the house whence the noise proceeded, and looking through a crack in the door, perceived a light and 3 sisters sitting on a sofa, conversing together after supper. By what the eldest said, he presently understood the subject of their conversation was wishes, for, she said, since we have got upon wishes, mine shall be to have the Sultan's baker for my husband, for then I shall eat my fill of that bread, which by way of excellence is called the Sultan's. Let us see if your tastes are as good as mine. For my part, replied the second sister, I wish I was wife to the Sultan's chief cook, for then I should eat of the most excellent dishes, and as I am persuaded that the Sultan's bread is common in the palace, I should not want any of that. Therefore you see, addressing herself to her elder sister, that I have a better taste than you. The youngest sister, who was very beautiful, and had more charms and wit than the 2 elders, spoke in her turn. For my part, sisters, said she, I shall not limit my desires to such trifles, but take a higher flight, and since we are upon wishing, I wish to be the emperor's queen consort. I would make him father of a prince, whose hair should be gold on one side of his head, and silver on the other. When he cried, the tears from his eyes should be pearl, and when he smiled, his vermilion lips should look like a rosebud fresh blown. The 3 sisters' wishes, particularly that of the youngest, seemed so singular to the Sultan that he resolved to gratify them in their desires, but without communicating his design to his grand vizier, he charged him only to take notice of the house, and bring the 3 sisters before him the following day. The grand vizier, in executing the emperor's orders, would but just give the sisters time to dress themselves to appear before him, without telling them the reason. He brought them to the palace, and presented them to the emperor, who said to them, Do you remember the wishes you expressed last night, when you were all in so pleasant a mood? Speak the truth. I must know what they were. At these unexpected words of the emperor, the 3 sisters were much confounded. They cast down their eyes and blushed, and the colour which rose in the cheeks of the youngest quite captivated the emperor's heart. Modesty and fear lest they might have offended the emperor by their conversation kept them silent. The emperor, perceiving their confusion, said to encourage them, Fear nothing. I did not send for you to distress you, and since I see that is the effect of the question I asked, without my intending it, as I know the wish of each, I will relieve you from your fears. You, he added, who wish to be my wife, shall have your desire this day, and you, continued he, addressing himself to the 2 elder sisters, shall also be married to my chief baker and cook. As soon as the Sultan declared his pleasure, the youngest sister, setting her eldest an example, threw herself at the Emperor's feet to express her gratitude. "Sir," said she, "my wish, since it has come to your Majesty's knowledge, was expressed only in the way of conversation and amusement. I am unworthy of the honour you do me, and supplicate your pardon for my presumption." The two other sisters would have excused themselves also, but the Emperor, interrupting them, said, "No, no, it shall be as I have declared. Everyone's wish shall be fulfilled." The nuptials were all celebrated that day, as the Emperor had resolved, but in a different manner. The youngest sisters were solemnized with all the rejoicings usual of the marriages of the emperors of Persia, and those of the two sisters according to the quality and distinction of their husbands, the one as the Sultan's chief baker, and the other as head cook. The two elder felt strongly the disproportion of their marriages to that of their younger sister. This consideration made them far from being content, though they were arrived at the utmost height of their late wishes, and much beyond their hopes. They gave themselves up to an excess of jealousy, which not only disturbed their joy, but was the cause of great troubles and afflictions to the queen consort, their younger sister. They had not an opportunity to communicate their thoughts to each other on the preference the Emperor had given her, but were altogether employed in preparing themselves for the celebration of their marriages. Some days afterwards, when they had an opportunity of seeing each other at the public baths, the eldest said to the other, "Well, what say you to our sister's great fortune? Is not she a fine person to be queen?" "I must own," said the other sister, "I cannot conceive what charms the Emperor could discover to be so bewitched by the young gipsy. Was it a reason sufficient for him not to cast his eyes on you, because she was somewhat younger? You were as worthy of his bed, and in justice he ought to have preferred you." "Sister," said the elder, "I should not have regretted if his Majesty had but pitched upon you, but that he should choose that hussy really grieves me. But I will revenge myself, and you, I think, are as much concerned as me. Therefore I propose that we should contrive measures, and act in concert in a common cause. Communicate to me what you think the likeliest way to mortify her, while I, on my side, will inform you what my desire of revenge shall suggest to me." After this wicked agreement, the two sisters saw each other frequently, and consulted how they might disturb and interrupt the happiness of the queen. They proposed a great many ways, but in deliberating about the manner of executing them, found so many difficulties that they durst not attempt them. In the meantime, they often went together to make her visits with a detestable dissimulation, and every time showed her all the marks of affection they could devise, to persuade her how overjoyed they were to have a sister raised to so high a fortune. The queen, on her part, constantly received them with all the demonstrations of esteem they could expect from a sister who was not puffed up with her high dignity, and loved them as cordially as before. Some months after her marriage, the queen found herself to be with child. The Emperor expressed great joy, which was communicated to all the court, and spread throughout the empire of Persia. Upon this news the two sisters came to pay their compliments, and proffered their service to deliver her, desiring her, if not provided with a midwife, to accept of them. The queen said to them most obligingly, "Sisters, I should desire nothing more, if it was absolutely in my power to make the choice. I am, however, obliged to you for your goodwill, but must submit to what the Emperor shall order on this occasion. Let your husbands employ their friends to make interest, and get some courtier to ask this favour of his Majesty, and if he speaks to me about it, be assured that I shall not only express the pleasure he does me, but thank him for making choice of you." The two husbands applied themselves to some courtiers, their patrons, and begged of them to use their interest to procure their wives the honour they aspired to. Those patrons exerted themselves so much in their behalf that the Emperor promised them to consider of the matter, and was as good as his word. For in conversation with the queen he told her that he thought her sisters were the most proper persons to assist her in her labour, but would not name them before he had asked her consent. The queen, sensible of the deference the Emperor so obligingly paid her, said to him, "Sir, I was prepared to do as your Majesty might please to command, but since you have been so kind as to think of my sisters, I thank you for the regard you have shown them for my sake, and therefore I shall not dissemble that I had rather have them than strangers." The Emperor named the queen's two sisters to be her midwives, and from that time they went frequently to the palace, overjoyed at the opportunity they should have of executing the detestable wickedness they had meditated against the queen. When the queen's time was up, she safely delivered of a young prince as bright as the day, but neither his innocence nor beauty could move the cruel hearts of the merciless sisters. They wrapped him up carelessly in his cloths, and put him into a basket, which they abandoned to the stream of a small canal that ran under the queen's apartment, and declared that she was delivered of a little dead dog which they produced. This disagreeable intelligence was announced to the emperor, who became so angry at the circumstance that he was likely to have occasioned the queen's death, if his grand vizier had not represented to him that he could not, without injustice, make her answerable for the caprices of nature. In the meantime, the basket in which the little prince was exposed was carried by the stream beyond a wall, which bounded the prospect of the queen's apartment, and from thence floated with the current down the gardens. By chance the intendant of the emperor's gardens, one of the principal and most considerable officers of the kingdom, was walking in the garden by the side of this canal, and perceiving a basket floating, called to a gardener who was not far off to bring it to shore, that he might see what it contained. The gardener, with a rake which he had in his hand, drew the basket to the side of the canal, took it up, and gave it to him. The intendant of the gardens was extremely surprised to see in the basket a child, which, though he knew it could be but just born, had very fine features. This officer had been married several years, but though he had always been desirous of having children, heaven had never blessed him with any. This accident interrupted his walk. He made the gardener follow him with the child, and when he came to his own house, which was situated at the entrance into the gardens of the palace, went into his wife's apartment. "Wife," said he, "as we have no children of our own, God has sent us one. I recommend him to you. Provide him a nurse, and take as much care of him as if he were our own son, for from this moment I acknowledge him as such." The intendant's wife received the child with great joy, and took particular pleasure in the care of him. The intendant himself would not inquire too narrowly whence the child came. He saw plainly it came not far off the queen's apartment, but it was not his business to examine too closely into what had passed, nor to create disturbances in a place where peace was so necessary. The following year the queen consort was brought to bed of another prince, on whom the unnatural sisters had no more compassion than on his brother, but exposed him likewise in a basket, and set him adrift in the canal, pretending this time that the sultaness was delivered of a cat. It was happy also for this child that the intendant of the gardens was walking by the canal side, who had it carried to his wife, and charged her to take as much care of it as of the former, which was as agreeable to her inclination as it was to that of the intendant. The Emperor of Persia was more enraged this time against the queen than before, and she had felt the effects of his anger if the Grand Vizier's remonstrances had not prevailed. The third time the queen lay in, she was delivered of a princess, which innocent babe underwent the same fate as the princes her brothers, for the two sisters being determined not to desist from their detestable schemes till they had seen the queen their younger sister at least cast off, turned out, and humbled, exposed this infant also on the canal. But the princess, as well as the two princes her brothers, was preserved from death by the compassion and charity of the intendant of the gardens. To this inhumanity the two sisters added a lie and deceit as before. They produced a piece of wood, and affirmed it to be a false birth of which the queen had been delivered. Khusru Shah could no longer contain himself. When he was informed of the new extraordinary birth, "What?" he said. "This woman, unworthy of my bed, will fill my palace with monsters if I let her live any longer. No, it shall not be. She is a monster herself, and I must rid the world of her." He pronounced sentence of death, and ordered the Grand Vizier to see it executed. The Grand Vizier and the courtiers who were present cast themselves at the Emperor's feet to beg of him to revoke the sentence. "Your Majesty, I hope, will give me leave," said the Grand Vizier, "to represent to you that the laws which condemn persons to death were made to punish crimes. The 3 extraordinary labours of the Queen are not crimes, for in what can she be said to have contributed towards them? Many other women have had, and have the same every day, and are to be pitied, but not punished. Your Majesty may abstain from seeing her, but let her live. The affliction in which she will spend the rest of her life after the loss of your favour will be a punishment sufficiently distressing." The Emperor of Persia considered with himself, and reflecting that it was unjust to condemn the queen to death for what had happened, said, "Let her live then. I will spare her life, but it shall be on this condition, that she shall desire to die more than once every day. Let a wooden shed be built for her at the gate of the principal mosque, with iron bars to the windows, and let her be put into it in the coarsest habit, and every Mussulman that shall go into the mosque to prayers shall spit in her face. If anyone fail, I will have him exposed to the same punishment. And that I may be punctually obeyed, I charge you, Vizier, to appoint persons to see this done." The Emperor pronounced his sentence in such a tone that the Grand Vizier did not further remonstrate, and it was executed to the great satisfaction of the 2 envious sisters. A shed was built, and the queen, truly worthy of compassion, was put into it, and exposed ignominiously to the contempt of the people, which usage, as she did not deserve it, she bore with a patient resignation that excited the admiration as well as the compassion of those who judged of things better than the vulgar. The two princes and the princess were in the meantime nursed and brought up by the intendant of the gardens and his wife with all the tenderness of a father and a mother. And as they advanced in age, they all showed marks of superior dignity, but the princess in particular, which discovered itself every day by their docility and inclinations above trifles, different from those of common children, and by a certain air which could only belong to exalted birth. All this increased the affections of the intendant and his wife, who called the eldest prince Bahman, and the second Perviz, both of them names of the most ancient emperors of Persia, and the princess Parizadeh, which name also had been borne by several queens and princesses of the kingdom. As soon as the two princes were old enough, the intendant provided proper masters to teach them to read and write, and the princess their sister, who was often with them, showing a great desire to learn, the intendant, pleased with her quickness, employed the same master to teach her also. Her emulation, vivacity, and piercing wit made her in a little time as great a proficient as her brothers. From that time the brothers and sister had the same masters in geography, poetry, history, and even the secret sciences, and made so wonderful a progress that their tutors were amazed, and frankly owned that they could teach them no farther. At the hours of recreation the princess learned to sing and play upon all sorts of instruments, and when the princes were learning to ride, she would not permit them to have an advantage over her, but went through all the exercises with them, learning to ride also, to bend the bow, and dart the reed or javelin, and oftentimes outdid them in the race, and other contests of agility. The intendant of the gardens was so overjoyed to find his adopted children so accomplished in all the perfections of body and mind, and that they so well requited the expense he had been at in their education, that he resolved to be at a still greater, for as he had till then been content only with his lodge at the entrance of the garden, and kept no country house, he purchased a country seat at a short distance from the city, surrounded by a large tract of arable land, meadows, and woods. As the house was not sufficiently handsome nor convenient, he pulled it down, and spared no expense in building a mansion more magnificent. He went every day to hasten by his presence the great number of workmen he employed, and as soon as there was an apartment ready to receive him, passed several days together there when his presence was not necessary at court, and by the same exertions the interior was furnished in the richest manner, answerably to the magnificence of the edifice. Afterwards he made gardens, according to a plan drawn by himself. He took in a large extent of ground, which he walled round and stocked with fallow deer, that the princes and princess might divert themselves with hunting when they chose. When this country seat was finished and fit for habitation, the intendant of the gardens went and cast himself at the emperor's feet, and after representing how long he had served, and the infirmities of age which he found growing upon him, begged he would permit him to resign his charge into his majesty's disposal and retire. The emperor gave him leave, with the more pleasure because he was satisfied with his long services, both in his father's reign and his own, and when he granted it, asked what he should do to recompense him. "Sir," replied the intendant of the gardens, "I have received so many obligations from your majesty and the late emperor your father of happy memory, that I desire no more than the honor of dying in your favor." He took his leave of the emperor and retired with the two princes and the princess to the country retreat he had built. His wife had been dead some years, and he himself had not lived above 6 months with them before he was surprised by so sudden a death, that he had not time to give them the least account of the manner in which he had discovered them. The princes Bahman and Perviz, and the princess Parizadeh, who knew no other father than the intendant of the emperor's gardens, regretted and bewailed him as such, and paid all the honors in his funeral obsequies which love and filial gratitude required of them. Satisfied with the plentiful fortune he had left them, they lived together in perfect union, free from the ambition of distinguishing themselves at court, or aspiring to places of honor and dignity which they might easily have obtained. End of Section 9. Recording by Beth Blakely. Section 10 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 10. The Story of the Sisters Who Envied Their Younger Sister. Part 2. One day when the two princes were hunting and the princess had remained at home, a religious old woman came to the gate and desired leave to go in and say her prayers, it being then the hour. The servants asked the princess's permission, who ordered them to show her into the oratory, which the intendant of the emperor's gardens had taken care to fit up in his house for want of a mosque in the neighborhood. She bade them also, after the good woman had finished her prayers, show her the house and gardens, and then bring her to her. The old woman went into the oratory, said her prayers, and when she came out, 2 of the princess's women invited her to see the house and gardens, which civility she accepted, followed them from one apartment to another, and observed, like a person who understood what belonged to furniture, the nice arrangement of everything. They conducted her also into the garden, the disposition of which she found so well planned that she admired it, observing that the person who had formed it must have been an excellent master of his art. Afterwards she was brought before the princess, who waited for her in the great hall, which in beauty and richness exceeded all that she had admired in the other apartments. As soon as the princess saw the devout woman, she said to her, "My good mother, come near and sit down by me. I am overjoyed at the happiness of having the opportunity of profiting from some moments by the good example and conversation of such a person as you, who have taken the right way by dedicating yourself to the service of God. I wish everyone were as wise." The devout woman, instead of sitting on a sofa, would only sit upon the edge of one. The princess would not permit her to do so, but rising from her seat, and taking her by the hand, obliged her to come and sit by her. The good woman, sensible of the civility, said, "Madam, I ought not to have so much respect shown me, but since you command, and are mistress of your own house, I will obey you." When she had seated herself, before they entered into any conversation, one of the princess's women brought a little low stand of mother-of-pearl and ebony, with a china dish full of cakes upon it, and many others set around it, full of fruits in season, and wet and dry sweetmeats. The princess took up one of the cakes, and presenting her with it, said, "Eat, good mother, and make choice of what you like best. You had need to eat after coming so far." "Madam," replied the good woman, "I am not used to eat such delicacies, but will not refuse what God has sent me by so liberal a hand as yours." While the devout woman was eating, the princess ate a little too, to bear her company, and asked her many questions upon the exercise of devotion which she practised, and how she lived. All which she answered with great modesty. Talking of several things, at last she asked her what she thought of the house, and how she liked it. "Madam," answered the devout woman, "I must certainly have very bad taste to disapprove anything in it, since it is beautiful, regular, and magnificently furnished with exactness and judgment, and all its ornaments adjusted in the best manner. Its situation is an agreeable spot, and no garden can be more delightful, but yet if you will give me leave to speak my mind freely, I will take the liberty to tell you that this house would be incomparable if it had 3 things which are wanting to complete it." "My good mother," replied the Princess Parizadeh, "what are those? I conjure you, in God's name, to tell me what they are. I will spare nothing to get them if it be possible." "Madam," replied the devout woman, "the first of these 3 things is the speaking bird, so singular a creature that it draws round it all the singing birds of the neighbourhood, which come to accompany his song. The second is the singing tree, the leaves of which are so many mouths, which form a harmonious concert of different voices and never cease. The third is the yellow water of a gold colour, a single drop of which being poured into a vessel properly prepared, it increases so as to fill it immediately, and rises up in the middle like a fountain, which continually plays, and yet the basin never overflows." "Ah, my good mother," cried the princess, "how much am I obliged to you for the knowledge of these curiosities! They are surprising, and I never before heard there were such wonderful rarities in the world. But as I am persuaded that you know, I expect that you should do me the favour to inform me where they are to be found." "Madam," replied the good woman, "I should be unworthy the hospitality you have with so much goodness shown me, if I should refuse to satisfy your curiosity in that point, and am glad to have the honour to tell you that these curiosities are all to be met with in the same spot on the confines of this kingdom towards India. The road to it lies before your house, and whoever you send needs but follow it for 20 days, and on the 20th let him only ask the first person he meets where the speaking bird, singing tree, and yellow water are, and he will be informed." After saying this, she rose from her seat, took her leave, and went her way. The Princess Parizadeh's thoughts were so taken up with what the devout woman had told her of the speaking bird, singing tree, and yellow water, that she never perceived her departure till she wanted to ask her some question for her better information, for she thought that what she had told her was not a sufficient reason for exposing herself by undertaking a long journey, possibly to no purpose. However, she would not send after her, but endeavoured to remember all she had told her, and when she thought she had recollected every word, took real pleasure in thinking of the satisfaction she should have if she could get these wonderful curiosities into her possession. But the difficulties she apprehended, and the fear of not succeeding, made her very uneasy. She was absorbed in these thoughts when her brothers returned from hunting, who, when they entered the great hall, instead of finding her lively and gay as she used to be, were amazed to see her so pensive and hanging down her head as if something troubled her. "Sister," said Prince Bahman, "what has become of all your mirth and gaiety? Are you not well? Or has some misfortune befallen you? Has anybody given you reason to be so melancholy? Tell us, that we may know how to act, and give you some relief. If anyone has affronted you, we will resent his insolence." The princess remained in the same posture some time without answering, but at last lifted up her eyes to look at her brothers, and then held them down again, telling them nothing disturbed her. "Sister," said Prince Bahman, "you conceal the truth from us. There must be something of consequence. It is impossible we could observe so sudden a change if nothing was the matter with you. You would not have us satisfied with the evasive answer you have given. Do not conceal anything, unless you would have us suspect that you renounce the strict union which has hitherto subsisted between us from our infancy." The princess, who had not the smallest intention to offend her brothers, would not suffer them to entertain such a thought, but said, "When I told you nothing disturbed me, I meant nothing that was of importance to you, but to me it is of some consequence, and since you press me to tell you by our strict union and friendship, which are so dear to me, I will. You think, and I always believed so too, that this house was so complete that nothing was wanting, but this day I have learned that it wants 3 rarities, which would render it so perfect that no country seat in the world could be compared with it. These 3 things are the speaking bird, the singing tree, and the yellow water." After she had informed them wherein consisted the excellency of these rarities, "A devout woman," added she, "has made this discovery to me, told me the place where they are to be found, and the way thither. Perhaps you may imagine these things to be trifles, and of little consequence to render our house complete, that without these additions it will always be thought sufficiently elegant with what it already contains, and that we can do without them. You may think as you please, but I cannot help telling you that I am persuaded they are absolutely necessary, and I shall not be easy without them. Therefore, whether you value them or not, I desire you to consider what person you may think proper for me to send in search of the curiosities I have mentioned." "Sister," replied Prince Bahman, "nothing can concern you in which we have not an equal interest. It is enough that you have an earnest desire for the things you mentioned to oblige us to take the same interest. But if you had not, we feel ourselves inclined of our own accord and for our own individual satisfaction. I am persuaded my brothers of the same opinion, and therefore we ought to undertake this conquest. For the importance and singularity of the undertaking deserve that name. I will take that charge upon myself. Only tell me the place and the way to it, and I will defer my journey no longer than till tomorrow." "Brother," said Prince Perviz, "it is not proper that you, who are the head and director of our family, should be absent. I desire my sister would join with me to oblige you to abandon your design, and allow me to undertake it. I hope to acquit myself as well as you, and it will be a more regular proceeding." "I am persuaded of your goodwill, brother," replied Prince Bahman, "and that you would succeed as well as myself in this journey, but I have resolved, and will undertake it. You shall stay at home with our sister, and I need not recommend her to you." He spent the remainder of the day in making preparations for his journey, and informing himself from the princess of the directions which the devout woman had left her. The next morning Bahman mounted his horse, and Perviz and the princess embraced and wished him a good journey. But in the midst of their adieus the princess recollected what she had not thought of before. "Brother," said she, "I had quite forgotten the accidents which attend travellers. Who knows whether I shall ever see you again? Alight, I beseech you, and give up this journey. I would rather be deprived of the sight and possession of the speaking bird, singing tree, and yellow water, than run the risk of never seeing you more." "Sister," replied Bahman, smiling at the sudden fears of the princess, "my resolution is fixed, but were it not, I should determine upon it now, and you must allow me to execute it. The accidents you speak of befall only those who are unfortunate, but there are more who are not so. However, as events are uncertain, and I may fail in this undertaking, all I can do is to leave you this knife." Bahman, pulling a knife from his vestband and presenting it in the sheath to the princess, said, "Take this knife, sister, and give yourself the trouble sometimes to pull it out of the sheath. While you see it clean as it is now, it will be a sign that I am alive, but if you find it stained with blood, then you may believe me dead, and indulge me with your prayers." The princess could obtain nothing more of Bahman. He bade adieu to her and Prince Perviz for the last time, and rode away. When he got into the road, he never turned to the right hand nor the left, but went directly forward towards India. The 20th day he perceived on the roadside a hideous old man, who sat under a tree some small distance from a thatched house, which was his retreat from the weather. His eyebrows were as white as snow, as was also the hair of his head. His whiskers covered his mouth, and his beard and hair reached down to his feet. The nails of his hands and feet were grown to an extensive length. A flat-brought umbrella covered his head. He had no clothes, but only a mat thrown round his body. This old man was a dervish, for many years retired from the world to give himself up entirely to the service of God, so that at last he became what we have described. Prince Bahman, who had been all that morning very attentive to see if he could meet with anybody who could give him information of the place he was in search of, stopped when he came near the dervish, alighted, in conformity to the directions which the devout woman had given the Princess Parizadeh, and leading his horse by the bridle, advanced towards him, and saluting him said, "God prolong your days, good father, and grant you the accomplishment of your desires." The dervish returned the prince's salutation, but so unintelligibly that he could not understand one word he said. Prince Bahman, perceiving that this difficulty proceeded from the dervish's whiskers hanging over his mouth, and unwilling to go any farther without the instructions he wanted, pulled out a pair of scissors he had about him, and having tied his horse to a branch of the tree, said, "Good dervish, I want to have some talk with you, but your whiskers prevent my understanding what you say, and if you will consent, I will cut off some part of them and of your eyebrows, which disfigure you so much that you look more like a bear than a man." The dervish did not oppose the offer, and when the prince had cut off as much hair as he thought fit, he perceived that the dervish had a good complexion, and that he did not seem so old as he really was. "Good dervish," said he, "if I had a glass, I would show you how young you look. You are now a man, but before nobody could tell what you were." The kind behavior of Prince Bahman made the dervish smile and return his compliment. "Sir," said he, "whoever you are, I am obliged by the good office you have performed, and am ready to show my gratitude by doing anything in my power for you. You must have alighted here upon some account or other. Tell me what it is, and I will endeavor to serve you." "Good dervish," replied Prince Bahman, "I am in search of the speaking bird, the singing tree, and the yellow water. I know these three rarities are not far from hence, but cannot tell exactly the place where they are to be found. If you know, I conjure you to show me the way, that I may not lose my labor after so long a journey." The prince, while he spoke, observed that the dervish changed countenance, held down his eyes, looked very serious, and instead of making any reply remained silent, which obliged him to say to him again, "Good father, I fancy you heard me. Tell me whether you know what I ask you, that I may not lose my time but inform myself somewhere else." At last the dervish broke silence. "Sir," said he to Prince Bahman, "I know the way you ask of me, but the regard which I conceived for you the first moment I saw you, and which has grown stronger by the service you have done me, kept me in suspense whether I should give you the satisfaction you desire." "What motive can hinder you?" replied the prince, "and what difficulties do you find in so doing?" "I will tell you," replied the dervish. "The danger you are going to expose yourself to is greater than any you suppose. A number of gentlemen of as much bravery and courage as you can possibly possess have passed this way, and asked me the same question. When I had used all my endeavors to persuade them to desist, they would not believe me. At last I yielded to their importunities. I was compelled to show them the way, and I can assure you they have all perished, for I have not seen one come back. Therefore, if you have any regard for your life, take my advice, go no farther, but return home." Prince Bahman persisted in his resolution. "I will not suppose," said he to the dervish, "but that your advice is sincere. I am obliged to you for the friendship you express for me, but whatever may be the danger, nothing shall make me change my intention. Whoever attacks me, I am well armed, and can say I am as brave as anyone." "But they who will attack you are not to be seen," replied the dervish. "How will you defend yourself against invisible persons?" "It is no matter," answered the prince. "All you say shall not persuade me to do anything contrary to my duty. Since you know the way, I conjure you once more to inform me." When the dervish found he could not prevail upon Prince Bahman, and that he was obstinately bent to pursue his journey notwithstanding his friendly remonstrance, he put his hand into a bag that lay by him and pulled out a bowl, which he presented to him. "Since I cannot prevail on you to attend to my advice," said he, "take this bowl. When you are on horseback, throw it before you, and follow it to the foot of a mountain, where it will stop. As soon as the bowl stops, alight, leave your horse with the bridle over his neck, and he will stand in the same place till you return. As you ascend, you will see on your right and left a great number of large black stones, and will hear on all sides a confusion of voices, which will utter 1,000 injurious abuses to discourage you and prevent you reaching the summit of the mountain. Be not afraid, but above all things do not turn your head to look behind you, for in that instant you will be changed into such a black stone as those you see, which are all youths who have failed in this enterprise. If you escape the danger of which I give you but a faint idea, and get to the top of the mountain, you will see a cage, and in that cage is the bird you seek. Ask him which are the singing tree and the yellow water, and he will tell you. I have nothing more to say. This is what you have to do, and the danger you have to avoid. But if you are prudent, you will take my advice and not expose your life. Consider once more, while you have time, that the difficulty is almost insuperable." "I am obliged to you for your repeated advice," replied Prince Bahman after he received the bowl, "but cannot follow it. However, I will endeavour to conform myself to that part of it which bids me not look behind me as I shall ascend the mountain, and I hope to come and see you again soon, and thank you when I have obtained what I am seeking." After these words, to which the dervish made no answer other than that he should be overjoyed to see him again, the prince mounted his horse, took his leave of the dervish with a respectful salute, and threw the bowl before him. The bowl rolled away unceasingly, with as much swiftness as when Prince Bahman first hurled it from his hand, which obliged him to put his horse to the same pace to avoid losing sight of it, and when it had reached the foot of the mountain it stopped. The prince alighted from his horse, laid the bridle on his neck, and having first surveyed the mountain and seen the black stones, began to ascend, but had not gone 4 steps before he heard the voices mentioned by the dervish, though he could see nobody. Some said, "Where is that fool going? Where is he going? What would he have? Do not let him pass." Others, "Stop him, catch him, kill him." And others, with a voice like thunder, "Thief! Assassin! Murderer!" While some in a gibing tone cried, "No, no, do not hurt him. Let the pretty fellow pass. The cage and the bird are kept for him." Notwithstanding all these troublesome voices, Prince Bahman ascended with courage and resolution for some time, but the voices redoubled with so loud a din near him, both behind and before, that at last he was seized with dread, his legs trembled under him, he staggered, and finding that his strength failed him, he forgot the dervish's advice, turned about to run down the hill, and was that instant changed into a black stone, a metamorphosis which had happened to many before him who had attempted the ascent. His horse likewise underwent the same change. From the time of Prince Bahman's departure, the Princess Parizadeh always wore the knife and sheath in her girdle, and pulled it out several times a day to know whether her brother was alive. She had the consolation to understand he was in perfect health, and to talk of him frequently with Prince Perviz, who sometimes prevented her by asking her what news. On the fatal day that Prince Bahman was transformed into a stone, as Prince Perviz and the princess were talking together in the evening, as usual, the prince desired his sister to pull out the knife to know how their brother did. The princess readily complied, and seeing the blood run down the point, was seized with so much horror that she threw it down. "Oh, my dear brother," she cried, "I have been the cause of your death, and shall never see you more. Why did I tell you of the speaking bird, singing tree, and yellow water? Or rather, of what importance was it to me to know whether the devout woman thought this house ugly or handsome, or complete or not? I wish to heaven she had never addressed herself to me. Deceitful hypocrite," added she, "is this the return you have made for the kind reception I gave you? Why did you tell me of a bird, a tree, and a water, which, imaginary as I am persuaded they are, by my dear brother's death, yet disturb me by your enchantment?" Prince Perviz was as much afflicted at the death of Prince Bahman as the princess, but not to waste time in needless regret, as he knew that she still passionately desired possession of the speaking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water, he interrupted her, saying, "Sister, our regret for our brother is vain and useless. Our grief and lamentations cannot restore him to life. It is the will of God, we must submit to it, and adore the decrees of the Almighty without searching into them. Why should you now doubt of the truth of what the holy woman told you? Do you think she spoke to you of 3 things that were not in being, and that she invented them on purpose to deceive you, who had given her no cause to do so, but received her with so much goodness and civility? Let us rather believe that our brother's death is owing to some error on his part, or some accident which we cannot conceive. It ought not, therefore, prevent us from pursuing our object. I offered to go this journey, and am now more resolved than ever. His example has no effect upon my resolution. Tomorrow I will depart." The princess did all she could to dissuade Prince Perviz, conjuring him not to expose her to the danger of losing 2 brothers, but he was obstinate, and all the remonstrances she could urge had no effect upon him. Before he went, that she might know what success he had, he left her a string of 100 pearls, telling her that if they would not run when she should count them upon the string, but remain fixed, that would be a certain sign he had undergone the same fate as his brother, but at the same time told her he hoped it would never happen, but that he should have the happiness to see her again to their mutual satisfaction. End of section 10. Recording by Beth Blakely. Section 11 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 11. The Story of the Sisters Who Envied Their Younger Sister. Part 3. Prince Perviz, on the 20th day after his departure, met the same dervish in the same place as his brother Bahman had done before him. He went directly up to him, and after he had saluted, asked him if he could tell him where to find the speaking bird, the singing tree, and the golden water. The dervish urged the same difficulties and remonstrances as he had done to Prince Bahman, telling him that a young gentleman, who very much resembled him, was with him a short time before, that overcome by his importunity and pressing instances, he had shown him the way, given him a guide, and told him how he should act to succeed, but that he had not seen him since, and doubted not but he had shared the same fate as all other adventurers. "Good dervish," answered Prince Perviz, "I know whom you speak of. He was my elder brother, and I am informed of the certainty of his death, but know not the cause." "I can tell you," replied the dervish. "He was changed into a black stone, as all I speak of have been, and you must expect the same transformation, unless you observe more exactly than he has done the advice I gave him, in case you persist in your resolution, which I once more entreat you to renounce." "Dervish," said Prince Perviz, "I cannot sufficiently express how much I am obliged for the concern you take in my life, who am a stranger to you, and have done nothing to deserve your kindness, but I thoroughly considered this enterprise before I undertook it, and I cannot now relinquish it. Therefore, I beg of you to do me the same favor you have done my brother. Perhaps I may have better success in following your directions." "Since I cannot prevail with you," said the dervish, "to give up your obstinate resolution, if my age did not prevent me, and I could stand, I would get up to reach you a bowl I have here, which will show you the way." Without giving the dervish time to say more, the prince alighted from his horse, and went to the dervish, who had taken a bowl out of his bag, in which he had a great many, and gave it him, with the same directions he had given Prince Bahman, and after warning him not to be discouraged by the voices he should hear without seeing anybody, however threatening they might be, but to continue his way up the hill till he saw the cage and bird, he let him depart. Prince Perviz thanked the dervish, and when he had remounted and taken leave, threw the bowl before his horse, and spurring him at the same time followed it. When the bowl came to the bottom of the hill it stopped. The prince alighted, and stood some time to recollect the dervish's directions. He encouraged himself and began to walk up with a resolution to reach the summit, but before he had gone above 6 steps he heard a voice, which seemed to be near, as of a man behind him, saying in an insulting tone, "Stay, rash youth, that I may punish you for your presumption." Upon this affront the prince, forgetting the dervish's advice, clapped his hand upon his sword, drew it, and turned about to revenge himself, but had scarcely time to see that nobody followed him before he and his horse were changed into black stones. In the meantime, the Princess Parizadeh, several times a day after her brother's departure, counted her chaplet. She did not omit it at night, but when she went to bed put it about her neck, and in the morning when she awoke counted over the pearls again to see if they would slide. The day that Prince Perviz was transformed into a stone, she was counting over the pearls as she used to do, when all at once they became immovably fixed, a certain token that the prince her brother was dead. As she had determined what to do in case it should happen so, she lost no time in outward demonstrations of grief, which she concealed as much as possible, but having disguised herself in a man's apparel, armed and equipped, she mounted her horse the next morning, having told her servants she should return in 2 or 3 days, and took the same road her brothers had done. The princess, who had been used to ride on horseback and hunting, supported the fatigue of so long a journey better than most ladies could have done, and as she made the same stages as her brothers, she also met with the dervish on the 20th day. When she came near him, she alighted off her horse, leading him by the bridle, went and sat down by the dervish, and after she had saluted him, said, "Good dervish, give me leave to rest myself, and do me the favor to tell me if you have not heard that there are somewhere in this neighborhood a speaking bird, a singing tree, and golden water." "Princess," answered the dervish, "for so I must call you, since by your voice I know you to be a woman disguised in a man's apparel. I thank you for your compliment, and receive the honor you do me with great pleasure. I know the place well where these things are to be found. But what makes you ask me this question?" "Good dervish," replied the princess, "I have had such a flattering relation of them given to me, that I have a great desire to possess them." "Madam," replied the dervish, "you have been told the truth. These curiosities are more singular and surprising than they have been represented to you, but you have not been made acquainted with the difficulties which must be surmounted in order to obtain them. If you had been fully informed of these, you would not have undertaken so troublesome and dangerous an enterprise. Take my advice, go no farther, return, and do not urge me to contribute towards your ruin." "Good father," said the princess, "I have travelled a great way, and should be sorry to return without executing my design. You talk of difficulties and danger of life, but you do not tell me what those difficulties are, and wherein the danger consists. This is what I desire to know, that I may consider and judge whether I can trust my courage and strength to brave them." The dervish repeated to the princess what he had said to the princes Bahman and Perviz, exaggerating the difficulties of climbing up to the top of the mountain, where she was to make herself mistress of the bird, which would inform her of the singing tree and golden water. He magnified the noise and din of the terrible threatening voices which she would hear on all sides of her, without seeing anybody, and the great number of black stones, alone sufficient to strike terror. He entreated her to reflect that those stones were so many brave gentlemen, so metamorphosed for having omitted to observe the principal condition of success in the perilous undertaking, which was not to look behind them before they had got possession of the cage. When the dervish had done, the princess replied, "By what I comprehend from your discourse, the difficulties of succeeding in this affair are, first, the getting up to the cage without being frightened at the terrible din of voices I shall hear, and secondly, not to look behind me. For this last, I hope I shall be mistress enough of myself to observe it. As to the first, I own that those voices, such as you represent them to be, are capable of striking terror into the most undaunted. But as in all enterprises and dangers, every one may use stratagem. I desire to know of you if I may use any in one of so great importance." "And what stratagem is it you would employ?" said the dervish. "To stop my ears with cotton," answered the princess, "that the voices, however loud and terrible, may make the less impression upon my imagination, and my mind remain free from that disturbance which might cause me to lose the use of my reason." "Princess," replied the dervish, "of all the persons who have addressed themselves to me for information, I do not know that ever one made use of the contrivance you propose. All I know is, that they all perished. If you persist in your design, you may make the experiment. You will be fortunate if it succeeds, but I would advise you not to expose yourself to the danger." "My good father," replied the princess, "nothing can hinder my persisting in my design. I am sure my precaution will succeed, and am resolved to try the experiment. Nothing remains for me but to know which way I must go. I conjure you not to deny me the favor of that information." The dervish exhorted her again for the last time to consider well what she was going to do, but finding her resolute, he took out a bowl, and presenting it to her, said, "Take this bowl, mount your horse again, and when you have thrown it before you, follow it through all its windings till it stops at the bottom of the mountain. There alight and ascend the hill. Go, you know the rest." After the princess had thanked the dervish and taken her leave of him, she mounted her horse, threw the bowl before her, and followed it till it stopped at the foot of the mountain. The princess alighted, stopped her ears with cotton, and after she had well examined the path leading to the summit, began with a moderate pace, and walked up with intrepidity. She heard the voices, and perceived the great service the cotton was to her. The higher she went, the louder and more numerous the voices seemed, but they were not capable of making any impression upon her. She heard a great many affronting speeches, and raillery very disagreeable to a woman, which she only laughed at. "I mind not," she said to herself, "all that can be said, were it worse. I only laugh at them, and shall pursue my way." At last she got so high that she could perceive the cage and the bird, which endeavoured with the voices to frighten her, crying in a thundering tone, notwithstanding the smallness of its size, "Retire, fool, and approach no nearer." The princess, encouraged by this object, redoubled her speed, and by effort gained the summit of the mountain, where the ground was level. Then running directly to the cage and clapping her hand upon it, cried, "Bird, I have you, and you shall not escape me." While Parizadeh was pulling the cotton out of her ears, the bird said to her, "Heroic princess, be not angry with me for joining with those who exerted themselves to preserve my liberty. Though in a cage, I was content with my condition. But since I am destined to be a slave, I would rather be yours than any other person's, since you have obtained me so courageously. From this instant I swear inviolable fidelity, and an entire submission to all your commands. I know who you are, you do not, but the time will come when I shall do you essential service, which I hope you will think yourself obliged to me for. As a proof of my sincerity, tell me what you desire, and I am ready to obey you." The princess's joy was the more inexpressible because the conquest she had made had cost her the lives of 2 beloved brothers, and given her more trouble and danger than she could have imagined, notwithstanding what the dervish had represented to her. "Bird," said she, "it was my intention to have told you that I wish for many things which are of importance, but I am overjoyed that you have shown your goodwill and prevented me. I have been told that there is not far off a golden water, the property of which is very wonderful. Before all things, I ask you tell me where it is." The bird showed her the place, which was just by, and she went and filled a little silver flagon which she had brought with her. She returned to the bird and said, "Bird, this is not enough. I want also the singing tree. Tell me where it is." "Turn about," said the bird, "and you will see behind you a wood, where you will find this tree." The princess went into the wood, and by the harmonious concert she heard soon knew the tree among many others. But it was very large and high. She came back to the bird and said to it, "Bird, I have found the singing tree, but I can neither pull it up by the roots nor carry it." The bird replied, "It is not necessary that you should take it up by the roots. It will be sufficient to break off a branch and carry it to plant in your garden. It will take root as soon as it is put into the earth, and in a little time will grow to as fine a tree as that you have seen." When the princess had obtained possession of the 3 things which the devout woman had told her of, and for which she had conceived so great a desire, she said again to the bird, "Bird, what you have yet done for me is not sufficient. You have been the cause of the death of my 2 brothers, who must be among the black stones which I saw as I ascended the mountain. I wish to take them home with me." The bird seemed reluctant to satisfy the princess in this point, and indeed made some difficulty to comply. "Bird," said the princess, "remember you told me that you were my slave. You are so, and your life is in my disposal." "That I cannot deny," answered the bird, "but although what you now ask is more difficult than all the rest, yet I will do it for you. Cast your eyes around," added he, "and look if you can see a little pitcher." "I see it already," said the princess. "Take it then," he said, "and as you descend the mountain, sprinkle a little of the water that is in it upon every black stone." The princess took up the pitcher accordingly, carried with her the cage and the bird, the flagon of golden water, and the branch of the singing tree, and as she descended the mountain threw a little of the water on every black stone, which was changed immediately into a man. And as she did not miss one stone, all the horses, both of the princess her brothers, and of the other gentlemen, resumed their natural forms. She instantly recognized Bahman and Perviz as they did her, and ran to embrace her. She returned their embraces and expressed her amazement. "What do you here, my dear brothers?" said she. They told her they had been asleep. "Yes," she replied, "and if it had not been for me, perhaps you might have slept till the day of judgment. Do not you remember that you came to fetch the speaking bird, the singing tree, and the yellow water? And did you not see, as you came along, the place covered with black stones? Look and see if there be any now. The gentlemen and their horses who surround us, and you yourselves, were these black stones. If you desire to know how this wonder was performed," continued she, showing the pitcher, which she set down at the foot of the mountain, having no further use for it, "it was done by the virtue of the water which was in this pitcher, with which I sprinkled every stone. After I had made the speaking bird, which you see in this cage, my slave, by his directions I found out the singing tree, a branch of which I now have in my hand, and the yellow water, which this flagon is filled with. But being still unwilling to return without taking you with me, I constrained the bird by the power I had over him to afford me the means. He told me where to find this pitcher, and the use I was to make of it." The Princes Bahman and Perviz learned by this relation the obligation they had to the princess their sister, as did all the other gentlemen who were collected around, and expressed to the princess that far from envying her happiness in the conquest she had made, and which they had all aspired to, they thought they could not any otherwise acknowledge the favour she had done them, or better express their gratitude to her for restoring them to life again, than by declaring themselves all her slaves, and that they were ready to obey her in whatever she should command. "Gentlemen," replied the princess, "if you had given any attention to my words, you might have observed that I had no other intention in what I have done than to recover my brothers. Therefore, if you have received any benefit, you owe me no obligation, and I have no further share in your compliment than your politeness towards me, for which I return you my thanks. In other respects, I regard each of you individually as free as you were before your misfortunes, and I rejoice with you all the happiness which has accrued to you by my means. Let us, however, stay no longer in a place where we have nothing to detain us, but mount our horses and return to our respective homes." The princess took her horse, which stood in the place where she had left him. Before she mounted, Prince Bahman desired her to give him the cage to carry. "Brother," replied the princess, "the bird is my slave, and I will carry him myself. If you will take the pains to carry the branch of the singing tree, there it is. Only hold the cage while I get on horseback." When she had mounted her horse and Prince Bahman had given her the cage, she turned about and said to Prince Perviz, "I leave the flagon of golden water to your care, if it will not be too much trouble for you to carry it." Prince Perviz took charge of it with pleasure. When Bahman, Perviz, and all the gentlemen had mounted their horses, the princess waited for some of them to lead the way. The two princes paid that compliment to the gentlemen, and they again to the princess, who, finding that none of them would accept the honor, but that it was reserved for her, addressed herself to them and said, "Gentlemen, I expect that some of you should lead the way." To which one who was nearest to her, in the name of the rest, replied, "Madam, we were ignorant of the respect due to your sex, yet after what you have done for us there is no deference we will not willingly pay to you. Notwithstanding your modesty, we entreat you no longer to deprive us of the happiness of following you." "Gentlemen," said the princess, "I do not deserve the honor you do me, and accept it only because you desire it." At the same time she led the way, and the two princes and the gentlemen followed. The illustrious company called upon the dervish as they passed to thank him for his reception and wholesome advice, which they had all found to be sincere. But he was dead, whether of old age or because he was no longer necessary to show the way to the obtaining the 3 rarities which the Princess Parizade had secured, did not appear. They pursued their route, but lessened in their numbers every day. The gentlemen who, as we said before, had come from different countries, after severally repeating their obligations to the princess and her brothers, took leave of them one after another as they approached the road they had come. As soon as the princess reached home, she placed the cage in the garden, and the bird no sooner began to warble than he was surrounded by nightingales, chaffinches, larks, linnets, goldfinches, and every species of birds of the country. And the branch of the singing tree was no sooner set in the midst of the parterre, a little distance from the house, than it took root, and in a short time became a large tree, the leaves of which gave as harmonious a concert as those of the tree from which it was gathered. A large basin of beautiful marble was placed in the garden, and when it was finished, the princess poured into it all the yellow water from the flagon, which instantly increased and swelled so much that it soon reached up to the edges of the basin, and afterwards formed in the middle a fountain 20 feet high, which fell again into the basin perpetually without running over. The report of these wonders was presently spread abroad, and as the gates of the house and those of the gardens were shut to nobody, a great number of people came to admire them. Some days after, when the Princes Bahman and Perviz had recovered from the fatigue of their journey, they resumed their former way of living, and as their usual diversion was hunting, they mounted their horses and went for the first time since their return, not to their own domain, but 2 or 3 leagues from their house. As they pursued their sport, the Emperor of Persia came in pursuit of game upon the same ground. When they perceived by the number of horsemen in different places that he would soon be up, they resolved to discontinue their chase, and retire to avoid encountering him. But in the very road they took, they chanced to meet him, in so narrow a way that they could not retreat without being seen. In their surprise, they had only time to alight and prostrate themselves before the Emperor, without lifting up their heads to look at him. The Emperor, who saw they were as well mounted and dressed as if they had belonged to his court, had the curiosity to see their faces. He stopped and commanded them to rise. The princes rose up and stood before him with an easy and graceful air, accompanied with respectful, modest countenances. The Emperor took some time to view them before he spoke, and after he had admired their good air and mien, asked them who they were and where they lived. "Sir," said Prince Bahman, "we are the sons of the late intendant of your Majesty's gardens, and live in a house which he built a little before he died, till we should be fit to serve your Majesty, and ask of you some employ when opportunity offered." "By what I perceive," replied the Emperor, "you love hunting." "Sir," replied Prince Bahman, "it is our common exercise, and none of your Majesty's subjects who intend to bear arms in your armies ought, according to the ancient custom of the kingdom, to neglect." The Emperor, charmed with so prudent an answer, said, "Since it is so, I should be glad to see your expertness in the chase. Choose your own game." The princes mounted their horses again and followed the Emperor, but had not gone far before they saw many wild beasts together. Prince Bahman chose a lion, and Prince Perviz a bear, and pursued them with so much intrepidity that the Emperor was surprised. They came up with their game nearly at the same time, and darted their javelins with so much skill and address that they pierced, the one the lion and the other the bear, so effectually that the Emperor saw them fall one after the other. Immediately afterwards Prince Bahman pursued another bear, and Prince Perviz another lion, and killed them in a short time, and would have beaten out for fresh game, but the Emperor would not let them, and sent them to come to him. When they approached, he said, "If I would have given you leave, you would have soon destroyed all my game, but it is not that which I would preserve, but your persons, for I am so well assured your bravery may one time or other be serviceable to me, that from this moment your lives will always be dear to me." The Emperor, in short, conceived so great a kindness for the 2 princes that he invited them immediately to make him a visit, to which Prince Bahman replied, Your Majesty does us an honor we do not deserve, and we beg you will excuse us." The Emperor, who could not comprehend what reason the princes could have to refuse this token of his favor, pressed them to tell him why they excused themselves. "Sir," said Prince Bahman, "we have a sister younger than ourselves, with whom we live in such perfect union that we undertake nothing before we consult her, nor she anything without asking our advice." "I commend your brotherly affection," answered the Emperor. "Consult your sister, meet me here tomorrow, and give me an answer." End of section 11. Recording by Beth Blakely. Section 12 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 12. The Story of the Sisters Who Envied Their Younger Sister. Part 4. The princes went home, but neglected to speak of their adventure in meeting the Emperor and hunting with him, and also of the honor he had done them by asking them to go home with him. Yet did not the next morning fail to meet him at the place appointed. "Well," said the Emperor, "have you spoken to your sister? And has she consented to the pleasure I expect of seeing you?" The two princes looked at each other and blushed. "Sir," said Bahman, "we beg your Majesty to excuse us, for both my brother and I forgot." "Then remember today," replied the Emperor, "and be sure to bring me an answer tomorrow." The princes were guilty of the same fault a second time, and the Emperor was so good-natured as to forgive their negligence. But to prevent their forgetfulness the third time, he pulled 3 golden balls out of a purse and put them into Prince Bahman's bosom. "These balls," said he, smiling, "will prevent your forgetting a third time what I wish you to do for my sake, since the noise they will make by falling on the floor when you undress will remind you, if you do not recollect it before." The event happened just as the Emperor foresaw, and without these balls the princes had not thought of speaking to their sister of this affair. For as Prince Bahman unloosened his girdle to go to bed, the balls dropped on the floor, upon which he ran into Prince Perviz's chamber. When both went into the Princess Perizade's apartment, and after they had asked her pardon for coming at so unseasonable a time, they told her all the circumstances of their meeting the Emperor. The princess was somewhat surprised at this intelligence. "Your meeting with the Emperor," said she, "is happy and honorable, and may in the end be highly advantageous to you, but it is very disagreeable and distrustful to me. It was on my account, I know, you refused the Emperor, and I am infinitely obliged to you for doing so. I know by this your affection is equal to my own, since you would rather be guilty of incivility towards the Emperor than violate the brotherly union we have sworn to each other. You judge right, for if you had once gone, you would insensibly have been engaged to leave me, to devote yourselves to him. But do you think it an easy matter absolutely to refuse the Emperor what he seems so earnestly to desire? Monarchs will be obeyed in their desires, and it may be dangerous to oppose them. Therefore, if to follow my inclination I should dissuade you from showing the complaisance he expects from you, it may expose you to his resentment, and may render myself and you miserable. These are my sentiments, but before we conclude upon anything, let us consult the speaking bird, and hear what he says. He is penetrating, and has promised his assistance in all difficulties." The princess sent for the cage, and after she had related the circumstances to the bird in the presence of her brothers, asked him what they should do in this perplexity. The bird answered, "The princes your brothers must conform to the Emperor's pleasure, and in their turn invite him to come and see your house." "But, bird," replied the princess, "my brothers and I love one another, and our friendship is yet undisturbed. Will not this step be injurious to that friendship?" "Not at all," replied the bird. "It will tend rather to cement it." "Then," answered the princess, "the Emperor will see me." The bird told her it was necessary he should, and that everything would go better afterwards. Next morning the princes met the Emperor hunting, who at as great a distance as he could make himself be heard, asked them if they had remembered to speak to their sister. Prince Bahman approached, and answered, "Sir, your Majesty may dispose of us as you please. We are ready to obey you, for we have not only obtained our sister's consent with great ease, but she took it amiss that we should pay her that deference in a matter wherein our duty to your Majesty was concerned. But if we have offended, we hope you will pardon us." "Do not be uneasy on that account," replied the Emperor. "So far from taking amiss what you have done, I highly approve of your conduct, and hope you will have the same deference and attachment to my person, if I have ever so little share in your friendship." The princes, confounded at the Emperor's goodness, returned no other answer but a low obeisance, to show the great respect with which they received it. The emperor, contrary to his usual custom, did not hunt long that day. Presuming that the princes possessed wit equal to their courage and bravery, he longed with impatience to converse with them more at liberty. He made them ride on each side of him, an honour which, without speaking of the principal courtiers who accompanied him, was envied by the Grand Vizier, who was much mortified to see them preferred before him. When the emperor entered his capital, the eyes of the people who stood in the crowds in the streets were fixed upon the two princes Bahman and Perviz, and they were earnest to know who they might be, whether foreigners or natives. All, however, agreed in wishing that the emperor had been blessed with two such handsome princes, and said, he might have had children as old if the queen, who had suffered the punishment of her misfortune, had been more fortunate in her lyings in. The first thing that the emperor did when he arrived at his palace was to conduct the princes into the principal apartments, who praised without affectation, like persons conversant in such matters, the beauty and symmetry of the rooms, and the richness of the furniture and ornaments. Afterwards a magnificent repast was served up, and the emperor made them sit with him, which they at first refused, but finding it was his pleasure they obeyed. The emperor, who had himself much learning, particularly in history, foresaw that the princes, out of modesty and respect, would not take the liberty of beginning any conversation. Therefore, to give them an opportunity, he furnished them with subjects all dinner time, but whatever subject he introduced, they showed so much wit, judgment, and discernment that he was struck with admiration. Were these my own children, said he to himself, and I had improved their talents by suitable education, they could not have been more accomplished or better informed. In short, he took such great pleasure in their conversation that after having sat longer than usual, he led them into his closet, where he pursued this conversation with them, and at last said, I never supposed that there were among my subjects in the country youths so well brought up, so lively, so capable, and I never was better pleased with any conversation than yours. But it is time now we should relax our minds with some diversion, and as nothing is more capable of enlivening the mind than music, you shall hear a vocal and instrumental concert which may not be disagreeable to you. The emperor had no sooner spoken for them than the musicians, who had orders to attend, entered, and answered fully the expectations the princes had been led to entertain of their abilities. After the concerts an excellent farce was acted, and the entertainment was concluded by dancers of both sexes. The two princes, seeing night approach, prostrated themselves at the emperor's feet, and having first thanked him for the favours and honours he had heaped upon them, asked his permission to retire, which was granted by the emperor, who in dismissing them said, I give you leave to go, but remember, I brought you to the palace myself only to show you the way. You will be always welcome, and the oftener you come, the greater pleasure you will do me. Before they went out of the emperor's presence, Prince Bahman said, Sir, may we presume to request that your majesty will do us and our sister the honour to pass by our house, and rest and refresh yourself after your fatigue, the first time you take the diversion of hunting in that neighbourhood? It is not worthy of your presence, but monarchs sometimes have vouchsafed to take shelter in a cottage. My children, replied the emperor, your house cannot be otherwise than beautiful and worthy of its owners. I will call and see it with pleasure, which will be the greater for having my hosts you and your sister, who is already dear to me from the account you give me of the rare qualities with which she is endowed, and this satisfaction I will defer no longer than tomorrow. Early in the morning I will be at the place where I shall never forget that I first saw you. Meet me, and you shall be my guides. When the Princes Bahman and Perviz had returned home, they gave the princess an account of the distinguished reception the emperor had given them, and told her that they had invited him to do them the honour, as he passed by, to call at their house, and that he had appointed the next day. If it be so, replied the princess, we must think of preparing a repast fit for his majesty, and for that purpose I think it would be proper we should consult the speaking bird. He will tell us perhaps what meats the emperor likes best. The princes approved of her plan, and after they had retired she consulted the bird alone. Bird, said she, the emperor will do us the honour tomorrow to come and see our house, and we are to entertain him. Tell us what we shall do to acquit ourselves to his satisfaction. Good mistress, replied the bird, you have excellent cooks. Let them do the best they can, but above all things, let them prepare a dish of cucumbers stuffed full of pearls, which must be set before the emperor in the first course before all the other dishes. Cucumbers stuffed full of pearls! Cried Princess Parizadeh with amazement. Surely, bird, you do not know what you say. It is an unheard-of dish. The emperor may admire it as a piece of magnificence, but he will sit down to eat, not to admire pearls. Besides, all the pearls I possess are not enough for such a dish. Mistress, said the bird, Do what I say, and be not uneasy about what may happen. Nothing but good will follow. As for the pearls, go early tomorrow morning to the foot of the first tree on your right hand in the park. Dig under it, and you will find more than you want." That night the princess ordered a gardener to be ready to attend her, and the next morning early led him to the tree which the bird had told her of, and bade him dig at its foot. When the gardener came to a certain depth, he found some resistance to the spade, and presently discovered a gold box about a foot square, which he showed the princess. "This," said she, "is what I brought you for. Take care not to injure it with the spade." When the gardener took up the box, he gave it into the princess's hands, who, as it was only fastened with neat little hasps, soon opened it, and found it full of pearls of a moderate size, but equal and fit for the use that was to be made of them. Very well satisfied with having found this treasure, after she had shut the box again, she put it under her arm, and went back into the house, while the gardener threw the earth into the hole at the foot of the tree as it had been before. The princes, Bahman and Perviz, who as they were dressing themselves in their own apartments, saw the princess, their sister, in the garden earlier than usual, as soon as they could get out, went to her, and met her as she was returning, with a gold box under her arm, which much surprised them. "Sister," said Bahman, "you carried nothing with you when we saw you before with the gardener, and now we see you have a golden box. Is this some treasure found by the gardener, and did he come to tell you of it?" "No, brother," answered the princess. "I took the gardener to the place where this casket was concealed, and showed him where to dig, but you will be more amazed when you see what it contains." The princess opened the box, and when the princes saw that it was full of pearls, which though small were of great value, they asked her how she came to the knowledge of this treasure. "Brothers," said she, "if nothing more pressing calls you elsewhere, come with me and I will tell you." "What more pressing business," said Prince Perviz, "can we have than to be informed of what concerns us so much? We have nothing to do to prevent our attending you." The princess, as they returned to the house, gave them an account of her having consulted the bird, as they had agreed she should, and the answer he had given her, the objection she had raised to preparing the dish of cucumbers stuffed full of pearls, and how he had told her where to find this box. The princes and princess formed many conjectures to penetrate into what the bird could mean by ordering them to prepare such a dish, and after much conversation, though they could not by any means guess at his reason, they nevertheless agreed to follow his advice exactly. As soon as the princess entered the house, she called for the head cook, and after she had given him directions about the entertainment for the emperor, said to him, "Besides all this, you must dress an extraordinary dish for the emperor's own eating, which nobody else must have anything to do with besides yourself. This dish must be of cucumbers stuffed with these pearls." And at the same time she opened him the box, and showed him the pearls. The chief cook, who had never heard of such a dish, started back, and showed his thoughts by his looks, which the princess penetrating said, "I see you take me to be mad to order such a dish, which you have never heard of, and which one may say with certainty was never made. I know this as well as you, but I am not mad, and give you these orders with the most perfect recollection. You must invent and do the best you can, and bring me back what pearls are left." The cook could make no reply, but took the box and retired, and afterwards the princess gave directions to all the domestics to have everything in order, both in the house and gardens, to receive the emperor. Next day the two princes went to the place appointed, and as soon as the Emperor of Persia arrived the chase began, which lasted till the heat of the sun obliged him to leave off. While Prince Bahman stayed to conduit the emperor to their house, Prince Perviz rode before to show the way, and when he came in sight of the house, spurred his horse to inform the Princess Parizadeh that the emperor was approaching. But she had been told by some servants, whom she had placed to give notice, and the prince found her waiting ready to receive him. When the emperor had entered the courtyard and alighted at the portico, the princess came and threw herself at his feet, and the two princes informed him she was their sister, and besought him to expect her respects. The emperor stooped to raise her, and after he had gazed some time on her beauty, struck with her fine person and dignified air, he said, "The brothers are worthy of the sister, and she worthy of them, since if I may judge of her understanding by her person, I am not amazed that the brothers would do nothing without their sister's consent. But," added he, "I hope to be better acquainted with you, my daughter, after I have seen the house." "Sir," said the princess, "it is only a plain country residence, fit for such people as we are, who live retired from the great world. It is not to be compared with houses in great cities, much less with the magnificent palaces of emperors." "I cannot perfectly agree with you in opinion," said the emperor very obligingly, "for its first appearance makes me suspect you. However, I will not pass my judgment upon it till I have seen it all. Therefore, be pleased to conduct me through the apartments." The princess led the emperor through all the rooms except the hall, and after he had considered them very attentively and admired their variety, "My daughter," said he to the princess, "do you call this a country house? The finest and largest cities would soon be deserted if all country houses were like yours. I am no longer surprised that you take so much delight in it, and despise the town. Now let me see the garden, which I doubt not is answerable to this house." The princess opened a door which led into the garden, and the first object which presented itself to the emperor's view was the golden fountain. Surprised at so rare an object, he asked from whence that wonderful water, which gave so much pleasure to behold, had been procured. Where was its source, and by what art was it made to play so high, that he thought nothing in the world was to be compared to it? He said he would presently take a nearer view of it. The princess then led him to the spot where the harmonious tree was planted, and there the emperor heard a concert, different from all he had ever heard before, and stopping to see where the musicians were, he could discern nobody far or near, but still distinctly heard the music, which ravished his senses. "My daughter," said he to the princess, "where are the musicians whom I hear? Are they underground, or invisible in the air? Such excellent performers will hazard nothing by being seen. On the contrary, they would please the more." "Sir," answered the princess, smiling, "they are not musicians, but the leaves of the trees your majesty sees before you, which form this concert, and if you will give yourself the trouble to go a little nearer, you will be convinced, and the voices will be the more distinct." The emperor went nearer, and was so charmed with the sweet harmony that he would never have been tired with hearing it, but that his desire to have a nearer view of the fountain of the yellow water forced him away. "Daughter," said he, "tell me, I pray you, whether this wonderful tree was found in your garden by chance, or was it a present made to you, or have you procured it from some foreign country? It must certainly have come from a great distance. Otherwise, curious as I am after natural rarities, I should have heard of it. What name do you call it by?" "Sir," replied the princess, "this tree has no other name than that of the singing tree, and is not a native of this country. It would at present take up too much time to tell your majesty by what adventures it came here. Its history is connected with the yellow water and the speaking bird, which came to me at the same time, and which your majesty may see after you have taken a nearer view of the golden water. But if it be agreeable to your majesty, after you have rested yourself and recovered the fatigue of hunting, which must be the greater because of the sun's intense heat, I will do myself the honor of relating it to you." "My daughter," replied the emperor, "my fatigue is so well recompensed by the wonderful things you have shown me, that I do not feel it the least. I think only of the trouble I give you. Let us finish by seeing the yellow water. I am impatient to see and admire the speaking bird." When the emperor came to the yellow water, his eyes were fixed so steadfastly upon the fountain that he could not take them off. At last, addressing himself to the princess, he said, "As you tell me, daughter, that this water has no spring or communication, I conclude that it is foreign, as well as the singing tree." "Sir," replied the princess, "it is as your majesty conjectures, and to let you know that this water has no communication with any spring, I must inform you that the basin is one entire stone, so that the water cannot come in at the sides or underneath. But what your majesty will think most wonderful is that all of this water proceeded but from one small flagon, emptied into this basin, which increased to the quantity you see by a property peculiar to itself, and formed this fountain." "Well," said the emperor, going from the fountain, "this is enough for one time. I promise myself the pleasure to come and visit it often. But now let us go and see the speaking bird." As he went towards the hall, the emperor perceived a prodigious number of singing birds in the trees around, filling the air with their songs and warblings, and asked why there were so many there and none on the other trees in the garden. "The reason, sir," answered the princess, "is because they come from all parts to accompany the song of the speaking bird, which your majesty may see in a cage in one of the windows of the hall we are approaching. And if you attend, you will perceive that his notes are sweeter than those of any of the other birds, even the nightingale." The emperor went into the hall, and as the bird continued singing, the princess raised her voice and said, "My slave, here is the emperor. Pay your compliments to him." The bird left off singing that instant, when all the other birds ceased also, and it said, "The emperor is welcome. God prosper him and prolong his life." As the entertainment was served on the sofa near the window where the bird was placed, the Sultan replied, as he was taking his seat, "Bird, I thank you, and am overjoyed to find in you the Sultan and King of birds." As soon as the emperor saw the dish of cucumbers set before him, thinking it was stuffed in the best manner, he reached out his hand and took one, but when he cut it, was in extreme surprise to find it stuffed with pearls. "What novelty is this?" said he, "and with what design were these cucumbers stuffed thus with pearls, since pearls are not to be eaten." He looked at the two princes and princess to ask them the meaning, when the bird, interrupting him, said, "Can your majesty be in such great astonishment at cucumbers stuffed with pearls, which you see with your own eyes, and yet so easily believe that the queen your wife was delivered of a dog, a cat, and a piece of wood?" "I believed these things," replied the emperor, "because the midwives assured me of the facts." "Those midwives, sir," replied the bird, "were the queen's two sisters, who, envious of her happiness in being preferred by your majesty before them, to satisfy their envy and revenge, have abused your majesty's credulity. If you interrogate them, they will confess their crime. The two brothers and the sister whom you see before you are your own children, whom they exposed, and who were taken in by the intendant of your gardens, who provided nurses for them and took care of their education." This speech of the bird's presently cleared up the emperor's understanding. "Bird," cried he, "I believe the truth which you discovered to me. The inclination which drew me to them told me plainly they must be my own blood. Come then, my sons, come, my daughter, let me embrace you and give you the first marks of a father's love and tenderness." The emperor then rose, and after having embraced the two princes and the princess, and mingled his tears with theirs, said, "It is not enough, my children. You must embrace each other, not as the children of the intendant of my gardens, to whom I have been so much obliged for preserving your lives, but as my own children, of the royal blood of the monarchs of Persia, whose glory I am persuaded you will maintain." After the two princes and princess had embraced mutually with new satisfaction, the emperor sat down again with them and finished his meal in haste, and when he had done, said, "My children, you see in me your father. Tomorrow I will bring the queen your mother, therefore prepare to receive her." The emperor afterwards mounted his horse and returned with expedition to his capital. The first thing he did, as soon as he had alighted and entered his palace, was to command the grand vizier to seize the queen's two sisters. They were taken from their houses separately, convicted and condemned to be quartered, which sentence was put in execution within an hour. In the meantime, the Emperor Khusru Shah, followed by all the lords of his court who were then present, went on foot to the door of the great mosque, and after he had taken the queen out of the strict confinement she had languished under for so many years, embracing her in the miserable condition to which she was then reduced, said to her with tears in his eyes, "I come to entreat your pardon for the injustice I have done you, and to make you the reparation I ought, which I have begun by punishing the unnatural wretches who put the abominable cheat upon me, and I hope you will look upon it as complete when I present to you two accomplished princes and a lovely princess, our children. Come and resume your former rank, with all the honours which you are due." All this was done and said before great crowds of people who flocked from all parts at the first news of what was passing, and immediately spread the joyful intelligence through the city. Next morning early, the emperor and the queen, whose mournful, humiliating dress was changed for magnificent robes, went with all their court to the house built by the intendant of the gardens, where the emperor presented the princes Bahman and Perviz and the princess Parizadeh to their enraptured mother. "These, much injured wife," said he, "are the two princes your sons, and this princess your daughter. Embrace them with the same tenderness I have done, since they are worthy both of me and you." The tears flowed plentifully down their cheeks at these tender embraces, especially the queen's, from the comfort and joy of having two such princes for her sons, and such a princess for her daughter, on whose account she had so long endured the severest afflictions. The two princes and the princess had prepared a magnificent repast for the emperor and queen and their court. As soon as that was over, the emperor led the queen into the garden, and showed her the harmonious tree and the beautiful effect of the yellow fountain. She had seen the bird in his cage, and the emperor had spared no panegyric in his praise during the repast. When there was nothing to detain the emperor any longer, he took horse, and with the princes Bahman and Perviz on his right hand, and the queen consort and the princess at his left, preceded and followed by all the officers of his court, according to their rank, returned to his capital. Crowds of people came out to meet them, and with acclamations of joy ushered them into the city, where all eyes were fixed not only upon the queen, the two princes, and the princess, but also upon the bird, which the princess carried before her in his cage, admiring his sweet notes, which had drawn all the other birds about him, which followed him, flying from tree to tree in the country, and from one housetop to another in the city. The princes Bahman and Perviz and the princess Parizadeh were at length brought to the palace with this pomp, and nothing was to be seen or heard all that night but illuminations and rejoicings both in the palace and in the utmost parts of the city, which lasted many days and were continued throughout the Empire of Persia as intelligence of the joyful event reached the several provinces. End of Section 12. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Section number 13 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakmola. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott. The story of the Sultan of Yemen and his 3 sons. There was in the land of Yemen, Arabia Felix, a sultan, under whom were 3 tributary princes. He had 4 children, 3 sons and a daughter. He possessed greater treasures than could be estimated, as well as innumerable camels, horses, and flocks of sheep, and was held in awe by all contemporary sovereigns. After a long and prosperous reign, age brought with it infirmity, and he at length became incapable of appearing in his hall of audience, upon which he commanded his sons to his presence, and said to them, My wish is to divide among you, before my death, all my possessions, that you may be satisfied, and live in unanimity and brotherly affection with each other, and in obedience to my dying commands. They exclaimed, To hear is to obey. The Sultan then said, My will is that the eldest be sovereign in my room, that the second possess my treasures, and the third every description of animals. Let no one encroach upon another, but all assist each other. He then caused them to sign an agreement to abide by his bequests, and shortly afterwards was received into the mercy of the Almighty. Upon which his sons prepared what was suitable to his dignity for his funeral. They washed the corpse, enshrouded it, prayed over it, and having committed it to the earth, returned to their palaces, where the viziers, officers of state, and inhabitants of the metropolis, high and low, rich and poor, attended to console with them on the loss of their father. The news of the death of the Sultan was soon spread abroad in all the provinces, and deputations from every city came to condole with the princess. After their ceremonies, the eldest prince demanded that he should be inaugurated Sultan in the room of the deceased monarch, agreeably to his will. But this was not possible, as each of the other brothers was ambitious of being sovereign. Contention and disputes arose between them for the government, till at length the elder brother, wishing to avoid civil war, said, Let us go and submit to the arbitration of one of the tributary sultans, and to let him whom he adjudges the kingdom peaceably enjoy it. To this they assented, as did also the viziers, and they departed, unattended, towards the capital of one of the tributary sultans. When the princes had proceeded about halfway on their journey, they reached a verdant spot, abounding in herbage and flowers, with a clear rivulet running through it, the convenience of which made them halt to refresh themselves. They sat down and were eating, when one of the brothers, casting his eyes on the grass, said, A camel has lately passed this way loaded, half with sweetmeats and half with grain. True, cried another, and he was blind of one eye. Yes, exclaimed the third, and he had lost his tail. They had scarcely concluded their remarks when the owner of the camel came up to them, for he had heard what they had said, and was convinced, as they had described the beast and his load, that they must have stopped him, crying out that they had stolen his camel. We have not seen him, answered the princes, nor touched him. By Allah, replied he, none but you can have taken him, and if you will not deliver him up, I will complain of you to the Sultan. They rejoined, It is well, let us go to the Sultan. When all 4 had reached the palace, information was given of the arrival of the princes, and they were admitted to an audience, the owner of the camel following, who bawled out, "These men, my lord, by their own confession, have stolen my property, for they described him and the load he carried." The man then related what each of the princes had said, upon which the Sultan demanded if it was true. They answered, "My lord, we have not seen the camel, but we chanced, as we were sitting on the grass taking some refreshment, to observe that part of the pasture had been grazed, upon which we supposed that the camel must have been blind of an eye, as the grass was only eaten on one side. We then observed the dung of a camel in one heap on the ground, which made us agree that its tail must have been cut off, as it is the custom for camels to shake their tails and scatter it abroad. On the grass where the camel had lain down, we saw on one side flies collected in great numbers, but none on the other. This made us conclude that one of the panniers must have contained sweets and the other only grain." Upon hearing the above, the Sultan said to the complainant, "Friend, go and look for thy camel, for these observations do not prove the theft on the accused, but only the strength of their understandings and penetration." The Sultan now ordered apartments for the princes, and directed that they should be entertained in a manner befitting their rank, after which he left them to their repose. In the evening, when the usual meal was brought in, the elder prince, having taken up a cake of bread, said, "This bread, I am sure, was made by a sick woman." The second, on tasting some kid, exclaimed, "This kid was suckled by a bitch." And the third cried out, "Certainly the Sultan must be illegitimate." At this instant the Sultan, who had been listening, entered hastily and exclaimed, "Wherefore utter ye these affronting speeches?" "Inquire," replied the princes, "into what you have heard, and you will find all true." The Sultan now retired to his harem, and on inquiry found that the woman who had kneaded the bread was sick. He then sent for the shepherd, who owned that the dam of the kid having died, he had suckled it upon a bitch. Next, in a violent passion, he proceeded to the apartments of the Sultana mother, and, brandishing his scimitar, threatened her with death, unless she confessed whether he was the son of the late Sultan or not. The Sultana was alarmed, and said, "To preserve my life, I must speak truth. Know then that thou art the son of a cook. Thy father had no male offspring, at which he was uneasy. On the same day myself and the wife of the cook lay in, I of a daughter and she of a son. I was fearful of the coolness of the Sultan, and imposed upon him the son of the cook for his own. That son art thou, who now enjoyest an empire." The spurious Sultan left the Sultana in astonishment at the penetration of the brothers, whom he summoned to his presence, and inquired of them on what grounds they had founded their just suspicions respecting the bread, the kid, and himself. "My lord," replied the elder prince, "when I broke the cake, the flour fell out in lumps, and hence I guessed that she who made it had not strength to knead it sufficiently, and must have been unwell." "It is as thou hast said," replied the Sultan. "The fat of the kid," continued the second brother, "was all next the bone, and the flesh of every other animal but the dog has it next the skin. Hence my surmise that it must have been suckled by a bitch." "Thou wert right," answered the Sultan. "But now for myself." "My reason for supposing thee illegitimate," said the youngest prince, "was, because thou didst not associate with us, who are of the same rank with thyself. Every man has properties which he inherits from his father, his grandfather, or his mother. From his father, generosity or avarice; from his grandfather, valor or cowardice; from his mother, bashfulness or impudence." "Thou hast spoken justly," replied the Sultan. "But why come ye to ask judgment of me, since ye are so much better able to decide difficult questions than myself? Return home and agree among yourselves." The princes did so, and obeyed the will of their father. End of section number 13. Section 14 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakmola. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. Three very ingenious sharpers who associated together, being much distressed, agreed, in hopes of obtaining immediate relief, that they would go to the Sultan and pretend each to superior ability in some occupation. Accordingly, they proceeded to the metropolis, but found admission to the presence difficult, the Sultan being at a garden palace surrounded by guards, who would not let them approach. Upon this, they consulted and agreed to feign a quarrel, in hopes that their clamour would draw the notice of the Sultan. It did so. He commanded them to be brought before him, inquired who they were, and the cause of the dispute. "We were disputing," said they, "concerning the superiority of our professions, for each of us possesses complete skill in his own." "What are your professions?" replied the Sultan. "I am," said one, "O sovereign, a lapidary of wonderful skill." "I fear thou art an astonishing rascal," exclaimed the Sultan. "I am," said the second sharper, "a genealogist of horses." "And I," continued the third, "a genealogist of mankind, knowing everyone's true descent, an art much more wonderful than that of either of my companions, for no one possesses it but myself, nor ever did before me." The Sultan was astonished, but gave little credit to their pretensions. Yet he said to himself, "If these men speak truth, they are worthy of encouragement. I will keep them near me till I have occasion to try them. When, if they prove their abilities, I will promote them, but if not, I will put them to death." He then allotted them an apartment, with an allowance of 3 cakes of bread and a mess of pottage daily, but placed spies over them, fearing lest they might escape. Not long after this, a present of rarities was brought to the Sultan, among which were 2 precious stones, one of them remarkably clear in its water, and the other with a flaw. The Sultan now bethought himself of the lapidary, and sent for him to his presence, when he gave him the clear jewel to examine, and demanded what he thought it was worth. The sharper took the stone, and with much gravity turned it backwards and forwards in his hands, examining it with minute attention on every part, after which he said, "My lord, this jewel has a flaw in the very centre of it." When the Sultan heard this, he was enraged against the sharper, and gave orders to strike off his head, saying, "This stone is free from blemish, and yet thou pretends it hath a flaw." The executioner now advanced, laid hold of the sharper, bound him, and was going to strike, when the Vizier entered, and, seeing the Sultan enraged, and the sharper under the cimeter, inquired the cause. Being informed, he advanced towards the Sultan and said, "My lord, act not thus, but first break the stone. Should a flaw appear in it, the words of this man are true, but if it be found free from blemish, put him to death." The Sultan replied, "Thy advice is just," and broke it in 2 with his mace. In the middle he found a flaw, at which he was astonished, and exclaimed to the sharper, "By what means couldst thou discover the blemish?" He replied, "By the acuteness of my sight." The Sultan then released him and said, "Take him back to his companions, allow him a mess of pottage to himself, and 2 cakes of bread." Some time after this, a tribute came from one of the provinces, part of which consisted of a beautiful black colt, in colour resembling the hue of the darkest night. The Sultan was delighted with the animal, and spent whole days in admiring him. At length he bethought himself of the sharper, who had pretended to be a genealogist of horses, and commanded him to his presence. When he appeared, the Sultan said, "Art thou a judge of horses?" He replied, "Yes, my lord." Upon which the Sultan exclaimed, "It is well, but I swear by him who appointed me guardian of his subjects, and said to the universe, 'Be, and it was, that should I find untruth in thy declaration, I will strike off thy head.'" The man replied, "To hear is to submit." After this they brought out the colt, that he might examine him. The sharper desired the groom to mount the colt and pace him before him, which he did backwards and forwards, the fiery animal all the while plunging and rearing. At length the genealogist said, "It is enough," and turning to the Sultan exclaimed, "My lord, this colt is singularly beautiful, of true blood by his sire. His pace is exquisite and proportions just, but in him there is one blemish. Could that be done away, he would be all perfection, nor would there be upon the face of the earth his equal among all the various breeds of horses." "What can that blemish be?" said the Sultan. "His sire," rejoined the genealogist, "was of true blood, but his dam of another species of animal, and if commanded, I will inform you." "Speak," said the Sultan. "The dam of this beautiful colt," continued the genealogist, "was a buffalo." When the Sultan heard this, he flew into a rage, and commanded an executioner to strike off the head of the sharper, exclaiming, "Thou accursed dog, how could a buffalo bring forth a colt?" "My lord," replied the sharper, "the executioner is in attendance, but send for the person who presented the colt, and inquire of him the truth. If my words prove just, my skill will be ascertained, but if what I have said be false, then let my head pay the forfeit for my tongue." Upon this the Sultan sent for the master of the colt to attend his presence. When the master of the colt appeared before him, the Sultan inquired whether it was purchased of another person or had been bred by himself, to which the man replied, "My lord, I will relate nothing but the truth. The production of this colt is surprising. His sire belonged to me, and was of the true breed of sea horses, but he was always kept in an enclosure by himself, as I was fearful of his being injured. But it happened one day in the spring that the groom took him for air into the country, and piqueted him in the plain. By chance a cow buffalo coming near the spot, the stallion became outrageous, broke his heel ropes, joined the buffalo, which after the usual period of gestation produced this colt, to our great astonishment." The Sultan was surprised at this relation. He commanded the genealogist to be sent for, and upon his arrival said, "Thy words have proved true, and thy wonderful skill in the breed of horses is ascertained. But by what mark couldst thou know that the dam of this colt was a buffalo?" The man replied, "My lord, the mark is visible in the colt itself. It is not unknown to any person of observation that the hoof of a horse is nearly round, but the hoof of a buffalo thick and longish, like this colt's. Hence I judged that the dam must certainly have been a buffalo." The Sultan now dismissed him graciously, and commanded that he should be allowed daily a mess of pottage and 2 cakes of bread. Not long after this the Sultan bethought himself of the third sharper, who pretended that he was the genealogist of man, and sent for him to the presence. On his appearance he said, "Thou canst trace the descent of man." "Yes, my lord," replied the genealogist. Upon this the Sultan commanded an eunuch to take him into his harem, that he might examine the descent of his favourite mistress. Upon his introduction, he looked at the lady on this side and on that, through her veil, till he was satisfied, when he came out, and the Sultan exclaimed, "Well, what hast thou discovered in my mistress?" He replied, "My lord, she is all perfect in elegance, beauty, grace, stature, bloom, modesty, accomplishments, and knowledge, so that everything desirable centres in herself. But still there is one point that disgraces her, from which, if she was free, it is not possible she could be excelled in anything among the whole of the fair sex." When the Sultan had heard this, he rose up angrily, and drawing his scimitar, ran toward the genealogist, intending to strike off his head. Just as he was going to strike, some of the attendants said, "My lord, put not the man to death before thou art convinced of his falsehood." Upon which the Sultan exclaimed, "What fault appeared to thee in my mistress?" "O Sultan," replied the man, "she is, as to herself, all perfect, but her mother was a rope dancer." Upon this the Sultan immediately sent for the father of the lady and said, "Inform me truly who was the mother of thy daughter, or I will put thee to death." "Mighty prince," replied the father, There is no safety for man but in the truth. Her mother was a rope dancer, whom I took when very young from a company of strolling mummers and educated. She grew up most beautiful and accomplished. I married her, and she produced me the girl whom thou hast chosen." When the Sultan heard this, his rage cooled, but he was filled with astonishment, and said to the genealogist, "Inform me what could shew thee that my mistress was the daughter of a rope dancer?" "My lord," replied the man, "this caste of people have always their eyes very black, and their eyebrows bushy. Such are hers, and from them I guessed her descent." The Sultan was now convinced of his skill, dismissed him graciously, and commanded that he should be allowed a mess of pottage and 3 cakes of bread daily, which was done accordingly. Some time after this the Sultan reflected on the 3 sharpers, and said to himself, "These men have proved their skill in whatever I have tried them. The lapidary was singularly excellent in his art, the horse genealogist in his, and the last has proved his upon my mistress. I have an inclination to know my own descent beyond a doubt." He then ordered the genealogist into his presence and said, "Dost thou think thou canst prove my descent?" "Yes, my lord," replied the man, "but on condition that you spare my life after I shall have informed you, for the proverb says, 'When the Sultan is present, beware of his anger, as there is no delay when he commands to strike.'" "There shall be safety for thee," exclaimed the Sultan, "in my promise, an obligation that can never be forfeited." "O Sultan," continued the genealogist, "when I shall inform thee of thy parentage and descent, let not there be any presence who may hear me." "Wherefore?" replied the Sultan. "My lord," answered the sharper, "you know the attributes of the deity should be veiled in mystery." The Sultan now commanded all his attendants to retire, and when they were alone, the genealogist advanced and said, "Mighty prince, thou art illegitimate, and the son of an adulteress." As soon as the Sultan heard this, his colour changed, he turned pale, and fainted away. When he was recovered, he remained some time in deep contemplation, after which he exclaimed, "By him who constituted me the guardian of his people, I swear that if thy assertion be found true, I will abdicate my kingdom and resign it to thee, for royalty cannot longer become me. But should thy words prove void of foundation, I will put thee to instant death." "To hear is to assent," replied the sharper. The Sultan now arose, entered the harem, and bursting into his mother's apartment with his scimitar drawn, exclaimed, "By him who divided the heavens from the earth, shouldst thou not answer faithfully to what I shall inquire, I will cut thee to pieces with this scimitar." The queen, trembling with alarm, said, "What dost thou ask of me?" "Inform me," replied the Sultan, "of whom am I the son?" "Since truth only can save me," cried the princess, "know that thou art the offspring of a cook. My husband had no children either male or female, on which account he became sad and lost his health and appetite. In a court of the harem we had several sorts of birds, and one day the Sultan, fancying he should relish one of them, ordered the cook to kill and dress it. I happened then to be in the bath alone. As I was in the bath," continued the Sultana, "I saw the cook endeavouring to catch the birds. At that instant it occurred to my mind from the instigation of Satan that if I bore not a son after the death of the Sultan, my influence would be lost. I tempted the man, and thou art the produce of my crime." The signs of my pregnancy soon appeared, and when the Sultan was informed of them, he recovered his health, and rejoiced exceedingly, and conferred favours and presents on his ministers and courtiers daily, till the time of my delivery. On that day he chanced to be upon a hunting excursion at a country palace, but when intelligence was brought him of the birth of a son, he instantly returned to me, and issued orders for the city to be decorated, which was done for 40 days together, out of respect to the Sultan. Such was my crime, and such was thy birth." The Sultan now returned to the adventurer, and commanded him to pull off his clothes, which he did, when the Sultan, disrobing himself, habitated him in the royal vestment, after which he said, "Inform me whence thou judgest that I was a bastard." "My lord," replied the adventurer, when each of us shewed our skill in what was demanded, you ordered him only an allowance of a mess of pottage and 3 cakes of bread. Hence I judged you to be the offspring of a cook, for it is the custom of princes to reward the deserving with wealth and honours, but you only gratified us with victuals from your kitchen. The Sultan replied, Thou hast spoken truly. He then made him put on the rest of the royal robes and ornaments, and seated him upon the throne, after which he disguised himself in the habit of a dervish, and wandered from his abdicated dominions. When the lucky adventurer found himself in possession of the throne, he sent for his companions, and finding they did not recognize him in his royal habiliments, dismissed them with liberal presents, but commanded them to quit his territories with the utmost expedition, lest they should discover him. After this, with a satisfied mind, he fulfilled the duties of his new station with a liberality and dignity that made the inhabitants of the metropolis and all the provinces bless him and pray for the prolongation of his reign. End of section number 14. Section number 15 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Shashank Jakmola. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. The Adventures of the Abdicated Sultan. The abdicated prince, disguised as a dervish, did not cease travelling in a solitary mood till he came to the city of Cairo, which he perceived to be in repose and security, and well regulated. Here he amused himself with walking through several streets, till he had reached the royal palace, and was admiring its magnificent architecture and extent, and the crowds passing in and out, when the Sultan with his train appeared in sight, returning from a hunting excursion, upon which he retired to one side of the road. The Sultan, observing his dignified demeanour, commanded one of his attendants to invite him to the palace, and entertain him till he should inquire after him. When the Sultan had reposed himself from the fatigue of his exercise, he sent for the supposed dervish to his presence, and said, From what kingdom art thou arrived? He answered, I am, my lord, a wandering dervish. Well, replied the Sultan, but inform me on what account thou art come here. On which he said, My lord, this cannot be done but in privacy. Let it be so, rejoined the Sultan, and rising up, led him into a retired apartment of the palace. That supposed dervish then related what had befallen him, the cause of his having abdicated his kingdom, and taken upon himself the character of a religious. The Sultan was astonished at his self-denial, and exclaimed, Blessed be his holy name, who exalteth and humbleth whom he will by his almighty power. But my history is more surprising than thine. I will relate it to thee, and conceal nothing. End of section number 15.
Section 16 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 16. The Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. History of Mahummud, Sultan of Cairo. At my first outset in the world, I was an indigent man, and possessed none of the conveniences of life, till at length I became possessed of 10 pieces of silver, which I resolved to expend in amusing myself. With this intention, I walked one day into the principal market, intending first to purchase somewhat delicate to feast upon. While I was looking about me, a man passed by with a great crowd following and laughing at him, for he led in an iron chain a monstrous baboon, which he cried for sale at the price of 10 pieces of silver. Something instinctively impelled me to purchase the creature, so I paid him the money and took my bargain to my lodging, but on my arrival was at a loss how to produce a meal for myself or the baboon. While I was considering what I should do, the baboon, having made several springs, became suddenly transformed into a handsome young man, beautiful as the moon at the 14th night of its appearance, and addressed me, saying, "Sheikh Mahummud, thou hast purchased me for 10 pieces of silver, being all thou hadst, and art now thinking how thou canst procure food for me and thyself." "That is true," replied I. "But in the name of Allah, from whence dost thou come?" "Ask no questions," replied my companion, "but take this piece of gold and purchase us somewhat to eat and drink." I took the gold and did as he desired, and we spent the evening merrily together in feasting and conversation, till it was time to repose. In the morning the young man said, "My friend, this lodging is not fitting for us. Go and hire a better." "To hear is to obey," replied I, and departed to the principal serai, where I hired an upper apartment, to which we removed. He then gave me 10 dinars, with orders to purchase carpets and cushions, which I did, and on my return found before him a package containing princely vestments. These he gave to me, desiring that I would go to a bath, and after bathing put them on. I obeyed his commands, dressed myself, and found in each pocket 100 dinars. I was not a little proud of my improved appearance in the rich robes. On my return he praised my figure and seated me by him, when we refreshed ourselves and chatted on various subjects. At length he gave me a bundle, desiring that I would present it to the Sultan, and at the same time demand his daughter in marriage for myself, assuring me that my request would meet a ready compliance. The young man commanded a slave he had bought to attend me, who carried the bundle, and I set out for the palace, near which I found a great crowd of grandees, officers, and guards, who, seeing me so richly habited, inquired respectively what I wanted. Upon my replying that my business was with the Sultan, they informed the ushers, who introduced me to the presence. I made the customary obeisance, and the Sultan returned my salute, after which I presented the bundle before him, saying, "Will my lord accept this trifle, becoming my humble situation to offer, but certainly not worthy of the royal dignity to receive?" The Sultan commanded the package to be opened, when lo, it contained a complete dress of royal apparel, richer than had ever been before seen, at which the Sultan was astonished and exclaimed, "Heavens, I have nothing like this, nor ever possessed so magnificent a suit. It shall be accepted. But inform me, Sheikh, what thou requirest in return for so valuable an offering." "Mighty sovereign," replied I, "my wish is to become thy relation, by espousing that precious gem of the casket of beauty, thy incomparable daughter." When the Sultan had heard this request, he turned towards his vizier and said, "Advise me on how I should act in this affair." Upon which the minister replied, "Shew him, my lord, your most valuable diamond, and inquire if he has any one equally precious to match it, as a marriage present for your daughter." The Sultan did so, when I said, "If I present 2, will you give me your daughter?" To which he assented, and I took my leave, carrying with me the diamond, to shew the young man as a model. Upon my arrival at our serai, I informed him of what passed, when he examined the diamond, and said, "The day is now far spent, but tomorrow I will procure 10 like it, which thou shalt present to the Sultan." Accordingly, in the morning he walked out, and in the space of an hour returned with 10 diamonds, which he gave me, and I hastened with them to the Sultan. When he beheld the precious stones, he was enraptured at their brilliancy, and again consulted his vizier how he should act in this business. "My lord," replied the minister, "you only required 1 diamond of the sheikh, and he has presented you with 10. It is, therefore, incumbent upon you to give him your daughter." The Sultan now sent for the Qazis and the Effendis, who drew up the deed of espousals, which they gave me when I returned to our Sarai, and showed it to the young man, who said, "It is well, go and complete thy marriage, but I entreat that thou wilt not consummate thy nuptials till I shall give thee permission." "To hear is to obey," replied I. When it was night, I entered the princess's apartment, and sat down at a distance from her, and did not speak till morning, when I bade her farewell, and took my leave for the day. I observed the same conduct the second night and the third, upon which, offended by my coldness, she complained to her mother, who informed the Sultan of my affronting behavior. The Sultan sent for me to his presence, and with much anger threatened, if I should continue my coldness to the princess another evening, that he would put me to death. Upon this I hastened to inform my friend at the Sarai, who commanded that when I should next be alone with my wife, I should demand of her a bracelet which she wore upon her right arm, and bring it to him, after which I might consummate my nuptials. I replied, "To hear is to obey," and the next evening, when I entered the apartment, said to my wife, "If thou desirest that we should live happily together, give me the bracelet on thy right arm." She did so immediately, when I carried it to the young man, and, returning to the palace, slept, as I supposed, with the princess till morning. Guess, however, what was my surprise, when on awaking I found myself lying in my first humble lodging, stripped of my rich vestments, and saw on the ground my former mean attire, namely an old vest and a pair of tattered drawers, and a ragged turban, as full of holes as a sieve. When I had somewhat recovered my senses, I put them on, and walked out in a melancholy mood, regretting my lost happiness, and not knowing what I should do to recover it. As I strolled toward the palace, I beheld sitting in the street a fortune-teller, who had some written papers before him, and was casting omens for the bystanders. I advanced, and made him a salute, which he returned kindly, and after looking attentively in my face, exclaimed, "What has that accursed wretch betrayed thee, and torn thee from thy wife?" I replied, "Yes." Upon this he desired me to wait a little, and seated me by him. When his employers were departed, he said, "My friend, the ape which you purchased for 10 pieces of silver, and who soon after was transformed into a young man, is not of human race, but a genie deeply in love with the princess whom you married. However, he could not approach her while she wore the bracelet, containing a powerful charm, upon her right arm, and therefore made use of thee to obtain it. He is now with her, but I will soon effect his destruction, that genii and men may be secure from his wickedness, for he is one of the rebellious and accursed spirits, who disobeyed our Lord Solomon, son of David." After this the fortune-teller wrote a note, which, having sealed and directed, he gave it to me, saying, "Go to a certain spot, wait there, and observe those who may approach. Fortify thy mind, and when thou shalt see a great personage attended by a numerous train, present to him this letter, when he will accomplish thy desires." I took the note, immediately departed for the place to which the fortune-teller had directed me, and after traveling all night and half the next day reached it, and sat down to wait for what might happen. The evening shut in, and about a fourth part of the night had passed, when a great glare of lights appeared advancing towards me from a distance, and as it shone nearer, I perceived persons carrying flambeaux and lanterns, also a numerous train of attendants, as if belonging to some mighty sultan. My mind was alarmed, but I recovered myself and resolved to stay where I was. A great concourse passed by me, marching 2 and 2, and at length there appeared a sultan of the genii, surrounded by a splendid attendance, upon which I advanced as boldly as I could, and having prostrated myself, presented the letter, which he opened and read aloud as follows: "Be it known unto thee, O Sultan of the genii, that the bearer of this is in distress, from which thou must relieve him by destroying his enemy. Shouldest thou not assist him, beware of thy own safety. Farewell." When the Sultan of the Genii had read the note, he called out to one of his messengers, who immediately attended before him, and commanded him to bring into his presence without delay the genie who had enchanted the daughter of the Sultan of Cairo. To hear is to obey, replied the messenger, and instantly disappearing, was absent for about an hour, when he returned with the criminal, and placed him before the Sultan of the Genii, who exclaimed, "Accursed wretch, hast thou ill-treated this man?" "Mighty sovereign," replied the genie, "my crime proceeded from love of the princess, who wore a charm in her bracelet which prevented my approaching her, and therefore I made use of this man. He procured me the charm, and I now have her in my power, but I love her tenderly, and have not injured her." "Return the bracelet instantly," replied the Sultan of the Genii, "that the man may recover his wife, or I will command an executioner to strike off thy head." The offending genie, who was of an accursed and obstinate race, upon hearing these words was inflamed with passion, and insolently cried out, "I will not return the bracelet, for no one shall possess the princess but myself." Having said thus, he attempted to fly away, but in vain. The Sultan of the Genii now commanded his attendants to bind the criminal in chains, which they did, and having forced the bracelet from him, struck off his head. The Sultan then presented me with the charm, which was no sooner in my hand than all the genii vanished from my sight, and I found myself, dressed as before, in the rich habit given me by the pretended young man. I proceeded to the city, which I entered, and when I came near the palace was recognized by the guards and courtiers, who cried out in raptures of joy, "Our lost prince is at length returned." They paid their respects, and I entered the apartment of the princess, whom I found in a deep sleep, in which state she had been ever since my departure. On my replacing the bracelet on her arm, she awoke. After this, we lived together in all happiness, till the death of her father, who appointed me his successor, having no son, so that I am what I am. When the Sultan of Cairo had finished his narrative, the abdicated prince expressed his surprise at his adventures, upon which the Sultan said, "Wonder not, my brother, at the dispensations of the Almighty, for he worketh in secret, and when he pleaseth, revealeth his mysteries. Since thou hast quitted thy kingdom, if thou choosest, thou shalt be my vizier, and we will live together as friends and brothers." "To hear is to obey," replied the prince. The Sultan then constituted him vizier, enrobed him in a rich uniform, and committed to him his seal, the inkstand, and other insignia of office, at the same time conferring upon him a magnificent palace, superbly furnished with gorgeous carpets, musneds, and cushions. Belonging to it were also extensive gardens. The vizier entered immediately upon his new office, held his divans regularly twice every day, and judging so equitably on all appeals brought before him that his fame for justice and impartiality was soon spread abroad, insomuch that whoever had a cause or dispute willingly referred it to his decision, and was satisfied with it, praying for his life and prosperity. In this state he remained for many years, the sovereign pleased with him, and he happy under the protection of the Sultan of Cairo, so that he did not regret his abdicated kingdom. It happened one evening that the mind of the Sultan was depressed, upon which he sent for the vizier, who attended, when he said, "Vizier, my mind is so uneasy that nothing will amuse me." "Enter then," replied the minister, "into thy cabinet, and look at thy jewels, the examination of which may perhaps entertain thee." The Sultan did so, but it had no effect on his lassitude, when he said, "Vizier, this dispiritedness will not quit me, and nothing gives me pleasure within my palace. Let us, therefore, walk out in disguise." "To hear is to obey," replied the vizier. They then retired into a private chamber, and putting on the habits of dervishes of Arabia, strolled through the city till they reached a hospital for lunatics, which they entered. Here they beheld two men, one reading and the other listening to him, when the Sultan said to himself, "This is surprising," and addressed the men, saying, "Are you really mad?" They replied, "We are not mad, but our stories are so wonderful that were they recorded on a tablet of adamant, they would remain for examples to them who would be advised." "Let us hear them," said the Sultan, upon which the man who had been reading exclaimed, "Hear mine first." and thus began. End of section 16.
Section 17 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 17. Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. Story of the First Lunatic. I was a merchant, and had a warehouse in which were Indian goods of all sorts and of the highest value, and I bought and sold to great advantage. One day I was sitting in my warehouse, according to custom, busy in buying and selling. An old woman came in, telling her beads, and greeted me. I returned her salute, when she sat down and said, "Sir, have you any choice Indian clothes?" "Yes, my mistress," replied I, "of all sorts that you can possibly wish for." "Bring them," said she. I showed her a piece of great value, with which she was highly pleased, and inquired the price. 500 dinars, replied I. She took out her purse, paid me the money, and went away with the cloth, upon which I had a profit of 150 dinars. She returned the next day, bought another piece, paid for it, and in short did the same thing for 15 days successively, paying me regularly for each purchase. On the 16th day she came to my shop as usual, chose the cloth, and was going to pay me, but missed her purse. Upon which she said, "Sir, I have unfortunately left my purse at home." "Mistress," replied I, "it is of no consequence. Take this cloth, and if you return, well, if not, you are welcome to this trifle." She would not take it. I pressed her, but in vain. Much friendly argument passed between us, till at length she said, "Sir, you contradict, and I contradict, but we shall never agree unless you will favor me by accompanying me to my house to receive the value of your goods. So lock up your warehouse, lest anything should be lost in your absence." Accordingly, I fastened my doors, and accompanied her. We walked on conversing, till we came near her house, when she pulled out a handkerchief from her girdle, and said, "My desire is to cover this over thy eyes." "On what account?" replied I. "Because," said she, "in our way are several houses, the gates of which are open, and the women are sitting in their balconies, so that possibly thy eyes may glance upon some of them, and thy heart be distracted with love. For in this part are many beautiful damsels, who would fascinate even a religious, and therefore I am alarmed for thy peace." Upon this I said to myself, this old woman advises me properly, and I consented to her demand. When she bound the handkerchief over my eyes, and we proceeded until we arrived at her house, she knocked at the door, which was opened by a damsel, and we entered. The old lady then took the handkerchief from my eyes, when I looked around me and perceived that I was in a mansion having several quadrangles, highly ornamented, and resembling the palaces of the Sultan. The old lady now desired me to retire into a room, which I did, and there beheld heaped together all the pieces of cloth which she had purchased for me, at which I was surprised, but still more so when two damsels, beautiful as the pleasant moons, approached, and having divided a piece of cloth into halves, each took one, and wrapped it round her hand. Then they sprinkled the floor with rose water and other scents, wiping it with the cloth, and rubbing it till it became bright as silver, after which they withdrew into an adjoining room, and brought out at least 50 stools, which they set down, and placed all over rich covering with cushions of tissue. Then they fetched a large stool of gold, and having put upon it a carpet of cushions and gold brocade, retired. Not long after this there descended from the staircase by 2 and 2 as many damsels in number as the stools, upon each of which one sat down. At last descended a lady attended by 10 damsels, who placed herself upon the larger stool. When I beheld her, my lord, my senses forsook me. I was in raptures of her beauty, her stature, her elegance, as she chattered and laughed with her companions. At length she exclaimed, "My dear mother," when the old woman entered, to whom she said, "Hast thou brought the young man?" She replied, "Yes, my daughter, he is ready to attend thee." Upon which the lady said, "Introduce him to me." When I heard this I was alarmed, and said to myself, "There is no refugee but in the highmost God. Doubtless she has discovered my being here, and will command me to put to death." The old woman came to me, and leading me by the hand, took me before the lady seated upon the golden stool, who, on seeing me, smiled, made a graceful salute, and waved her hand for a seat to be brought, which was done, and placed close to her own. She then commanded me to sit down, which I did with much confusion. When I was seated, the lady began to chat and joke with me, saying, "What think of you, my appearance and my beauty? Do you judge me worthy of your affection? Shall I be your partner and you mine?" When I heard these words, I replied, "How, dear lady, dare I presume, who am not worthy to be your servant, to arrive at such an honor?" Upon this she said, "Young man, my words have no evasion in them. Be not discouraged or fearful of returning me an answer, for my heart is devoted to thy love." I now perceived, my lord, that the lady was anxious to marry me, but could not conceive on what account or who could have given her intelligence concerning me. She continued to show me many pleasing attentions, that at length I was emboldened to say, "Lady, if your words to me are insincere, according to the proverb, no time is favorable as the present, there cannot," said she, "be a more fortunate day than this for our union." Upon this I replied, "My dear lady, how can I allot for your proper dowry?" "The value of the cloth you entrusted the old lady who is my mother," answered she, "is sufficient." "That cannot be enough," rejoined I. "Nothing more shall be added," exclaimed the lady. "My intention is this instant to send for the CAUZEE and witnesses. I will choose a trustee, that they may unite us without delay. We will celebrate our nuptials this very evening, but upon one condition." "What is that?" replied I. She answered, "That you bind yourself not to address or hold conversation with any woman but myself." My lord, I was eager to be in possession of such a beautiful woman, and therefore said to her, "I agree, and will never contradict thee either by my words or by actions." She then sent for the CAUZEE and witnesses, appointed a trustee, after which we were married. After the ceremony, she ordered coffee and sorbet, gave money to the CAUZEE, a dress of honor to her trustee, and we departed. I was lost in astonishment, and said to myself, "Do I dream or am I awake?" She now commanded her damsels to empty the warm bath, fill it afresh, and prepare cloths and necessaries for bathing. When they had done as she desired, she ordered the eunuchs in waiting to conduct me to the human, and gave them a rich dress. They led me into an elegant apartment, difficult for speech to describe. They spread many-colored carpets, upon which I sat down and undressed, after which I entered the human, and perceived delightful odors from sandalwood, of cornmeal, and other sweets diffusing from every part. Here they seated me, covered me with perfumed soaps, and rubbed me till my body became bright as silver, when they brought the basins, and I washed with warm water, after which they gave me rose water, and I poured it all over me. They next brought in sweet-smelling salves, which I rubbed all over me, and then prepared to the eunuman, where I found a royal dress, in which the eunuchs arrayed me, and after perfuming me with incense of sandalwood, brought in confections, coffee, and sorbets of various sorts, with which I refreshed myself. I then left the bath with my attendants, who showed me into the grand hall of the palace, which was spread with most magnificent carpets, stools, and cushions. Here the lady met me, attired in a new habit, more sumptuous than I had ever seen her in before. When I beheld my bride, she appeared to me, from the richness of her ornaments, like a concealed treasure from which the talisman had been removed. She sat down by me, and smiled so fascinating upon me, I could no longer contain my rapture. In a short time she retired, but soon returned again in a dress richer than her last. I again embraced her, and in short, my lord, we remained together for 10 days in the height of happiness and enjoyment. At the end of this period, I recollected my mother, and said to my wife, "It is so long since I have been absent from home, and since my mother has not seen me, that I am certain she must be anxious concerning me. Will you permit me to visit her and look after my warehouse?" "There can be no impediment," replied she. "You may visit your mother daily, and employ yourself in your warehouse, but the old woman must conduct you and bring you back," to which I assented. The old lady then came in, tied a handkerchief over my eyes, conducted me to the spot where she had first blindfolded me, and said, "You shall return here about the time of the evening prayer, and will find me waiting." I left her, and repaired to my mother, whom I found in great affliction at my absence, weeping bitterly. Upon seeing me, she ran and embraced me with tears of joy. I said, "Weep not, my dear mother, for my absence has been owing to the highest of good fortune." I then informed her of my lucky adventure, when she exclaimed, "May Allah protect thee, my son! but visit me at least every 2 days, that my affection for thee may be gratified. I then went to my warehouse, and employed myself as usual till evening, when I returned to the place anointed, where I found the old lady, who blindfolded me as before, and conducted me to the palace of my wife, who received me with fondness. For 3 months I continued to go in this manner, but I could not help wishing to know whom I married, and wondering at the affluence, splendor, and attendance that appeared around her. At length I found an opportunity of being in private with one of her black slaves, and questioned her concerning her mistress. "My lord," replied she, "the history of my mistress is wonderful, but I dare not relate to it, lest she should put me to death." Upon this I assured her that if she would inform me, no one should know it but myself, and I took an oath of secrecy, when she began as follows. My mistress one day went to a public bath, intending to amuse herself, for which purpose she made such preparations of delicacies and rarities, as were worth a camel's load of treasure, and when she left the hammam, made an excursion to a garden, where a splendid collation was laid out. Here she continued enjoying herself till evening, when she ordered her routine to make ready for departure, and the fragments of the entertainment to be distributed among the poor. On her return she passed through the street in which was your warehouse. It was upon a Friday, when you were sitting in conversation with a friend, arrayed in your best attire. She beheld you. Her heart was stricken with love, but no one perceived her emotion. However, she had no sooner reached her palace than she became low and melancholy, and her appetite failed her. At length she took to her bed. Her color left her, sleep forsake her, and she became very weak. Upon this her mother went out to a physician, that he may consider what might be the cause of her daughter's indisposition. But on the way she met a skilful old lady, with whom she returned home. The old lady, on feeling the pulse of her patient, and after asking several questions, could perceive in her no bodily ailment or pain, upon which she judged she was in love, did not venture to speak to her before her mother of her suspicions. She took leave, and said, "By God's blessing thou wilt soon recover. I will return tomorrow, and bring with me an infallible medicine." She then took her mother aside, and said, "My good lady, be not angry at what I shall remark, but thy daughter has no bodily disorder. She is in love, and there can be no cure for her by a union with her beloved." The mother, on the departure of the old lady, repaired to her daughter, and with much difficulty, after 20 days of denial, for my mistress' modesty was hurt, obtained from her a description of your person, and the street in which you lived, upon which she behaved to you in the manner you are well acquainted with, brought you here, and you know what followed. Such is her story, concluded the black slave. "Which you must not reveal." "I will not," replied I. And after this I continued to live very happily with my wife, going daily to see my mother, to attend in my warehouse, and return in the evening, conducted as usual by the old lady, my mother-in-law. One day, after the expiration of some months, I was sitting in my warehouse. A damsel came into the street with the image of a cock composed in jewelry. It was set with pearls, diamonds, and other precious stones, and she offered it to the merchants for sale. When they began bidding for it at 500 dinars, and went to 950, all which I observed in silence, it did not interfere by speaking or bidding. At length the damsel came up to me and said, "My lord, all merchants have increased in bidding for my precious toy, but you have neither bidden nor taken any notice of me." "I have no occasion for it," replied I. "Nay," exclaimed she, "but you must bid something more." "Since I must," I answered, "I will give you 50 dinars more, which will be just 1,000. She accepted my price, and I went into my warehouse to fetch the money to pay her, saying to myself, I will present this to a curiosity as my wife, as it may please her. When I was going to pay the money, the damsel would not take it, but said, "My lord, I have a request to make, which is, that I may snatch one kiss from your cheek as the price of my jewelry, for I want nothing else." Upon this I thought to myself, a single kiss of my cheek is an easy price for the value of 1,000 dinars, and consented, when she came up to me and gave me a kiss, but at the same time a most severe bite, left the piece of jewelry, and went away with the greatest haste. In the evening I repaired to the house of my wife, and found the old lady awaiting as usual at the accustomed spot. She tied the handkerchief over my eyes, and she had conducted me home, took it off. I found my wife sitting upon her golden stool, but dressed in scarlet and with an angry countenance, upon which I said to myself, God grant all may be well. I approached her, took out the toy set with diamonds and rubies, thinking that on sight of it her ill humor would vanish, and said, "My mistress, accept this, for it is curious, and I have purchased it for thee." She took it in her hand and examined it on all sides, after which she exclaimed, "Dost thou really purchase this on my account?" "By heavens," replied I bought it for thy sake, for 1,000 dinars. Upon this she frowned angrily at me, and exclaimed, "What means that wound upon thy cheek?" I was overwhelmed with confusion. While I was in this state, she called out to her attendants, who immediately descended the staircase, carrying the headless corpse of a young girl, the head placed upon the middle of the body. I looked, and knew it to be the head of the damsel who had sold me the piece of jewelry for a kiss and had bitten my cheek. My wife now exclaimed, "I have no occasion for such babbles, for I have many of them. But I wish to know if thou went so faithful to thy agreement with me as to not address another woman than myself, and sent the girl to try thee. Since thy promise has been broken, begone and return no more." When my wife had finished her speech, the old woman took me by the hand, tied the handkerchief over my eyes, and conducted me to the usual spot, when she said, "Begone!" and disappeared. I was so overcome by the sad adventure and the loss of my wife that I ran through the streets like one frantic, crying, "Ah, what beauty, what grace, what elegance does she possess!" Upon which the people, supposing me distracted, conducted me to this hospital, and bound me in fetters, as you see. When the Sultan had heard the young man's story, when he, much affected, inclined his head for some instants in deep thought, and then said this to his vizier, "By Allah, who has entrusted me with sovereignty, if thou dost not discover the lady who married this young man, thy head shall be forfeited." The vizier was alarmed, but recovering himself, replied, "Allow me 3 days to search," to which the Sultan consented. The vizier then took with him the young man, and for 2 days was at loss on how to find the house. At length he inquired if he should know the spot where the handkerchief was tied over his eyes, and the gateway at which it was taken off, of which the youth professed to be certain. He conducted the minister to the street where he was blindfolded, and they reached a gateway, at which the vizier knocked. It was opened by the domestics, who, knowing the vizier and seeing the young man with him, were alarmed, and ran to communicate the quality of the visitants to her mistress. She desired to know the commands of the vizier, who informed her that it was the Sultan's pleasure that she should be reconciled with her husband, to which she replied, "Since the Sultan hath commanded, my duty is obedience." The young man was reunited with his wife, who was the daughter of the former Sultan of Cairo. Such were the adventures of the young man who was reading in the hospital. We now recite those of the youth who was listening to him. Upon the Sultan's inquiring his story, he begins as follows. End of section 17.
Section 18 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 18. Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. The Story of the Second Lunatic. My lord, I was by profession a merchant, and on my commencing business the youngest of my trade, having been just entered my 16th year. As I was one day busy in my warehouse, a damsel entering, put into my hands a packet, which on opening I found to contain several copies of verses in praise of myself, with a letter expressive of ardent affection for my person. Supposing them meant only as banter, I foolishly flew into a passion, seized the bearer, and beat her severely. On her departure, I reflected on my improper behavior, dreaded lest she should complain to her relations, and that they might revenge themselves upon me by some sudden assault. I repented of what I had done, but alas! It was when repentance would not avail. 10 days had passed, when as I was sitting in my warehouse as usual, a young lady entered most superbly dressed and odoriferously perfumed. She resembled in brightness the moon on its 14th night, so that when I gazed upon her, my senses forsook me, and I was incapable of attention to anything but herself. She addressed me, saying, "Young man, have you in your warehouse any female ornaments?" To which I replied, "Of all sorts, my lady, that you can possibly require." Upon this she desired to see some bracelets for the ankles, which I showed her, when holding out her foot she desired me to try them on. I did so. After this she asked for a necklace, and opening her veil, made me tie it on. She then chose a pair of bracelets, and extending her hands, desired me to put them on her wrists, which I did, after which she inquired the amount of the whole, when I exclaimed, Fair lady, accept them as a present, and inform me whose daughter thou art. She replied, I am the daughter of the chief magistrate. When I said, My wish is to demand thee in marriage of thy father. She consented that I should, but observed, When you ask me of my father, he will say, I have only one daughter, who is a cripple and wretchedly deformed. Do thou, however, reply that thou art willing to accept her, and if he remonstrates, still insist upon wedding her. I then asked when I should make my proposals. She replied, The best time to visit my father is on the Eid al-Korban, which is 3 days hence, as thou wilt then find with him all his relations and friends, and our espousals will add to his festivity. Agreeably to the lady's instructions, on the 3rd day following I repaired with several of my friends to the house of the chief magistrate, and found him sitting in state, receiving the compliments of the day from the chief inhabitants of the city. We made our obeisance, which he graciously noticed, received us with kindness, and entered familiarly into conversation. A collation was brought in, the cloth spread, and we partook with him of the viands, after which we drank coffee. I then stood up, saying, My lord, I am desirous of espousing the chaste lady your daughter, more precious than the richest gem. When the chief magistrate heard my speech, he inclined his head for some time towards the earth in deep thought, after which he said, Son, my daughter is an unfortunate cripple, miserably deformed. To this replied, To have her for my wife is all I wish. The magistrate then said, If thou wilt have a wife of this description, it must be on condition that she shall not be taken from my house, that thou shalt consummate the marriage here and abide with me. I replied, To hear is to obey, believing that she was the beautiful damsel who had visited my warehouse and whose charms I had so rapturously beheld. In short, the nuptial ceremony was performed, when I said to myself, Heavens, is it possible that I am become master of this beautiful damsel, and shall possess her charms? When night set in, the domestics of the chief magistrate introduced me into the chamber of my bride. I ran eagerly to gaze upon her beauty, but guess my mortification when I beheld her a wretched dwarf, a cripple, and deformed, as her father had represented. I was overcome with horror at the sight of her, distracted with disappointment, and ashamed of my own foolish credulity, but I dared not complain, as I had voluntarily accepted her as my wife from the magistrate. I sat down silently in one corner of the chamber, and she in another, for I could not bring myself to approach her, as she was disgusting to the sight of man, and my soul could not endure her company. At daybreak I left the house of my father-in-law, repaired to my warehouse, which I opened, and sat down much distressed in mind, with my head dizzy, like one suffering from intoxication, when lo! Who should appear before me but the lady who had put upon me so mortifying a trick? She entered and paid me the customary salute. I was enraged, and began to abuse her, saying, Wherefore hast thou put upon me such a stratagem? When she replied, Wretch, recollect the day that I brought thee a packet, in return for which you seized, beat, reviled, and drove me scornfully away. In retaliation for such treatment, I have taken revenge by giving thee such a delectable bride. I now fell at her feet, entreated her forgiveness, and expressed my repentance, upon which, smiling upon me, she said, Be not uneasy, for as I have plunged thee into a dilemma, I will also relieve thee from it. Go to the Aga of the leather dressers, give him a sum of money, and desire him to call thee his son. Then repair with him, attended by his followers and musicians, to the house of the chief magistrate. When he inquires the cause of their coming, let the Aga say, My lord, we are come to congratulate thy son-in-law, who is my beloved child, on his marriage with thy daughter, and to rejoice with him. The magistrate will be furiously enraged, and exclaim, Dog, is it possible that being a leather dresser thou durst marry the daughter of the chief magistrate? Do thou then reply, My lord, my ambition was to be ennobled by your alliance, and as I have married your lordship's daughter, the mean appellation of leather dresser will soon be forgotten and lost in the glorious title of the son-in-law of your lordship. I shall be promoted under your protection, and purified from the odor of the tan-pit, so that my offspring will smell as sweet as that of Syed. I did as the lady had directed me, and having bribed the chief of the leather dressers, he accompanied me with the body of his trade and a numerous party of musicians, vocal and instrumental, to my father-in-law's house, before which they began to sing and dance with great clamour, every now and then crying out, Long live our noble kingsman! Long live the son-in-law of the chief magistrate! The magistrate inquired into the cause of our intrusive rejoicing, when I told him my kinsfolk were congratulating me upon my alliance with this illustrious house, and come to thank him for the honor he had done the whole body of leather dressers in my person. The chief magistrate, on hearing this, was passionately enraged, and abused me, but reflecting that without my consent the supposed disgrace of his noble house could not be done away, he became calm and offered me money to divorce his daughter. At first I pretended unwillingness, but at length affecting to be moved by his earnest entreaties, accepted 40 purses of gold, which he gave to me to repudiate my deformed wife, and I returned home with a lightened heart. The day following the lady came to my warehouse, when I thanked her for having freed me from my ridiculous marriage, and begged her to accept of me as a husband. To this she consented, but said she feared, too meanly born for me to marry, as her father was but a cook, though of eminence in his way and very rich. I replied, even though he were a leather dresser, thy charms would grace a throne. In short, my lord, we were married, and have lived together very happily from the day of our union to the present time. Such is my story, but it is not so surprising as that of the learned man and his pupil, whose adventures were among the miracles of the age, which I will relate. End of section 18. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Section 19 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Melody Coriati. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 19. Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. Story of the retired sage and his pupil, related to the Sultan by the second lunatic. There was a learned and devout sage, who in order to enjoy his studies and contemplations uninterrupted, had secluded himself from the world in one of the cells of the principal mosque of the city, which he never left but upon the most pressing occasions. He had led this retired life some years, when a boy one day entered his cell, and earnestly begged to be received as his pupil and domestic. The sage liked his appearance, consented to his request, inquired who were his parents and whence he came, but the lad could not inform him, and said, "Ask not who I am, for I am an orphan, and know not whether I belong to heaven or earth." The sheik did not press him, and the boy served him with the most undeviating punctuality and attention for 12 years, during which he received his instructions in every branch of learning, and became a most accomplished youth. At the end of the 12 years, the youth one day heard some young men praising the beauty of the Sultan's daughter, and saying that her charms were unequaled by those of all the princesses of the age. This discourse excited his curiosity to behold so lovely a creature. He repaired to his master, saying, "My lord, I understand that the Sultan hath a most beautiful daughter, and my soul longs ardently for an opportunity of beholding her, if only for an instant." The sage exclaimed, "What have such as we to do, my son, with the daughters of sovereigns or of others? We are a secluded order, and should refrain ourselves from associating with the great ones of this world." The old man continued to warn his pupil against the vanities of the age, and to divert him from his purpose. But the more he advised and remonstrated, the more intent the youth became on his object, which affected his mind so much that he grew very uneasy, and was continually weeping. The sage, observing his distress, was afflicted at it, and at length said to the youth, "Will one look at the princess satisfy thy wishes?" "It shall," replied the pupil. The sage then anointed one of his eyes with a sort of ointment, when lo, he became to appearance as a man divided into half, and the sage ordered him to go and hop about the city. The youth obeyed his commands, but he had no sooner got into the street than he was surrounded by a crowd of passengers, who gazed with astonishment at his appearance. The report of so strange a phenomenon as a half-man soon spread throughout the city, and reached the palace of the Sultan, who sent for the supposed monster to the presence. The youth was conveyed to the palace, where the whole court gazed upon him with wonder, after which he was taken into the harem, to gratify the curiosity of the women. He beheld the princess, and was fascinated by the brilliancy of her charms, insomuch that he said to himself, "If I cannot wed her, I will put myself to death." The youth, being at length dismissed from the palace, returned home, his heart tortured with love for the daughter of the Sultan. On his arrival, the sage inquired if he had seen the princess. "I have," replied the youth, "but one look is not enough, and I cannot rest until I shall sit beside her, and feast my eyes till they are wearied with gazing upon her." "Alas, my son," exclaimed the old man, "I fear for thy safety. We are religious men, and should avoid temptations, nor does it become us to have anything to do with the Sultan." To this the youth replied, "My lord, unless I shall sit beside her, and touch her neck with my hands, I shall, through despair, put myself to death." At these words, the sage was alarmed for the safety of his pupil, and said to himself, "I will, if possible, preserve this amiable youth, and perchance Allah may gratify his wishes." He then anointed both his eyes with an ointment, which had the effect of rendering him invisible to human sight. After this he said, "Go, my son, and gratify thy wishes, but return again, and be not too long absent from thy duty." The youth hastened toward the royal palace, which he entered unperceived, and proceeded into the harem, where he seated himself near the daughter of the Sultan. For some time he contented himself with gazing on her beauty, but at length, extending his hands, touched her softly on the neck. As soon as she felt his touch, the princess, alarmed, shrieked out violently, and exclaimed, "I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed." Her mother and the ladies present, affrighted at her outcries, eagerly inquired the cause when she said, "Eblis, or some other evil spirit, hath this instant touched me on the neck." Upon this the mother was alarmed, and sent for her nurse, who, when informed of what had happened, declared that nothing was so specific to drive away evil spirits as the smoke of camel's hair, a quantity of which was instantly brought, and, being set fire to, the smoke of it filled the whole apartment, and so affected the eyes of the young man that they watered exceedingly, when he unthinkingly wiped them with his handkerchief, so that with his tears the ointment was soon washed off. The ointment was no sooner wiped away from his eyes than the young man became visible, and the princess, her mother, and the ladies all at once uttered a general cry of astonishment and alarm, upon which the eunuchs rushed into the apartment. Seeing the youth, they surrounded him, beat him unmercifully, then bound him with cords, and dragged him before the Sultan, whom they informed of his having been found in the royal harem. The Sultan, enraged, sent for an executioner, and commanded him to seize the culprit, to clothe him in a black habit patched over with flame color, to mount him upon a camel, and, after parading with him through the streets of the city, to put him to death. The executioner took the young man, dressed him as he had been directed, placed him upon the camel, and led him through the city, preceded by guards and a crier who bawled out, "Behold, the merited punishment of him who has dared to violate the sanctuary of the royal harem." The procession was followed by an incalculable crowd of people, who were astonished at the beauty of the young man, and the little concern he seemed to feel at his own situation. At length the procession arrived in the square before the great mosque, when the sage, disturbed by the noise and concourse of the people, looked from the window of his cell, and beheld the disgraceful situation of his pupil. He was moved to pity, and instantly calling upon the genie, for by his knowledge of magic and every abstruse science he had them all under his control, commanded them to bring him the youth from the camel, and place in his room, without being perceived, some superannuated man. They did so, and when the multitude saw the youth, as it were, transformed into a well-known, venerable sheik, they were stricken with awe, and said, "Heavens! The young man turns out to be a reverend chief of the herb sellers." For the old man had long been accustomed to dispose of greens and sugar cane at the college gate near the great mosque, and was the oldest in his trade. The executioner, on beholding the change of appearance in his prisoner, was confounded. He returned to the palace with the old man upon the camel, and followed by the crowd. He hastened to the Sultan and said, "My lord, the young man is vanished, and in his room became seated upon the camel this venerable sheik, well known to the whole city." On hearing this, the Sultan was alarmed and said to himself, "Whoever has been able to perform this can do things much more surprising. He may depose me from my kingdom." The Sultan's fears increased so much that he was at a loss how to act. He summoned his vizier and said, "Advise me what to do in the affair of this strange youth, for I am utterly confounded." The vizier for some time inclined his head towards the ground in profound thought, then, addressing the Sultan, said, "My lord, no one could have done this but by the help of genii, or by a power which we cannot comprehend, and he may possibly, if irritated, do you in future a greater injury respecting your daughter. I advise, therefore, that you cause it to be proclaimed throughout the city that whoever has done this, if he will appear before you, shall have pardon on the word of a sultan, which can never be broken. Should he then surrender himself, espouse him to your daughter, when perhaps his mind may be reconciled by her love. He has already beheld her, and seen the ladies of the harem, so that nothing can save your honor but his union with the princess." The Sultan approved the advice of his vizier. The proclamation was issued, and the crier proceeded through several streets, till at length he reached the square of the great mosque. The pupil, hearing the proclamation, was enraptured, and running to his patron, declared his intention of surrendering himself to the Sultan. "My son," said the sage, "why shouldst thou do so? Hast thou not already suffered sufficiently?" The youth replied, "Nothing shall prevent me." Upon which the sage exclaimed, "Go, then, my son, and my midnight prayers shall attend thee." The youth now repaired to the hammam, and having bathed, dressed himself in his richest habit, after which he discovered himself to the crier, who conducted him to the palace. He made a profound obeisance to the Sultan, at the same time uttering an eloquent prayer for his long life and prosperity. The Sultan was struck with his manly beauty, the gracefulness of his demeanor, and the propriety of his delivery, and said, "Young stranger, who art thou, and from whence dost thou come?" "I am," replied the youth, "the half-man whom you saw, and have done what you are already acquainted with." The Sultan now requested him to sit in the most honorable place, and entered into conversation on various subjects. He put to him several difficult questions in science, to which the youth replied with such judgment that his abilities astonished him, and he said to himself, "This young man is truly worthy of my daughter." He then addressed him, saying, "Young man, my wish is to unite thee to my daughter, for thou hast already seen her, also her mother, and after what has passed, no one will marry her." The youth replied, "I am ready in obedience, but must advise with my friends." "Go, then," said the Sultan, "consult with thy friends, and return quickly." The young man repaired to the sage, and having informed him of what had passed between himself and the Sultan, signified his wish to marry the princess, when the sheik replied, "Do so, my son. There can be in the measure no crime, as it is a lawful alliance." "But I wish," said the youth, "to invite the Sultan to visit you." "By all means," answered the sage. "My lord," rejoined the pupil, "since I first came, and you honored me in your service, I have beheld you in no other residence but this confined cell, from which you have never stirred, night or day. How can I invite the Sultan here?" "My son," exclaimed the sheik, "go to the Sultan, rely upon Allah, who can work miracles in favor of whom he chooseth, and say unto him, 'My patron greets thee, and requires thy company to an entertainment 5 days hence.'" The youth did as he was directed, and having returned to his master, waited upon him as before, but anxiously wishing for the 5th day to arrive. On the 5th day, the sage said to his impatient pupil, "Let us remove to our own house, that we may prepare for the reception of the Sultan, whom you must conduct to me." They arose, and walked, till on coming to a ruinous building about the middle of the city, the walls of which were fallen in heaps, the sheik said, "My son, this is my mansion. Hasten and bring the Sultan." The pupil, in astonishment, exclaimed, "My lord, this abode is a heap of ruins. How can I invite the Sultan here? It would only disgrace us." "Go," repeated the sage, "and dread not the consequences." Upon this the youth departed, but as he went on, could not help saying to himself, "Surely my master must be insane, or means to make a jest of us." When he had reached the palace, he found the Sultan expecting him, upon which he made his obeisance and said, "Will my lord honor me by his company?" The Sultan arose, mounted his horse, and attended by his whole court, followed the youth to the place chosen by the venerable sheik. It now appeared a royal mansion, at the gates of which were ranged numerous attendants in costly habits, respectfully waiting. The young man, at the sight of this transformed appearance, was confounded in such a manner that he could hardly retain his senses. He said to himself, "It was but this instant that I beheld this place a heap of ruins, yet now it is a palace far more magnificent than any belonging to this Sultan. I am astonished, but must keep this secret to myself." The Sultan alighted, as did also his courtiers, and entered the palace. They were surprised and delighted at the splendor of the first court, but much more so at the superior magnificence of a second, into which they were ushered and introduced into a spacious hall, where they found the venerable sheik sitting to receive them. The Sultan made a low obeisance, upon which the sage just moved his head, but did not rise. The Sultan then sat down, when the sheik greeted him, and they entered into conversation on various subjects, but the senses of the Sultan were confounded at the dignified demeanor of his host, and the splendid objects around him. At length, the sheik desired his pupil to knock at a door and order breakfast to be brought in, which he did, when lo! The door opened, and there entered 100 slaves, bearing upon their heads golden trays, on which were placed dishes of agate, cornelian, and other stones, filled with various eatables, which they arranged in order before the Sultan. He was astonished, for he had nothing so magnificent in his own possession. He then partook of the sumptuous collation, as did also the venerable sheik, and all the courtiers, till they were satisfied, after which they drank coffee and sherbets of various sorts, when the Sultan and the sage conversed on religious and literary subjects, and the former was edified by the remarks of the latter. When it was noon, the sheik again desired his pupil to knock at another door, and order dinner to be brought in. He had no sooner done so, than immediately 100 slaves, different from the former, entered, bearing trays of the richest viands. They spread the cloth before the Sultan and arranged the dishes, which were each thickly set with precious stones, at which he was more astonished than before. When all had eaten till they were satisfied, basins and ewers, some of gold and others of agate, were carried round, and they washed their hands, after which the sheik said to the Sultan, "Have you fixed what my son must give as the dower of your daughter?" To this the Sultan replied, "I have already received it." This he said out of compliment, but the sheik replied, "My lord, the marriage cannot be valid without a dower." He then presented a vast sum of money, with many jewels, for the purpose to his pupil, after which he retired with the Sultan into a chamber, and arrayed him in a splendid habit. Rich dresses were also given to each of his attendants according to their rank. The Sultan then took leave of the sheik, and returned with his intended son-in-law to the palace. When evening arrived, the young man was introduced into the apartment of the princess, which he found spread with the richest carpets, and perfumed with costly essences, but his bride was absent, at which he was somewhat surprised, but supposed her coming was put off till midnight, for which he waited with impatience. Midnight came, but no bride appeared, when 1,000 uneasy sensations afflicted his mind, and he continued in restless anxiety till morning. Nor were the father and mother of the princess less impatient, for supposing she was with her husband, they waited anxiously and were mortified at the delay. At daylight, the mother, unable to bear longer suspense, entered the chamber, when the young man, rather angrily, inquired what had delayed the coming of his bride. "She entered before thee," replied the mother. "I have not seen her," answered the bridegroom. Upon this the Sultana shrieked with affright, calling aloud on her daughter, for she had no other child but her. Her cries alarmed the Sultan, who, rushing into the apartment, was informed that the princess was missing, and had not been seen since her entrance in the evening. Search was now made in every quarter of the palace, but in vain, and the Sultan, Sultana, and the bridegroom were involved in the deepest distress. To account for the sudden disappearance of the princess, be it known that a genie used often to divert himself with visiting the harem of the Sultan, and happening to be there on the marriage night, was so captivated by the charms of the bride that he resolved to steal her away. Accordingly, having rendered himself invisible, he waited in the nuptial chamber, and upon her entering bore her off, and soared into the air. At length he alighted with his prey in a delightful garden, far distant from the city, placed the princess in a shady arbor, and set before her delicious fruits, but contented himself with gazing upon her beauty. The young bridegroom, when recovered from his first alarm, bethought himself of his tutor, and, together with the Sultan, repaired to the palace where the splendid entertainment had been given. Here they found everything in the same order as on the day of festivity, and were kindly received by the venerable sheik, who, on hearing of the loss of the princess, desired them to be comforted. He then commanded a chafing dish of lighted charcoal to be set before him, and after some moments of contemplation, cast into it some perfumes, over which he pronounced incantations. He had scarcely ended them when, lo, the earth shook, whirlwinds arose, lightnings flashed, and clouds of dust darkened the air, from which speedily descended winged troops, bearing superb standards and massive spears. In the center of them appeared 3 sultans of the genii, who, bowing low before the sheik, exclaimed all at once, "Master, hail! We are come to obey thy commands." The sheik now addressed them, saying, "My orders are that you instantly bring me the accursed spirit who hath carried off the bride of my son." When the genie replied, "To hear is to obey," and immediately detached 50 of their followers to reconduct the princess to her chamber, and drag the culprit to the presence of the sage. These commands were no sooner issued than they were performed. 10 of the genii carefully conveyed the bride to her apartment, while the rest, having seized the offending genie, dragged him before the sage, who commanded the 3 sultans to burn him to ashes, which was executed in an instant. All this was done in the presence of the Sultan, who was wrapped in astonishment, and viewed with awe the tremendously gigantic figures of the genii, wondering at the submissive readiness with which they obeyed the commands of the venerable sheik. When the offending genie was consumed to ashes, the sheik renewed his incantations, during which the sultans of the genii, with their followers, bowed themselves before him, and when he had ended, vanished from sight. The Sultan and the bridegroom, having taken leave of the sheik, returned to the palace, where all was now gladness for the safe return of the princess. The marriage was consummated, and the young man was so happy with his bride that he did not quit the harem for 7 days. On the 8th, the Sultan ordered public rejoicings to be made, and invited all the inhabitants of the city to feast at the royal cost, causing it to be proclaimed that no one, either rich or poor, should for 3 days presume to eat at home, light a fire, or burn a lamp in his own house, but all repair to the nuptial festival of the daughter of the Sultan. Ample provision was made for all comers in the courts of the palace, and the officers of the household attended day and night to serve their guests according to their quality. During one of the nights of this grand festival, the Sultan, being anxious to know if his proclamation was generally obeyed, resolved to walk through the streets of the city in disguise. Accordingly, he and his vizier, in the habit of dervishes of Persia, having quitted the palace privately, began their excursion and narrowly examined several streets. At length they came to a close alley, in one of the houses of which they perceived a light, and heard the sound of voices. When they had reached the door, they heard a person say to another, "Our Sultan understands not how to treat properly, nor is he liberal, since the poor have it not in their option to partake of the costly feast he has prepared for his daughter's nuptials. He should have distributed his bounty among the wretched, who dare not presume to enter the palace in their ragged garments, by sending it to their home." The Sultan, upon hearing this, said to the vizier, "We must enter this house," and knocked at the door, when a person cried out, "Who is there?" "Guests," replied the Sultan. "You shall be welcome to what we have," answered the person, and opened the door. On entering, the Sultan beheld 3 mean-looking old men, one of whom was lame, the second broken-backed, and the third wry-mouthed. He then inquired the cause of their misfortunes, to which they answered, "Our infirmities proceeded from the weaknesses of our understandings." The Sultan upon this replied in a whisper to his vizier that at the conclusion of the festival he should bring the three men to his presence, in order that he might learn of their adventures. When they had tasted of their homely fare, the Sultan and the vizier rose up, and having presented the three maimed companions with a few dinars, took leave and departed. They strolled onwards. It was now near midnight when they reached a house in which, through a lattice, they could perceive three girls with their mother, eating a slender meal, during which, at intervals, one of them sung, and the other two laughed and talked. The Sultan resolved to enter the house, and commanded the vizier to knock at the door, which he did, when one of the sisters cried out, "Who knocks at our door at this advanced time of night?" "We are two foreign dervishes," replied the vizier, to which the ladies answered, "We are women of virtue, and have no men in our house to whom you can be introduced. Repair to the festival of the Sultan, who will entertain you." "Alas," continued the vizier, "we are strangers, unacquainted with the way to the palace, and dread lest the magistrate of the police should meet and apprehend us. We beg that you will afford us lodging till daylight. We will then depart, and you need not apprehend from us any improper behavior." When the mother of the ladies heard this, she pitied the strangers, and commanded them to open the door, upon which the Sultan and vizier, having entered, paid their respects and sat down, but the former, on observing the beauty of the sisters and their elegant demeanor, could not contain himself, and said, "How comes it that you dwell by yourselves, have no husbands or any male to protect you?" The younger sister replied, "Impertinent dervish, withhold thy inquiries. Our story is surprising, but unless thou wert Sultan and thy companion vizier, you could not appreciate our adventures." The Sultan, upon this remark, became silent on the subject, and they discoursed upon indifferent matters till near daylight, when the pretended dervishes took a respectful leave and departed. At the door the Sultan commanded the vizier to mark it, so that he might know it again, being resolved, when the nuptial festival should be concluded, to send for the ladies and hear their story. On the last evening of the festival, the Sultan bestowed dresses of honor on all his courtiers, and on the following day, affairs returning to their usual course, he commanded his vizier to bring before him the three maimed men, and ordered them to relate the cause of their misfortunes, which they did as follows. End of section 19. Recording by Melody Coriati.
Section 20 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Beth Blakely. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 20. Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. The Story of the Broken-Backed Schoolmaster. Formerly, O mighty Sultan was a schoolmaster, and had under my tuition nearly 70 scholars, of whose manners I was as careful as of their learning. So much did I make them respect me, that whenever I sneezed, they laid down their writing boards, stood up with arms crossed, and with one voice exclaimed, "God have mercy upon our tutor!" To which I replied, "May he have mercy upon me and you, and all who have children." If any one of the boys did not join in this prayer, I used to beat him severely. One fine afternoon my scholars requested leave to visit a certain garden some distance from the town, which I granted, and they clubbed their pittances to purchase sweetmeats and fruits. I attended them on this excursion, and was as much delighted as themselves with the pleasure they enjoyed and their childish gambols. When evening approached we returned homewards, and on the way my boys, having fatigued themselves with play, as well as eaten much sweets and fruit, were seized with extreme thirst, of which they heavily complained. At length we reached a draw-well, but alas, it had no bucket or cord. I pitied their situation, and resolved, if possible, to relieve them. I requested them to give me their turbans, which I tied to each other, but as they were altogether not long enough to reach the water, I fixed one of the turbans round my body, and made them let one down into the well, where I filled a small cup I had with me, which they drew up repeatedly till their thirst was satisfied. I then desired them to draw me up again, which they attempted, and I had reached nearly the mouth of the well, when I was unfortunately seized with a fit of sneezing, upon which the boys mechanically, as they had been accustomed to do in school, one and all let go their hold, crossed their arms, and exclaimed, "God have mercy upon our venerable tutor!" Well, I tumbled at once to the bottom of the well and broke my back. I cried out from the agony of pain, and the children ran on all sides for help. At length some charitable passengers drew me out, and placing me upon an ass carried me home, where I languished for a considerable time, and never could recover my health sufficiently again to attend my school. Thus did I suffer for my foolish pride, for had I not been so tenacious of respect from my scholars, they would not upon my sneezing have let go their hold and broken my back. When the broken-backed schoolmaster had finished his story, the old man with the wry mouth thus began. End of section 20. Recording by Beth Blakely.
Section 21 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 21. The Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. Story of the Wry-mouthed Schoolmaster. I also, O Sultan, was a schoolmaster, and so strict with my pupils that I allowed them no indulgence, but even kept them to their studies frequently after the usual hours. At length, one more cunning than the rest resolved in revenge to play me a trick. He instructed the lads as they came into school to say to me, "Dear master, how pale you look!" Not feeling myself ill, I, though surprised at their remarks, did not much regard them on the first day, but a second, and so on to a fifth passing, on each of which all pupils on entrance uttered the same exclamation. I began to think some fatal disorder had seized me, and resolved, by way of prevention, to take physic. I did so the following morning, and remained in my wife's apartments, upon which the unlucky lads, clubbing their pittances together to the amount of about 100 thalus, requested my acceptance of the money as an offering for my recovery. And I was so pleased with the present that I gave them a holiday. The receipt of cash in so easy a manner was so agreeable to me that I feigned illness for some days. My pupils made an offering as usual, and were allowed to play. On the 10th day, the cunning urchin who had planned the scheme came into my chamber, as customary, with an offering of falus. I happened then to have before me a boiled egg, which, upon seeing him enter, I clapped into my mouth, supposing that if he perceived me well enough to eat, he might not give me the money. He, however, observed the trick, and coming up to me with affected condolence, exclaimed, "Dear master, how your cheeks are swelled!" at the same time pressing his hands upon my face. The egg was boiling hot, and gave me intolerable pain, while the young wit pretended compassionately to stroke my visage. At length he pressed my jaws together so hard the egg broke, when the scalding yolk ran down my throat and over my beard, upon which the artful lad cried out in seeming joy, "God be praised, dear master, that the dreadful imposthume has discharged itself. We, your pupils, will all return thanks for your happy recovery." My mouth was contracted by the scald in the manner you behold, and I became so ridiculed for my folly that I was obliged to shut up my school. The Sultan, having heard the other man's story, which was of but little interest, dismissed the three foolish schoolmasters with a present, commanded the vizier to go and recognize the house of the three ladies and their mother, it being his intention to visit them again in disguise and hear their adventures. The vizier hastened to the street, but to his surprise and mortification found all the houses marked in the same manner, for the youngest sister, having overheard the Sultan's instructions, had done this to prevent a discovery of their residence. The vizier returned to the Sultan and informed him of the trick which had been played. He was much vexed, But the circumstance excited his curiosity in a greater degree. At length the vizier bethought himself of a stratagem, and said, "My lord, let a proclamation be issued for 4 days successively throughout the city, that whoever presumes, after the first watch of the night, to have a lamp lighted in his house, shall have his head struck off, his goods confiscated, his house razed to the ground, and his women dishonored. It is possible, as these ladies did not regard your proclamation at the nuptials of the princess, they may disobey this, and by that means we may discover their residence." The Sultan approved the contrivance of the vizier, caused the proclamation to be made, and waited impatiently for the 4th night, when he and his minister, having disguised themselves as before, proceeded to the street in which the ladies lived. A light appeared only in one house, which it being now tolerably certain was that they were in quest of. They knocked at the door. Immediately on their knocking, the youngest sister called out, "Who is at the door?" And they replied, "We are dervishes, and entreat to be your guests." She exclaimed, "What can you want at such a late hour, and where did you lodge last night?" They answered, "Our quarters are at a certain Syria, but we have lost our way, and are fearful of being apprehended by the officers of police. Let your kindness then induce you to open the door, and afford us shelter for the remainder of the night. It will be a meritorious act in the eye of heaven." The mother, overhearing what was said, ordered the door to be opened. When they were admitted, the old lady and her daughters rose up, received them respectfully, and having seated them, placed refreshments before them, of which they partook, and were delighted with their treatment. At length the Sultan said, "Daughters, you cannot but know of the royal proclamation. How comes it that you alone of all the inhabitants of the city have disobeyed it by having lights in your house after the first watch of the night?" Upon this the youngest sister replied, "Good dervish, even the Sultan should not be obeyed but in his reasonable commands, and this proclamation against lighting our lamps is tyrannical. It ought not to be complied with, consistently with the law of Scripture, for the Koran says obedience to a creature in a criminal matter is a sin against the Creator. The Sultan, may God pardon him, acts against Scripture, and obeys the dictates of Satan. We 3 sisters, with our good mother, make it a rule to spin every night a certain quantity of cotton, which in the morning we dispose of, and of the price of our labor we lay out a part in provisions, and the remainder in a new supply of materials for working to procure us a subsistence." The Sultan now whispered to his vizier, saying, "This damsel astonishes me by her answers. Endeavor to think of some question that may perplex her." "My lord," replied the vizier, "we are here in the characters of strangers and dervishes as their guests. How then can we presume to disturb them by improper questions?" The Sultan still insisted upon his addressing them, upon which the vizier said to the ladies, "Obedience to the Sultan's orders is incumbent upon all subjects." "It is true, he is our sovereign," exclaimed the youngest sister, "but how can he know whether we are starving or in affluence?" "Suppose," replied the vizier, "that he should send for you to the presence, and question you concerning your disobedience to his commands. What could you advance in excuse for yourselves?" "I would say to the Sultan," rejoined she, "Your Majesty has acted in contradiction to the divine law." The vizier, upon this, turned towards the Sultan, and said in a whisper, "Let us leave off disputing further with this lady on points of law and conscience, and inquire if she understands the fine arts." The Sultan put the question, upon which she replied, "I am perfect in all," and he then requested her to play and sing. She retired immediately, but soon returning with a lute, sat down, tuned it, and played in a plaintive strain, which she accompanied with the following verses: "It is praiseworthy in subjects to obey their sovereigns, but his reign will continue long who gains their affections by kindness. Be liberal in thy manners, and he who is dependent upon thee will pray for thy life, for the free man alone can feel gratitude. To him who confers gifts man will ever resort, for bounty is fascinating. Sadden not with denial the countenance of the man of genius, for the liberal mind is disgusted at stinginess and haughty demeanor. Not a tenth part of mankind understand what is right, for human nature is ignorant, rebellious, and ungrateful. When the Sultan had heard these verses, he remained for some time immersed in thought. Then, whispering, his vizier said, "This quotation was certainly meant in allusion to ourselves, and I am convinced they must know that I am their Sultan, and thou vizier, for the whole tenor of their conversation shews their knowledge of us." He then addressed the lady, saying, "Your music, your performance, your voice, and the subject of your stanzas have delighted me beyond expression." Upon this she sang the following verse: Men endeavor to attain station and riches during an age of toil and oppression, while, alas, their accounts to heaven and their graves are decreed from their very birth. The Sultan, from the purport of these last verses, was more assured than ever that she knew his quality. She did not leave off singing and playing till daylight, when she retired and brought in a breakfast, of which the Sultan and the vizier partook. After which she said, "I hope you will return to us this night, at the conclusion of the first watch, and be our guests." The Sultan promised, and departed in admiration at the beauty of the sisters, their accomplishments, and graceful manners, saying to the vizier, "My soul is delighted with the charms of these elegant women." The following evening the Sultan and the vizier, disguised as usual, repaired to the house of the sisters, taking with them some purses of dinars, and were received with the same respectful welcome. Being seated, supper was set before them, and after it basins and ewers to wash their hands. Coffee was then served up, and conversation on various subjects amused them till the prayer time of the first watch. They then arose, performed their ablutions, and prayed. When their devotions were ended, the Sultan presented a purse of 1,000 dinars to the youngest sister, and said, "Expend this upon your necessary occasions." She took the purse with a profound obeisance, kissed his hands, and was convinced, as she had before suspected, that he must be the Sultan, at the same time hinting privately to her mother and her sisters the quality of their guests, and prostrating herself before him. The other ladies upon this arose, and followed the example of their sister, when the Sultan said aside to his vizier, "They certainly know us." And then turning to the ladies, addressed them, saying, "We are merely dervishes, and you pay us a respect only due to sovereigns. I beseech you, refrain." The youngest sister again fell at his feet and repeated the following verse: "May prosperous fortune daily accompany thee in spite of the malice of the envious. May thy days be bright, and those of thy enemies gloomy. I am convinced thou art the Sultan, and thy companion thy vizier." The Sultan replied, "What reason have you for such a supposition?" She answered, "From your dignified demeanor and liberal conduct, for the signs of royalty cannot be concealed even in the habit of a recluse." The Sultan replied, "You have indeed judged truly, but inform me, how happens it that you have with you no male protectors?" She answered, "My lord the Sultan, our history is so wonderful that were it written on a tablet of adamant, it might serve as an example in future ages to such as would be advised." The Sultan requested her to relate it, which she did in the following manner. End of section 21. Section 22 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 22. The Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. Story of the Sisters and the Sultana, their mother, Part 1. We are not, my lord the Sultan, natives of this city, but of Iraq, of which country our father was sovereign, and our mother his Sultana, the most beautiful woman of her time, insomuch that her fame was celebrated throughout distant regions. It chanced that in our infancy our father the Sultan marched upon a hunting excursion throughout his dominions for some months, leaving his vizier to conduct affairs at the capital. Not long after the departure of the Sultan, our mother, taking the air on the roof of the palace, which adjoined that of the vizier, who was then sitting upon his terrace, her image was reflected in a mirror, which he held in his hand. He was fascinated with her beauty, and resolved, if possible, to seduce her into infidelity and compliance with his wishes. The day following, he sent the female superintendent of his harem with a package containing a most superb dress and many inestimable jewels to the Sultana, requesting her acceptance of them, and that she would allow him to see her either at the palace or at his own house. My mother, when the old woman was admitted into her apartments, received her with kindness, supposing that she must be entrusted with some confidential message from the vizier respecting the affairs of her husband, or with letters from him. The old woman, having paid her abeyance, opened the bundle and displayed the rich dress and dazzling jewels. When my mother, admiring them much, inquired the value, and what merchant had brought them to dispose of, the wretched old woman, supposing that the virtue of the Sultana would not be proof against such a valuable present, impudently disclosed the passion of the vizier, upon which my mother, indignant with rage at this insult offered to her virtue and dignity, drew a sabre, which was near, and exerting all her strength, struck off the head of the procuress, which, with the body, she commanded her attendants to cast into the common sewer of the palace. The vizier, finding his messenger did not return, the next day dispatched another, to signify that he had sent a present to the Sultana, but had not heard whether it had been delivered. My mother commanded the infamous wretch to be strangled, and the corpse to be thrown into the same place as that of the old woman. But she did not make public the vizier's baseness, hoping that he would reform. He, however, continued every day to send a female domestic, and my mother to treat her in the same way as the others till the Sultan's return. But my mother, not wishing to destroy the vizier, and still trusting that he would repent of his conduct, for in other respects he was a faithful and prudent minister, kept his treachery a secret from my father. Some years after this, the Sultan, my father, resolved on a pilgrimage to Mecca, and having, as before, left the vizier in charge of his kingdom, departed. When he had been gone 10 days, the vizier, still rapturously in love, and yet presumptuously hoping to attain his wishes, sent a female domestic, who, being admitted into the apartment of the Sultana, said, "For heaven's sake, have compassion on my master, for his heart is devoted to love, his senses are disturbed, and his body is wasted away. Pity his condition, revive his heart, and restore his health by the smiles of condescension." When my mother heard this insolent message, she, in a rage, commanded her attendants to seize the unfortunate bearer, and having strangled her, to leave the carcass for public view in the outer court of the palace, but without divulging the cause of her displeasure. Her orders were obeyed. When the officers of state and others saw the body, they informed the vizier, who, resolving to be revenged, desired them for the present to be silent, and, on the Sultan's return, he would make known on what account the Sultana had put to death his domestic, of which they could bear testimony. When the time of the Sultan's return from Mecca approached, and the treacherous vizier judged he was on his march, he wrote and dispatched to him the following letter. "After prayers for thy health, be it known that since thy absence the Sultana has sent to me 5 times, requesting improper compliances, to which I would not consent in return for answer, that however she might wish to abuse my sovereign, I could not do it, for I was left by him guardian of his honor and his kingdom. To say more would be superfluous. The messenger reached the Sultan's camp when distant 8 days' journey from the city and delivered the letter. On reading it, the countenance of my father became pale. His eyes rolled with horror. He instantly ordered his tents to be struck and moved by forced marches till he arrived within 2 days' journey of the capital. He then commanded a halting day and dispatched 2 confidential attendants with orders to conduct our innocent and unfortunate mother with us 3 sisters a day's distance from the city, and then to put us to death. They accordingly dragged us from the harem and carried us into the country, but on arriving at the spot intended for our execution, their hearts were moved with compassion, for our mother had conferred many obligations on these men and their families. They said one to another, "By heavens, we cannot murder them," and informed us of what the vizier had written to our father. Upon which the Sultana exclaimed, "God knows that he hath most falsely accused me." And she then related to them all that she had done with the strictest fidelity. The men were moved even to tears at her misfortunes, and said, "We are convinced that thou hast spoken truly." They then caught some fawns of the antelope, killed them, and having required an undergarment from each of us, dipped it in the blood, after which they broiled the flesh, with which we satisfied our hunger. Our preservers now bade us farewell, saying, "We entrust you to the protection of the Almighty, who never forsaketh those who are committed to his care," and then departed from us. We wandered for 10 days in the desert, living on such fruits as we could find, without beholding any signs of population, when, at length, fortunately, we reached a verdant spot, abounding in various sorts of excellent vegetables and fruits. Here also was a cave, in which we resolved to shelter ourselves till a caravan might pass by. On the 4th day of our arrival, one encamped near our asylum. We did not discover ourselves, but when the caravan marched speedily, followed its track at some distance, and after many days of painful exertion reached this city, where, having taken up our lodging in a sere, we returned thanks to the Almighty, assister of the distressed innocent, for our miraculous escape from death and the perils of the desert. We must now quit for a while the unfortunate Sultana and her daughters to learn the adventures of the Sultan, her husband. As he drew near his capital, the treacherous vizier, attended by the officers of the government and the principal inhabitants of the city, came out to meet him, and both high and low congratulated his safe return from the sacred pilgrimage. The Sultan, as soon as he had alighted at his palace, retired with the vizier alone, and commanded him to relate the particulars of the atrocious conduct of his wife. Upon which he said, "My lord, the Sultana in your absence dispatched to me a slave, desiring me to visit her, but I would not, and I put the slave to death that the secret might be hidden, hoping she might repent of her weakness. But she did not, and repeated her wicked invitation 5 times. On the 5th, I was alarmed for your honor, and acquainted you of her atrocious behavior." The Sultan, on hearing the relation of the vizier, held down his head for some time in profound thought, then lifting it up, commanded the 2 attendants whom he had dispatched with orders to put his wife and children to death to be brought before him. On their appearance, he said, "What have you done in execution of the charge I gave you?" They replied, "We have performed that which you commanded to be done, and as a testimony of our fidelity, behold these garments, dyed with the blood of the offenders." The Sultan took the garments, but the recollection of his beauteous consort, her former affectionate endearments, of the happiness he had enjoyed with her, and of the innocence of his guiltless children, so affected his mind that he wept bitterly and fainted away. On his recovery, he turned to the vizier and said, "Is it possible thou canst have spoken the truth?" He replied, "I have." The Sultan, after a long pause, again said to the 2 attendants, "Have you really put to death my innocent children with their guilty mother?" They remained silent. The Sultan exclaimed, "Why answer you not, and wherefore are ye silent?" They replied, "My lord, the honest man cannot support a lie, for lying is the distinction of traitors. When the vizier heard these words, his color changed, his whole frame was disordered, and a trembling seized him, which the Sultan perceiving, he said to the attendants, "What mean you by remarking that lying is the distinction of traitors? Is it possible that ye have not put them to death? Declare the truth instantly, or by the God who hath appointed me guardian of his people, I will have you executed with the most excruciating torments." The two men now fell at the feet of the Sultan and said, "Dread sovereign, we conveyed, as thou commandest us, the unfortunate Sultana and thy daughters to the middle of the desert. When we informed them of the accusation of the vizier and thy orders concerning them, the Sultana, after listening to us with fortitude, exclaimed, 'There is no refuge or asylum but with the Almighty. From God we came, and to God we must return. But if you put us to death, you will do it wrongfully, for the treacherous vizier hath accused me falsely, and he alone is guilty.' She then informed us of his having endeavored to corrupt her by rich presents, and that she had put his messengers to death." The Sultan at these words exclaimed in agony, "Have ye slain them, or do they yet live?" "My lord," replied the attendants, "we were so convinced of the innocence of the Sultana that we could not put her to death. We caught some fawn antelopes, killed them, and having dipped these garments belonging to the abused mother and your children in their blood, dressed the flesh, and gave it to our unfortunate mistress and thy daughters, after which we said to them, 'We leave you in charge of a gracious God, who never deserts his trust. Your innocence will protect you.' We then left them in the midst of the desert and returned to the city." The Sultan turned in fury towards the vizier and exclaimed, "Wretched traitor, and is it thus thou hast estranged from me my beloved wife and innocent children?" The self-convicted minister uttered not a word, but trembled like one afflicted with the palsy. The Sultan commanded instantly an enormous pile of wood to be kindled, and the vizier, being bound hand and foot, was forced into an engine and cast from it into the fire, which rapidly consumed him to ashes. His house was then razed to the ground, his effects left to the plunder of the populace, and the women of his harem and his children sold for slaves. We now return to the three princesses and their mother. When the Sultan had heard their adventures, he sympathized with their misfortunes, and was astonished at the fortitude with which they had borne their afflictions, saying to his vizier, "How sad has been their lot! But blessed be Allah, who, as he separateth friends, can, when he pleaseth, give them a joyful meeting." He then caused the Sultana and the princesses to be conveyed to his palace, appointed them proper attendants and apartments suitable to their rank, and dispatched couriers to inform the Sultan, their father, of their safety. The messengers traveled with the greatest expedition, and on their arrival at the capital, being introduced, presented their dispatches. The Sultan opened them and began to read, but when he perceived the contents, was so overcome with joy that, uttering a loud exclamation of rapture, he fell to the ground and fainted away. His attendants were alarmed, lifted him up, and took means for his recovery. When he was revived, he informed them of his Sultana and daughters being still alive, and ordered a vessel to be prepared to convey them home. End of section 22. Section 23 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 23. The Story of the Three Sharpers and the Sultan. Story of the Sisters and the Sultana, their mother, Part 2. The ship was soon ready, and being laden with every necessary for the accommodation of his family, also rich presents for the friendly Sultan who had afforded them protection, sailed with a favorable wind, and speedily arrived at the desired haven. The commander of the vessel was welcomely received by the Sultan, who issued orders for his entertainment and that of his whole crew at the royal cost. And at the expiration of 3 days, the Sultana and her daughters, being anxious to return home after so long an absence, and that so unfortunate, took leave and embarked. The Sultan made them valuable presents, and the wind being fair, they set sail. For 3 days the weather was propitious, but on the evening of the last a contrary gale arose, when they cast anchor and lowered their topmasts. At length the storm increased to such violence that the anchor parted, and the masts fell overboard, and the crew gave themselves over for lost. The vessel was driven about at the mercy of the tempest till midnight, all on board weeping and wailing, when at length she struck upon the rocks and went to pieces. Such of the crew whose deaths were decreed perished, and those whose longer life was predestined escaped ashore, some on planks, some on chests, and some on the broken timbers of the ship, but all separated from each other. The Sultana mother was tossed about till daylight on a plank, when she was perceived by the commander of the vessel, who with 3 of his crew had taken to the ship's boat. He took her in, and after 3 days' rowing they reached a mountainous coast, on which they landed and advanced into the country. They had not proceeded far when they perceived a great dust, which clearing up displayed an approaching army. To their joyful surprise it proved to be that of the Sultan, who, after the departure of the vessel, dreading lest an accident might happen, had marched in hopes of reaching the city where they were before his wife and daughters should sail, in order to conduct them home by land. It is impossible to describe the meeting of the Sultan and his consort, but their joy was clouded by the absence of their daughters and the dreadful uncertainty of their fate. When the first raptures of meeting were over, they wept together, and exclaimed, "We are from God, and to God we must return." After 40 days' march they arrived at their capital, but continually regretting the princesses, saying, "Alas, alas, most probably they have been drowned, but even should they have escaped ashore, perhaps they may have been separated, and what calamities may have befallen them." Constantly did they bemoan together in this manner, immersed in grief, and taking no pleasure in the enjoyments of life. The young princess, after struggling with the waves till almost exhausted, was fortunately cast ashore on a pleasant coast, where she found some excellent fruits and clear fresh water. Being revived, she reposed herself a while, and then walked from the beach into the country. But she had not proceeded far when a young man on horseback, with some dogs following him, met her, and upon hearing that she had just escaped shipwreck, mounted her before him, and having conveyed her to his house, committed her to the care of his mother. She received her with compassionate kindness, and during a whole month assiduously attended her, till by degrees she recovered her health and beauty. The young man was legal heir to the kingdom, but his succession had been wrested from him by a usurper, who, however, dying soon after the arrival of the princess, he was reinstated in his rights and placed on the throne, when he offered her his hand. "But," she said, "how can I think of marriage while I know not the condition of my unfortunate family, or enjoy repose while my mother and sisters are perhaps suffering misery? When I have intelligence of their welfare, I will be grateful to my deliverer." The young Sultan was so much in love with the princess that the most distant hope gave him comfort, and he endeavored to wait patiently her pleasure. But the nobles of the country were anxious to see him wedded, he being the last of his race, and importuned him to marry. He promised to conform to their wishes, but, much time elapsing, they became importunate and discontented, when his mother, dreading a rebellion, earnestly entreated the princess to consent to a union as the only measure that could prevent disturbances. The princess, who really loved her preserver, was unwilling to endanger the safety of one to whom she owed such important obligations, and at length consented, when the marriage was celebrated with the greatest pomp and rejoicings. At the expiration of 3 years, the Sultana was delivered of 2 sons, whose birth added to the felicity of the union. The second princess, after being long driven about by the waves upon a plank, was at length cast on shore near a large city, which she entered, and was fortunately compassionated by a venerable matron, who invited her into her house, and adopted her as a daughter in the room of her own, who had lately died. Here she soon recovered her health and beauty. It chanced that the Sultan of this city, who was much beloved for his gentle government and liberality, was taken ill, and notwithstanding the skill of the most celebrated physicians, daily became worse, insomuch that his life was despaired of, to the general grief of the people. The princess, having heard her venerable protectress lament the danger of the Sultan, said, "My dear mother, I will prepare a dish of pottage, which, if you will carry to the Sultan, he can be prevailed upon to eat it, will, by the blessing of Allah, recover him from his disorder." "I fear," replied the matron, "I shall hardly be allowed admittance to the palace, much less to present him with the pottage." "You can but try," answered the princess, "and even the attempt at a good action is acceptable to God." "Well," rejoined the old woman, "prepare your pottage, my dear daughter, and I will endeavor to get admission." The princess prepared the dish of pottage, composed of various minerals, herbs, and perfumes, and when it was ready, the old woman took it to the Sultan's palace. The guards and eunuchs inquired what she had brought, when she said, "A dish of pottage, which I request you will present to the Sultan, and beg him to eat as much of it as he can, for by God's help it will restore him to health." The eunuchs introduced her into the chamber of their sick sovereign, when the old woman, taking off the cover of the dish, such a grateful perfume exhaled from the contents as revived his spirits. Being informed what the venerable matron had brought, he thanked her and tasted the pottage, which was so agreeably flavored that he ate part of it with an appetite to which he had been long a stranger. He then presented the bearer with a purse of dinars. When she returned home, informed the princess of her welcome reception and of the present she had received, and the Sultan had no sooner eaten part of the pottage than he felt an inclination to repose, and sunk into a refreshing sleep, which lasted for some hours. On his awakening, he found himself wonderfully revived, and having a desire afresh to eat, finished the whole. He now wished for more, and inquired after the old woman, but none of his attendants could inform him where she lived. However, in the evening she brought another mess, which the princess had prepared, and the Sultan ate it with renewed appetite, after which, though before quite helpless, he was now able to sit up and even to walk. He inquired of the old woman if it was her own preparation, to which she replied, "No, my lord, but my daughter dressed it and entreated me to bring it." The Sultan exclaimed, "She cannot be thy own daughter, as her skill shows her of much higher quality." He then made her a present and requested that she would bring him every morning a fresh supply, to which she said, "To hear is to obey," and retired. The princess sent regularly for 7 mornings successively a dish of pottage, and the Sultan as regularly presented her adopted mother with a purse of dinars, for such was the rapidity of his recovery. And at the expiration of the 6th day he was perfectly well, and on the 7th he mounted his horse and repaired to his country palace to make the absolution of health and enjoy fresh air. During her visits he had questioned the old lady concerning her adopted daughter, and she so described her beauty, virtues, and accomplishments that his heart was smitten, and he became anxious to see her. The Sultan, in order to gratify his curiosity, disguised himself one day in the habit of a dervish, and repairing to the house of the old woman, knocked at the door. On being questioned what he wanted, he replied, "I am a wandering dervish, a stranger in the city, and distressed with hunger." The old woman, being fearful of admitting an unknown person, would have sent him away, but the princess exclaimed, "Hospitality to strangers is incumbent upon us, especially to the religious poor." Upon this he was admitted, and the princess, having seated him respectfully, set victuals before him, of which he ate till he was satisfied, and having washed, rose up, thanked the old woman and her supposed daughter for their bounty, and retired. But his sight was fascinated with her beauty, and his heart devoted to her love. The Sultan, on his return to the palace, sent for the old woman, and on her arrival presented her with a rich dress and valuable jewels. desiring that she would give them to her daughter and prevail upon her to put them on. The old lady promised obedience, and as she walked homeward, said to herself, "If this adopted daughter of mine is wise, she will comply with the Sultan's desires and put on the dress. But if she does not, I will expel her from my house." When she reached home, she displayed the superb habit and the dazzling ornaments, but the princess at first refused to accept them, till at length, moved by the entreaties of her protectress, whom she could not disoblige, she put them on, and the old lady was delighted with her appearance. The Sultan, who had slipped on a female dress, having covered himself with a close veil, followed the old woman to her house and listened at the door to know if the daughter would accept his present. When he found that she had put on the dress, he was overcome with rapture, and hastening back to his palace, sent again for the old lady, to whom he signified his wish to marry her daughter. When the princess was informed of the offer, she consented, and the Sultan, attended by a splendid cavalcade, conducted her that evening to his palace, where the CAUZEE united them in marriage. A general feast was made for all the inhabitants of the city for 7 days successively, and the Sultan and the princess enjoyed the height of felicity. In the course of 5 years, the Almighty blessed them with a son and 2 daughters. The eldest princess on the wreck of the ship, having clung to a piece of timber, was, after much distress, floated on shore, where she found a man's habit, and thinking it a safe disguise for the protection of her honor, she dressed herself in it, and proceeded to a city which appeared near the coast. On her entrance, she was accosted by a maker of cotton wallets for traveling, who, observing that she was a stranger and supposing her a man, asked if she would live with him, as he wanted an assistant. Being glad to secure any asylum, she accepted this offer of maintenance and daily wages of half a dirham. He conducted her to his house and treated her with kindness. The next day she entered upon her business, and so neat was the work she executed that in a short time her master's shop was more frequented than any other. It happened that the shop was situated near the palace of the Sultan. One morning the princess, his daughter, looking through the lattice of a balcony, beheld the seeming young man at work, with the sleeves of his vest drawn up to his shoulder. His arms were white and polished as silver, and his countenance brilliant as the sun unobscured by the clouds. The daughter of the Sultan was captivated in the snare of love. The Sultan's daughter continued gazing at the supposed young man till he withdrew from work, when she retired to her apartment. But so much was she fascinated by his charms that she became restless, and at length indisposed. Her nurse attended her, felt her pulse, and asked her several questions, but could find no symptoms of bodily illness upon her. She said, "My dear daughter, I am convinced that nothing has afflicted thee but desire of some youth with whom thou art in love." The princess exclaimed, "My dear mother, as thou hast discovered my secret, thou wilt, I trust, not only keep it sacred, but bring to me the man I love." The nurse replied, "No one can keep a secret closer than myself, so that you may safely confide it to my care." The princess then said, "Mother, my heart is captivated by the young man who works in the shop opposite my windows, and if I cannot meet him, I shall die of grief." The nurse replied, "My dear mistress, he is the most beautiful youth of the age, and the women of the whole city are distracted with his charms, yet he is so bashful as to answer no advances, and shrinks from notice like a schoolboy. But I will endeavor to overcome his shyness and procure you a meeting." Having said thus, she went immediately to the wallet maker's, and giving him a piece of gold, desired he would let his assistant accompany her home with 2 of his best wallets. The man was pleased with her generosity, and selecting his choicest manufacture, commanded his journeyman to accompany the nurse. The old woman led the disguised princess through bypaths to a private passage of the palace, and introduced her into the apartment of the daughter of the Sultan, who received her supposed beloved with emotions of joy too violent to be concealed. Pretending to admire the goods, she asked some questions, and giving him 20 pieces of gold, desired him to return with more goods on the following evening, to which the seeming journeyman replied, "To hear is to obey." The disguised princess, on her return home, delivered the 20 pieces of gold to her employer, who was alarmed and inquired from whence they came. Upon which she informed him of her adventure, when the wallet-maker was in greater terror than before, and said to himself, "If this intrigue goes on, the Sultan will discover it. I shall be put to death, and my family ruined on account of this young man and his follies." He then besought him not to repeat his visit, but he answered, "I cannot forbear, though I dread my death may be the consequence." In short, the disguised princess went every evening with the old nurse to the apartments of the Sultan's daughter, till at length the Sultan one night suddenly entered, and perceiving he supposed a man with the princess, commanded him to be seized and bound hand and foot. The Sultan then sent for an executioner, resolved to put the culprit to death. The executioner, on his arrival, seized the disguised princess. But what was the surprise of all present when, on taking off the turban and vest, they discovered her sex? The Sultan commanded her to be conducted to his harem, and inquired her story, when, having no resource but the truth, she related her adventures. When the princess had informed the Sultan of the treachery of the vizier, and the consequent conduct of her father, the distress of her mother, sisters, and herself, their being relieved, and her escape from shipwreck, with what had happened since, he was filled with wonder and compassion, and ordered his daughter to accommodate her in the harem. The love of the latter was now changed to sincere friendship, and under her care and attentions the unfortunate princess in a few months recovered her former beauty. It chanced that the Sultan, visiting his daughter, was fascinated with the charms of the princess, but unwilling to infringe the rules of hospitality, concealed his love, till at length he became dangerously ill, when the daughter, suspecting the matter, prevailed upon him to reveal the cause of his complaint. She then informed her friend and entreated her to accept her father in marriage, but the princess said, at the same time weeping bitterly, "Misfortune hath separated me from my family. I know not whether my sisters, my father, and my mother are living, and if so, what is their condition? How can I be happy or merry while they are perhaps involved in misery?" The daughter of the Sultan did not refrain from comforting the unfortunate princess, at the same time representing the hopeless condition of her father, till at length she consented to the marriage. This joyful intelligence speedily revived the lovelorn Sultan, and the nuptials were celebrated with the utmost joy and magnificence. The aged Sultan and Sultana continued to lament the loss of their daughters for some years, when at length the former resolved to travel in search of them, and having left the government in charge of his wife, departed, attended only by his vizier. They both assumed the habit of dervishes, and after a month's uninterrupted traveling reached a large city extending along the sea-coast, close upon which the Sultan of it had erected a magnificent pleasure-house, where the pretended dervishes beheld him sitting in one of the pavilions with his 2 sons, one 6 and the other 7 years old. They approached, made their obeisance, and uttered a long invocation, agreeably to the usage of the religious, for his prosperity. The Sultan returned their compliment, desired them to be seated, and having conversed with them till evening, dismissed them with a present, when they repaired to the caravanserai and hired an apartment. On the following day, after amusing themselves with viewing the city, they again repaired to the beach, and saw the Sultan sitting with his children as before. While they were admiring the beauty of the structure, the younger prince, impelled by an unaccountable impulse, came up to them, gazed eagerly at them, and when they retired followed them to their lodging, which they did not perceive till he had entered with them and sat down. The old Sultan was astonished at the child's behavior, took him in his arms, kissed him and fondled him, and after which he desired him to return to his parents. But the boy insisted upon staying, and remained 4 days, during which the pretended dervishes did not stir from their caravanserai. The Sultan, missing his son, supposed that he had gone to his mother, and she imagined that he was still with his father. But on the latter, entering the harem, the loss was discovered. Messengers were dispatched every way, but no tidings of the boy could be obtained. The miserable parents now supposed that he had fallen into the sea and was drowned. Nets were dragged and divers employed for 3 days, but in vain. On the 5th day, orders were issued to search every house in the city, when the infant prince was at length discovered at the caravanserai in the apartment of the pretended dervishes, who were ignominiously dragged before the Sultan. The Sultan was transported with joy at the recovery of his son, but supposing the dervishes had meant to steal him away, he ordered them instantly to be put to death. The executioners seized them, bound their hands behind them, and were going to strike, when the child with loud cries ran up and, clinging to the knees of the elder victim, could not be forced away. The Sultan was astonished, and ordering the execution for the present to be delayed, went and informed the mother of the child of his wonderful behavior. The Sultana, on hearing it, was no less surprised than the Sultan, and felt a curiosity to hear from the dervish himself on what account he had enticed away her son. She said, "It is truly extraordinary that the boy should express such affection for a strange dervish. Send for him to your closet and order him to relate his adventures, to which I will listen from behind a curtain." The Sultan sent for the supposed dervish, and commanding all his attendants to retire, withdrew with him into his closet and desired him to be seated. After which he said, "Wicked dervish, what could have induced thee to entice away my son or to visit my kingdom?" He replied, "Heaven knows, O Sultan, I did not entice him. The boy followed me to my lodging, when I said, 'My son, return to thy father,' but he would not, and I remained in continual dread till what was decreed occurred." The Sultan was softened, spoke kindly to him, and begged him to relate his adventures, when the pretended dervish wept and said, "My history is a wonderful one. I had a friend whom I left as my agent and guardian to my family, while I was performing a pilgrimage to Mecca, but had scarcely left my house 10 days, when accidentally seeing my wife, he endeavored to debauch her, and sent an old woman with a rich present to declare his adulterous love. My wife was enraged, and put the infamous messenger to death. He sent a second and a third, whom she also killed." These last words were scarcely spoken when the Sultana, bursting from her concealment, ran up to the dervish, fell upon his neck, and embraced him. Upon which the Sultan, her husband, was enraged, and put his hand to his scimitar, and exclaimed, "What means this shameless behavior?" The Sultana, at once laughing and crying with rapture, informed him that the supposed dervish was her father, upon which the Sultan also fell at his feet and welcomed him. He then ordered the other dervish, his vizier, to be released, commanded royal robes to be brought for his father-in-law, and a suite of apartments in the palace to be prepared for his reception, with an attendance befitting his dignity. When the old Sultan had spent some time with his youngest daughter, thus happily recovered, he became anxious to search after the others, and signified his intention of departing. But his son-in-law declared that he would accompany him on the expedition with a number of his nobles, and an army, lest some fatal accident might occur from his being unattended. Preparations were accordingly made for march. The two sultans encamped without the city, and in a few days began their expedition, which proved successful to their wishes. The aged monarch, having recovered his children, retired to his own kingdom, where he reigned prosperously till the angel of death summoned him to paradise. End of section 23.
Section 24 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nico Williams. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 24. Story of a Bong Eater and the CAUZEE. In a certain city there was a vagabond fellow much addicted to the use of bong, who got his livelihood by fishing. When he had sold the product of his day's labor, he laid part of it out in the provisions and part in bong, with which, his day's work over, he solaced himself till he became intoxicated, and such was his constant practice. One night, having indulged more than ordinary, his senses were unusually stupefied, and in this condition he had occasion to come down into the square in which was his lodging. It happened to be the 14th night of the moon, when she shone uncommonly bright, and shed such a luster upon the ground, that the bong-eater from his dizziness of his head mistook the bright undulations of a reflection on the pavement for water, and fancied he was upon the brink of the river. He returned to his chamber and brought down his line, supposing that he should catch his usual prey. The bong-eater threw out his line, made of strong cord, and baited on several hooks with bits of flesh into the square, when a dog, allured by the scent, swallowed one of the pieces, and feeling pain from the hook which stuck in his throat, pulled strongly at the cord. The bong-eater, supposing he had caught a monstrous fish, lugged stoutly, but in vain. The dog, agonized by the hook, resisted, at the same time yelping hideously, when the bong-eater, unwilling to quit his prey, yet fearing he would be dragged into the imaginary river, bellowed aloud for help. The watch came up, seized him, and perceiving him intoxicated, carried him bound to the CAUZEE. It happened that the CAUZEE often privately indulged himself with bong. Seeing the intoxicated situation of the fisherman, he pitied his condition, and ordered him to be put into a chamber to sleep off his disorder, at the same time saying to himself, "This is a man after my own heart, and tomorrow evening I will enjoy myself with him." The fisherman was well taken care of during the day, and at night the CAUZEE sent for him to his apartment, where, after eating, they took each a powerful dose of bong, which soon operating upon their brains, they began to sing, dance, and commit 1,000 extravagancies. The noise which they made attracted the notice of the Sultan, who with his vizier was traversing the city, disguised as merchants. Finding the door open, they entered, and beheld the CAUZEE and his companion in the height of their mirth, who welcomed them, and they sat down. At length, after many ridiculous tricks, the fisherman started up, exclaimed, "I am the Sultan." "And I," rejoined the CAUZEE, "am my lord the Bashaw." "Bashaw," continued the fisherman, "if I choose I can strike off thy head." "I know it," returned the CAUZEE, "but at present I am not worth beheading. Give me first a rich government, that I may be worth punishing." "Thou sayest true," said the fisherman. "I must make thee fat before thou wilt be fit for killing." The Sultan laughed at their extravagancies, and said to his vizier, "I will amuse myself with these vagabonds tomorrow evening." Then, rising up, he and his minister departed. The next evening, the CAUZEE and the fisherman indulged themselves as before, and while they were making merry, the Sultan and his vizier entered, but in different disguises from those they had worn on the former night. They brought with them a strong confection of opium, which they presented to their hosts, who, highly delighted, greedily devoured it, and such were the effects that they became madder than ever. At length the fisherman started up, exclaimed, "The Sultan is disposed, and I am sovereign in his stead." "Suppose the Sultan should hear thee," replied the prince. "If he opposes me," cried the fisherman, "I will order my Bashaw to strike off his head. But I will now punish thee for thy insolent question." He then ran up and seized the Sultan by the nose, the CAUZEE at the same time attacking the vizier. It was with difficulty that they made their escape from the house. The Sultan, notwithstanding his tweak by the nose, resolved to divert himself further with the bong-eaters, and the next evening, putting on a fresh disguise, repaired to the CAUZEE's house with his vizier, where he found the happy companions in high glee. They had taken it into their heads to dance, which they did with such vehemence, and for so long a time, that at length they fell down with fatigue. When they had rested a little, the fisherman, perceiving the Sultan, said, "Whence comest thou?" "We are strangers," replied the Sultan, "and only reached this city tonight. But on our way through the streets, hearing your mirth, we made bold to enter, and we might participate it with you. Are you not, however, fearful lest the Sultan should hear you on his rounds, and punish you for an infringement of the laws?" "How should the Sultan hear us?" answered the fisherman. "He is in his palace, and we in our own house, though perhaps much merrier than he, poor fellow, with the cares of the state upon his mind, notwithstanding his splendor." "How comes it," rejoined the sovereign, "that you have not visited the Sultan? for you are merry fellows, and I think he would encourage you." "We fear," replied the fisherman, "his guards would beat us away." "Never mind them," said the Sultan. "If you choose, I will give you a letter of recommendation, which I am sure he will pay attention to, for we were intimate when youths." "Let us have it," cried the fisherman. The Sultan wrote a note, directed to himself, and departed. In the morning the Cauzee and the fisherman repaired to the palace, and delivered the note to one of the guards, who, on sight of it, placed it on his head, prostrated himself to the ground, and then introduced them to the Sultan. Having read the letter, the Sultan commanded them to be led into separate apartments, and to be treated respectfully. At noon a handsome collation was served up to each, and at sunset a full service, after which they were presented with coffee. When about 2 hours of the night had passed, the Sultan ordered them into his presence, and on their making their obedience returned their salutes, and desired them to be seated, saying, "Where is the person who gave you this letter?" "Mighty Sultan," replied the fisherman, "2 men who last night visited our house inquired why we did not repair to your majesty and partake of your bounty. We replied that we feared the guards would drive us away, when one of them gave us this note, saying, 'Fear not, take this recommendation to the Sultan, with whom in my youth I was intimate.' We followed his direction, and have found his words to be true. We inquired whence they came, but they would not tell us more than that they were strangers in this city. It is," continued the Sultan, "absolutely necessary that you should bring them to my presence, for it is long since I have beheld my old friends. Permit us then to return home, where they may possibly visit us again," said the fisherman, "and we will oblige them to come with us." "How can you do that," replied the Sultan, "when the other evening you could not prevent your guests escaping, though you had him by the nose?" The poor fisherman and his companion, the Cauzee, were now confounded at this discovery that it was the Sultan himself who had witnessed their intoxication and ridiculous transports. They trembled, turned pale, and fell prostrate to the ground, crying, "Pardon, pardon, gracious sovereign, for the offences we have committed, and the insult which in our madness we offered to the sacred person of your majesty." The Sultan, after laughing heartily at their distress, replied, "Your pardon is granted, for the insult was involuntary, though deserved, as I was an impertinent intruder on your privacy. Make yourselves easy and sit down, but you must each of you relate to me your adventures, or some story that you have heard." The Cauzee and the fisherman, having recovered from their confusion, obeyed the commands of the Sultan, and being seated, the latter related the following tale. End of section 24. Recording by Nico Williams. Section 25 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nico Williams. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott, Section 25. Story of the Bang Eater and the Cauzee. Story of the Bang Eater and his wife. There lived formerly, near Baghdad, a half-witted fellow who was much addicted to the use of bang. Being reduced to poverty, he was obliged to sell his stock. One day he went to the market to dispose of a cow, but the animal being in bad order, no one would bid for it, and after waiting till he was weary, he returned homewards. On the way he stopped to repose himself under a tree, and tied the cow to one of the branches while he ate some bread, and drank of an infusion of his beloved bang, which he always carried with him. In short time it began to operate, so as to bereave him of the little sense he possessed, and his head was filled with ridiculous reveries. While he was musing, a magpie, beginning to chatter from her nest in the tree, he fancied it was a human voice, and that some woman had asked to purchase his cow, upon which he said, "Reverend Mother of Solomon, dost thou wish to buy my cow?" The bird croaked again. "Well," said he, "what wilt thou give if I sell her a bargain?" The bird repeated her croak. "Never mind," said the foolish fellow, "for though thou hast forgotten to bring thy purse, yet I dare say thou art an honest woman, and hast bidden me 10 dinars. I will trust thee with the cow, and call on Friday for the money." The bird renewed her croaking, which he fancied to be thanks for his confidence, so leaving the cow tied to the branch of the tree, he returned home exulting in the good bargain he had made for the animal. When he entered the house, his wife inquired what he had gotten for the cow, to which he replied that he had sold her to an honest woman named Solomon, who had promised to pay him on the next Friday 10 pieces of gold. The wife was contented, and when Friday arrived, her idiot of a husband, having, as usual, taken a dose of bhang, repaired to the tree, and hearing the bird chattering as before, said, "Well, my good mother, hast thou brought the gold?" The bird croaked. Supposing the imaginary woman refused to pay him, he became angry and threw up his spade, which frightening the bird, it flew from the nest and alighted on a heap, into which he dug with his spade and found a brazen vessel full of gold coin. This discovery convinced him he was right, and being, notwithstanding his weakness, naturally honest, he only took 10 pieces, then replacing the soil said, "May Allah require thee for thy punctuality, good mother," and returned to his wife, to whom he gave the money, informing her at the same time of the great treasure his friend Solomon possessed, and where it was concealed. The wife waited till night, when she went and brought away the pot of gold, which her husband observing said, "It is dishonest to rob one who has paid us so punctually, and if thou dost not return it to its place, I will inform the wali officer of police." The wife laughed at his folly, but fearing the ill consequences of his executing his threat, she planned a stratagem to prevent them. Going to the market, she purchased some broiled meat and fish, ready dressed, which she brought privately home and concealed in the house. At night, the husband, having regaled himself with his beloved bhang, retired to sleep off his intoxication. But about midnight, she strewed the provisions she had brought at the door, and awakening her partner, cried out, in pretended astonishment, "Dear husband, the most wonderful phenomenon has occurred. There has been a violent storm which you slept, and, strange to tell, it has rained pieces of broiled meat and fish, which lie now at our door." The husband, still in a state of stupefaction from the bhang, got up, went to the door, and seeing the provisions was persuaded of the truth of his wife's story. The fish and flesh were gathered up, and he partook with much glee of the miraculous treat, but he still threatened to inform the wali of her having stolen the treasure of the good old woman Solomon. In the morning the foolish bhang eater actually repaired to the wali, and informed him that his wife had stolen a pot of gold, which she had still in her possession. The wali upon this apprehended the woman, who denied the accusation, when she was threatened with death. She then said, "My lord, the power is in your hands, but I am an injured woman, as you will find by questioning my unfortunate husband, who, alas, is deranged in his intellects. Ask him when I committed the theft." The wali did so, to which he replied, "It was the evening of the night on which it rained broiled fish and fish ready dressed." "Wretch," exclaimed the wali, "dost thou dare to utter falsehoods before me? Who ever saw it rain anything but water?" "As I hope for life, my lord," replied the bhang eater, "I speak the truth, for my wife and myself ate of the fish and flesh which fell from the clouds." The woman, being appealed to, denied the assertion of her husband. The wali, being now convinced that the man was crazy, released his wife and sent the husband to the madhouse, where he remained some days, till the wife, pitying his condition, contrived to get him released by the following stratagem. She visited her husband, and desired him, when any one inquired of him if he had seen it rain flesh and fish, to answer, "No, whoever saw it rain anything but water." She then informed the keeper that he was come to his senses, and desired him to put the question. On his answering properly, he was released. The fisherman had not long been in the service of the Sultan when, walking one day near the house of a principal merchant, his daughter chanced to look through a window, and the buffoon was so struck with her beauty that he became devoted to love. Daily did he repair to the same spot for weeks, together in hopes of once seeing her, but in vain, for she did not again appear at the window. At length his passion had such an effect upon him that he fell sick, kept his bed, and began to rave, exclaiming, "Ah, what charming eyes! What a beautiful complexion! What a graceful stature has my beloved!" In this situation he was attended by an old woman, who, compassionating his case, desired him to reveal the cause of his uneasiness. "My dear mother," replied he, "I thank thee for thy kindness, but unless thou can assist me I must soon die." He then related what he had seen, and described to her the house of the merchant. When she said, "Son, be of good cheer, for no one could readily have assisted thee in this dilemma as myself. Have patience, and I will speedily return with intelligence of thy beloved." Having spoken thus, she departed, and upon reaching her own house, disguised herself as a devotee. Throwing over her shoulders a coarse woolen gown, holding in one hand a long string of beads, and the other a walking staff, she proceeded to the merchant's house, at the gate of which she cried, "God is God, there is no God but God. May his holy name be praised, and may God be with you," in a most devout tone. The merchant's daughter, on hearing this devout ejaculation, came to the door, saluted the old woman with great respect, and said, "Dear mother, pray for me." Then she exclaimed, "May Allah protect thee, my beloved child, from all injury." The young lady then introduced her into the house, seated her in the most honorable place, and with her mother sat down by her. They conversed on religious subjects till noon, when the old woman called for water, performed her ablutions, and recited prayers of an unusual length, upon which the mother and daughter remarked to one another that the aged matron must certainly be a most religious character. When prayers were ended, they set a collation before her, but she declined partaking, saying, "I am today observing a fast." This increased their respect and admiration of her sanctity, so they requested her to remain with them till sunset and break her fast with them, to which she consented. At sunset she prayed again, after which she ate a little and then uttered many pious exhortations. In short, the mother and daughter were so pleased with her that they invited her to stay all night. In the morning she rose early, made her ablutions, prayed for a considerable time, and concluded with a blessing upon her entertainers in learned words, which they could not understand. When she rose up, they supported her by the arms respectfully, and entreated her longer stay, but she declined it, and having taken leave, departed, promising, however, with the permission of Allah, to make them soon another visit. On the second day following, the old woman repaired again to the merchant's house, and was joyfully received by the mother and daughter, who, kissing her hands and feet, welcomed her return. She behaved the same as before, and inspired them with stronger veneration for her sanctity. Her visits now grew frequent, and she was always a welcome guest in the merchant's family. At length one evening she entered and said, "I have an only daughter, whose espousals are now celebrating, and this night the bride goes in state to her husband's house. My desire is that my good young lady should attend the ceremony and receive the benefits of my prayers." The mother replied, "I am unwilling to let her go, lest some accident should befall her," upon which the pretended religious exclaimed, "What canst thou fear, while I and other devout women shall be with her?" The daughter expressing great eagerness to attend the nuptials, her mother at length consented. When the merchant's daughter had adorned herself in her richest habit, she accompanied the old woman, who, after leading her through several streets, conducted her to the lodging of the late fisherman, but now favourite to the Sultan, who was eagerly expecting her arrival. The young lady was astonished on her entrance at beholding a comely-looking man, who, she saw, could hardly restrain his raptures at the sight of her. Her first alarm was great at finding herself betrayed into such a snare by the hypocritical bedlam. But having naturally much presence of mind, she concealed her fears and considered how she might escape. She sat down, and after looking around the apartment affected to laugh, saying to the gallant, "It is commonly usual when a lover invites his mistress to his house to have an entertainment prepared. For what is love without the accompaniment of a feast? If you wish, therefore, that I should spend the evening here, go and bring in some good cheer, that our joy may be complete. I will with my good mother wait your return." The gallant, rejoiced at her commands, exclaimed, "That hath spoken truly, and to hear is to obey." After which he went towards the market to order a splendid entertainment. When he was gone, the young lady locked the door after him, and thanking the old woman for introducing her to so handsome a lover, threw her off her guard, while she walked about the apartment meditating her escape. At length she found in one corner of it a sharp sabre, and drawing up her sleeve to her elbow, she grasped the weapon, which she struck with such force at her false friend, who was reclining on a sofa, as to cleave the head of an unbandaged procuress in two, and she fell down weltering in her blood to rise no more. The merchant's daughter now searched the room, and finding a rich dress which was the favorite usually wore when he visited the Sultan, rolled it up in a bundle, and carrying it under her veil, unlocked the door and hastened homewards. Luckily, she reached her father's house without interruption. Her mother welcomed her with joy, but on perceiving the bundle said, "My dear daughter, what can have been given thee at the nuptials of a poor religious?" The daughter, whose mind had been over-agitated with her late adventure, was not able to answer. Her spirits sunk at the recollection of her narrow escape, and she fainted away. The mother shrieked aloud with affright, which brought in her husband and attendants, who used various means for the young lady's recovery, and at length, having regained her senses, she related what had passed. The merchant, having cursed the memory of the old woman for her hypocritical deception, comforted his virtuous daughter, and taking up the dress which he knew, and to whom it belonged, hastened to make his complaint to the Sultan. When the Sultan heard the complaint of the merchant, he was enraged against his unworthy favorite, and commanded him to be apprehended. But he could nowhere be found, for having on his return home seen the old woman weltering in her blood, he guessed what had happened, and apprehensive of being called to an account, putting on a mean disguise, made his escape from the city. Fortunately for him, a caravan was just taking its departure, and with it he traveled for 5 days successively, with a mind tortured by disappointed love and the fear of discovery. At length the caravan passed the confines of his late master, and encamped before a large city, which he entered, and having hired a room at a caravanserai, he restored to repose, and seek out for some employment less dangerous than making love or serving princes. When he had rested himself for some days, he repaired to a market, where laborers stood to be hired, and had not waited long, when a woman coming up asked if he wanted work, to which he replied in the affirmative. She then said, "Part of the wall round the court of my house is so much decayed that I must have it taken down and rebuilt, and if thou art willing to undertake the job, I will employ thee." On his consenting, she led him to her house, and strewing him the wall, gave him a pickaxe, directing him as he went on to place the stones in one heap and the rubbish in another. He replied, "To hear is to obey." She then brought him some provision and water, when he refreshed himself, and having thanked God that he had escaped, and was able to get his living, began his task, which he continued till sunset. His employer paid him 10 pieces of silver for his day's work, and he returned contented to his lodging. The following morning he again went to labor, and was treated with the same kindness as before. About noon, as he was stocking up the foundation of the wall, he found a copper vessel, which upon examination proved to be full of golden coin. He carried the vessel to his lodging, where he counted the money, upwards of 100 dinars, and returned to his work. As he was coming home in the evening, he saw a crowd following a man who carried upon his head a large chest, which he offered for sale at 100 dinars, but refused to mention the contents. The fisherman was seized with an irresistible impulse to purchase the chest, and having a small silver coin of not more value than a silver penny, said to himself, "I will try my fate. Possibly it may contain something valuable, but if not, I will disregard the disappointment," ordered it to be conveyed to his lodging, and paid the price demanded. He then locked his door and opened the chest, when, to his astonishment, he beheld in it a beautiful girl, very richly dressed, but apparently lifeless. However, on putting his hand to her mouth, he perceived that she breathed, and was only in a deep sleep, from which he endeavored to wake her, but in vain. He then took her out of the chest, laid her gently on his carpet, and continued to gaze at her charms, till at length about midnight she awoke, in an exclamation of alarm and surprise exclaimed, "Gracious Allah, where am I?" When the lady's first alarm had subsided, she asked the fisherman how he had brought her in his lodging, and on being informed of the circumstances, her mind became easy, for he behaved towards her with respectful attention. Concealing for the present her condition and adventures, she said, "This lodging is too mean. On the morrow you must hire a better. Serve me with fidelity, do as I desire, and you shall be amply rewarded." The fisherman, who, cautioned by his last love adventure, was fearful of taking liberties, and awed by her dignified demeanor, made a profound obedience, and professed himself her slave. He set before her the best refreshments he could procure, and when she had supped left her and retired to sleep in a separate chamber. Early the next morning he went and hired a decent house, to which he conveyed her in a covered litter, and did not cease to attend upon her in all her commands for 20 days, she supplying him with money to purchase necessaries. It is proper now to mention that the lady bought by the fisherman in the chest was the favorite mistress of the Sultan. Having deserted for her all his other women, they had become envious, but the Sultana, who, before the arrival of Quwut al-Qulub, for such was her name, had presided over the harem, was more mortified than the rest, and had resolved to effect her removal. For this a favorable opportunity soon occurred, owing to the Sultan's departure for 20 days upon a hunting excursion. In a day or two after his absence, the Sultana invited Quwut al-Qulub to an entertainment, and having mixed a strong soporific and some sherbet, presented it her to drink. The effect of the potion was instantaneous, and she sunk into a trance, when the Sultana, putting her into the chest, commanded it to be given to a broker, and sold without examination of the contents for 100 dinars, hoping that whoever might be the purchaser, he would be so fascinated with the charms of the beautiful Quwut al-Qulub as to enjoy his good fortune in secrecy, and that she should thus get rid of a rival without the crime of assassination. When the Sultan returned from his excursion, immediately on entering the palace, he inquired for his favorite, when the Sultana, entering with affected sadness, said, "Alas, my lord, the beautiful and affectionate Quwut al-Qulub, unable to bear the pangs of absence, 3 days after your departure fell sick, and having lingered for 7 days, was gathered to the mercy of the Almighty." The Sultan, on hearing this, burst into an agony of grief, and exclaimed, "There is no asylum or refuge but with God. From God we came, and to God we must return." He was overcome with affliction, and remained the whole night involved in melancholy. In the morning he sent for his vizier, and commanded him to look out for a spot on the bank of the river for the erection of a building in which he might sit retired and meditate on his beloved Quwut al-Qulub. The vizier replied, "To hear is to obey," and taking with him an architect, fixed upon a pleasant spot, on which he ordered him to mark out a space of 90 yards in length and 70 in breadth for the intended building. The necessary materials of stone and marbles were soon collected, and the work was begun upon, which the minister for 2 days superintended in person. On the 3rd the Sultan came to view the progress. He approved of the plan and said, "It is truly beautiful, but alas, only worthy of the residence of Khawut al-Kalub," after which he wept bitterly. Seeing the distress of the Sultan, his vizier said, "My lord, be resigned under distress, for the wise have written, 'Be moderate when prosperity occurs, and when calamity afflicts thee, exercise patience.'" The Sultan replied, "It is true, O vizier, that resignation is praiseworthy, and impatience blamable. For the poet has just said, 'Be calm under adversity, for calmness can alone extricate from danger.' To affliction joy often succeeds, and after trouble we generally enjoy repose. But alas, human nature cannot divest itself of feeling, and Khawut al-Kalub was so dear to me, and so delighted my soul, that I dread I shall never find another mistress or equal in beauty and accomplishments." The vizier consoled his master, and at length prevailed upon him to submit to his misfortune with some degree of resignation. The Sultan and the vizier daily repaired to view the progress of the new edifice, the report of which had spread through the city, and at length reached Khawut al-Kalub, who said to the fisherman, "We are every day expending our money, and getting nothing. Suppose, therefore, you seek employment in the building which the Sultan is erecting. Report says that he is liberal, so that possibly advantage may accrue." The fisherman replied, "My dear mistress, how shall I bear the least absence from you?" For he loved her, and she, perceiving it, often dreaded that he would have made advances, but the remembrances of what he had endured from the conduct of the merchant's daughter had made him cautious. She replied, "Dost thou really love me?" "Canst thou doubt it?" answered he. "Thou art my life, and the light of my eyes." "If so," exclaimed she, "take this necklace, and when you think of me as you are working, look at it, and it will console you till you return home." The fisherman obeyed the commands of Khawut al-Kalub, repaired to the post where the edifice was erecting, and beheld the Sultan and vizier observing the workmen. The former inquired if he wanted employment, to which he replied in the affirmative, and was hired. He began his labor, but so much was his mind engaged with his mistress, that every now and then, dropping his implements, he drew out the necklace, and looking upon it heaved a deep sigh, when the Sultan, observing, said to his vizier, "This man, perchance, is more unhappy than myself. Let us call him to us, and inquire into his circumstances." The vizier brought him to the presence, and desired him to tell honestly why he sighed so deeply. "Alas," replied he, "I am absent from my beloved, who gave me this necklace to look at whenever I might think upon her, and my mind is so taken up with her that I cannot help laying down my tools and admiring it constantly." When the Sultan saw the necklace, he recollected that it was one which he had purchased for Khawut al-Kalub for 1,000 dinars. He concealed his agitation and said, "To whom does this necklace belong?" "To my slave," replied the laborer, "whom I purchased for 100 dinars. "Canst thou admit us to thy lodgings," rejoined the Sultan, "that we may see her?" "I dread," answered the laborer, "that her modesty may be offended, but I will consult her, and if she assents, I will invite you to my lodging." "That is but just," said the Sultan, "and no more than what is proper." The laborer at sunset returned home and informed Khawut al-Kalub of his adventure, when she desired him on the morrow to purchase what was requisite for a decent entertainment, at the same time giving him 5 dinars. In the morning he bought what she desired, and going to his work informed the Sultan and vizier that they were welcome to his homely fare, and to see his slave, or rather, said he, "my divinity, for as such I have at humble distance adored her." The Sultan and vizier accompanied the laborer to his house, where they were astonished to find prepared an elegant collation, of which they partook, after which they drank sherbet and coffee. The Sultan then desired to see his slave, who just made her appearance, but retired immediately. However, the Sultan knew her, and said to the laborer, "Wilt thou dispose of this damsel?" "I cannot, my lord," replied the laborer, "for my soul is wholly occupied with her love, though as yet unreturned." "May thy love be rewarded," exclaimed the Sultan, but bring her with thee at sunset to the palace. To hear is to obey, replied the laborer. At sunset the laborer conducted his slave to the palace, when the eunuchs attended, and would have led her into the harem, but he clung round her and exclaimed, "She is my beloved, and I cannot part with her." Upon this the Sultan related the circumstances of his having lost her, and requested him to give her up. Knowing that he durst not oppose the sovereign, he submitted to his commands with resignation, when the Sultan presented him with 1,500 dinars and a beautiful slave, also a rich dress, at the same time receiving him among the most distinguished of his officers. So well did he conduct himself in his new station, that in a short time he was promoted to the rank of Prime Minister, and fulfilled the duties of it with such ability and integrity that he became celebrated by the title of the Just Vizier. Such was the celebrity of the Vizier's decisions, that in a short time appeals were made from most distant provinces to his judgment. One of the most remarkable cases was the following. 2 women belonging to one man conceived on the same day and were delivered, one of a boy, the other of a girl, at the same time and in one apartment. The female infant died, which each laid claim to the male child. The magistrates, unable to decide between the mothers, referred the decision to the Just Vizier, who, on hearing the circumstances, commanded 2 eggs to be brought, and the contents to be drawn out without breaking the shells, after which he ordered them to be filled with milk from the breasts of each woman. This being done, he placed the shells in separate scales, and finding one outweighed the other, declared that she whose milk was heaviest must be the mother of the male child, but the other woman was not satisfied with this decision, and still affirmed that she was the mother of the boy. The Vizier, vexed at her obstinacy, now commanded the infant to be cut in 2, when she, whom he had said was the mother, fell into agonies and besought its life, but the other was unmoved, and assented to the death of the child. He then ordered her to be severely punished, and committed the boy to its afflicted mother. On being asked on what proofs he had grounded his decision, he replied, "On 2. The first, because the milk of a woman having produced a male child is always heavier than that of the mother of a female infant. The second, because the pretended mother consented to the boy's death, and I suppose it impossible for a woman to agree to the destruction of her offspring, which is a part of herself." End of section 25. Recording by Nico Williams.
Section 26 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Renee, April 23rd, 2020. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 26. The Sultan and the Traveler Mahummud al-Hajami. There was a sultan, who one evening became somewhat low-spirited. He sent for his vizier, and said, "I know not the cause, but my mind is uneasy, and I want something to divert it." "If so," replied the vizier, "I have a friend, named Mahummud al-Hajami, a celebrated traveler, who has witnessed many wonderful occurrences, and can relate a variety of astonishing narratives. Shall I send for him to the presence?" "By all means," answered the Sultan, "that I may hear his relations." The minister departed, and informed his friend that the Sultan desired to see him. "To hear is to obey," replied Mahummud, and hastened with the vizier to the palace. When they had entered the palace, Mahummud made the obeisance usual to the caliphs, and uttered a poetical invocation for the prosperity of the Sultan, who returned his salute, and after desiring him to be seated, said, "Mahummud, my mind is uneasy, and as I hear you are acquainted with many curious events, I wish you to relate some of them to amuse me." Mahummud replied, "To hear is to obey," and thus began an adventure of his own. End of section 26. Recording by Elizabeth Renee, April 23rd, 2020. Section 27 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Renee, April 23rd, 2020.
The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 27, The Sultan and the Traveler, the Koord Robber.
Some years ago, I took a journey from my own country to the land of Yemen, accompanied by a slave who was a lad of so much ready wit, and who carried a wallet containing a few necessaries. As we were entering a town, a rascally Koord snatched the wallet from his hands and asserted that it was his own, which he had stolen from him. Upon which, I called up to some passengers to assist me in the recovery of my property, and they helped me carry the sharper before the CAUZEE, to which I complained of his assault. The magistrate asked the Koord what he had to allege in his defense, to which he replied, "My lord, I lost this wallet some days since, and I found it in the possession of the complainant, who pretends that it is his own, and will not resign it." "If it be thine," rejoined the CAUZEE, "describe to me what it contains, then I shall be satisfied that thou speakest the truth." The Koord assented, and with a loud voice cried out, "In this wallet, my lord, are 2 chests, in which collyrium for the eyes, a number of rich napkins, drinking vessels of gold, lamps, cooking utensils, dishes, basins, and ewers, also bales of merchandise, jewels, gold, silks, and other precious articles, with a variety of wearing apparel, carpets, cushions, eating cloths, and other things too tedious to enumerate. Besides, I can call upon my brother Koords to testify to that this wallet is mine." When the Koord had finished, the CAUZEE smiled, and asked me and my slave that we could have described what was in the wallet. Upon which my slave said, "My lord, there is nothing in it of what the Koord has mentioned, for it contains only both worlds with all their lands, seas, cities, habitations, men, animals, and productions of every kind." The CAUZEE laughed, and turning to the Koord said, "Friend, thou hast heard what has passed. What further canst thou say?" "The bag is mine," continued the Koord, upon which the CAUZEE ordered it to be emptied, when lo! there found in it were cakes of bread, a few lions, a little pepper, and a cruet of oil. Seeing this, the Koord exclaimed, "Pardon me, my lord the CAUZEE, I have been mistaken, the wallet is not mine, but I must away and search for the thief who has stolen my valuable property." Having said this, he ran off, leaving the CAUZEE, myself, and the spectators bursting with laughter at his impudent knavery. The Sultan was much diverted with the relations of MHAMOOD, and requested him to relate another story, which he did as follows. End of section 27. Recording by Elizabeth Renee, April 23rd, 2020. Section 28 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Elizabeth Renee, April 23rd, 2020.
The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 28, The Sultan and the Traveler. Story of the Husbandman.
A certain husbandman, having reared some choice vegetables and fruits earlier than usual, resolved to present them to the Sultan, in hopes of receiving a handsome present. He accordingly loaded his ass, and set off for the capital, on the road to which he met the Sultan, whom he had never before seen, and who, being on a hunting excursion, had separated from his attendants. The Sultan inquired where he was going, and what he carried. "I am repairing," said the husbandman, "to our lord the Sultan, in hopes that he will reward me with a handsome price for my fruits and vegetables, which I have reared earlier than usual." "What dost thou mean to ask him?" replied the Sultan. 1,000 dinars, answered the husbandman, which if he refuses to give, I will demand 500. Should he think that sum too much, I will come down to 200. If he declines to give so much, I will ask for 30 dinars, from which price I will not depart. The Sultan now left the husbandman, and hastening to the city, entered the palace, where the latter soon after arrived with his fruits, and introduced to the presence. Having made his obeisance, the Sultan returned his salute, said, "Father, what hast thou brought with thee?" "Fruits, reared earlier than usual," answered the husbandman, to which the Sultan replied, "They are acceptable," and uncovering them, sent a part of the inruts into his harem, and distributed the rest to his courtiers, excepting a few which he ate himself, talking all the while to the countryman, whose sensible remarks gave him much pleasure. He presented him with 200 dinars, and the ladies of the harem sent him a present of half that sum. The Sultan then desired him to return home, give the money to his family, and come back with speed, as he wished to enjoy the conversation. The husbandman, having replied, "To hear is to obey," blessed the Sultan for his bounty, and hastening home gave the dinars to his wife, informing her that he was invited to spend the evening at court, and took his leave. It was sunset when he arrived at the palace, and the Sultan, being at his evening meal, invited him to partake. When they were satisfied, they performed their ablutions, and having said the evening prayer and read a portion of the Quran, the Sultan, desiring him to be seated, commanded the husbandman to relate him some narrative. The husbandman, being seated, thus began. End of section 28. Recording by Elizabeth Renee, April 23rd, 2020.
Section 29 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nico Williams. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott, Section 29, The Sultan and the Traveler, Story of the Three Princes and Enchanting Bird. It has been lately related that there was formerly a sovereign of the East who had 3 sons, the eldest of whom had heard some traveler describe a particular country where there was a bird called Pupil al-Sayah, who transformed any passenger who came near him into stone. The prince resolved to see this wonderful bird, and requested leave to travel from his father, who endeavored in vain to divert him from his purpose. He took leave, and on his departure, pulling off a ring set with a magical gem, gave it to the second brother, saying, "Whenever you perceive this ring, press hard upon your finger. Be assured that I am lost beyond recovery." Having begun his journey, he did not cease traveling till he reached the spot where was the bird's cage, in which it used to pass the night, but in the daytime it flew about for exercise and food. It was the custom of the bird to return about sunset to the cage, when, if it perceived any person near, it would cry out in a plaintive tone, "Who will say to a poor wanderer lodge? Who will say an unhappy bulbul lodge?" And if the person replied, "Lodge, poor bird," it immediately hovered over his head, and scattering upon him some earth from its bill, the person became transformed into stone. Such proved the fate of the unfortunate prince. The transformation of the eldest prince had no sooner taken place than the ring pressed hard upon the finger of the second, who exclaimed, "Alas, alas, my brother is lost, but I will travel and endeavor to find out his condition." It was in vain that the Sultan his father and the Sultana his mother remonstrated. He departed after he had delivered the magical ring to his younger brother, and journeyed till he had reached the cage of the bird, who, having ensnared him to pronounce the word lodge, scattered some earth upon his head, when he also immediately became transformed into stone. At this instant the youngest prince was sitting at a banquet with his father, when the ring pressed so hard to his finger as to put him in much pain. He rose up and exclaimed, "There is no refuge or asylum but with God, for his we are, and to him we must return." The Sultan upon this inquired the cause of his grief, when he said, "My brother has perished." The old Sultan was loudly lamentating the loss of his 2 children, when the youngest continued, "I will travel and learn the fate of my brothers." "Alas," said the father, "is it not enough that I have lost them, but thou also wilt rush into destruction? I entreat thee not to leave me." "Father," replied the prince, "fate impels me to search for my brothers, whom perhaps I may recover, but if I fail, I shall only have done my duty." Having said this, he departed in spite of the tears and lamentations of his parents, and traveled till he had reached the residence of the bird, where he found his brothers transformed into images of stone. At sunset the bird began its usual tone, but the prince, suspecting some deceit, forbore to speak, till at length the bulbul retired to his cage, and fell asleep. When watching the opportunity, the prince darted upon it, and fastened the door. The bird awoke at the noise, and seeing himself caught, said, "Thou hast won the prize, O glorious son of a mighty sultan." "If so," exclaimed the prince, "inform me by what means thou hast enchanted so many persons as I see around me changed into images of marble, and how I may release them from their unhappy state." "Behold," replied the bird, "yonder 2 heaps of earth, one white and one blue. The blue enchants, and the other will recover from transformation." The prince immediately took up handfuls of white earth, and scattering it over the numerous images, they instantly became animated and restored to all their functions. He embraced his 2 brothers, and received their thanks, also those of the sons of many sultans, bashaws, and great personages for giving them new life. They informed him that near the spot was a city, all the inhabitants of which had been, like them, transformed into stone. To this he repaired, and having relieved them from their enchantment, the people out of gratitude made him rich presents, and would have chosen him for their sovereign, but he declined their offer, and resolved to conduct his brothers in safety to their father. The 2 elder princes, notwithstanding they owed the restoration of their lives to their brother, became envious of the valuable presents he had received, and of the fame he would acquire at home for his achievement. They said to one another, "When we reach the capital, the people will applaud him, and say, 'Lo, the 2 elder brothers have been rescued from destruction by the youngest.'" The youngest prince, being supplied with horses, camels, and carriages, for himself and companions, began his march homewards, and proceeded by easy stages toward the capital of his father, within 1 day's journey of which was a reservoir of water lined with marble. On the brink of this, he ordered his tents to be pitched, resolving to pass the night and enjoy himself in feasting with his brothers. An elegant entertainment was prepared, and he sat with them till it was time to repose, when they retired to their tents, and he lay down to sleep, having on his finger a ring which he had found in the cage of the bulbul. The envious brothers, thinking this a fit opportunity to destroy their generous preserver, arose in the dead of night, and taking up the prince, cast him into the reservoir, and escaped to their tents undiscovered. In the morning they issued orders of march, the tents were struck, and the camels loaded, but the attendants, missing the youngest prince, inquired after him, to which the brothers replied, that being asleep in his tent, they were unwilling to disturb him. This satisfied them, and having pursued their march they reached the capital of their father, who was overjoyed at their return, and admired the beauty of the bulbul, which they had carried with them, but he inquired with eagerness what was become of their brother. The brothers replied, "We know nothing of him, and did not till now hear of his departure in search of the bird, which we have brought with us." The Sultan dearly loved his youngest son, and on hearing that his brothers had not seen him, beat his hands together, exclaiming, "Alas, alas, there is no refuge or asylum but with the Almighty, from whom we came and to whom we must return." We must now return to the youngest brother. When he was cast into the reservoir, he awoke, and finding himself in danger, exclaimed, "I seek deliverance from that God, who relieveth his servants from the snares of the wicked." His prayer was heard, and he reached the bottom of the reservoir unhurt, where he seated himself on a ledge, when he heard persons talking. One said to another, "Some son of man is near." "Yes," replied the other, "he is the youngest son of our virtuous Sultan, who, after having delivered his 2 brothers from enchantment, hath been treacherously cast into this reservoir." "Well," answered the first voice, "he may easily escape, for he has a ring upon his finger, which if he will rub a genie will appear to him, and perform whatever he may command." The prince no sooner heard these words than he rubbed his hand over the ring, when a good genie appearing said, "Prince, what are thy commands?" "I command," replied the prince, "that thou instantly prepare me tents, camels, domestics, guards, and everything suitable to my condition." "All is ready," answered the genie,
who at the same instant taking him from the ledge, conducted him into a splendid encampment, where the troops received him with acclamations. He ordered signals of march to be sounded, and proceeded toward the capital of his father. When he had arrived near the city, he commanded his tents to be pitched on the plain. Immediately his orders were obeyed. The tents were raised, a most magnificent one for himself, before which the servants raised a gorgeous awning, and sprinkled water to lay the dust. The cooks lighted their fires, and a great smoke ascended which filled the plains. The inhabitants of the city were astonished at the approach of the army, and when they saw the encampment pitched, supposed it to be that of a powerful enemy preparing for assaulting them. Intelligence of this unexpected host was conveyed to the Sultan, who, on hearing it, instead of alarm, felt a pleasure which he could not account for, and said, "Gracious Allah, my heart is filled with delight, but why I know not." Immediately he commanded his suite to attend, and repaired to the encampment of his son, to whom he was introduced, but the prince, being habited very richly, and differently from what he had seen him in, was not known by the Sultan. The prince received his father with the honors due to his rank, and when they were seated and had entered into conversation, said, "What has become of thy youngest son?" The words were scarcely uttered when the old Sultan fell fainting to the earth. On his recovery he exclaimed, "Alas! My son's imprudence led him to travel, and he has fallen a prey to the beasts of the forest." "Be comforted," replied the prince. "The disasters of fortune have not reached thy son, for he is alive and in health." "Is it possible?" cried the Sultan. "Ah, tell me where I shall find him." "He is before thee," replied the prince, upon which the Sultan, looking more closely, knew him, fell upon his neck, wept, and sunk to the earth overpowered with ecstasy. When the Sultan had recovered, he desired his son to relate his adventures, which he did from first to last. Just as he had finished, the elder brothers arrived, and seeing him in such splendor, hung down their heads abashed and unable to speak, but yet more envious than ever. The old Sultan would have put them to death for their treachery, but the youngest prince said, "Let us leave them to the Almighty, for whoever commits sin will meet its punishment in himself." When the husbandman had concluded the above story, the Sultan was so highly pleased that he presented him with a large sum of money, and a beautiful slave, inquiring at the same time if he could divert him with another story, to which he replied in the affirmative. On another night, when the Sultan and the countryman had sat down to converse, the former desired him to relate some ancient story, when the latter began as follows. End of section 29. Recording by Nico Williams.
Section 30 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 30. The Sultan and the Traveler, Mahummud al-Hajemi. Story of a Sultan of Yemen and his 3 sons. It has been related that in the kingdom of Yemen there was a sultan who had 3 sons, 2 of whom were born of the same mother, and the third of another wife, with whom, becoming disgusted from some caprice, and having degraded her to the station of a domestic, he suffered her and her son to live unnoticed among the servants of the harem. The 2 former, one day, addressed their father, requesting his permission to hunt, upon which he presented them each with a horse of true blood, richly caparisoned, and ordered proper domestics to attend them to the chase. When they had departed, the unfortunate youngest brother repaired to his unhappy mother, and expressed his wishes to enjoy, like the elder princes, the pleasures of the field. "My son," replied she, "it is not in my power to procure thee a horse or other necessaries, Upon this he wept bitterly, when she gave him some of her silver ornaments, which he took, and having sold them, with the price purchased, a foundered steed. Having mounted it, and provided himself with some bread, he followed the track of his brothers for 2 days, but on the third lost his way. After wandering 2 days more, he beheld on the plain a string of emeralds and pearls, which shone with great lustre. Having taken it up, he wreathed it round his turban, and returned homewards, exulting in his prize. But when he had arrived near the city, his brothers met him, pulled him from his horse, beat him, and forced it from him. He excelled them both in prowess and vigor, but he was fearful of the Sultan's displeasure, and his mother's safety, should he punish his insulters. He therefore submitted to the indignity and loss, and retired. The 2 cowardly princes entered the palace, and presented the string of jewels to the Sultan, who, after admiring it, said, "I shall not rest satisfied till the bird arrives to whom this certainly must have belonged." Upon which the brothers replied, "We will travel in search of it, and bring it to our august father and Sultan." Preparations being made, the brothers departed, and the youngest prince, having mounted his lame steed, followed them. After 3 days' journey he reached an arid desert, which, having passed over by great exertion, he arrived almost exhausted at a city, which on entering he found resounding with the shrieks of lamentation and woe. At length he met a venerable old man, to whom, having made a respectable salute, he inquired of him the cause of such universal mourning. "My son," replied the old man, "on a certain day during the last 43 years, a terrible monster has appeared before our city, demanding a beautiful virgin to be delivered up to him, threatening to destroy it in case of refusal. Unable to defend ourselves, we have complied with his demand, and the damsels of the city have drawn lots for the dreadful sacrifice. But this year the chance has fallen upon the beautiful daughter of our Sultan. This is the day of the monster's usual arrival, and we are involved in universal lamentation for her unhappy fate." When the young prince heard the above, he, under the direction of the old man, repaired to the place of the monster's resort, resolved to conquer him or die. Scarcely had he reached it when the princess approached it, splendidly habited, but with a dejected head and drowned in tears. He made a respectful salute, which she returned, saying, "Hasten, young man, from this spot, for a monster will soon appear, to whom, by my unhappy fate, I am destined. Should he discover thee, he will tear thee in pieces." "Princess," replied he, "I know the circumstance, and I am resolved to become a man of ransom for thy beauty." The prince had hardly uttered these words when a column of dust arose, from which, with dreadful howlings and fury, the monster issued, lashing his gigantic sides with his thick tail. The princess shrieked and wept in the agonies of fear, but the prince, drawing his saber, put himself in the way of the savage monster, who, enraged, snorted fire from his wide nostrils and made a spring at the prince. The gallant youth, with wonderful agility, evaded his talons, and darting from side to side of the monster, watched his opportunity, till, rushing upon him, he cleft his head asunder just between his eyes, when the huge creature fell down and growled his last in a tremendous roar. The princess, on seeing the monster expire, ran to her deliverer, wiped the dust and sweat from his face with her veil, uttering grateful thanks, to which he replied, "Return to thy lamenting parents." But she would not, and said, "My lord and light of my eyes, thou must be mine, and I thine." "That is perhaps impossible," rejoined the prince, and hastening from her, he returned to the city, where he took up his lodging in an obscure corner. She now repaired to the palace. On her entrance, the Sultan and her mother were astonished, and inquired in alarm the cause of her return, fearing that she had escaped from the monster who would in revenge destroy the city. The princess related the story of her deliverance by a handsome youth, upon which the Sultan, with his attendants and most of the inhabitants of the place, repaired to view the monster, whom they found extended death on the earth. The whole city was now filled with grateful thanksgivings and universal rejoicing. The Sultan, eager to show his gratitude to the gallant youth, said to the princess, "Shouldst thou know thy deliverer, wert thou to see him again?" "Certainly," replied she, for love had impressed his image on her mind too strongly to be ever erased. The Sultan, upon this, issued a proclamation, commanding every male in the city to pass under the windows of his daughter's apartment, which was done successively for 3 days. But she did not recognize her beloved champion. The Sultan then inquired if all the men of the city had obeyed his commands, and was informed that all had done so, except a young man at a certain serai who was a foreigner, and therefore he had not attended. The Sultan ordered him to appear, and he had no sooner approached the window when the princess threw down upon his head an embroidered handkerchief, exclaiming, "This is our deliverer from the fangs of the monster." The Sultan now ordered the young prince to be introduced to his presence, to which he advanced, making the obeisances customary to royal personages in a graceful manner. "Art thou the destroyer of the monster?" exclaimed the Sultan. "I am," answered the prince. "Tell me how I can reward thee," replied the Sultan. "My request to God and your majesty," answered the prince, "is that the princess, thy daughter, may be given me in marriage." "Rather ask me a portion of my treasures," rejoined the Sultan. Upon this the officers of the court observed that as he had saved the princess from death, he was worthy of her, and the Sultan at length consenting, the marriage knot was tied. The young prince received his bride, and the nuptials were consummated. Towards the close of the night he arose, and having taken off her ring, put his own on in its room on her finger, and wrote upon the palm of her hand, "I am called Allah ad-Din, the son of a potent Sultan who rules in Yemen. If thou canst come to me there, well, otherwise remain with thy father." When the prince had done as above related, he left his bride asleep, and, quitting the palace and city, pursued his travels, during which he married another wife, whom he had saved from an elephant in a similar way. He left her in the same manner as the first. When the prince had left his second wife, he proceeded in search of the bird to whom the string of emeralds and pearls had belonged, and at length reached the city of its mistress, who was daughter to the Sultan, a very powerful monarch. Having entered the capital, he walked through several streets, till at last he perceived a venerable old man, whose age seemed to be at least that of 100 years, sitting alone. He approached him, and having paid his respects, sat down, and entering into conversation, at length said, "Canst thou, my uncle, afford me any information respecting a bird, whose chain is composed of pearls and emeralds, or of its mistress?" The old man remained silent, involved in thought, for some instants, after which he said, "My son, my sultans and princes have wished to attain this bird and the princess, but failed in the attempt. However, do thou procure 7 lambs, kill them, flay and cut them up into halves. In the palace are 8 courts, at the gates of 7 of which are placed 2 hungry lions, and in the latter, where the princess resides, are stationed 40 slaves. Go and try thy fortune. The prince, having thanked the old man, took his leave, procured the lambs, cut them up as directed, and towards midnight, when the step of a man had ceased from passing, repaired to the first gate of the palace, before which he beheld two monstrous lions, their eyes flaming like the mouth of a lighted oven. He cast before each half a lamb, and while they were devouring it, passed on. By the same stratagem he arrived safely into the 8th court, at the gate of which lay the 40 slaves, sunk in profound sleep. He entered cautiously, and beheld the princess in a magnificent hall, reposing on a splendid bed, near which hung her bird in a cage of gold wire strung with valuable jewels. He approached gently, and wrote upon the palm of her hand, "I am Ala ad-Din, son of a Sultan of Yemen. I have seen thee sleeping, and taken away thy bird. Shouldst thou love me, or wish to recover thy favorite, come to my father's capital." He then departed from the palace, and having reached the plain, stopped to repose till morning. The prince, being refreshed at daylight, having invoked Allah to protect him from discovery, travelled till sunset, where he discovered an Arab encampment, to which he repaired and requested shelter. His petition was readily attended to by the chief, who, seeing him in possession of the bird, which he knew, said to himself, "The young man must be a favorite of heaven, or he could not have obtained a prize for which so many potent sultans, princes, and viziers have vainly fallen sacrifices." He entertained him with hospitality, but asked no questions, and in the morning dismissed him with prayers for his welfare and a present of a beautiful horse. Ala ad-Din, having thanked his generous host, took leave, and proceeded unceasingly till he arrived within the sight of his father's capital. On the plain he was again overtaken by his 2 brothers, returning from their unsuccessful expedition, who, seeing the bird and splendid cage in his possession, dragged him suddenly from his horse, beat him cruelly, and left him. They entered the city, and presenting the cage to their father, framed an artful tale of danger and escapes that they had undergone in procuring it. On hearing which, the Sultan loaded them with caresses and praises, while the unfortunate Ala ad-Din retired bruised and melancholy to his unhappy mother. The young prince informed his mother of his adventures, complained heavily of his loss, and expressed his resolves to be revenged upon his envious brothers. She confronted him, she comforted him, entreated him to be patient, and wait for the dispensations of Allah, who in proper season would show his power in the revealment of justice. We now return to the princess who had lost her bird. When she awoke in the morning and missed her bird, she was alarmed, but on perceiving what was written upon her palm, still more so. She shrieked aloud. Her attendants ran in, and finding her in a frantic state, informed the Sultan, who, anxious for her safety, hastened to the apartment. The princess, being somewhat recovered, related the loss of her bird, showed the writing on her hand, and declared that she would marry no one but him who had seen her asleep. The Sultan, finding remonstrances vain, agreed to accompany his daughter in search of the prince, and issued orders for his army to prepare for a march to Yemen. When the troops were assembled, the Sultan conducted his daughter to the camp, and on the day following marched, the princess with her ladies being conveyed in magnificent equipages. No halt was made till the army arrived near the city where Ala ad-Din had delivered the daughter of its sultan by killing the elephant. A friendly ambassador being dispatched to request permission to encamp and purchase a supply of provisions, he was honorably received, and the sultan of the city proceeded in great pomp to visit his brother monarch, who then informed him of the object of his expedition. This convinced the other sultan that the stealer of the bird must also have been the deliverer of his daughter, and he resolved to join in the search. Accordingly, after 3 days of splendid entertainments and rejoicings, the two sultans, with the two princesses and their united forces, moved towards Yemen. Their route lay through the capital, the daughter of whose sultan Ala ad-Din had saved from the fangs of the savage monster. On the arrival of the allies at this city, an explanation similar to the last took place, and the third sultan resolved to accompany them in search of the husband of his daughter, who readily agreed to join the other princesses. They marched, and on the route the princess who had lost her bird was fully informed by the others of the beauty, prowess, and manly vigor of Ala ad-Din, which involved her more than ever in anxious impatience to meet him. At length, by continued and uninterrupted movements, the three sultans reached Yemen, and pitched their encampments about sunset on a verdant plain well watered near the capital. It was with much dread and apprehension that the Sultan of Yemen beheld such a numerous host encamped so near his residence, but he concealed his fears, and gave proper orders for securing it from surprise during the night. With the morning, his alarms were removed, as the allied sultans dispatched an ambassador with rich presents, assurances that they had no hostile intentions, and a request that he would honor them by a visit to their camp, and furnish it with supplies. The sultan complied with the invitation, and the suite being prepared, he proceeded, attended by all his courtiers in the highest magnificence, to the encampment, where he was received with due honors. At the outposts, the three sultans met him, and after the usual greetings of ceremony, conducted him to a splendid tent made of crimson velvet, the fringes and ropes of which were composed of gold threads, the pins of solid silver, and the lining of the richest silver tissue, embroidered with flowers of raised work and silks of all colors, intermixed with foils and gold. It was covered with superb carpets, and at the upper end of the platform, spread with gold brocade, were placed 4 stools, the coverings of which, and the cushions, were magnificent beyond description, being made of Persian velvet, fringed and flowered with costly pearls. When the 4 sultans were seated, and some conversation had taken place, in which the latter was informed of the occasion of the others having marched into his country, the cloth was spread, and the magnificent entertainment served up in dishes of agate, crystal, and gold. The basins and ewers for washing were of pure gold, set with jewels. Such was the richness of everything that the sultan, with difficulty, refrained from showing his surprise, and inwardly exclaimed, "By Allah, till now I never have beheld such a profusion of splendor, elegance, and valuable furniture." When the meal was ended, coffee, various sorts of confections, and sherbets were brought in, after which the company conversed. The 3 sultans inquired of their royal guest if he had any children, to which he replied that he had 2 sons. The sultans then requested that he would send for them, upon which their father dispatched a messenger to summon them to his presence. They repaired to the camp, mounted on chargers richly caparisoned and most splendidly dressed. On their entering the tent, the princesses, who were seated in a recess, concealed from view by blinds of gold wire, gazed eagerly at them, and she who had lost her bird inquired of the other 2 if either of them was their husband. They replied in the negative, remarking that he was of personal beauty and dignified appearance, far superior to these princes. The 3 sultans also questioned their daughters on the subject, and received similar answers. The sultans upon this inquired of the father of the princes if he had any other sons, to which he replied that he had one, but that he had long rejected him, and also his mother, from notice, and that they lived among the domestics of the palace. The sultans entreated to see him, and he was introduced, but in a mean habit. The two princesses, whom he had delivered from the monsters and married, immediately recognized him and exclaimed together, "This is truly our beloved husband." He was then embraced by the sultans and admitted to his wives, who fell upon his neck in transports of joy and rapture, kissing him between his eyes, while the princess who had lost the bird prostrated herself before him, covered with a veil, and kissed his hand. After this scene, the young prince returned to his father and the other sultans, who received him respectfully and seated him by them, at which the father was astonished, but more so when, turning to his brothers, he addressed them, saying, "Which of you first found the string of emeralds and pearls?" To this they made no reply. When he continued, "Who of you killed the monster, destroyed the elephant, or, fortifying his mind, dared to enter the palace of this sultan and bring away the cage with the bird? When you both, coward-like, rushed upon me, robbed me of my prizes, and wounded me, I could easily have overcome you, but I felt that there was a season appointed by Providence for justice upon you and my wretched father, who rejected my mother and myself, depriving us of our just claims." Having thus spoken, he drew his saber, and rushing upon the two guilty princes, struck them dead, each at one blow. He would, in his rage, have attacked his father, but the sultans prevented him, and having reconciled them, the old sultan promised to leave him his heir, and to restore his mother to her former rank and consequence. His nuptials with the third princess were then celebrated, and their fathers, after participating for 40 days in the magnificent entertainments given on the occasion, took leave, and returned to their several kingdoms. The old sultan, finding himself, from age, incapable of the cares of government, resigned the throne to his son, whose authority was gladly submitted to by the people, who admired his prowess and gallantry. Some time after his accession to the kingdom, attended only by some select courtiers, and without the cumbrous appendages of royalty, he left his capital upon a hunting excursion. In the course of the sport, passing over a desert plain, he came to a spot where was the opening of a cave, into which he entered, and observed domestic utensils and other marks of it being inhabited, but no one was then within it. The curiosity of the sultan being excited, he resolved to wait until the owners of the cave should appear, and cautioned his attendants not to mention his rank. He had not sat long when a man was seen advancing with a load of provisions and 2 skins of water. On his coming to the mouth of the cave, the sultan addressed him, saying, "Whence comest thou? Where art thou going, and what dost thou carry?" "I am," replied the man, "one of 3 companions who inhabit this cave. Having fled from our city to avoid imprisonment, and every 10 days one of us goes to purchase provisions, today was my turn, and my friends will be here presently." "What was the cause of your flight?" rejoined the sultan. "As to that," answered the man, "it can only be communicated by the relation of our adventures, which are curious, and if you wish to hear them, stay with us tonight, and we will each in our turn relate his own story." The sultan, upon this, said to himself, "I will not move from this spot until I have heard their adventures," and immediately dispatched his attendants, excepting a few, with orders to bring from the city some necessaries for the night. "For," thought he, "hearing these stories will be pleasanter than hunting, as they may perhaps inform my mind." He remained in the cave with his fellow followers, and soon after arrived the 2 other inmates, who were succeeded by the sultan's messengers with his requisites for a substantial repast, of which all partook without ceremony. When it was finished, the Sultan desired the owners of the cave to relate their adventures, and they replied, "To hear is to obey." The first beginning as follows. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nico Williams. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 31. The Sultan and the Traveler. Story of the First Sharper in the Cave. My father died when I was a youth, leaving my mother and myself with little property, but an old she-goat which we sold, and with the price bought a calf, and nourished her as well as we could for a whole year, when my mother desired me to go and dispose of her in the market. Accordingly I went, and soon perceived that there was not a fatter or finer beast in the market. The company of butchers, composed of 40 persons, fixed their eyes upon the calf, and supposing me an ignorant lad, resolved to have her for little or nothing, and feast themselves upon her flesh. After concerting among themselves, one of them coming up said, "My lad, dost thou mean to sell this she-goat?" "Goat," replied I, "it is a calf." "Nay," answered he, "surely thou must be blind or under enchantment, but old as the goat is, if thou wilt sell it, I will give thee a course for her." I angrily refused, and he went away, when presently up came another, and in short and regular succession the whole 40, the last of whom was the chief of the butchers. I perceived the connivance to cheat me, and resolving to be avenged, said, "I am convinced I am deceived, so you shall have the goat, if such she is, for the course, provided you let me have her tail." This was agreed to, and it being cut off, I delivered my calf to the chief of the butchers, received the money, and returned home. On my arrival at home, my mother asked if I had sold the calf, to which I replied, "Yes, for a course, and her tail into the bargain." She thought me stupid or mad, and inquired what I would do with the latter. I answered, "I will have amply revenged on the sharpers, who pretended that my calf was a she-goat, and forced for them at least 1,000 times the price they gave me." After this, I skinned the tail, cut the leather into tongs, and twisted them into a whip with hard, thick knots. I then disguised myself in female attire, taking pains to make myself look as handsome as possible, with the assistance of my mother, who put sorma into my eyelids, and arranged my eyebrows, stained my hands with henna, and directed me how to ogle and smile. In short, as I was then a beardless lad, and reckoned comely, I appeared as a very desirable maiden in my disguise. On my arrival at the house of the chief of the butchers, I found him sitting with his companions in the court. The whole of my calf had been cooked in various ways, and they were just going to spread the cloth and feast upon it. On my entrance I made a profound salutation, upon which they all rose up to return it, and having seated me welcomingly, whispered one to another, saying, "By Allah, this will be a night of glorious festivity, illumined by so much beauty. However, our chief must have the preference. This night shall be his, after which we will all cast lots for his turn of enjoyment." When we had feasted on my calf, and the night was far advanced, the butchers took leave, departed to their homes, and I remained alone with the chief, who began to entertain me with amusing conversation. Observing a rope hanging from the ceiling of an apartment, I, as if ignorant of its purpose, inquired the use of it, when the venerable chief of the butchers informed me it was for suspending animals to cut up, also occasionally his dependents, whose crimes required the punishment of flogging. Upon this I expressed a great desire to be tied with the rope, drawn up and swung for amusement. "My dear lady," replied he, "the cord will hurt thy delicate skin, but thou shalt put it around me, draw me up, and see the use without injuring thyself. I consented to the wish of the chief butcher, placed the cord under his arms, and drew him up till the ends of his toes scarcely touched the ground. I then secured the rope, and for some moments kept running playfully around him, and tickling his sides, which made him laugh with delight. At length, tired of his posture, he desired me to release him, but I refused, saying, "My dear chief, I have not yet finished my amusement." After which I tore the clothes from his back as if in merriment. When I had done this, I pulled out my whip, which was well knotted, saying, "This is the tail of a she-goat, not a calf." The butcher now began to be somewhat alarmed, asked me who I was and whence I came, to which I replied, "I am the owner of the fat calf, of which thou and thy villainous companion so rascally cheated me." I then bared my arm to my elbow, and so belaboured his back and sides with my whip that he roared in agony. Nor did I leave off till his skin was completely flayed, and he fainted from the pain. After this I searched the apartment, found a bag containing 300 dinars, some handsome dresses, and other valuable articles, all of which I bundled up and carried off, leaving the chief of the butchers suspended to his fate. When I reached home, I gave my prize to my mother, saying, "This is only part of the value of my calf, which I have just received of the purchaser." Early in the morning, the butchers repaired, as usual, to the residence of their chief, and finding the door of the courtyard locked, joked one with another, saying, "Our old gentleman has been so fatigued with his happiness that he sleeps longer than ordinary." They waited till near noon, when they called out for admittance, but receiving no answer, became apprehensive of some disaster, and forcing the door, found their chief suspended almost lifeless, and his scars dropping blood. To their inquiries into the cause of his doleful situation, he replied, "That pretended vixen was no woman, but a brawny youth, the owner of the calf, who, in return for our roguery, has flogged me thus and carried off all he could find in my chamber worth having." The butchers vowed revenge, saying, "We will seize and put him to death." But their chief requested them for the present to be patient, and carry him to a warm bath, that he might wash and get his wounds dressed. I observed the chief butcher enter the bathing-house alone, while his followers waited at the gate, upon which I went to the slaughter-house, poured over my back the blood of a sheep, dabbed it with plasters of cotton, and leaning on a crutch, as if in agony of pain, repaired to the bath. At first the butchers refused me admittance, saying their chief was within, but on my entreating their compassion for my miserable condition, they at length permitted me to enter. Passing through the different rooms, I came to the bath, in which I found the unfortunate chief washing his scars. I pulled out my whip, and having said to him, "Shek, this is the tail of my calf," flogged him again so severely that he fainted, after which I made my escape by another entrance to the Hammam, which opened into a different street. The butchers, growing impatient at the long stay of their chief in the bath, at length entered, and found him in extreme agony. He informed them of the second revenge of the owner of the calf, and requested that he would take him into the country, pitch a tent for his reception, and remain to guard him till he should be cured of his wounds. They did so, but I watched their motions, and disguising myself, repaired in the evening toward the tent. Here I found a Bedouin Arab, who I bribed with a piece of gold to cry out, "I am the owner of the calf, and will have the life of your chief," cautioning him at the same time, after he had so exclaimed, to make his escape as quickly as possible from the butchers, who would pursue him. "I shall not heed them," replied he, "though they may be mounted on the fleetest coursers." Having said this, the Bedouin went up close to the tents, bawling out vociferously as I had directed him, upon which all the butchers started up and pursued him, but in vain, to a great distance. I then entered the tent in which the chief was reposing alone, and pulling out my whip, once more flogged him till he roared with agony. When I was tired, I bundled up such articles as I could lay my hands on, and returning home, presented them to my mother, saying, "Here is the balance of the price of our calf."
The butchers, having attempted to overtake the Bedouin till they were wearied with running but in vain, returned to their chief, whom they found in a fainting fit from the pain of his wounds. Having sprinkled water on his face, they recovered him so far that he was able to inform them of what had happened, and to request them to convey him once more to his own house, to give out that he was dead of his wounds, and make a mock funeral, when possibly the owner of the calf, believing him departed this life, might cease to torment him. The butchers obeyed the commands of their chief, and reporting that he was dead, laid him in a litter and marched in mournful procession toward a burying ground, followed by a great concourse of people. Mixing with the crowd, in disguise, I at length stooped under the litter, and giving the chief, who lay extended in a winding sheet, a smart poke with a pointed stick, up he jumped, to the astonishment of the beholders, who cried out, "A miracle! A miracle! The dead is raised to life!" While I made my escape in the throng, but being fearful that the many tricks I had played, especially this last, might excite inquiry, and lead to a discovery, I fled from the city and resolved to remain in this cave till curiosity should subside. The Sultan exclaimed, "These adventures are surprising," when the second inhabitant of the cave said, "My lord, my story is much more wonderful than the last, for I contrive not only to be dead and buried, but to escape from the tomb." "Possibly," said the Sultan, "thy adventures may have been stranger than those of this man, but if any of you are acquainted with the memoirs of ancient monarchs, I would wish you to relate them. However, at present I must take you with me to the palace, that I may make you welcome." When the men heard this proposition, they were alarmed, and cried out, "What, my lord? Would you carry us to the city from which we have escaped to save our lives?" "Fear not," replied he. "I am the Sultan, and was amusing myself with hunting when I chanced to discover your cave." They bowed themselves before him and exclaimed, "To hear is to obey." After which they attended him to the city. On their arrival, the Sultan ordered them proper apartments with suitable entertainment, and invested each of them with rich habit. For some days they remained enjoying themselves, when at length, one evening, the Sultan commanded them to his presence, and requested a narrative, when one of them related the following story. End of section 31. Section 32 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nico Williams. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 32. The Sultan and the Traveler. History of the Sultan of Hind. In ancient days there lived a Sultan of Hind, than whom no prince of the age was greater in extent of territory, riches, or force. But heaven had not allotted to him offspring, either male or female, on which account he was involved in sorrow. One morning, being even more melancholy than usual, he put on a red habit, and repaired to his divan, when his vizier, alarmed at the robes of mourning, said, "What can have occasioned my lord to put on this gloomy habit?" "Alas," replied the Sultan, "my soul is in this morning overclouded with melancholy." "Repair then to the treasury," said the vizier, "and view thy wealth, as perhaps the lustre of gold and the brilliant sparkling of jewels may amuse thy senses and disperse thy sorrow." "Vizier," answered the Sultan, "this world to me is all vanity. I regard nothing but the contemplation of the Deity. Yet how can I be relieved from melancholy, since I have lived to this age, and he has not blessed me with children, either sons or daughters, who are the ornaments of manhood in this world?" The Sultan had scarcely ceased speaking, when a human figure of a dusky hue appeared before him, and said, "My sovereign, here is a confection left me by my ancestors, with an assurance that whoever might eat of it would have offspring."
The Sultan eagerly took the confection, and by the blessing of Allah, one of the ladies of his harem conceived that very night. When her pregnancy was made known to him, the Sultan was overjoyed, distributed large sums in charity to the poor, and every day comforted the distressed by his bounty. When the Sultana had gone her full term, she was delivered of a son, beautiful in aspect and of graceful person, at which the Sultan became overjoyed, and on that day set apart one half of his treasure for the use of the infant prince, who was entrusted to the charge of experienced nurses. After he thrived sufficiently at the breast he was weaned, and at 6 years of age put under the care of learned tutors, who taught him to write, to read the Koran, and instructed him in the other several branches of literature. When he had completed his 12th year, he was accomplished in horsemanship, archery, and throwing the lance, till at length he became a distinguished cavalier, and excelled the most celebrated equestrians. The young prince, being on a certain day hunting in the vicinity of the capital, there suddenly appeared soaring and wheeling in the air a bird, whose plumage was of the most beautiful and glossy green. The prince let fly an arrow, but without effect, and the bird suddenly disappeared. It was in vain that he turned his eye to all quarters, in hopes of again discovering his wish for prey. When the bird had flown out of sight, and the prince, after searching in all directions till the close of day, returned vexed and much disappointed to his father's palace. On his entrance, the Sultan and the Sultana, perceiving his countenance gloomy, inquired the cause of his melancholy, when he informed them of the bird, upon which they said, "Dear son, the creatures of the Almighty are innumerable, diversified, and, doubtless, there are many birds as beautiful and wonderfully more so than this, whose escape you so much regret." "It may be so," replied the prince, "but unless I shall be able to take this, which so captivated my fancy, I will abstain from food." On the following morning the prince repaired again to the chase, and having reached the same spot on the plain, to his great joy, beheld the green bird. Having taken a cautious aim, he let fly an arrow, but she evaded it, and soared before him in the air. The prince spurred his courser and followed, keeping his desired prey in sight unceasingly till sunset, when both himself and his horse, being exhausted, he gave up the pursuit, and returned towards the city. As he was riding slowly, and almost fainting with hunger and fatigue, there met him a venerable-looking personage, who said, "Prince, both thyself and thy charger seem exhausted. What can have been the cause of such over-exercise?" "Father," answered the prince, "I have been pursuing, but in vain, a beautiful green bird, on which I had set my mind." "Son," replied the sage, "if thou wert to follow it for a whole year's journey, thy pursuit would be useless, for thou couldst never take it. This bird comes from the city in the country of Kafur, in which are most delightful gardens abounding in such birds as this, and many other species still more beautiful, some of which sing enchantingly, and others talk like human beings. But, alas, thou canst never reach that happy spot. Give up then all thoughts of the bird, and seek some other object for a favorite, that thou mayst enjoy repose, and no longer vex thyself for impossibilities." When the prince heard this from the old man, he exclaimed, "By Allah, nothing shall prevent me from visiting the charming country thou hast mentioned." And leaving the sage, he rode homewards, his mind wholly taken up in meditating on the land of Kafur. When the prince had reached the palace, the Sultan, perceiving his disordered state, inquired the adventures of the day, and being informed of his fruitless pursuit and the remarks of the old man, said, "My son, discharge this idle chimera from thy mind, nor perplex thyself longer, since he who wishes for an impossibility may pine himself to death, but can never gain his desires. Calm then thy soul, nor vex thyself longer in vain." "By Allah," answered the prince, "my soul, O my father, is captivated with the desire of possessing this bird more strongly than ever, from the words of the venerable old man, nor is it possible I can enjoy repose till I have travelled to the island of Kafur, and beheld the gardens containing such a wonderful feathered species."
"Alas, my dear son," exclaimed the Sultan, "think how afflicting must be to myself and thy mother thy absence from our sight, and for our sakes give up such a fruitless expedition." The Prince, notwithstanding the remonstrances of his father, continued obstinate, and said, "My travelling is inevitable. Grant me then permission, or I will put myself to death." "If so," exclaimed the frightened Sultan, "there is no refuge or help but from the omnipotent Allah. Well has the proverb remarked that the nestling would not be restrained from the air, when suddenly the raven pounced upon it and bore it away. Heaven guard my son from the consequences of his imprudence." Having said thus, the Sultan commanded preparations for the requisites of travel, and ordered a force to accompany the headstrong prince, who, having taken leave of his afflicted parents, began his expedition towards the country of Kafur. The prince pursued his journey without any extraordinary adventure for a whole month, and at the expiration of it arrived at a spot from which branched out 3 roads. At the junction of them was erected a lofty pyramid, each face fronting one of the roads. On one face was inscribed, "This is named the path of safety." On the second, "This is called the way of repentance." And on the third, "Whoever follows this road will not probably return." "I will pursue this last," said the prince to himself, and accordingly striking into it, proceeded onwards for 20 days, at the end of which he encamped near a desolate city, crumbling into ruin, wholly destitute of inhabitants. He commanded his attendants, as no provisions could be found in the city, to kill 5 sheep of the flock he had brought with him, and dress them for their refreshment in various ways. When all were ready, and the samat was spread out, having performed his ablutions, he sat down with his principal followers. The prince and his company had scarcely seated themselves, when lo! there advanced from the desolate city a genie, whom the prince seeing, stood up, and thus accosted: "Hail, and welcome to the sovereign of Un, friendly to his brethren, and ruler of this extensive desert." He then addressed him flatteringly, in fluent language and in eloquent expression. The hair of this Une genie hung shaggily over his eyes, and flowed in matted tresses upon his shoulders. The prince took out a pair of scissors, and having condescendingly cut his hair, pared his nails, and washed him, seated him at the cloth, and placed before him the dish dressed so peculiarly for himself. The Une ate, and was delighted with the affability of the prince, whom he addressed, saying, "By Allah, O Mahummud, son of a sultan, I am doomed to death by thy arrival here, but what, my lord, was thy object in coming?" Upon this the prince informed him of his having seen the bird, his vain attempts to take her, the account he had received from the old man, and his resolution, in consequence of this information, to penetrate to the kingdom of Kafur, to visit the gardens, and bring away some of the wonderful birds. When the Une heard this, he said, "O son of a sultan, that country to thee is impenetrable, thou canst not reach it, for the distance from hence is a journey of 300 years to the most laborious traveller. How canst thou hope to arrive at it, much more return? But, my son, the good old proverb remarks, that kindness should be returned with kindness, and evil with evil, and then none are so cruel or so benevolent as inhabitants of the desert. As thou hast treated me kindly, so God willing shalt thou have a return for thy goodness. But thou must leave here thy attendants, and thy effects. Thou and I only will go together, and I will accomplish thy wish in gratitude for what thou hast done for me." The prince immediately retired from his encampment with the One, who said, "Mount upon my shoulders." The prince obeyed the commands of the One, who, having first stopped his rider's ears with cotton, mounted into the air, and after soaring for some hours descended, when the prince found himself in the island of Kafur, and near the desired garden. Having alighted from the shoulders of the generous One, he examined the spot, beheld groves, blooming shrubs, flowers bordering clear streams, and beautiful birds chanting various melodies. The Une said, "Behold the object of thy search. Enter the garden." Upon this the prince left him, passed the gate, which was open, and entered. He walked on every quarter, and depending from the branches of flowering shrubs, saw cages holding a variety of beautiful birds, 2 birds in each cage. The prince took down a large cage, and having examined the birds, placed in it such as pleased him to the number of 6, with which he was preparing to leave the garden, when at the gate a watchman met him, who cried out loudly, "A robber! A robber!" Instantly numerous guards rushing out, seized the prince, bound, and carried him before the Sultan, to whom they complained, saying, "We found him in the garden, this young man, carrying off a cage with 6 birds. He must certainly be a robber." The Sultan addressed the prince, saying, "What induced thee, youthful stranger, to violate my property, trespass on the garden, and attempt stealing these birds?" The prince returned no answer, upon which the Sultan exclaimed, "Young man, thou art verging upon death, yet still, if thy soul is bent upon having these birds, bring me from the Black Island some bunches of grapes, which are composed of emeralds and diamonds, and I will give thee 6 birds in addition to those thou hast stolen." Having said this, the Sultan released the prince, who repaired to his generous friend the Une, whom he informed of the unlucky conclusion of his adventure. "Our task is an easy one," answered the Une. "Mount upon my shoulders." The prince did as he was desired, and after 2 hours' flight the Une descended and alighted. When the prince found himself in the Black Island, he immediately advanced toward the garden in which was the fruit composed of emeralds and diamonds. On the way a monster met him of terrible appearance. The monster sprung at the prince, who, with surprising agility, drawing his sword, wounded the furious beast on the forehead with such effect that, uttering a dreadful groan, he fell dead at his feet. It happened, by divine decree, that the Sultan's daughter, looking from a window of the harem, beheld the combat, and, stricken with the manly beauty and the prowess of the prince, exclaimed, "Who can withstand thy courage, or who resist thy all-conquering charms?" But he did not see the princess, or hear her applause. The prince, after having slain the monster, proceeded to the garden, the gate of which he found open, and on entering perceived variety of artificial trees composed of precious stones. Among them was one resembling the vine, the fruits of which were of emeralds and diamonds. He plucked off 6 bunches, and was quitting the garden, when a sentinel met him, who, being alarmed, cried out, "A robber! A robber!" The guards rushed out, and having bound him, carried him before the Sultan, saying, "My lord, we found this youth stealing the fruit from the garden of jewels." The Sultan was enraged, and on the point of ordering him to be put to death, when a number of persons entered, crying out, "Good tidings to our sovereign!" "On what account?" exclaimed the Sultan. "The horrible monster," replied they, "who used annually to appear and devour our sons and daughters, we have just now found dead and cloven in 2. The Sultan was so rejoiced at this happy event, that he refrained from the blood of the prince, and exclaimed, "Whoever has destroyed this monster, let him come to me, and I swear by Allah, who has invested me with royalty, that I will give him my daughter in marriage, and whatever else he may desire, even to the half of my empire." Upon the Sultan's declaration being proclaimed, several young men appeared, pretending that they had killed the monster, and gave various accounts of the combat, which made the prince smile. "By Allah, it is strange," said the Sultan, "that a youth in such a perilous situation should be so unconcerned as to smile." While the Sultan was ruminating on this occurrence, an eunuch entered from the harem, requesting that he would come and speak to the princess, his daughter, who had business of importance to communicate, upon which the Sultan arose, and retired from the hall of audience. When the Sultan had entered the princess's apartment, he said, "What can have happened which has occasioned you to send for me so suddenly?" She replied, "Is it thy wish to know who slew the monster and to reward the courageous hero?" "By Allah," answered the Sultan, "who created subjects and their sovereigns, if I can discover him, my first offer to him shall be to espouse thee, whatever be his condition, or though he dwell in the most distant region." The princess rejoined, "No one slew the monster but the youth who entered the garden of gems, and was bearing off the fruit, whom thou wast just now on the point of putting to death." When the Sultan heard the above from his daughter, he returned to the divan, and calling the prince before him, said, "Young man, I grant thee thy pardon. Art thou he who destroyed the monster?" "I am," replied the prince. The Sultan would instantly have summoned the CAUZEE to perform the espousals, but the prince said, "I have a friend to consult. Permit me to retire, and I will soon return." The Sultan consented, saying, "Thy request is but reasonable, but come back quickly." The prince, having repaired to his friend the Une, informed him of what had happened to him, and of the offer of the Sultan's daughter in marriage, upon which the Une said, "Accept the princess, but on condition that, if you marry her, you shall be allowed to carry her to your own kingdom." The prince, having returned to the Sultan, proposed his terms, which were readily agreed to, and the nuptials were celebrated with the most splendid magnificence. After abiding in the palace of the Sultan for a month and 3 days, he requested permission to depart with his bride towards his own country, which was granted. On the departure of the prince, his father-in-law presented him with 100 bunches of the grapes composed of emeralds and diamonds, and he repaired to his friend the Une, who, having first stopped their ears with cotton, mounted them upon his shoulders, and soaring into the air, after 2 hours descended near the capital of the island of Kafur. The prince, taking 4 bunches of the jeweled fruit, hastened to the palace, and laid them before the Sultan, who, in astonishment, exclaimed, "Surely this young stranger must be a powerful magician, or how could he have traveled the distance of 300 years' journey and have accomplished his purpose in less than 3 months? Such an action is truly miraculous. Hast thou indeed, young man," said the Sultan, "been at the Black Island?" "I have," answered the prince. "Describe it to me," replied the Sultan, "its appearance, its buildings, its gardens, and rivers." The prince having answered all his queries, the Sultan said, "Noble youth, you may assuredly ask of me whatever you wish." "I want nothing but the birds," rejoined the prince. "They are thine," returned the Sultan. "But annually on a certain day, and this is it, there descends from yonder mountain a monstrous vulture, which tears in pieces our men, women, and children, and having flown away with them in his gigantic talons, devours their flesh. I have a beautiful daughter, whom, if thou canst overcome this calamitous monster, I will give to thee in marriage." The prince replied, "I will consult my friend," and they returned to the Une, whom he informed of the offer, but he had scarcely done speaking when lo, the vulture appeared, upon which the Une, ascending into the air, attacked the monster, and after a fierce combat, tore him into halves, after which he descended to the prince and said, "Go to the Sultan, and acquaint him that his destructive enemy is slain." The prince did as he was directed, upon which the Sultan with his train, and an immense crowd of the inhabitants of the city, came out on horseback, and beheld the monstrous vulture, stretched dead on the ground, torn in halves. The Sultan then conducted the Prince of the Hind to the palace, where his marriage with the princess was instantly celebrated, amid the highest festivity and rejoicings. And after remaining a full month at the Sultan's court, he requested leave to depart, when his father-in-law presented him with 10 cages, in each of which were 4 of the beautiful birds of variously colored plumage, and dismissed him, after an affectionate farewell with his daughter. The prince, having departed from the Sultan, repaired to his faithful friend the Une, who welcomed his return, and having mounted him upon his back with his 2 brides, his jewel fruit, and the cages, immediately ascended into the air, from whence, after soaring for some hours, he gradually descended and alighted near the ruined city, where the prince had left his tents, cattle, and followers, whom he found anxiously expecting his arrival. The friendly Une had scarcely set him down when he said to the prince, "My young friend Mahummud, the obligation already conferred upon me by thy coming here was great, but I have one more favor to request." "What can that be?" replied the prince. "That thou leave not this spot," continued the Une, "until thou hast washed my corpse, and shrouded, and laid it in the grave." Having said thus, the Une suddenly uttered one loud groan, and instantly his soul took its flight from the body. The astonished prince stood for some time overpowered with sorrow, but at length recovering himself, he, with the assistance of his domestics, washed the corpse, wrapped it in a winding sheet, and having prayed over it, deposited it in the earth. The funeral ceremonies of his friend being over, he commenced his march homewards, and after 3 days arrived in sight of the inscribed pyramid, near which he perceived an extensive encampment, which, on reconnoitring, he found to be that of his father. The aged Sultan, unable to bear the absence of his son, had marched from his capital in hopes of overtaking him. But on his arrival at the junction of the 3 ways, being confounded at the sight of the inscriptions, he had halted, not knowing where to proceed. Great was his joy on discovering the prince advancing toward that face of the pyramid on which was engraved, "Whoever travels this road will probably never return." When the raptures of meeting and mutual congratulations were over, the prince informed the Sultan of his wonderful and successful adventures, which overpowered him with astonishment and joy. After reposing a few days, they proceeded toward the capital of the Sultan, where tidings having arrived of their approach, the inhabitants ornamented the city with silks, carpets, and transparent paintings, and the nobles and respectful persons issued forth with splendid trains to meet and congratulate their sovereign and the prince, who entered in triumphal procession amid the greatest rejoicing and prayers for their welfare and prosperity. End of section 32. Recording by Nico Williams. Section 33 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nico Williams. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4, translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 33. Story of the Fisherman's Son. A fisherman's son, having in company with his father, caught a large fish. The latter proposed to present it to the Sultan, in hopes of receiving a great reward. While he was gone home to fetch a basket, the son, moved by compassion, returned the fish into the water, but fearful of his father's anger, fled from his country and repaired to a distant city, where he was entertained by a person as a servant. Strolling one day in the market, he saw a Jew purchase of a lad a cock at a very high price, and sent it by his slave to his wife, with orders to keep it safely till his return home. The fisherman's son, supposing that as the Jew gave so great a price for the cock, it must possess some extraordinary property, resolved to obtain it, and accordingly, having bought 2 large fowls, carried them to the Jew's wife, whom he informed that her husband had sent him for the cock which he had exchanged for the fowls. She gave it to him, and he, having retired, killed the bird, in whose entrails he found a magical ring, which being rubbed by his touch, a voice proceeded from it demanding what were the commands of its possessor, which should be immediately executed by the genii who were servants of the ring. The fisherman's son was rejoiced at his good fortune, and while meditating what use he should make of his ring, passed by the Sultan's palace, at the gates of which were suspended many human heads. He inquired the reasons, and was informed that they were those of the unfortunate princes, who, having failed in performing the conditions on which the Sultan's daughter was offered them in marriage, had been put to death. Hoping to be more fortunate than them by the aid of his ring, he resolved to demand the princess's hand. He rubbed the ring, which the voice asked his commands, upon which he required a rich dress, and it was instantly laid before him. He put it on, repaired to the palace, and being introduced to the Sultan, demanded his daughter to wife. The Sultan consented, on condition that his life should be forfeited unless he should remove a lofty and extensive mound of sand that lay on one side of the palace, which must be done before he could wed the princess. He accepted the condition, but demanded an interval of 40 days to perform the task. This being agreed to, he took his leave, and having repaired to his lodging, rubbed his ring, commanded the genie to remove the mound, and erect on the space it covered a magnificent palace, and to furnish it suitably for a royal residence.
In 15 days the task was completed. He was wedded to the princess and declared heir to the Sultan. In the meanwhile, the Jew whom he had tricked of the cock and the magical ring resolved to travel in search of his lost prize, and at last arrived at the city, where he was informed of the wonderful removal of the mound and the erection of the palace. He guessed that it must have been done by means of his ring, to recover which he planned the following stratagem. Having disguised himself as a merchant, he repaired to the palace, and cried for sale valuable jewels. The princess, hearing him, sent an attendant to examine them and inquire their price, when the Jew asked in exchange only old rings. This being told to the princess, she recollected that her husband kept an old shabby-looking ring in his writing-stand, and he being asleep, she took it out, and sent it to the Jew, who, knowing it to be the one he had so long sought for, eagerly gave for it all the jewels in his basket. He retired with his prize, and having rubbed the ring, commanded the genie to convey the palace and all its inhabitants, excepting the fisherman's son, into a distant desert island, which was done instantly. The fisherman's son, on awaking in the morning, found himself lying on the mound of sand, which had reoccupied its old spot. He arose, and in alarm lest the Sultan should put him on death in revenge for the loss of his daughter, fled to another kingdom as quickly as possible. Here he endured a disconsolate life, subsisting on the sale of some jewels which he happened to have upon his dress at his flight. Wandering one day through a town, a man offered him a sale a dog, a cat, and a rat, which he purchased and kept, diverting his melancholy with their tricks and uncommon playfulness together. These seeming animals proved to be magicians, who, in return for his kindness, agreed to recover for their master his lost prize, and informed him of their intention. He eagerly thanked them, and they all set out in search of the palace, the ring, and the princess. At length they reached the shore of the ocean, after much travel, and descried the island on which it stood, when the dog swam over, carrying on his back the cat and the rat. Being landed, they proceeded to the palace, when the rat entered and perceived the Jew asleep upon a sofa, with the ring laid before him, which he seized in his mouth and then returned to his companions. They began to cross the sea, as before, but when about half over the dog expressed a wish to carry the ring in his mouth. The rat refused, lest he should drop it, but the dog threatened, unless he would give it him, to dive and drown them both in the sea. The rat, alarmed for his life, complied with his demand, but the dog missed his aim in snatching at the ring, which fell into the ocean. They landed and informed the fisherman's son of his loss, upon which he, in despair, resolved to drown himself, when suddenly, as he was going to execute his purpose, a great fish, appearing with the ring in his mouth, swam close to shore, and having dropped it within reach of the despairing youth, miraculously exclaimed, "I am the fish which you released from captivity, and thus reward you for your generosity." The fisherman's son, overjoyed, returned to his father-in-law's capital, and at night, rubbing the ring, commanded the genie to convey the palace to its old site. This being done in an instant, he entered the palace, and seized the Jew, whom he commanded to be cast alive into a burning pile, in which he was consumed. From this period he lived happily with his princess, and on the death of the Sultan succeeded to his dominions. End of section 33. Recording by Nico Williams.
Section 34 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 34 of ABOU NEEUT and ABOU NEEUTEEN, or the well-intentioned and the double-minded. A person named ABOU NEEUT or the well-intentioned, being much distressed in his own country, resolved to seek a better livelihood in another. Accordingly, he took with him all he possessed, being only one single sheriff, and began his journey. He had not traveled far when there overtook him a man who entertained him with his conversation, in the course of which it appeared that his name was ABOU NEEUTEEN, or double-minded. Being upon the same scheme, they agreed to seek their fortunes together, and it was settled that ABOU NEEUT should be the purse-bearer of the common stock. The other possessed 10 sheriffs. After some days of toilsome journey, they reached a city, on entering which a beggar accosted them, crying out, "Worthy believers, disburse your alms, and ye shall be rewarded tenfold." Upon this, ABOU NEEUT gave him a sheriff. When his companion, enraged at what he thought was prodigality, demanded back his money, which was given him, and he marched off, leaving his new friend without anything. ABOU NEEUT, resigned to his fate, and relying on Providence, proceeded to a mosque to pay his devotions, hoping to meet some charitable person who would relieve his necessities. But he was mistaken. For a night and day he remained in the mosque, but no one offered him charity. Pressed by hunger, he in the dusk of evening stole out and wandered with fainting steps through the streets. At length, perceiving a servant throwing the fragments of an eating cloth, he advanced, and gathering them up, sat down in a corner, and gnawed the bones and half-eaten morsels with eagerness. After which, lifting up his eyes towards the heaven, he thanked God for his scanty meal. The servant, who had observed his motions, was surprised and affected at his wretched condition and devotion, of which he informed his master, who, being a charitable man, took from his purse 10 sheriffs, which he ordered the servant to give to ABOU NEEUT. The servant, through avarice, having retained 1 sheriff as a perquisite, delivered the rest to ABOU NEEUT, who, having counted the money, thanked God for his bounty, but said, agreeably to the scriptural declaration, he ought to have had tenfold for the sheriff he had given to the beggar. The master of the servant, overhearing this, called ABOU NEEUT upstairs, and having seated him, inquired his story, which he faithfully related to the host, who was a capital merchant, and was so much pleased at his pious simplicity that he resolved to befriend him, and desired him to abide for the present in his house. ABOU NEEUT had resided some days with his friendly host, when the season arrived at which the merchant, who was punctual in discharging the duties of religion, having examined his stock, set apart the 10th of it in kind, and bestowed it upon his guest, whom he advised to open a shop and try his fortune in trade. ABOU NEEUT did so, and was so successful that in a few years he became one of the most reputable merchants in the place. At the end of this period, sitting one day in his warehouse, he saw in the streets, wretchedly habited, lean, and with eyes sunken and dim, his old companion, ABOU NEEUTEEN, begging alms of passengers with the importunate cry of distress. ABOU NEEUT, compassionating his miserable situation, ordered a servant to call him to him, and on his arrival, having seated him, sent for refreshments to relieve his immediate want. He then invited him to spend the night at his house, and in the evening, having shut up his warehouse, conducted him home, where a bath was made warm for him, and when he had bathed, he was presented with a change of handsome apparel. Supper was served, and when they had eaten till they were satisfied, they conversed on several subjects. At length, ABOU NEEUT exclaimed, "Dost thou not recollect me, my brother?" "No, by Allah, most liberal host," replied the other. "But who art thou?" "I was," answered ABOU NEEUT, "the companion of thy travel at such a period, but my disposition is still unchanged, nor have I forgotten our old connection. Half of what I possess is thine." Having said this, ABOU NEEUT balanced his accounts and gave half of his property to his distressed fellow traveler, who with it stocked a warehouse and traded for himself with good success. For some time the two friends lived near each other in great repute, when ABOU NEEUTEEN growing restless, requested Abu NEEUT to quit their present abode and travel for recreation and profit. "My dear friend," replied Abu NEEUT, "why should we travel? Have we not here affluence and ease? And what more can we enjoy in any part of the world?" This remonstrance had no effect on Abu NEEUTEEN, who became so importunate that at length his kind friend yielded to his whim. They loaded an ample stock of merchandise on mules and camels, and departed for the city of Mosul. After traveling 10 days, they, one evening, encamped near a deep well, round which they took up their lodging. In the morning Abu NEEUT, by his own desire, was let down into the well more readily to fill the water bags for the use of the caravan, men and cattle, little apprehending what was by Providence decreed to befall him. For his ungrateful friend, who envied his prosperity and coveted his wealth, having loaded the beasts, cut the rope at the top of the well, and leaving him to his fate, departed. Abu NEEUT remained all day without food, but humbly putting his trust in Allah for deliverance. About the middle of the following night he overheard 2 Afrits in conversation with each other, when one said, "I am now perfectly happy, for at length I have possessed the beautiful princess of Mosul, and no one can drive me away, unless by sprinkling the infusion of wormwood under her feet on a Friday during divine service in the great mosque, a recipe which will hardly be found out. I," continued the other Afrit, "have been as fortunate as yourself, for I am in possession of such a hidden treasure of gold and jewels under the mound near Mosul as cannot be computed, the talisman of which cannot be opened to anyone unless by killing on the mound a white cock and pouring over it the blood, which secret, I judge, will not be found out by man." Having said this, the Afrits took their flight from the well. Abu NEEUT treasured up in his mind the conversation of the Afrits, and at daylight was happily delivered from the well by the arrival of a caravan, some of the followers of which were let down to fill water, and having discovered him, charitably drew him up and gave him some refreshments. When he was somewhat revived by them, they inquired by what accident he had remained in the well, and he, concealing the treachery of his ungrateful companion, informed them that having reposed to sleep on the edge he had fallen in, and not being missed at the time by his fellow travelers, the caravan had proceeded on its journey. He then begged leave to accompany his generous deliverers to Mosul, to which they agreed, and liberally furnished him with a conveyance. On entering the city, Abu NEEUT perceived all the people in motion, and on inquiring the reason was informed that they were hastening to the great square before the palace to see the beheading of a physician who had failed in attempting to expel an evil spirit that had long possessed the daughter of the Sultan, and that such had been the fate of many unhappy men who had tried their skill upon the unfortunate princess. Upon this intelligence he hastened with all speed to the palace, and having obtained permission to the Sultan, made the usual prostrations, after which he offered to expel the evil spirit, and begged, as part of his reward, the sparing of the life of the unsuccessful physician. To this the Sultan for the present agreed, but declared that should Abu NEEUT fail in his undertaking, he would execute them together, as ignorant pretenders in their art. Abu NEEUT then begged that the trial of his skill might be deferred till the Friday, which he requested of the Sultan might be solemnly observed, as the devout prayers of all true believers would draw down a blessing on his operations. The Sultan consented, and the unfortunate physician was released from the executioner and commanded to be kept in the palace, in which Abu NEEUT had also an apartment allotted to him. Proclamation was then made through the city for the strict celebration of the approaching Sabbath, under pain of the royal displeasure on those who should neglect it. Friday being arrived, and the whole city assembled at prayers, Abu NEEUT prepared his infusion of wormwood, as the Afrit had mentioned. Being introduced into the apartment of the princess, who lay in a melancholy stupor, he poured the infusion upon her feet, when a loud yell was heard near her, and she, starting up, as if from sleep, called upon her attendants to assist her in rising. News was immediately conveyed to the Sultan of the princess's recovery, and he came overjoyed to witness her returned senses. He commanded public rejoicings to be made, large sums to be distributed in alms, and desired Abu NEEUT to demand what he chose in reward for his important service, at the same time ordering the unsuccessful physician to be set at liberty with a handsome present. Abu NEEUT, who had been captivated by the beauty of the princess, asked as his reward her hand in marriage, upon which the Sultan consulted with his viziers, who advised him to dismiss the petitioner for the present, with orders to return in the morning, when he should receive the Sultan's decision on a request which demanded much consideration. When Abu NEEUT had retired, the viziers represented to the Sultan that it was fitting the husband of her daughter should at least possess great wealth, for though Abu NEEUT had expelled the evil spirit, yet if he could not support her in a manner becoming her rank, he was not worthy to marry her. They therefore advised him to select a number of his most valuable jewels, to show them to Abu NEEUT, and demand as a dowry for his princess some of equal estimation, which if he could produce, he was ready to receive him as a son-in-law, but if not, he must accept a compensation for his services more suited to his condition than the royal alliance. On Abu NEEUT's appearance at court the next morning, the Sultan displayed the jewels and made the proposal advised by his viziers. When looking with the utmost indifference upon the brilliant stones before him, he assured the Sultan that he would the next day present him with 10 times the number, of superior value and luster, which declaration astonished the whole court, as it was known that no prince possessed richer gems than those in the possession of the Sultan of Mosul. Abu NEEUT, having taken leave of the Sultan, proceeded to the poultry market, and having purchased a cock entirely white and free from blemish, brought it to his lodgings, where he continued till the rising of the moon, when he walked out of the city alone, and speeded to the mound of bluish earth mentioned by the Afrit of the well to contain the invaluable hidden treasure. Being arrived at the mound, he ascended it, cut the throat of the cock, whose blood began to flow, when lo, the earth shook, and soon made an opening, through which, to his great satisfaction, he perceived such heaps of inestimable precious stones of all sorts as are not to be adequately described. Abu NEEUT now went back to the city, where, having procured 10 camels, with 2 panniers on each, he returned and loaded them with his treasure, which he conveyed to his lodging, having first filled up the cavity of the mound. In the morning Abu NEEUT repaired with his loaded camels to the palace, and entering the court of the divan, in which the Sultan sat expecting him, after a profound obeisance, cried out, "Descend for a moment, my lord, and examine the dowry of the princess." The Sultan, arising from his throne, came down the steps of the hall, and with the camels being made to kneel, he examined the panniers, and was so astonished at the richness of their contents, being jewels far surpassing his own in size and luster, that he exclaimed, "By Allah, if the treasures of all the sultans of the world were brought together, they could not afford gems equal to these." When somewhat recovered from his surprise, he inquired of his viziers how he should now act towards Abu NEEUT, when they all unanimously cried out, "By all means, give him your daughter." The marriage was then immediately celebrated with great splendor, and Abu NEEUT conducted himself so well in his high station that the Sultan, his father-in-law, committed to him the giving public audience in his stead, and the decision of all appeals 3 days in each week. Some time had elapsed after his elevation, when Abu NEEUT, one day giving audience in the magnificent hall of one of his country palaces, beheld a man among the crowd of a sorrowful aspect, dressed in a wretched habit, who cried, "O true believers, O charitable gentlemen, relieve the distressed." Abu NEEUT commanded one of his mace-bearers to bring him to his presence, and on his appearance recognized his treacherous companion who had left him in the well. Without making himself known or betraying any emotion but that of compassion, he ordered attendants to conduct him to the warm bath, in which, being refreshed, he was arrayed in a magnificent habit, and again brought to the divan. Abu NEEUT, having retired with him into a closet, said, "Knowest thou me not, my old friend?" "No, by Allah," replied the other. "Know then," returned he, "that I am Abu NEEUT, thy benefactor and companion, whom you treacherously left in the well." He then related all his adventures, concluding them with an assurance that so far from resenting his treachery, he regarded his conduit as the impulse of fate, and as the means by which he himself had attained his present dignity and affluence, which he would share with him. The envious heart of Abu NEEUTEEN was unconquerable, and instead of thanking the noble-minded Abu NEEUT for his forgiveness and liberality, he exclaimed, "Since the well has been to thee so fortunate, why should it not prove so also to me?" Having said this, he hastily rose up and quitted Abu NEEUT, who would not punish such rudeness, even without taking leave. Abu NEEUTEEN hastened with all speed to the well, having descended by a rope, sat down impatiently expecting the arrival of the Afrits, who about midnight alighted, and resting themselves on the terrace above, began to inquire each other's adventures. "Since we last met," said one, "I have been rendered miserable, for a cunning Mussulman found out the secret of overpowering me, and has married my princess. Nor can I revenge myself, for he is under the protection of a converted genie, whom the Prophet has appointed to watch over him. I," continued the other Afrit, "have been equally unfortunate with thyself, for the same man who has wedded thy mistress discovered my hidden treasure, and keeps it in spite of my attempts to recover it. For let us fill up this abominable well, which must have been the cause of all our disasters." Having said thus, the two Afrits immediately hurled the terrace and large stones into the well, which crushed the ungrateful and envious Abu NEEUTEEN to atoms. Some days after this, the good Abu NEEUT, finding he did not return, repaired to the well, and seeing it fallen in, ordered it to be cleared, when the discovery of the body proved to him that the malicious spirit of the wretch had been the cause of his own destruction. He, with reverence, exclaimed, "There is no refuge but with the Almighty. May He preserve us from envy, which is destructive to the envious alone." Abu NEEUT returned to the capital, where, not long after, his father-in-law, the Sultan, dying, left him heir to his kingdom. His succession was disputed by the husbands of the two elder sisters of his wife, but the ministers and people being in favor of the Sultan's will, they resigned their pretensions and submitted to his authority. His wife being brought to bed of a son, her sisters bribed the midwife to pretend that the Sultana had produced a dog. They did the same by another son. At the third lying in of the Sultana, Abu NEEUT resolved to be present, and a beautiful princess appeared. The two infant princes, having been thrown at the gate of one of the royal palaces, were taken up by the gardener and his wife, who brought them up as their own. Abu NEEUT, in visiting the garden with his daughter, who showed an instinctive affection for them, from this, and their martial play with each other, having made horses of clay, bows and arrows, etc., was induced to inquire of the gardener whether they were really his own children. The gardener, upon this, related the circumstance of his having found them exposed at the gate of the palace, and mentioned the times, which agreed exactly with those of the Sultana's delivery. Abu NEEUT then questioned the midwife, who confessed the imposition and the wickedness of the sisters, whom he left to be punished by the pangs of their own consciences, convinced that envy is its own severest tormentor. The young princes were acknowledged, and the good Abu NEEUT had the satisfaction of seeing them grow up to follow his example. End of section 34. Section 35 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dick Bourgeois Doyle. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 35. Adventure of a Courtier. Related by himself to his patron, an emir of Egypt. It is related by an historian that there was an emir of the land of Egypt, whose mind, being one night unusually disturbed, he sent for one of his courtiers, a convivial companion, and said to him, "Tonight my bosom, from what cause I know not, is uncommonly restless, and I wish thee to divert me with some amusing narrative." The courtier replied, "To hear is to obey. I will describe an adventure which I encountered in the youthful part of my life. When a very young man, I was deeply in love with a beautiful Arab maiden, adorned by every elegance and grace, who resided with her parents, and I used frequently to visit their camp, for her family was one of the desert tribes. One day my mind felt uncommonly anxious concerning her, and I resolved to seek relief by a visit, but when I reached the spot, found neither my beloved nor any of her kindred. I questioned some passengers, who informed me that the family had removed their encampment from scarcity of forage for their herds and camels. I remained for some time on the ground, but observing no signs of their return, my impatience of absence became intolerable, and my love compelled me to travel in search of my charmer. Though the shades of evening were falling, I replaced the saddle upon my camel, put on my vestments, and girding on my saber, proceeded. I had advanced some distance, when the night became dismally black, and from the darkness I now sunk into sands and hollows, and now ascended declivities, while the yells of wild beasts resounded on every quarter. My heart beat with apprehension, and my tongue did not cease to repeat the attributes of the Almighty, our only defender in time of need. At length, stupor overcame my senses, and I slept, while my camel quitted the track and wandered from the route I had meant to pursue all night. Suddenly my head was violently intercepted by the branch of a tree, and I was awakened by the blow, which gave me infinite pain. As I recovered myself, I beheld trees, verdure, sprinkled with flowers, and a clear rivulet, also a variety of birds, whose notes were melodiously sweet. I alighted from my camel, and laid the bridle on my arm, as the underwood of the thicket was closely entwined. I did not cease leading my camel till I was out of the thicket, when I remounted, but at a loss which way to go, and unknowing where Providence might direct me. I reached the desert, and cast my eyes over the expanse, when lo, at length a smoke appeared in the midst of it. I whipped my camel, and at length reached a fire, and near it observed a handsome tent, before which was a standard planted, surrounded by spears, horses picketed, and camels grazing. I said to myself, what can mean this tent, which has a grand appearance in so solitary a plain? I then went to the rear of the tent and exclaimed, "Health to you, O inhabitants of this tent, and may the Almighty to you be merciful." Upon this there advanced from it a youth, seemingly about 19, who appeared graceful as the rising moon, and valor and benevolence gleamed upon his aspect. He returned my salutation and said, "Brother Arab, perchance thou hast missed thy way." I answered, "Yes, shew it, and may God requite thee." Upon which he replied, "My dwelling, brother Arab, is at present in this wild spot, but the night is dreary, and shouldst thou proceed there, is no surety against wild beasts tearing thee in pieces. Lodge then at present with me in safety and repose, and when day shall appear, I will direct thee on thy way." I alighted, when he took my camel, picketed her, and gave her water and fodder. He then retired for a while, but returned with a sheep, which he killed, flayed, and cut up, then lighted a fire, and when it was of a proper glow, broiled part of the sheep, which he had previously seasoned with sundry dried herbs, seeds, and spices, and when ready presented his cookery to me. During his hospitalities I observed that my kind host sometimes beat his breast and wept, from which I guessed that he was in love and a wanderer like myself. My curiosity was raised, but I said within myself, I am his guest. Why should I intrude upon him by painful questions? And refrained from inquiry. When I had eaten as much as sufficed me, the youth arose, went into his tent, and brought out a basin and ewer, with a napkin embroidered with silk and fringed with gold, also a cruet of rose water, in which musk had been infused. I was astonished at his proceedings and the politeness of his demeanor, and exclaimed inwardly, how wonderful is the abode of so accomplished a personage in this wild desert. We made our ablutions and conversed a while upon various subjects, after which my gentle host went to his tent, from whence he brought out a piece of red silk damask, which he divided between us, saying, Brother Arab, go into my tent and choose thy place of repose, for last night and today great must have been thy hardship and fatigue. I entered the tent, and in one partition of it found a mattress of green damask, upon which, having pulled off my upper garments, I lay down and slept so soundly that I never enjoyed before or since so refreshing a repose. At length I awoke, when night was far advanced, and became involved in thought respecting my hospitable host, but knew not what to conjecture, and was sinking again into slumber, when lo, gentle murmurs struck my ears, than which I never heard sound more soft or tenderly affecting. I lifted up the curtain of my partition and looked around, when I beheld a damsel, more beautiful than any I had ever seen, seated by the generous owner of the tent. They wept and complained of the agonies of love, of separation and interruptions to their desire of frequent meetings. Then I said within myself, there is a wonderfully dignified appearance in this amiable youth, yet he lives alone, and I have seen no other tent on the plain. What can I conjecture, but that this damsel must be a daughter of one of the good genii, who has fallen in love with him, and upon her account he has retired to this solitary spot. Respect for their love made me drop the curtain. I drew the coverlid over me, and again fell asleep. When the morning dawned, I awoke, dressed, and having performed my ablutions and prayers, said to the young man, who had already risen, Brother Arab, if in addition to thy hospitalities already shown thou wilt put me in my way, my obligations will be complete. He looked kindly and said, If convenient, my brother, let me entertain thee as my guest for 3 days. I could not refuse his hospitable request, and abode with him. On the 3rd day, I ventured to inquire his name and family, when he replied, I am of the noble tribe Azra, and I discovered that he was the son of my father's brother. Son of my uncle, exclaimed I, what can have induced thee to court the seclusion of this desert spot, and to quit thy kinsmen, neighbors, and dependents? Upon hearing these words, the eyes of the youth became suffused with tears. He sighed, and said, Ah, my cousin, I passionately admired the daughter of my uncle, and was so devoted to her that I asked her in marriage, but he refused me, and wedded her to another of our tribe, richer than myself, who carried her to his abode. When she was thus torn from me, despair agitated my soul. I quitted my relations, friends, and companions, became enamored of solitude, and retired to this lonely spot. When he had finished his communication, I said, But where is the abode of thy beloved and thy successful rival? He replied, Near the summit of yonder mountain, from whence, as frequently as opportunity will allow, in the stillness of the night, when sleep hath overpowered the eyes of the village, she ventures to my tent, and we enjoy the company of each other. But believe me, my brother, our passion is innocent as devotional love. Hence I dwell here in the manner you have witnessed, and while she visits me, delightful will pass the hours, until Allah shall execute his appointed decrees, and reward our constancy in this world, or consign us to the grave together. When the unfortunate youth had concluded his narration, at which I was affected with sincere compassion for his circumstances, an eager desire to relieve the lovers from their oppressors occupied my mind, and after much consideration I addressed him thus: If thou choosest, I think I can point out a plan which, under the blessing of Allah, may end the sufferings of thyself and thy beloved." He replied, "O son of my uncle, reveal it to me." And I continued, saying, "When night shall arrive and the damsel cometh, let us seat her upon my camel, for she is sure-footed and swift of pace. Do thou then mount thy steed, and I will accompany you upon one of your camels. We shall travel all night, and ere morning shall have passed the forest, when you will be safe, and thy heart will be rendered happy with thy beloved. The land of God is wide enough to afford us an asylum, and by heaven I swear that while life remains, I will be thy friend." The youth replied, "Son of my uncle, I will consult upon thy plan with my beloved, for she is prudent and well informed." When night had shut in, and the usual hour of the damsel's coming approached, my kind host impatiently expected her arrival, but in vain, for she did not appear. He rose, stood in the doorway of the tent, opened his mouth, and drew in the exhalations of the gale, then returned, sat down pensively for a few minutes, and at last, bursting into tears, exclaimed, "Ah, my cousin, there are no tidings of the daughter of my uncle. Some mishap must have befallen her. Remain here while I go in search of intelligence." Having said thus, he took up his saber, his lance, and departed. When somewhat more than an hour had elapsed, I heard his footstep, and soon perceived him advancing, bearing something bulky in his arms, while he called loudly upon me in a distressful tone. I hastened towards him, and upon my arrival he exclaimed, "Alas, alas, the beloved daughter of my uncle is no more, and I bear her remains. She was hastening as usual to my tent, when suddenly a lion sprung upon her in the path, and tore her in pieces. These relics are all that remain of my beloved." He then laid them down, and lo, the thigh bones of the damsel, and part of her ribs. He wept piteously, and said, "Remain here till I return," after which he departed with the swiftness of an arrow. In about an hour he returned, and in his hand was the head of the lion, which he threw down, and asked eagerly for water, which I brought him. He then washed his hands, cleansed the mouth of the lion, which he rapturously kissed, and wept bitterly for some moments. He then exclaimed, "By Allah, I conjure thee, O son of my uncle, and by the ties of relationship between us, that thou observe my will. For within this hour I shall follow my beloved. Be thou our mourner, and bury her remains with mine in the same grave." Having said this, he retired into the sleeping partition of the tent, where he remained at his devotions for an hour, then came out, beat his breast, sighed deeply, and at length heaved his expiring groan, saying, I come, my beloved, I come," and his pure soul took flight for the mansions of paradise. When I beheld his corpse, sad indeed was my condition, and from excess of sorrow I found it difficult to perform my promise. But at length I arose, washed, enshrouded, and laid the remains of these constant lovers in the same grave, near which I remained for 3 days in prayer and lamentation, after which I departed homewards, but I have not failed annually to visit the spot, to bedew the grave with my tears, and pray for the mercy of Allah to their souls and my own errors. End of section 35.
Section 36 of the Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Arabian Nights Entertainments, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott, Section 36. Story of the Prince of Sind and Fatima, daughter of Amir bin Nauman. Some ages back, a certain Sultan of Sind had a son by a concubine, who behaved so rudely to his Sultana that she became dispirited and lost her health, which her favourite woman observing, resolved by stratagem to get rid of the prince. She advised her mistress, when he might next insult her, to say to him that he would never appear becoming his rank till he was beloved by Fatima, daughter of a sultan named Amir bin Naumun. The queen having followed the woman's directions, the prince resolved to travel to the country of the princess, and demand her in marriage. Accordingly, having obtained the consent of the sultan his father, he departed with an attendance suitable to his rank. After marching for some time, he entered a desert, which was covered with a numberless flights of locusts that had fallen exhausted for want of food. Pitying their distress, he ordered meal to be spread on the ground, when the locusts, having refreshed themselves, flew away. Some days after this incident, he reached a thick forest, crowded with elephants and herds of wild animals of every description. But as they did not attempt to attack him, and were in a starving condition, he ordered some of his cattle to be killed and distributed to them for food. Having satisfied themselves, they retired, showing every sign that dumbness would allow of being pleased with his kind treatment. On his march onwards, the prince met a venerable old man, of whom he inquired the route to the territories of Amir bin Naumun, and was informed that they were at no great distance, but only to be entered by a range of rugged and steep mountains composed of iron stone, and next to impassable. Also, that should he succeed in overcoming this difficulty, it was in vain to hope to attain the princess. The prince inquiring the reason, the old man continued, "Sultan Amir bin Naumun has resolved that no one shall wed his daughter unless he can perform 3 tasks which he will impose, and these are of so difficult a nature as not to be executed by the labor or ingenuity of man, and many unhappy princes have lost their heads in the attempt, for he puts them to death instantly on failure. Be advised, therefore, and give up so fruitless an expedition." The prince, instead of listening to the admonition of the old man, resolved to proceed, and having requested his prayers and benedictions, continued his march. In a short time, having entered the passes of the mountains, he discovered vast caverns inhabited by a species of genii, who were employed in working upon masses of iron stone, which they dug from the rock. The prince having entertained them with a hospitable feast, they in return showed him the easiest route through the stupendous mountains, and he at length arrived in safety before the capital of Sultan Amir bin Naumun, to whom he sent an envoy, requesting leave to encamp on the plain, and to offer himself as a candidate for the beautiful princess, his daughter. The Sultan, in reply, acceded to his petition, and invited him to the palace, where, in the evening, he was led into a court, in which was placed an immense vessel filled with 3 kinds of grain mixed together, which, as his first task towards obtaining the princess, he was to separate entirely from each other, and put into 3 heaps, which if not accomplished before sunrise, he was then to forfeit his head in punishment for his temerity. It being now too late to recede, the prince resigned himself to Providence, and the gates of the court being locked upon him, he prayed to Allah and began to separate the grains. But finding his progress vain, his spirits deserted him about midnight, and he left off his fruitless labor in despair, endeavoring to reconcile himself to death. While he was praying for fortitude to bear him up in his last moments, a voice was heard saying, "Be comforted, and receive the reward of thy charity to famished insects." Immediately after this, the heavens were obscured, as if by thick clouds, which descended on the court, when, lo! this phenomenon proved to be myriads of locusts, who, alighting on the vessel, in a few hours emptied it of all the grain, which they disposed of, each in its kind, in 3 several heaps, and having given a general buzzing of salutation, took flight and vanished into the air. The prince was overjoyed at the miraculous accomplishment of his task by the grateful locusts, and having offered up thanks to Allah and the Prophet for his deliverance from impending destruction, composed himself to rest, doubting not but that they would assist him to overcome the 2 remaining labors. Great was the surprise of the Sultan Amir bin Naumun, when, on coming at daylight to the court, he beheld his intended victim in a profound sleep, and the grain in 3 separate heaps, neatly piled up in the form of domes. The prince, awaking, saluted him, and demanded to be informed of his next task, but the Sultan put him off to the evening, until when he entertained him at the palace with a most magnificent feast, and his obdurate heart was so softened by the noble address and demeanour of his guest, that he wished he might be able to overcome the remaining impositions and become his son-in-law. The princess also, who had the curiosity to look at him through the blinds of her apartments, was so fascinated with his appearance that she prayed for his success. When night had set in, the prince was conducted to an open plain in front of the palace, in the center of which was a large reservoir full of clear water, which the Sultan commanded him to drain off before sunrise, or forfeit his life. The prince remained alone on the brink of the reservoir, with rather somewhat more hope of success than he had felt of overcoming his task of the preceding night. Nor was he disappointed, for about midnight a voice was heard, exclaiming, "Prince, benevolence is never unrequited!" And lo, the plain was filled with elephants, rhinoceroses, camels, dromedaries, lions, tigers, and every species of wild beasts, in such immense droves as could not be numbered, who, advancing in turn to the reservoir, drank in such quantity that it at length was completely emptied, and became as dry as if just finished. The beasts, then expressing pleasure by their varying natural noises at having served their benefactor, departed, and left him to enjoy the deliverance from the labor imposed upon him. The prince, now more assured than ever that he was the favorite of Allah and the Prophet, after offering up prayers with a relieved heart, slept comfortably in a building creeled on the margin of the reservoir, and was only awakened by the call of the Sultan at sunrise, who was more astonished at the accomplishment of this labor than the former, though certainly each was equally difficult. He conducted the prince to his palace, and the day was spent in the highest festivity. At the approach of night, the prince was conducted to his 3rd task, which was to complete and fit up before daylight from a vast mass of planks of the choicest timber ready stored the doors, windows, and balconies of an unfinished palace, much larger than that which the Sultan inhabited. The prince, at the apprehension of the consequences of failure, was somewhat alarmed, but the recollection of his former aid supported him, and after offering up his devotions, he sat down, composedly waiting for the decision of Providence on his fate. His resignation was accepted, for at midnight he was roused from his contemplations by the sounds of sewing, planing, hammering, nailing, and the songs of happy workmen. Looking up, he perceived his friends of the Iron Mountains, who, all saluting him, cried out, Prince, set your heart at rest, for we are come to repay you for your hospitable feast." Before daylight the palace was fitted up in a manner more elegant than can be described, and every door, window, and balcony painted with the most brilliant colors, flowered with silver and gold. The grateful laborers of the Iron Mountains, having finished their work, respectfully saluted the prince and departed. The prince, having taken a grateful leave of his useful friends, walked through the palace, and was eagerly employed in admiring its elegance and the magnificence of their finishing hand, when the Sultan, Amir bin Nauman, who from his apartments at sunrise had observed the miraculous completion, appeared, having hastened to examine the superb workmanship and to congratulate his son-in-law, for as such he now acknowledged him, and as the favored of Allah and of the last of prophets. He conducted the prince to the palace, and the most magnificent preparations being made, the nuptials with his daughter were celebrated in the new edifice, where the bride and bridegroom enjoyed themselves for 3 months, at the expiration of which the prince begged permission to return to his father's dominions, which he reached just in time to release him from the attack of an inimical sultan who had invaded the country and laid close siege to his capital. His father received him with rapture, and the prince, having made an apology to the Sultana for his former rude behavior, she received his excuses, and having no child of her own, readily adopted him as her son, so that the royal family lived henceforth in the utmost harmony till the death of the Sultan and Sultana, when the prince succeeded to the empire. End of section 36.
Section 37 of the Arabian Nights Entertainment, Volume 4. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by M. Bradley Peters. The Arabian Nights Entertainment, Volume 4. Translated by Jonathan Scott. Section 37. Story of the Lovers of Syria, or The Heroine. There formerly dwelt in the city of Damascus 2 brothers, one poor and the other rich, the former of whom had a son, and the latter a daughter. The poor man, dying, left his son, just emerging from infancy, to the protection of his wealthy uncle, who behaved to his unfortunate charge with paternal tenderness, till the youth, who had exchanged vows of love with his cousin, requested her in marriage, when the father refused and expelled him from his house. The young lady, however, who had ardently loved him, agreed to elope, and having one night escaped from her father's dwelling, repaired to the object of her affection, who, having notice of her intentions, had prepared 2 horses and a mule to carry their baggage. They traveled all night, and by morning reached a seaport, where they found a ship ready to sail, in which, having secured a passage, the lady immediately embarked, but the lover remained on shore to dispose of the horses. While he was seeking for a purchaser in the market, a fair wind sprung up, and the master of the ship, having weighed anchor, hoisted sail and departed, the lady in vain entreating him to wait the return of her beloved, or send her on shore, for he was captivated with her beauty. Finding herself thus ensnared, as she was a woman of strong mind, instead of indulging in unavailing complaint, she assumed a satisfied air, and as the only way to preserve her honor, received the addresses of her treacherous master with pretended complacency, and consented to receive him as a husband at the first port at which the ship might touch. With these assurances he was contented, and behaved to her with honorable deference and affectionate respect. At length the vessel anchored near a city, to which the captain went to make preparation for his marriage. But the lady, while he was on shore, addressed the ship's crew, setting forth with such force his treacherous conduct to herself and offering such rewards if they would convey her to her lover at the port they had left, that the honest sailors were moved in her favor, agreed to obey her as their mistress, and, hoisting sail, left the master to shift for himself. After some days of favorable weather, a contrary gale blowing hard, the vessel was driven far out of her course, and for shelter obliged to anchor at the first haven that offered, which proved to be that of a large city, the capital of a potent sultan, whose officers came on board to examine the vessel, and inquire into her cargo and destination. These men, to their great surprise, finding it commanded by a lady of exquisite beauty, reported her charms to the Sultan, who resolved to possess them, and sent her an offer of marriage, to which she seemingly consented, and the Sultan commanded the most splendid preparations to be made for the nuptials. When all was ready, he sent on board the vessel the daughter of his vizier, with other ladies, 39 in number, magnificently attired, to wait upon his bride, and attend her on shore. They were graciously received by the politic lady, and invited to refresh themselves in the grand cabin, which she had elegantly adorned with costly hangings, and prepared in it a superb collation, to which they sat down. She then dismissed the boats in which they came, sending a message to the Sultan that she should entertain the ladies on board till the next morning, when she would repair on shore and conclude their marriage. She behaved towards her new guests with such winning affability, that they one and all admired their expected Sultana, and partook of the entertainment with the highest satisfaction. But what was their surprise, when in the middle of the night she commanded the crew to weigh anchor, having first warned them, on pain of her displeasure and immediate death, to keep silence, and raise no alarm in the harbor. The vessel sailed and put to sea without being molested, when the intrepid commandress consoled the affrighted ladies, related to them her own adventures, and assured them that when she should have rejoined her lover, they should, if they choose, be honorably restored to their homes. But in the meantime, she hoped they would contentedly share her fortunes. This behavior, by degrees, so won upon their minds that the lady forgot their sorrows, became pleased with their situation, and in short time were so attached to their new mistress that they would not have left her had it been in their power. After some weeks' sail, it became necessary to steer towards the first coast that should present itself, to lay in a supply of fresh water and provisions. And, land appearing, the vessel anchored, when the lady and her companions went on shore. Here they were surrounded by 40 robbers, who threatened to take them prisoners, when the heroic lady, desiring her friends to conceal their fears, assumed a smiling countenance, and, addressing the chief of the banditti, assured him that there would be no occasion for force, as she and her companions were ready to share their love, being women who were above the prejudice of their sex, and had devoted themselves to pleasure, in search of which they roved on board their vessel from one coast to another, and would now stay with them as long as they might wish for their company. This declaration suiting the depraved minds of the robbers, they laid aside their fierce looks and warlike weapons, bringing abundance of all sorts of provisions to regale their expected mistresses, with whom they sat down to a plentiful repast, which was heightened by a store of wines which the lady had brought in her boats from the ship. Mirth and jollity prevailed, but the fumes of the liquors, in which the politic lady had infused strong opiates, suddenly operated upon their senses, and they fell down one and all in a state of stupefaction. She then, with her companions, drew the sabres of their brutal admirers, and put them all to death, excepting the chief, whom they bound hand and foot with strong cords, and after cutting off his beard and mustachios, tied his own cimeter around his neck, leaving him to feel mortification worse than death on the recovery of his senses, namely, the sight of his slaughtered fellows, and regret at the loss of his imagined happiness. The ladies then stripped the capes of the robbers of the vast wealth which they had hoarded up from their plunders, and having carried it on board their boats with a stock of water and provisions, returned to the ship, weighed anchor, and sailed triumphant and rejoicing from such a dangerous coast. After some weeks' sail, they descried land, to which they approached, and discovered a spacious harbor, round which rose a vast city, the buildings of which were sublimely lofty, adorned with flights of marble steps to the water's edge, and crowned with domes of minarets, topped with pinnacles of gold. The enterprising lady, having anchored, clothed herself and her companions in magnificent male habits, after which she ordered the boats to be hoisted out, and they were rowed ashore by part of the crew richly dressed. On landing, they all found the inhabitants of the city in mourning, and making doleful lamentation for their late Sultan, who had died only a few days before. The gallant appearance of a stranger so nobly attended created much surprise, and intelligence of the arrival was instantly conveyed to the vizier, who acted as a regent till the election of a new monarch, which ceremony was just on the point of taking place. The minister, who thought he perceived in such a critical arrival the work of fate, immediately waited on the now supposed prince, whom he invited to be president of the election, at the same time informing him that when in this kingdom a sultan died without issue, the laws appointed that his successor should be chosen by the alighting of a bird on his shoulder, which bird would be let fly among the crowd assembled in the square before the palace. The seeming prince accepted the invitation, and with the disguised ladies was conducted to a gorgeous pavilion, open on all sides to view the ceremony. The ominous bird, being loosened from his chain, soared into the air to a great height, then gradually descending, flew round and round the square repeatedly, even with the faces of the spectators. At length it darted into the pavilion, where the lady and her companions were seated, fluttered around her head, and at length rested upon her shoulder, giving at the same time a cry of exultation, stretching its neck and flapping its wings. Immediately upon this, the viziers and courtiers bowed themselves to the ground, and the assembled crowd prostrated themselves on the earth, crying out, "Long live our glorious Sultan, the chosen of Providence, the elected by the decrees of fate!" The disguised lady was instantly conducted to the palace, seated on a splendid throne, and proclaimed amidst the acclamations of the people sovereign of an extensive empire. Nor were the abilities of her mind unequal to the task of government. In a few days, the vizier offered to the supposed sultan his daughter in marriage, and his offer being accepted, the nuptials were celebrated with the utmost magnificence. But what was the astonishment of the bride, when instead of being caressed, the sultan, on retiring with her, became cold and reserved, rose from her, and spent the night in prayer. In the morning the sultana was questioned by her mother, who, on her relating the behavior of her husband, observed that possibly, from his youth, he might be over-reserved, but that love would naturally in time operate its effect. Several evenings passed in the same manner, when the bride, mortified at such coldness, could no longer restrain herself, and said, "Why, my lord, if you disliked me, did you take me to wife? But if you love me not as other men, tell me so, and I will suffer my misfortune in silence." The lady, moved by this remonstrance, replied, "Most virtuous princess, would that for your sake I were of the sex you suppose me. But alas, I am like you, a woman, disappointed in love." She then related to her the wonderful adventure she had undergone since leaving her father's house, at which the vizier's daughter was so affected that she vowed for her a lasting friendship, agreed to keep her secret, and live with her till such times as chance should restore her lover. In return for this kindness, the lady promised that should the object of her affections ever arrive, he should marry them both, and that she should have the precedence in the ceremony of the union. The two friends having thus agreed, the vizier's daughter regained her cheerfulness, and means were taken to convince her father, mother, and friends of the consummation of the nuptials. From this time they lived in perfect happiness together, one exercising the authority of the sultan to the satisfaction of the subject, and the other acting the part of a satisfied and obedient wife. But still both were anxious to meet their mutual husband. As the capital of the kingdom was a mart for most nations of the world, the pretended sultan formed the following stratagem for discovering her beloved. Not doubting but he would travel all over parts of the world in search of the object of his affection, she erected a most magnificent caravanserai, furnished with baths hot and cold, and every convenience for the weary traveler. When it was finished, she issued a proclamation that sojourners from all parts should be welcome to lodge in it, and be provided with every necessary till they could accommodate themselves in the city, or pursued, if only travelers, their journeys to another part. Over the gate of this edifice she placed an exact statue of herself, and gave orders to the guards that whatever stranger, on looking at it, should show signs of agitation, or utter words signifying that he knew the original, should be immediately seized and confined in the palace. Many weeks had not passed, when the father of this enterprising lady, who had traveled many thousands of miles in search of his daughter, arrived at the gate, and on seeing the statue exclaimed, "Alas, alas, how like my poor lost child!" He was immediately carried to the palace, lodged in a magnificent apartment, treated with the highest respect, but kept in complete ignorance to the cause of his confinement and his future fate. Not long after this, his disconsolate nephew, who, on the departure of the treacherous captain, had wandered from city to city in hopes of finding his mistress, arrived and repaired to the caravanserai. On sight of the statue, his feelings overcame him. He sighed and fainted, when he was taken up by the guards and lodged in the palace, where, being come to himself, he was astonished at the respect and attention paid him by the domestics, and the splendid manner in which he was entertained. but it was in vain that he inquired the cause of his detention, the only answer he could get being, "Have patience, my lord, and repose yourself, till Providence shall free you from our confinement." Soon after this, the master of the ship, who had visited port after port in hopes of recovering his vessel, reached the city, and hearing of the hospitality with which all strangers were received at the caravanserai of the Sultan, repaired to the gateway. But no sooner had he cast his eyes on the statue than he exclaimed, "Ah, how like the artful yet virtuous woman who cheated me of my property by stealing my ship!" Immediately he was seized by the guards, and conveyed to the palace, but treated with kindness. Many days had not succeeded to this event, when the Sultan and the Vizier, whose daughter with the 39 ladies had been so artfully carried away from them by the enterprising heroine of this history, made their appearance at the gateway of the caravanserai, and, on beholding the statue, cried out, "Surely this is the likeness of those who deprived us of our children. Oh, that we could find her in revenge on her hypocrisy!" On saying this, they were apprehended and taken to the palace, where they were conducted to the apartments suitable to their rank. In a few days afterwards, the chief of the banditti, who, burning with the ireful resolution of revenging the deaths of his associates, had travelled from place to place in hopes of finding the object of his fury, arriving at the gateway, and observed the statue, roared out in a rage, "Surely this is the resemblance of my tormentor. Oh, that I could meet the original, so that I might have the satisfaction of making her blood atone for the murder of my friends." Instantly as he had spoken, the guards at the gate rushing upon him, bound him hand and foot, conveyed him to the palace, where he was confined in a loathsome dungeon, and fed on the coarsest viands. The pretended Sultan, having now all the parties in her power, one morning ascended her throne in full audience, and commanded them to be brought before her. When they had made their obeisance, she commanded them to relate the cause of their having journeyed to her capital, but the royal presence rendered them incapable of uttering a word, upon which she exclaimed, "Since you cannot speak, I will," and then discovered, to their astonished minds, the adventures of each, which had occasioned their travelling. She then discovered herself, and fell upon the necks of her father and lover, with whom she retired into the private apartments. The Sultan and his Vizier were made happy in the company of the daughter of the latter and the other ladies. The master of the ship, as his troubles had atoned for his irregular behavior, was received into favor, and had his vessel restored. But the savage chief of the banditti was put to death, by being cast into a burning pile, that no further injury might be offered to mankind. In a few days, the most magnificent preparations being made, the double nuptials of the heroic lady and her friend the Vizier's daughter were celebrated with her constant lover, to whom she resigned her throne, and the happy wives lived together in felicity, undisturbed by jealousy of the husband's attention to either, so equally did they share his love. The Sultan and Vizier, after being long entertained at the court, took leave and returned under an escort to their own country, but the daughter and the 39 ladies could not be prevailed upon to accompany them, only to visit and bid farewell to their parents, for such was their attachment to their gallant mistress that they came back immediately, and were espoused to the principal nobles of her court. Years of unusual happiness passed over the heads of the fortunate adventurers of this story, until death, the destroyer of all things, conducted them to a grave which must one day be the resting place for the ages of us all, till the receiving angel shall sound his trumpet. End of section 37. Recording by M. Bradley Peters.